This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 521. Soon, Zhong Lirui, piloting his mech, escorted the massive ground forces of Sorokov below, reaching the previously sealed-off naval ammunition base 80 kilometers away in just 2 hours. Upon arriving above the base, Zhong Lirui immediately began scanning. Master, interesting discovery. There are 404 zombified soldiers in the base, and also 5 suspected zombified brown bears. Huh? Zombified brown bears? Oh no! Bears eat people. Quick, go save them. Master, according to the night vision scan's dynamic images, those bears seem to be the pets of these zombie soldiers? What? Zombified humans, and they still have this brain? Zhong Lirui was utterly astonished. Furthermore, there's something very interesting. These zombie Rakshasa soldiers seem to be organized? The seals on the entrance to their base appear to have been opened from the inside. And, surprisingly, each of these Rakshasa camps, at what appear to be outposts, has guards. Could it be that these zombies, like those at Ivan's chemical plant and Officer Wang Bo's village, have become low-intelligence primitives? Zhong Lirui fell into deep thought, but he quickly dismissed it. Never mind, if these people are in a primitive, half-zombie state, then Solikov has actually gotten a great deal. Compared to those who are completely zombies, those in a primitive state only have partially damaged memories. After awakening, they can move freely, and with a little rest of 1 to 2 weeks, they can live like normal awakened beings. Master, your judgment is completely correct. But please remind the ground troops to be careful. Primitive humanized zombies might organize to defend themselves, and a mishap could lead to conflict. Oh! In that case, I go in and take a look. Yu Jia, you stay in the Xianyuan and keep watch. I go in stealthily in the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow and check it out. Master. Never mind. It's not a big problem. After informing Solikov and the others, Zhong Lirui piloted the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow plasma type away from the Xianyuan mech, using its own plasma jet engine to fly to the ammunition base before landing and becoming invisible. He walked through the base like a ghost. Inside the base, there were many soldiers who looked like they belonged to the zombie Rakshasa kingdom. Their clothes and armor were tattered, and some soldiers still had large wounds. However, their movements weren't as uncoordinated and clumsy as ordinary zombies. Outside the soldiers' barracks, Zhong Lirui found many wild boar bones. In the very center of the camp, there was a large campfire area. It's basically confirmed that these zombie soldiers have partially regained their memories and intelligence. And judging from the surrounding situation, this recovery may have occurred about 6 months ago, Zhong Lirui said to Yu Jia. After a moment's thought, Zhong Lirui contacted Shenpan, who was guarding the city. Uncle, in your past life, did the Chansheng group collaborate with the former Rakshasa military on the Doomed Soldier and Guide projects? I only vaguely remember that. That specific area was overseen by Bai Qiangwei. Again, it was Bai Qiangwei who handled the intelligence and technology transfer she sold. Heh, then I understand. There's probably a second-generation neo-human, either a C2 or C3 model of that project, in this base. That explains why the zombies in this ammunition depot have turned into primitive humans. Huh? Is that so? Do you need my help? No need, Zhong Lirui said calmly. At that moment, a huge figure behind him, leading a 2.5-meter-tall, zombie-like mutated brown bear, was approaching. The giant brown bear bared its teeth at his location. Yu Jia, did that bear see me? No, master, that bear smelled you. A bear's nose is 2,100 times stronger than a human's, and 7 times stronger than a hunting dog's. It can't see you, but it smells you. Intruder. A rough female voice came from behind Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui, wearing the golden Great Xia Dragon Sparrow technological battle armor, turned around and was stunned. Before him appeared a female berserker. The woman before him was 2.3 meters tall, her muscles, like those of a bodybuilding champion, exuding wildness and explosive power. She wore a tattered former Russian army uniform, with a large military cloak made from a makeshift cape. In her right hand, she held an AKM, an automatic rifle normally carried by soldiers, which looked ridiculously like a toy gun in her hands. The woman's face was still beautiful, but the bulging veins on her arms and thighs were indescribable. A female C2. Equally shocked were Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoran, who were monitoring from behind the scenes. Sister, a woman becoming C2 is too. I actually think Shinjie, that philosophical strongman, looks more normal. This is too, Qin Xiaoran face-bombed. However, Zhong Lirui had seen it all. In one glance, he determined three things. First, this female C2 giant possessed intelligence, because she could speak complete Russian and use an automatic rifle. Second, this female giant was most likely the main reason why the soldiers in this base were primitive people rather than mindless zombies. Third, she is most likely the leader of this camp of the dead. After regaining his composure, Zhong Lirui said to Yujia, activate simultaneous translation. The following is all translated into Rakshasa language, at ease. Don't be nervous, warrior. Zhong Lirui's armor materialized, he opened his mask, and calmly faced the Valkyrie-like female C2, she should be C2, as she lacked guide organs on her chest and neck, before him. A great Qian person. You have intelligence? Who are you? Why are you in the Rakshasa army's ammunition depot? The Valkyrie's voice was powerful as she questioned, still not lowering her gun. I am Zhong Lirui, the newest Supreme Chief Executive and Human Emperor of the Great Qian. Zhong Lirui said calmly, but with a touch of authority. To emphasize his authority, Zhong Lirui slowed his speech slightly. Huh? The newest leader of the friendly southern nation of Dakian? What are you doing here? This is a remote ammunition depot in the Far East? The Valkyrie was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that your Dakian army has reached this place? What are you thinking, warrior? I and your new Supreme Commander's regular troops are here. Regular troops. Upon hearing this, the female warrior immediately panicked. Supreme Commander of the allied nation, please help me, plead with my army's commanders. These soldiers, they can still be saved. They're about as mentally as kindergarten children now. Don't wipe them out, please. I am Olga Ivanovich, the youngest daughter of the former Siberian Front Commander Salikov. Please, contact my father. Ask him not to wipe out these still salvable soldiers. I've been taking care of these soldiers for half a year. They're starting to look a bit like humans. As she spoke, the female warrior put away her gun and knelt on one knee before Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui's mouth dropped open. This muscular, explosively powerful woman before him was Salikov's daughter. Excuse me, is your father bald, the one the entire nation calls Salikov Ivanovich? Zhong Lirui asked tentatively. The female warrior exclaimed excitedly, yes, commander of the Great Qian dynasty, you know my father? Zhong Lirui sighed, I know him. By the way, he's the supreme leader of your country now. He's the supreme commander of the Rakshasa. He and I are allies and friends. Really? Daddy survived too. The muscular woman, Olga, exclaimed excitedly, then added worriedly, then, Uncle Zhong Lirui, could you plead with Daddy for me? Olga looked at Zhong Lirui with a pitiful expression, and Zhong Lirui felt a chill. However, he also felt a pang of pity for the girl. He knew this girl's lifespan would be reduced by 60%. Thinking this, Zhong Lirui suppressed his turbulent emotions, and patiently said, in a truly elder-like tone, Olga, don't worry, your father came here today with his troops to save you. Now, there's a way to restore zombified humans to a state with intelligence and consciousness like yours. Olga exclaimed excitedly, really? Zhong Lirui said calmly, of course, because I also transformed back from the brink of zombification. That's great. Uncle Zhongli, I gather everyone right now to welcome Dad's troops. Then, Olga took out a strange-looking flesh flute from her waist and began to blow it. The eerie sound waves rang out, and all the primitive humanized Rakshasa soldiers in the base began to gather, converging near Zhong Lirui and Olga. Of course, for other mutated brown bears also came along. Zhong Lirui's astonishment reached a new level. He asked Qin Shaoran doubtfully, Shaoran, could it be? That's right, this is the vocal organ of guiding power that was torn alive from the C3 guide. Qin Shaoran said with a look of disgust. This thing, even after being torn off, can survive? Zhong Lirui was shocked. Yes. Experiments have been done. Besides parasitizing the bodies of C1, Batman, C2, or C3 who possess regenerative power, it can also continue to survive by being fed with beast blood regularly. Qin Shaoran sighed, these are all parts my father made in his past life specifically for war, to avenge my mother and me. Zhong Lirui, he sighed slightly. 2 years ago, Qin Jinkuan made these things for revenge, and they still affect the world today. Repair. This broken world, I will repair it. I will lead everyone to repair it together. Zhong Lirui made a silent vow. Chapter 522. At this moment, Qin Xiao added via phone. I checked with Kunwu. After Bai Qiangwei cooperated with the Rakshasa secret department, the experimental site was 50 kilometers north of here. The same situation occurred in other war zones of the Rakshasa kingdom. This place was one of the outbreak sites of the Rakshasa native zombie crisis 2 years ago. Also, the tough girl in front of you is 20 years old. This is what she looked like when she was 18, 2 years ago, when she first joined the army as a female soldier. Through Zhong Leroy's monocle, because his visor was now open, a slender, sunny, and cheerful Rakshasa girl appeared. Beside him, Urgia saluted Zhong Leroy and said, reporting, Uncle Zhongli. The ammunition depot garrison is assembled. Zhong Leroy silently returned the salute. Urgia, I take you to see your father. I take you home. Zhong Leroy didn't get back on the Xianyuan, but instead led Urgia out of the ammunition depot openly. Solikov, is your daughter named Olga Ivanovich? How did you know? Solikov exclaimed in shock. My youngest daughter has been missing for 2 years. She is in this ammunition depot. I brought her and the soldiers to see you. What? As Zhong Leroy led Olga out of the camp gate, Solikov rushed to greet them, his voice filled with anxiety. Olga. My little angel, Daddy has finally found you, monster. Black Knights, engage. In the darkness, upon recognizing Olga's enormous figure, Solikov hastily ordered the 2 Black Knights beside him to engage, and he himself raised the 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun on his right mechanical arm. Dad. It's me, Olga. Olga panicked when she saw 5 active-duty Savage mechs pointing light and heavy machine guns at her. Although she was a recruit when the accident happened, she knew all too well the power of the heavy machine gun in the Savage mech's right hand. Solikov. Don't shoot. Don't do something you regret. Put down your gun and verify her identity first. Olga is conscious, even if she's not your daughter, don't kill her. Zhong Leroy shouted, standing in front of Olga. Solikov hesitated slightly before ordering the Black Knights to lower their guns. He stepped forward, looking at the 2.3-meter-tall, heavily armored Olga with a conflicted expression. He carefully examined the female berserker before him. This giantess's face was indeed Olga's, but her figure. Are you really Olga? Solikov asked doubtfully. Yes. Father. Tears welled in Olga's eyes. I ask you, what is your mother's name? Dia Ivanovna, Olga answered without hesitation. What is your music teacher's name? Natasha Smirny. Father, believe me, I really am Olga. Where is your brother? Father! I don't have a brother, I have an older brother. Viktor Ivanovich. Solikov stepped forward, trembling. You really are Olga. Olga, where is your brother? I've been looking for you for so long. Father. Olga cried, making a move to rush forward and hug Solikov's mech, but Zhong Leroy blocked her. Olga's massive body had the strength of 2 tons, and to stop her, Zhong Leroy's armor, and the thrusters on the back of his legs emitted plasma flames. Olga. Stop. Your father is a normal person. If you hug him, he become infected and turn into a zombie. Zhong Leroy shouted, as he desperately struggled with Olga using his armor. Olga stopped immediately upon hearing this. Solikov slowly stepped forward, touching Olga's strong body with his cold mecha gauntlet, and asked in a trembling voice, Olga. My Olga, what happened to you? How did you become like this? At this moment, Natasha and Yelena, who were at the rear of the unit, noticed Olga. Natasha said in a trembling voice, God, Olga, my little angel you. How did you become like this? Natasha covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Yelena, unwilling to look, turned her head away. Olga you. Tell your father, and your uncle, how did you become like this? Zhong Leroy whispered to the giant girl. Olga began to recount in a low voice. 2 years ago, Olga, admiring her father and brother's military family's honor, also enrolled in military academy. On the eve of the crisis, the cadets from their school were conducting practical training at several nearby bases. However, they soon encountered a large number of zombies. We were a military academy unit, and during our training, we didn't bring much live ammunition. The training rounds were no match for the zombies. So, my brother Victor, our instructor, led us in a fight and retreat to this ammunition depot. The veteran soldiers guarding it were very friendly. Their 200 soldiers took us in, even though only 10 of us remained after being hunted by zombies. So, we held our ground at the ammunition depot for quite some time. Olga sighed and turned to Zhong Leroy. Uncle, I was just kidding. My gun's been empty for ages. That AKM was just for show. Huh? Zhong Leroy asked, puzzled. Isn't this an ammunition depot? This is a medium to large naval weapons and ammunition depot. There's not much ammunition for light weapons. The depot mostly contains depth charges, anti-submarine torpedoes, and missiles. We can't possibly use those to fight zombies, Olga said, sounding aggrieved. She continued, later, the defenders' ammunition and supplies dwindled, and everyone was desperate. Even worse, one day, 2 monsters the size of me led 300 zombies in an organized night attack on us. My brother fought desperately against the defenders, but their light weapons and ammunition quickly ran out. One monster, about my size, wore a huge bulletproof vest and survived countless shots from my brother and the defenders. Soon, they stormed in, and we were forced into the barracks. Later, one of them was ambushed by the defenders' commander, Boris, and 2 engineers, who used a chainsaw to cut off his neck. The meat flute. Because we discovered this guy was controlling a horde of zombies. But before we could even rejoice, another, stronger guy, without the meat flute around his neck, smashed through the barracks, killing Boris and 2 engineers. My brother Victor fought him desperately with an AKM, but was ultimately no match and was captured. I was hiding in a corner, terrified. Finally, my brother glanced at me, grabbed the monster's head, and detonated an anti-tank grenade. I passed out. When I woke up, my brother and the monster were blown to pieces. I don't know why, but I didn't die. But 3 days later, I became like this. Solikov swayed, blood trickling from his mouth. Victor, my son. Olga, my daughter. Olga, now overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears. The narrative abruptly ended. But Zhong Lirui had already guessed what would happen next. Probably because of the close proximity. When her brother Victor blew up that C2, the C2's flesh and blood splattered, staining the injured and unconscious Olga. When she awoke, she had become a C2-type combat Nehuman. She then picked up that fleshy flute. So the guards here are primitive people, not zombies, Zhong Lirui said to Yu Jia. Master, based on the current situation, your deduction is basically correct. Zhong Lirui sighed, stepped forward, and patted Olga's arm with his armor. Child, you suffered. Cry if you want to. What? Yelena smiled warmly, as she watched Zhong Lirui in his golden armor comfort the massive Olga. Natasha asked softly, Yelena, my sister, is the human emperor always this gentle with girls? Yelena proudly replied, yes, Natasha, you know, a year and a half ago, he survived the shockwave of a thermobaric bomb to save me. Natasha was completely stunned, filled with doubt. Was this playboy human emperor risking his life to woo women? And how did he do it? How could a human survive a thermobaric bomb attack? Of course, Zhong Lirui's survival was conditional. He was 1.5 kilometers from the epicenter of the father of all bombs explosion. Although still within the heat radiation kill zone, he was not within the high temperature asphyxiation zone. If he had been within the high temperature asphyxiation zone, let alone a first-generation new type with Captain America-like numerical abilities, even a C2 type regenerative giant like Shinjia wouldn't have survived. Within the thermobaric zone, the thermobaric bomb could burn the lungs of humans and other living beings, reaching temperatures exceeding 2,500 degrees Celsius, leaving no chance of survival. Therefore, Zhong Lirui only suffered burnt equipment and superficial injuries to his body, which healed due to his superhuman regenerative abilities, leaving no permanent damage. Bai Lingxin, monitoring from behind the scenes, sighed softly, in this world, destruction is always easier than construction. Back then, Akun destroyed 80% of the world in a moment of impulsiveness. Ning En destroyed the remaining 19% for revenge. But rebuilding it for Erue and his companions will be incredibly difficult. Yu Jia, my daughter, stay by Erue's side, be his safe haven. Just as you wished, be his guardian angel. Remember? Don't let him one day suffer the same fate as Akun. Mom, I always been here, Yu Jia replied with a smile. Chapter 523. After a long while, Olga calmed down. Solikov looked at his youngest daughter, now a flesh-and-blood war machine, with a complex expression, then at Zhong Lirui, clad in high-tech armor. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He approached Zhong Lirui and whispered, Brother Zhongli, the nanobots on you, and on the curved blade troops, are all products of the Changsheng group, right? Yes. Then, does your department have a way to turn Olga back? Zhong Lirui thought for a moment. Solikov, I definitely don't have one here. Why? Solikov's eyes reddened with anxiety. Zhong Lirui calmly repeated, Brother, listen carefully. I mean, here, I definitely can't do it. Solikov suddenly understood. Zhong Lirui meant that here in Rakshasa, especially in the Chikiki region, there was no way. Chikiki was a former Pacific Far East fortress city of the Rakshasa kingdom, not a research center. You mean, after the war here ends? You take my daughter to Dakian for treatment? Yes. The Changsheng Group's base and research center are both in Dakian. After we resolve the immediate issues, I take your daughter back and discuss a plan with my top technical team. Of course, there's no precedent for this, so we can only try. Sigh, please, thank you. Solikov sighed. Zhong Lirui nodded slightly. He thought to himself, the hearts of parents are all the same. Subsequently, led by Yelena and Natasha, the female soldiers of the Katyusha Singer Choir, protected by the Savage Mech Unit and the Curved Blade Unit, sang for the more than 400 surviving primitive warriors in the base. Master, among these singers, the highest stat is the leader, Natasha, at 79.52%. But even she is much lower than Yelena's 84.13%. Some of the other members don't even reach 70%. They don't understand that the power of a singer is a manifestation of genuine desire to redeem others, a positive energy, not just commands and obedience. Or simply a kind heart. Zhong Lirui sighed. Do you know why the Batman girls have higher stats than these female chorus soldiers? Because they are pure, unlike these Rakshasa girls, who have impure thoughts. Yelena does have her own little schemes. But I don't deny her passion for redeeming people, and her unwavering love for her family. Therefore, Yelena, Little Troublemaker, and Little Fish have much higher stats than the Rakshasa female singer soldiers. Wow! Master, you see things so clearly? Yujia chuckled. And, Master, you even noticed that Governor Yelena's intentions aren't pure? Heh, I discovered the singer's power with Xi and Yin, and used it to change an entire era. Zhong Lirui sighed softly. Before the singer's power appeared, people could only grieve, and then cruelly kill their relatives, friends, and compatriots, who had become zombies. Master, please accept my condolences. Yujia knew that Zhong Lirui harbored a deep regret. He had to personally end Lucilia's painful memories without the singer's power. Never mind, we gone off on a tangent. Zhong Lirui steered the conversation back, a look of displeasure on his face. Have you forgotten? Yelena always hoped that Xi and Yin and I would divorce. And I sensed a similar aura in Natasha. Yujia, reflecting on the data world, recalled how Zhong Lirui, who had been somewhat naive, inexperienced, and single-minded when they first met, had become quite the battle-hardened individual in this regard after 2 years. Master, your judgment is accurate. The intelligence I gathered indicates that Natasha is the fiancée of Brigadier General Alyosha, a close confidant of Solikov. Ostensibly, she was a military band instructor at the military academy, but secretly, she also worked for the intelligence department. She's a wife-only type of Yenzi. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Zhong Lirui said calmly. After the Psalm Katyusha ended, the eyes of the more than 400 ragged soldiers cleared. The first thing they saw upon regaining consciousness was Solikov, clad in titanium alloy savage armor, and carrying the blood-red battle flag of the Great Red Alliance era. Solikov maintained this posture, and delivered a passionate speech to them. The moment Solikov finished his speech, he raised the blood-red battle flag aloft with his mechanical arm. Hoorah! The souls of the warehouse guards, dormant for 2 years, were ignited at this moment. Seeing this, Zhong Lirui smiled. Solikov has really rallied. Yujia said calmly, Master, Solikov is just copying your tactics. Haven't you noticed how he carries the giant Red Alliance flag all the time when he goes out? Is that any different from you carrying the Emperor's banner and standing on the front lines? And Liang still wears his First Love's police badge everywhere, proudly displaying his identity as the Doomsday Sheriff. Isn't that the same thing? Zhong Lirui, shocked. It seems that's indeed the case. After a swift reorganization, Captain Boris, the highest-ranking officer of the warehouse garrison, gave a brief report to Solikov and, leading an engineering and transport company, quickly proceeded to the anti-submarine weapons depot for inventory and inspection. Soon, inside the warehouse, the troops discovered approximately 500 well-maintained RBU-6000 waterspout missiles, 300 well-maintained RBU-12,000 missiles, with twice the explosive charge of the RBU-6000, but with a maximum operating depth of 200 meters, and 100 various anti-submarine torpedoes. Looking at the warehouse full of rocket-assisted depth charges and anti-submarine torpedoes, specifically for bombing sea monsters, Solikov's eyes blazed with renewed fury. Lloyd, you wait. That evening, the Allied forces left behind a troop rotation, taking 400 new scimitar recruits and a large quantity of anti-submarine ammunition, and returned to the city of Chikechi. Captain Boris was flattered and overwhelmed, not understanding why he had been promoted to major immediately after being rescued, and why his wounded soldiers had been immediately incorporated into what was said to be the elite force of the current National Defense Force. Late at night, in the operations conference room of the Chikiki Highlands Fortress. Deputy Chief of Staff Colonel Alexei reported the situation. We used high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft and the remaining satellites of our Russian Empire to conduct reconnaissance. Lloyd is currently recuperating in the shallow waters near the southern Aleutian Islands. Furthermore, from the direction of Honolulu, a large number of mutated Quetzalcoatl and amphibious lizard men are heading north to gather in that area. Based on the current numbers, the number of monsters on the island is 2,000. At the rate of their gathering speed, they will reach the number of the last attack wave again in 3 days. 3 days? Solikov stared at the map on the electronic screen, pondering. Last time we were caught off guard by a surprise attack. This time, we must go all out. Alexei, list out the combat units our allied forces can currently effectively kill the Mayan behemoth Lloyd. Yes. Our forces currently possess 4 types of non-nuclear weapons capable of effectively killing Lloyd. The first type is the various rocket-propelled depth charges recommended by Chief Executive Zhongli. Given Lloyd's size, only RBU 6000 or higher models can effectively kill it. We currently have enough RBU 6000s and RBU 12000s, but not enough launch units. What's going on? Solikov asked, displeased. Currently, our Navy only has 2 frigates left with the RBU 6000 automatic firing capability. Their speed is 32 knots. The rest of the ships are temporarily unusable. The firepower density won't be enough. Solikov pondered, then suddenly thought of something. What if we remove the rocket launchers from the Zubr 1 and Zubr 2 and replace them with waterspouts? That's feasible. But the rate of fire will only be half that of the frigates, Alexei pointed out. Because the modified Zubrs require manual reloading after firing a 12-round salvo. The frigates already have automatic reloading. How long will the modification take? 1 night, Alexei replied. Okay, modify it. This is the decisive battle. We absolutely cannot afford insufficient firepower. Solikov said in a deep voice. Yes. Continue. What about the other 3 weapons? The second one is the Dagger hypersonic missile. Alexei glanced at Yelena of the Great Qian Air Force. Thanks to the Great Qian side's combat experience, our dagger performs similarly to the Great Qian allies' Blade of Judgment. Also, the Aleutian Islands are within the combat radius of MiG-31. This area is ready. Yelena volunteered. Give me a MiG-31. I used the dagger against Lloyd this time. Solikov politely declined. Little Yelena, you already worked so hard on the last mission. Let one of our pilots go. Tomorrow, wait for us in Chikechi. Yelena tilted her head, not insisting. Alexei continued, explaining that the other 2 weapons effective against the Mayan divine body were the 2 anti-submarine torpedoes and 4 waterspout depth charges carried by the anti-submarine aircraft, and the 88mm electromagnetic cannons equipped on the 2 ace mechs of the Great Qian. My men are already very familiar with the anti-submarine aircraft, Leon said casually. The usage of the aircraft isn't much different from the AC-130. Load us with torpedoes and depth charges, and we provide air support. Good, Brother Leon. Thank you for your air support, Solikov said enthusiastically, turning to Zhongli Rui and Chen Pan. Brother Zhongli, and Senior Engineer Chen? Your mechs are equipped with electromagnetic cannons. In critical moments, they can disable the Mayan behemoth's special attacks and mobility. I leave those to you 2 tomorrow as well. Zhongli Rui and Chen Pan exchanged a glance and nodded. No problem. That evening, the 3-nation allied forces formulated an attack plan for noon the following day. A surprise attack on the Aleutian Islands harbor where Lloyd was resting, and the island where the troops were assembled. After the meeting, Chen Pan approached Zhongli Rui. Lirui, in the last battle, you used up all 4 of your high-performance thermobaric missiles, didn't you? Oh yes. So, that means, apart from tactical nuclear strikes, your mech is currently lacking large-scale powerful weapons? You can't say that. The 10,000 swords returned to one system is also a powerful, wide-range weapon. How about this? I brought 4 high-performance thermobaric missiles with me. Tonight, I transfer 2 to your mech in the hangar. Uncle, isn't that necessary? Rui, you're more important than me. Chen Pan said seriously. Don't let Xiao Ran and Xiao Yao worry. Zhongli Rui looked at Chen Pan's serious expression and nodded earnestly. Watching Chen Pan go to the hangar alone to prepare his departing figure, Zhongli Rui smiled wryly. Here, too, are the hearts of parents everywhere. That night, Zhongli Rui lay in the room prepared for him, the presidential suite, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Nearby, Nyan noticed the movement in the corridor and revealed a mysterious smile. An interesting night begins. Just as Zhongli Rui lay alone in bed thinking, Yu Jia had already detected the movement outside. Master, aren't you asleep yet? Thinking about tomorrow's battle? Sort of. Also, thinking about Olga, Xinjie, and Murong Chanfeng. You want to save Olga. Xinjie and Murong Chanfeng are those who have atoned for their sins. Olga is an innocent girl. What do you think? That's probably difficult. The integration of nanobots with the body goes deep into the genetic level. It's very difficult to restore an already formed individual without damage. I know that, Zhong Lirui sighed, that's why I can't sleep. Alright. But master, while you can't sleep, someone else can't sleep either. Who? Night Raid contestant number 1, Yelena, is attacking. Observations show she's probably drunk vodka, trying to use the alcohol to embolden her for the night raid. What should we do? According to the contingency plan, you handle it. Huh? You're willing to? Yu Jia asked teasingly. She's poisonous, don't touch her, Zhong Lirui said calmly. Hee, okay, I got it. Yu Jia chuckled as she activated the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow battle armor, plasma type, in its indoor stealth bodyguard form. Chapter 524. Outside the door, a slightly tipsy Yelena staggered towards Zhong Lirui's room. She pressed the doorknob and locked it. Heh. Although she was slightly drunk, she still remembered that the doors to these specially arranged presidential suites actually had a mechanism for quick opening, for various reasons. She quietly activated the special door opening mechanism. Arui, my emperor, I've been waiting for this day for so long, hiccup. I am doing this to protect you, hiccup. Natasha will be here soon, hiccup. Rather than letting her touch you for a mission, it's better, we have some old ties, right, hiccup. I have real feelings for you. Yelena muttered to herself as she quietly pushed open the door and entered the room. The room was pitch black. Zhong Lirui seemed to be asleep. Yelena looked at Zhong Lirui's broad, sleeping back, a blush rising to her cheeks. She unbuttoned her military shirt as she walked towards Zhong Lirui's bed. Rui, I'm here to keep you company, Yelena's eyes rolled back, her body slowly slumped, and she collapsed into the arms of a pair of mechanical arms. Detection. Yelena is indeed unconscious. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor plasma type slowly materialized. Yu Jia smiled at Zhong Lirui. Master, first blood, However, Yelena's drunken words just now were true. She seems to have some genuine feelings for you. Never mind, thank you for your trouble. Zhong Lirui turned around, got up, scratched the back of his head, and replied telepathically. Yu Jia, envelop her in the armor and swallow her whole, then carefully escort her back to her room to sleep. Be careful on the way, don't bump into anyone. Ha, master, would I make such a basic mistake? Yu Jia chuckled in the data world. Then, the armor opened, swallowing the unconscious Yelena inside. At that moment, something strange happened. The door to the presidential suite was opened in the same way. Natasha, dressed in a semi-transparent lace lingerie set with garter belts and black stockings, crept in from the darkness. However, what she saw was the shirtless Zhong Lirui, and the bizarre scene of the armor swallowing the unconscious Yelena. Oh my god, Yelena! What? What happened? Natasha leaned against the wall in fright, about to scream. Zhong Lirui panicked, activating his special speed boost, and pounced on her like a hungry tiger at an astonishing speed of 60 miles per hour. He grabbed her wrist with one hand, and covered Natasha's mouth with the other, stopping her scream. Seeing this, Yu Jia chuckled, double strike. Master, be gentle. I take Yelena back first. I suggest you let her calm down. Then, under Natasha's horrified and confused gaze, he devoured Yelena's golden armor, became invisible, and left through the door. Zhong Lirui looked at Natasha, who was now pinned against the wall by his forceful actions, sighed speechlessly, and asked, Lieutenant Natasha Smirny, leader of the Katyusha choir, now, please cooperate and be quiet, okay? Also, can you speak the Great Qian language? Natasha quickly nodded in agreement. Zhong Lirui released her mouth and freed her restrained hands. Natasha glanced at Zhong Lirui's well-defined 8-pack abs, swallowed hard, and then her fair hand prepared to remove her bra strap. Yes, Commander Zhongli, I speak the Great Qian language. Please guide me tonight. She suppressed her unease and aversion, trying her best to make her voice sound more alluring. Enough, stop. This is an order, Brigadier General Alyosha's fiancé. You're about to get married, and you're still carrying out this kind of mission? Zhong Lirui said coldly. Salikov sent you, didn't he? Natasha shuddered, remembering Alyosha still unconscious and in critical condition in the hospital. She bit her lip, turned her head away, and remained silent. Zhong Lirui shook his head slightly, walked to the side, picked up a bathrobe, and gentlemanly draped it over Natasha's shoulders. Don't speculate. Your best friend was trying to cause trouble earlier, and was knocked unconscious by my armor. I just sent her back, so she can get some sleep. Natasha was shocked by Zhong Lirui's actions. The legendary lustful demon, who supposedly had 3 of the most beautiful women in the Great Qian dynasty, and a total of 5 women by his side, had first knocked out and sent back her best friend tonight, and then treated her like this? Natasha looked at Zhong Lirui with a complicated expression. First of all, she was quite confident in her appearance. After all, she and Yelena were both champions and runners-up in the military academy beauty pageant. She was the champion, Yelena was the runner-up. Secondly, according to online intelligence, isn't Zhong Lirui supposed to have a wide range of interests, including mature women, married women, and widows? If he might have been disgusted by Yelena's drunkenness today, how could he remain unmoved even with himself? A former military academy beauty pageant winner, and soon-to-be married woman, so perfectly suited to his taste. Lieutenant Natasha? Zhong Lirui gently prompted. Natasha made a move to get up, but Zhong Lirui stopped her. Sit down, let's talk properly. Yes. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Seeing Natasha's restrained and somewhat dejected expression, Zhong Lirui said calmly, Natasha, today, I listened to the performance of your singer's choir's Redemption Warriors. To be honest, I'm very dissatisfied. Commander Zhongli, why? Natasha was somewhat surprised that Zhong Lirui suddenly brought up his professional field. I gave the program for testing singer stats to Solikov, and I measured them during your chorus tonight. You and your girls, your stats were the highest, but even that wasn't 80%. Once the stats drop below 70%, you might not even be able to perform at your normal singer level. You know, Yelena actually has to call me her grandmaster. Well, among my wives, the world's strongest singer students, her level is considered poor. Even she, today, had a stat of 85%. To be honest, she alone is worth 20 of you. Ah! This? She cautiously asked, may I ask, Commander Zhongli, what is your first lady's stat? Normal 98% or higher, highest 99.99%, Zhong Lirui recalled casually. Last year, she collaborated with Yelena, and the 2 of them awakened 40,000 zombie-like citizens in one day. Natasha was speechless with shock. Only now did she truly believe the description of Zhong Lirui in another intelligence report, the earliest discoverer and researcher of the singer's power, the husband of the strongest singer on earth, an active practitioner of singer's abilities and technology, a leader with an engineering-oriented style who values science and technology. Thinking of this, Natasha, disregarding her disheveled appearance, stood up, saluted Zhong Lirui, and asked in an extremely respectful tone. Respected Commander Zhongli, please enlighten me, why is it that these people, are consistently unable to improve our singer's fit? Why are the results so poor? Seeing Natasha's attitude, Zhong Lirui smiled slightly. Then, displaying the spirit of an expert, he analyzed. Do you know what is the biggest difference between you and Yelena? Please, enlighten me. Whether Yelena came to cause trouble and raid me at night, or used her singing voice to save the citizens, it was all from the bottom of her heart, and she did it willingly. Willingly? Natasha repeated the word. Yes, the strength of a singer's ability is partly innate, and partly influenced by the girl's state of mind at that moment. The singer's power is a power of salvation. Therefore, the girl who wields this power needs a heart full of intrinsic strength, a desire to redeem. Not just because of orders and obedience. Lieutenant, do you understand? Natasha paused slightly, then a flash of understanding appeared in her eyes. She nodded gently, her voice filled with respect and gratitude. I think I understand, Commander Zhongli. You mean, the girls in our choir have relied too much on orders and formalities, neglecting their true inner drive. A singer's power comes from a deep-seated desire for redemption, not from external coercion or expectations. Zhong Lirui nodded slightly. Exactly. Everyone in your choir has the potential to become an excellent singer, but the key is how to ignite that inner power. You need to guide them, to help them understand that every song is a spiritual cleansing, a salvation of life, not merely a task to complete or a display of skill. Natasha took a deep breath, her gaze towards Zhong Lirui becoming reverent. She gave Zhong Lirui another standard military salute, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. Thank you for your guidance, Commander Zhongli. I will convey this understanding to every member of the choir. That's what you should be doing, Lieutenant. But you are just following orders. Never mind, when the mech returns, I have it take you back to your room to rest. Later, report to Solikov that I slept with you. The guidance I gave you today was a token of our cooperation. It's alright, really? This power was originally meant to redeem those zombified civilians. Natasha was stunned. She had completed her mission? And exceeded expectations? She brought back the Emperor's willingness to deepen cooperation, and as a gift, a technical guide to enhancing the use of the singer's power. This was the Emperor's magnanimity? The next instant, her heart skipped a beat. She nodded, whispering, "Yes, Commander Zhongli, thank you for your understanding. Your magnanimity is truly as vast as the Pacific Ocean. Guide those girls well, Natasha. You're a music teacher, right?" Zhongli Rui smiled gently. Moonlight streamed softly into the room through the balcony's French doors. Under the soft moonlight, Zhongli Rui, with his well-built physique and muscular build, looked so majestic and dazzling. His charm captivated her. Looking at him, she felt her heart race and her breathing quicken. No! She was getting married. Alyosha was still waiting for her. Natasha quickly, and somewhat flusteredly interrupted her thoughts. She could only lower her head, no longer looking at Zhongli Rui. At this moment, Yujia replied, "Master, Yelena is sleeping soundly." Zhongli Rui stood up and said softly in front of Natasha, "Okay, then come back quickly. Next, take Natasha back too. She has calmed down." Looking at the light emanating from the special communication monoculars on Zhongli Rui's head, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a pang of regret and disappointment. 1 minute later, Yujia's mecha returned to the room, carefully wrapped Natasha, who was wearing the Midnight Victory suit, and sent her back. Nearby in the sky, Naya covered her mouth and chuckled. "You little rascal apostle. Aw, you gotten yourself into trouble by putting on such a high-handed act, haven't you? This military academy music teacher was just on a mission to spend one night with you. And now, you stirred up her heart, aren't you? You're ruining their newlywed bliss." Huh? This little succubus, TSK, even more outrageous. A small fish, her face flushed and her cheeks like peach blossoms, flew through the night breeze under the full moon, her target the balcony of Zhongli Rui's room. At this moment, she had returned to her form before the Bat People entered civilized society. Before they learned to accept and use clothing. Back then, the Bat People didn't have clothes. She landed on Zhongli Rui's balcony in her original form. "Master Rui, you saved my life tonight. I want to repay you. I want to become yours." The small fish breathed slightly, reaching for the balcony door. Chapter 525. Indoors, Zhongli Rui put on a white bathrobe and approached the balcony with a somewhat helpless expression. He complained to Yujia Salikov, "Really? Why send the swallows in two groups? One from the front door, and the other from the balcony? First it was the choir leader, now what? Don't tell me it's the Black Knight's climbing flower." Yujia had already scanned the outline of the building near the balcony using Zhongli Rui's personal smart detector. She playfully said, "Master, an unexpected force sent swallows? But these swallows can really fly, and they idolize you, full of genuine love, unlike the previous two poisonous ones. Hee, master of the title guardian of girls' dreams, you better be careful with her, be gentle, okay?" Zhongli Rui, ? An unexpected force? He wondered, opening the balcony door and startling Xiao Yu, who was about to enter. "You? Little fish?" Zhongli Rui was stunned for a moment. The unexpected power was actually the Storm Kingdom he had helped establish, and the flying swallow was actually Little Fish, the bat person he had treated like a child. Under the bright moonlight, Little Fish, who resembled a succubus, stood on her balcony. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling her jet-black hair. At this moment, her face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, her eyes like pools of autumn water, gazing at him expectantly. Those eyes, as pure as the stars in the night sky, were so innocent, filled with adoration, longing, and the unique, fervent light of a young girl. What drove Zhongli Rui crazy was that Little Fish looked exactly like him last year, when he first met them in the botanical garden. Back then, in their primitive warrior tribe style, they didn't have the concept of clothes. At this moment, the full moon and the faint light of the starry sky fully illuminated her, revealing the breathtakingly beautiful silhouette of the night princess, a succubus-like figure. "Grandmaster. Arui. Uncle, it's me. I come to repay your kindness. Thank you for saving my life during the day. Thank you for guiding us towards civilization, for creating an entire civilization for us, a home, a kingdom that fills us with hope and moves our souls. Uncle, today is the night of the full moon. When I think of these things, when I think of you, my whole body heats up. I want to dedicate myself to you. I want to become yours." "Oh no!" In Lingnan Prefecture, monitoring the backstage, Qin Shaoran was furious, her eyes blazing with rage. A pure young girl's proactive advances. Arui is utterly defenseless against this. Don't get excited. Sister, your pregnancy symptoms have been quite severe lately, Qin Xiaoyao comforted her. Daughters, you two should go to sleep, Bai Lingxin said with a wry smile. If you don't want anything to happen to the baby, both of you should rest properly. I'm watching over them. Nothing will happen. Arui listens to me very well. Upon hearing Bai Lingxin's words, the two sisters nodded in agreement. Zhong Lirui truly respected Bai Lingxin, treating her like a mother. Okay, we listen to you, Mom. The sisters obediently went to rest. In Athens, the ancient Greek capital, the Acropolis region, the entire sanctuary was shrouded in high-level optical camouflage. Holding the scepter of the goddess of victory and clad in Himisu, the embodiment of Athena of this era, Kido Saori, wielding her power, gazes westward, at Chikiki City in the Bering Strait region. My old sister Nyarlathotep, is this your first apostle in this dark age? The human emperor, Zhongli Rui. He actually dares to claim the title of guardian of girls' dreams? Let me see. Kido Saori, with her long, dark purple hair, frowned slightly after a flash of light in her eyes. Old sister, have you lost your mind? Such a scumbag playboy. This is blasphemy. This is a mockery of what I protect. Nyarlathotep sensed her best friend Athena, Saori, as displeasure and smiled towards Athens in the night sky. My dear sister, he protects girls' dreams, not their chastity. It is you who protects girls' chastity, not him and me. You? As for his character, you probably haven't seen the whole picture of his life. In my eyes, he's just like your Seiya, a representative of the glimmer of humanity. You gone too far. How could this playboy emperor be like my Seiya? Besides, I saw it, the relationship between the two of you, it's too filthy. Saori retorted angrily. I respect your insistence. But please respect the facts as well. You can use your power to see how many women he has saved. His title is not a joke, Nyarlathotep said casually. And my dear sister, how many people are left in the world now, whether in the divine realm or the human realm? I know what you're protecting. But times have changed. The resurrected world needs people, both in the human and divine realms. And I know that since the age of mythology, the one thing your family has never lacked is demigods. Nyarlathotep sighed softly. You know your own heart. You can reincarnate with your memories, but Seiya's life is already more than half over, isn't it? Seiya? Saori murmured unconsciously. The next moment, Seiya, a middle-aged man in his Sagittarius gold cloth with graying temples, slowly walked out. He stepped forward and took Saori's hand. Saori, what's wrong? Are you still grieving over this hopeless world? Seiya, was my decision 2 years ago to not interfere in humanity's internal conflicts wrong? Saori, whatever decision you make, I will always support you. Seiya's withered eyes remained gentle. A breeze picked up, and Saori's long, dark purple hair fluttered in the air. She turned her gaze back towards Chukeki. Meanwhile, on the surveillance footage, Bai Lingxin witnessed a hilarious scene. Zhong Lirui took off his bathrobe, hesitated for a moment looking at the winged figure of the little fish, then activated Shinjia's rage mode, wildly tearing the bathrobe into a sleeveless vest bathrobe that even a Batman could wear, and then, regardless of the little fish's consent, forcibly dressed her in this pajamas that he had hand-washed on the spot. Grandmaster. What's wrong? Xiaoyu asked, utterly bewildered. You still know how to call me Grandmaster? Zhong Lirui said irritably. Xiaoyu looked at the clothes forcibly put on her, a huge sense of loss welling up inside her. She lowered her head, tears welling up in the moonlight, looking utterly pitiful. Xiaoyu, why are you crying? Seeing Xiaoyu about to cry, Zhong Lirui felt a headache coming on. Master. I feel worthless. I can't repay your kindness. I have no family left except my sister. Master, I beg you, even if you don't want me you can. Take me as a maid, a subordinate, a slave. We Bat people are a warrior race that repays kindness. Today, you saved my life, so I'm yours. Please. Little fish, listen to me, Zhong Lirui said earnestly. I know your thoughts, and I know your traditions. But I saved you because, in my eyes, you're like my child, like my family. I don't need you to repay me with your body. Little fish was stunned then. Hesitantly she asked, Uncle Master, you. Do I look like your child? Yes. Zhong Lirui revealed a kind smile. You and your king are not only my allies, but in my eyes, you are both my children. I watched you grow up little by little, progress little by little, until today. Little fish, do you understand what I mean? My saving you is an elder's care for a younger generation. I don't need your repayment. I'm just happy to see you, and when Blade King grows strong and healthy, slowly moving towards a path suitable for your race's development, and for harmonious coexistence with other races and the world. Good child, do you understand? Xiaoyu looked at Zhongli Rui, clenching her fists as if she had made a great decision. Then, Uncle Master, since you think I'm like your child, can I call you Dad? Zhongli Rui, huh? Why? Uncle Zhongli, our father was a member of the Father Clan, a brutal, king-level bloodthirsty bat. My sister and I used to secretly catch fish for our mindless, limbless, and wailing mommy creatures. When our father wanted to beat us, our brother, Short Tooth, always stood up for us. To my troublesome sister and me, Short Tooth wasn't just a brother, but a real father. But a few months ago, he died a glorious death in battle. Now, my troublesome sister and I feel empty inside. Well, if it weren't for the righteous cause of fighting for our king, we'd be going crazy with grief. Uncle, I know you are the noble emperor, and I am lowly. Child, you are not lowly. Zhongli Rui suddenly placed his hands on Xiaoyu's shoulders, his eyes shining brightly. Your brother is a hero, a martyr, a glorious knight. He gave his life for glory, for protecting the people of the Dragon Clan. He will have eternal poetry and praise. And this glory belongs to you too. Child, don't belittle yourself like this. A girl's first step is to learn self-love, understand? Xiaoyu nodded blankly. Zhongli Rui looked at Xiaoyu, the child of a martyr, and then suddenly, the phantom of Xiaofeng appeared before him. I understand. Xiaoyu, I, Zhongli Rui, sincerely ask you today, are you willing to be my daughter, my child? I do, Dad, I do. All right. Today, I'm giving you my family name and naming you. Since you're flying among the clouds, I name you Zhongli Yunyu. Is that all right? Your nickname will still be Xiaoyu, little fish. How about that? Zhongli Yunyu. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, tears welling up in her eyes. Daddy, thank you. Zhongli Rui gently patted Xiaoyu's head. Go back to sleep early. You and I have strong recovery abilities. But injuries still take a toll on your energy. Go to sleep early, my good daughter. When you get back, tell Wind Blade King. When you're free, stay with Daddy, Mommy, and the other moms. It be lively at home. Okay. Zhongli Yunyu smiled through her tears. Yu Jia chuckles in the data world, Balingxin, smiling like an ant, Chen Xiaoran, secretly monitoring. You stinky Arui, do you have to be so loving? Fine, taking in a daughter is fine. It's just that this child is a bit uneducated. Our family are all geniuses. No problem, I tutor her when she gets back. Nearby, in midair, Naya smiled warmly. Sister, did you see that? Sorry, Athena, I can only say that at this moment, he has not desecrated the title. TCH, you really don't believe me? Okay, I give you another example. You see for yourself later. After Zhongli Yunyu flew back, Naya landed on the balcony and opened the door with her tentacles. Chapter 526. Sorry, Athena, frowned. Nyarlathotep, what are you doing? How could you do this? Hey, I always loved him. But today, I'm not doing that kind of thing. Today, I'm going to show you what he's really like. Nyarlathotep had only taken 2 steps forward when the great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor, waiting in the shadows, hesitantly materialized. Goddess sister, what are you doing here? Naya threatened calmly. Yujia, private mode, block. Don't worry, if you behave, I won't do anything to Arui. Otherwise, I use your accelerated world technique to make Arui experience what it's like to be forced into love for a year in just 2 hours. Yujia smiled bitterly in the data world, reluctantly activating private mode, and said to the nervous Balingxin and Chen Xiaoran, Mom, sister, the goddess of knowledge wants to discuss technical issues with Master. Zhongli Rui had just changed into a new bathrobe when he saw Naya enter the room, feeling all his strength drain away. At this moment, he had no intention of running away or resisting, because he knew that such resistance was futile. Sister Naya, what are you doing here? This place has turned into a bustling market tonight. I'm exhausted. Naya, her mind racing, replied, weren't you incredibly brave with your 3 consecutive victories? I wanted to join in, hee. Tomorrow you're going to fight the evil god of the Mayan civilization, so I'm here to cheer you on and boost morale, hee. With that, Naya extended her tentacles, coiled around Zhongli Rui, and the two lay on the bed. Zhongli Rui offered no resistance. Naya, seeing Zhongli Rui's lack of resistance, chuckled inwardly. Oh, so you given up? Sister Naya, actually, I really do have something I wanted to ask you. I was planning to ask you after the battle tomorrow. But since you're already here, I have no choice but to ask you, even if it's a bit shameless. Oh! Naya laughed heartily. You actually have something to ask me? What, you miss me? Sister Naya, I know you always been there. For that, I'm very grateful to you. You gave us hope, you gave us strength. Now, we have the ability to resist the catastrophic evil god that once destroyed a prehistoric civilization. Zhonglirui, still wrapped in tentacles, calmly said, for the remaining humans of this era, you are the guardian deity who saved the world. As the first apostle personally chosen by you, I am very honored. This? Naya hesitated for a moment, then chuckled, oh dear, you're flattering me. But I'm very happy that you... So that's it. Yes, what you said is indeed true. But the purpose of saying all this is to escape this predicament, right? Escape what predicament? Zhonglirui smiled bitterly, but then admitted frankly, I have a request. Inwardly, Zhonglirui thought, sigh. The result of Yu Jian mobilizing the computing power of 3 servers to confront her head-on, with powerful electronic warfare data bodies. I couldn't escape either. My current Emperor's banner was given to me by her. Moreover, she truly bestowed an immense favor upon humanity, truly saved us from extinction. Although I don't know if Naya, this chaos god who has lived for thousands of years, did these things on a whim or for some other reason, the fact remains, she saved me, she saved the human world, she is my greatest benefactor. Even just for that reason alone, I will fight for her in this life, like a true apostle, although she is powerful enough that she may not need it. Oh! Naya asked with interest. Then, after a moment's thought, she asked, Little Rui, let me guess, are you trying to save an innocent girl? Yes, Zhonglirui replied honestly. Sister Naya, Olga, I want to find a way to save her after this battle is over. Then, with a thought, Zhonglirui conjured up the scene of Olga's encounter with him in the air. Athena's eyes deepened. This girl, how come she's stronger than the Amazon warriors? Why does she need to be saved? Naya asked knowingly. This girl possesses power that even you can't match, regenerative abilities. How many soldiers dream of such power, yet you want to save her? Zhonglirui sighed. This isn't a gift, it's a curse. The nanobots on my body were created by Aunt Bai and Shinjinkun from my previous life, with love and a heart for humanity. Therefore, almost all of their functions are for the benefit of humanity. And the second-generation nanobots on Olga, Shinjie, and Murong Chanfeng were created by Chen. After losing his wife and daughter, Shinkuan, blinded by vengeful rage, created war machines solely for revenge, and the same goes for that flesh flute with guiding power. Those things shouldn't exist in this world. Olga's original form, and her current form, she did want to become a soldier like her father and brothers, but she didn't want to become this kind of flesh and blood war machine. Also, this thing will reduce her lifespan by 60%, instead of like me, whose lifespan is 3 times longer than normal. Even though Naya already knew this, seeing Zhonglirui, though bound and pinned to the bed, still radiating righteousness and humanity, she was still momentarily stunned. Sorry, Athena, unconsciously tightened her grip on the scepter of victory. She said incredulously, this emperor, who's going to pilot a mecha to fight the evil god tomorrow, is actually thinking about saving that innocent girl tonight? Naya, multitasking, replied, Old sister, now you see? I always choose the best believers, especially apostles. For thousands of years, you should trust my taste. Then you help him? This is a bit difficult. This combination of nanobots and biological organisms is at the nanoscale, at the genetic level. The already formed body cannot be fully restored. And if we completely disable the nanobots on her body, it will only hasten the girl's death. Is it that difficult? You and your saints have been in sanctuary for too long. You don't know now, The nanobots used on the apostle have actually turned him into a semi-silicon-based life form, similar to you. However, you are the highest level semi-silicon-based life form capable of reincarnating with your memories, while my apostles have only just entered the realm of semi-silicon-based life forms, Nyarlathotep side. This change is permanent. The only way to truly save her is to extract a portion of the girl's flesh and blood, cleanse the second-generation nanobots using purification technology, and then use the technology of the Changsheng group to clone and recreate her body. Then we can use your method. But this presents a major problem. When transferring the soul, only. Sorry, Athena, paused, only by killing the old individual? Yes, Nyarlathotep sighed, this is a paradox. To save a girl, kill her first, then resurrect her? Do you think our guardian of the girl's dreams, the little Emperor Zhonglirui, could bring himself to do it? To kill an innocent girl in the name of saving her? Sorry, Athena's shock. Is this the dilemma he faces? Hasn't he faced enough paradoxes? When did this world become so twisted? Sorry, Athena, as beautiful eyes flickered and she sighed softly. Now you see. This is what my apostle and I are trying to reverse, Nyarlathotep said calmly. Sorry, Athena, said nothing more and looked up at the starry sky. In the room, after some thought, Nyarlathotep said with a slightly serious expression, I talked to you about this privately after you dealt with Lloyd. It won't be an easy decision for you. Is that so? Jean Leroy was a little worried seeing Nyarlathotep's seriousness. Don't worry. Concentrate. Tomorrow, finish what needs to be done first, Nyarlathotep smiled. Okay, Nyarlathotep, thank you. Nyarlathotep kissed Jean Leroy. Sorry, Athena Nyarlathotep, you gone too far treating your apostle like this. Nyarlathotep continued, seemingly multitasking, and replied dismissively, I really like him. I'm already being very restrained, compared to those so-called masters of the Hawan sect in those novels from 2 years ago, hee. Sorry, Athena, that's too obscene. Look at you, you're second generation of 5 bronze saints. Even Longfeng is already an old man. What kind of relationship is this with Saya? Is it meaningful to torment each other like this? Sorry, Athena, fell into a long silence. Her gaze fell on the Sagittarius Palace. In the room, Nyarlathotep's passionate kiss lasted for almost a minute before they finally parted. Nyarlathotep, what is this? This time, there's no knowledge, no memory. I just wanted to kiss you, Arui. Nyarlathotep smiled. Sister Naya. Let's do this. This is also my blessing to you. Naya gently touched Jean Leroy's nose with her tentacle. Tomorrow, with my blessing, go for it. Defeat the evil god, save the world, and rebuild civilization. I am with you. Sister Naya, thank you. Looking at Jean Leroy's sincere gaze, Naya smiled contentedly. She gently put Jean Leroy down, kissed him on the head again, and slowly rose into the air. Under the moonlight, her figure gradually disappeared. A gust of wind swept by, and she was gone. Jean Leroy looked at the still open balcony door, feeling a mix of emotions. I just wanted to kiss you. Let's do this, okay? The last 2 words were stopped by Naya, with my blessing, go for it. She might really be a kind girl. In the night sky, recalling the scenes from before, Jean Leroy sighed deeply, closed the balcony door, and collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 527. At dawn the following day, the Allied forces of the 3 nations launched Operation Raging Wave, an attack on Chagulek Island, where the monster legion of Project Creation was assembling under the Aleutian Islands God of Creation plan. In fact, the first wave of attack troops had already quietly departed the previous night. Several warships from Cape Dishnia Fortress, taking advantage of the exceptionally long winter night, quietly arrived at the radar shadows of another Aleutian island, 60 nautical miles from the target island, and waited. Transport planes from Russia and Dakian also airdropped 5 companies of high-performance, long-range rocket artillery, range 120 to 300 kilometers, and concentrated launchers of the Willow Blade 2 loitering thermobaric missiles onto the island last night. By dawn, these long-range fire support units were already deployed. Master, Brigadier General Alyosha awoke last night. Despite his illness, he suggested to Solikov that additional airdrop troops be deployed to long-range strike positions. Yujia reported from the Xianyuan Mecca. This supplementary strategy is excellent. This way, if our rapid reaction force runs out of firepower, the long-range fire support group can provide backup, preventing us from being helpless. This is called a pincer movement, Jean Leroy said calmly. Natasha's husband, Chief of Staff Brigadier General Alyosha, is a formidable figure. In fact, many of Solikov's strategies and key decisions rely on his advice. He's practically Russia's right-hand man now. Luckily, you maintained a high profile last night and didn't touch his wife, Yujia chuckled. It won't be awkward later. You're right. Actually, that was one of my considerations last night. Yelena and Solikov are very close, and her best friend Natasha is the fiancée of the most likely next leader. If I touched these 2 unlucky ones, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Master, may I say you're brilliant? Yujia chuckled. Sure, it's nothing really. I've been in this position for a while now, and sometimes, putting myself in someone else's shoes, it's not hard to understand the pros and cons of things, Jean Leroy said calmly. Although we're allies now because of a common enemy, things at the top are never simple. Alright, Yujia, today, join me in a team battle to slay the god. Yes, master. Ling Anzhou, backstage. Bai Lingxin patted Qin Shi on shoulder, looked at Qin Xiaoyao, and smiled. Are you relieved now? So, Arui accepted me, Xiaoyao, and big sister because, just as you thought, Bai Lingxin smiled, he's quite clever now, knowing what's pure and what's tainted. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyao interlaced his fingers and grinned, his standards are really high now. I read the information, Natasha and Yelena were both beauty pageant champions and runners-up at Military Academy, top-tier exotic Rakshasa beauties. Qin Shaoran smiled subtly, he became the human emperor, and his standards have become discerning. I read the information, actually, his ex-wife Lu Xiaoya was even more toxic than Yelena. She abandoned him, because she was greedy and materialistic. Although Yelena's intentions weren't pure, she was quite devoted to Arui. Chikiki City, New Rakshasa Kingdom headquarters. Watching the allied forces depart, a strange light gleamed in Alyosha's eyes. General, victory is assured. He saluted the departing troops, secretly swallowing the blood in his mouth. Chief of Staff, the fire support team was deployed last night on the island 60 nautical miles away. 2 escort ships will simultaneously attack the island from the west after the main attack force has reached within 2 hours of their attack range. Didn't we alert them? Judging from the satellite imagery, the current state of the monster forces on Chagulak Island and the Mayan statue in the bay to the north of the island. No. Good, pay attention to the attack. Order. Alyosha quickly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. His handkerchief was stained red. Seeing this, Alexei hesitated. Chief of Staff, this won't do. You should go back to the hospital. I take over the support command. I'm fine, just an old injury that hasn't fully healed. Alyosha Koken gave a pale smile. Today is the day our valiant Rakshasa avenges Lloyd. How can I be absent? Do your job. Yes, Chief of Staff. Nearby at the doorway, Natasha watched anxiously as her fiancé, struggling to maintain his support command from the rear, watched with immense worry. Alyosha. On the Bering Sea, the Bison 1 and Bison 2, at a speed of 66 knots, sped towards their target island to the south. Commander, we be entering the combat zone in 2 hours. Order the fire support team to prepare. Escorts to Lloyd at full speed. Inform Chief Executive Zhongli and Commander Liang in the sky. Dagger Strike Team, first group, prepare? Yes, sir. 1 hour and 55 minutes later, 2 Bison ships and 2 escorts appeared 4 kilometers north of Chagulak Island. Lloyd, huh? Has Solikov gone mad? Sending only 2 Bison ships and 2 escorts, such a small fleet, to come here to die? Lloyd, be careful. I detected that the mech with the nuclear strike capability from last time is also above the small fleet. Princess Poseidon warned warily. Now, we're over 600 kilometers from Chikiki. He has no scruples. Be careful, he might launch a nuclear missile at the slightest provocation. Lloyd was shocked, realizing that the enemy had no reason to hold back now. Its nerves tightened instantly. The next moment, Solikov stood on the bridge of the Bison 1 and calmly ordered, Surprise 1 to 3 launch. Roger, Bison 1. In the sky, 3 S-34 ground attack aircraft launched a 1.5-ton heavy glide thermobaric bomb each from 3 angles, starting 10 kilometers away. The 3 heavy glide thermobaric bombs gracefully flew from 3 directions toward the not-so-large Chagulak Island. Shortly afterward, from the perspective of a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, spectacular shockwave rings appeared at the 3 monster army gathering points on Chagulak Island, sweeping across the entire island with overwhelming force. Then, on the island, which was only 8.5 square kilometers in size, 3 enormous, scarlet fireballs appeared. 3 areas, each the size of a football field, were engulfed by intense heat and flames. Lloyd's internal information processing device sensed that the 3,500 monsters gathered on the island had suddenly decreased by approximately 1,200. The Rakshasa have gone mad. They launched a massive thermobaric attack. Lloyd explained in shock, 20 meters underwater in the bay. Just as it was about to order its monster squadron to take off and scatter, an even more despairing scene unfolded. From the western sky, countless missiles and rockets, trailing white flames, hurtled towards the island. Those dense, rain-like missiles and rockets, with their fierce momentum, instantly enveloped the entire Chagulak Island. Each missile and rocket was like a messenger of death, carrying the power to destroy everything. Lloyd's eyes widened, filled with terror and disbelief. It tried to issue commands for the monster squadron to take cover, but in the face of this overwhelming attack, all commands seemed utterly powerless. The missiles arrived first, exploding amidst the monster army. Bolts of flame shot into the sky with deafening explosions. Countless monsters were blasted to pieces, screaming in agony. Immediately afterward, missiles struck their targets with pinpoint accuracy, the massive impact tearing the ground apart. The once arrogant monsters, under the missile's power, were as fragile as ants. Lloyd felt his body tremble. He never expected the combined attack from the three nations to be so fierce and sudden. He stared at the rising smoke and flames on the island, his heart filled with rage. Insignificant humans. How dare you provoke me, the god of the sea? Take off at any cost, attack the fleet in the sea. Under Lloyd's command, approximately 600 mutated Quetzalcoatl and 200 self-destructing attack-type small flying dragons barely managed to take off, swarming towards the small fleet that had now approached within 3 kilometers of the bay. Zhong Lirui, watching the approaching target group, calmly contacted Chen Pan. "Uncle, are you ready?" Chen Pan smiled. "Ready?" Zhong Lirui also contacted the fleet below, saying, "Salikov, prepare for air defense." Salikov carefully replied, "No problem." When the flying dragon swarm approached the small fleet to within 1.5 kilometers, Chen Pan fired first. He launched a new type of thermobaric missile. The missile, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled towards the flying dragon swarm. Lloyd, in the sea, was horrified. "Scatter!" he hurriedly ordered. However, his order came too late. Despite the pterosaurs' attempts to disperse, approximately 200 of various pterosaurs were reduced to ashes in midair. Next, the Xianyuan mech launched 7 sword-slaying drones. Simultaneously, the Minghong mech fighter launched 4 sentry drones. The savage mechs on the Bison 1 and 2, along with the clothes and weapon systems on the frigates, began spitting fire. Green lasers and the glow of tracer rounds ripped through the sky above the bay. Under the dazzling anti-aircraft fire, one pteranodon after another was shot down. Smaller pteranodons, disregarding the hail of bullets, charged recklessly towards the frigates. In a flash, a small pteranodon, strapped with a 20-kilogram explosive vest, crashed into the frigate. An explosion occurred at the stern of the frigate. Flanker 2 has been hit. 3 wounded. Fire under control. The captain of the Flanker 2 frigate reported urgently. Princess Shinobu Kujira, watching the battle unfold, slammed her fist on the control panel in her secret dungeon in North America. "That idiot Lloyd! He still has a chance to run, but it'd be gone soon! Doesn't he know that losing a Mayan divine body means it's impossible to regenerate it like the desert dragon?" At this moment, Zhong Lirui raised the Xianyuan mech, its right hand wielding the new high-powered laser cannon. "Yu Jia, are there any issues with energy output when using Greatsword mode on both engines?" Zhong Lirui asked Yu Jia. "Master, as long as you don't use Greatsword mode on only one engine, there won't be any problems. Remember, Greatsword mode only lasts for 10 seconds. After use, there's a 2-minute cooldown." "Good." Staring at the swarm of pterosaurs in the sky, Zhong Lirui's eyes gleamed. Chapter 528. Faced with over 400 pterosaurs still swarming in the sky, Zhong Lirui first locked onto the airspace sector of the remaining self-destructing pterosaurs. The high-powered new laser cannon on the right hand of the Xianyuan mech suddenly fired a thick, bright green beam of light. However, this beam wasn't a spot shot. It swept across the sky above the swarming pterosaurs. The smaller self-destructing pterosaurs, instantly struck by the laser, experienced a series of airbursts. The last 30 small self-destructing pterosaurs were completely destroyed. "Lloyd, this is my last warning. Run! Your minion's last means of attacking the ships is gone. If you don't run now, you have no chance." Kaneda Rin communicated with exasperation. "Salikov is too arrogant. Using warships against me? Fighting me, the sea god, in the ocean? That's his biggest mistake." Lloyd no longer cared about the fate of the Air Force, twisting his divine body to turn, his massive head aimed at the fleet. Salikov sneered, "This guy's getting desperate, trying to fight us hand to hand? Fine, we should set up a camp then. Flankers 1 and 2. Drapery flanking maneuver. He's not diving very deep now. Use the powerful RBU-12,000s to bombard him. Rapid fire." "Yes, Commander." From a high-altitude perspective, the small Allied fleet changed formation. Bison 1 and 2, accelerating to 66 knots, quickly reached within 1.5 kilometers of Lloyd's sides and began rhythmically launching waterspout RBU-6000s. Flankers 1 and 2, meanwhile, turned around and began launching RBU-12,000s from their automatic launchers while simultaneously kiting the approaching Lloyd. One after another, massive, rocket-propelled depth charges hurtled towards the path beside the Mayan statue. When the 71-kilogram Type 12,000 depth charge, boosted by its rocket, plunged into the abyss, its trajectory resembled a vertically falling meteorite. The moment it hit the surface, the hissing sound of its brass fuse was swallowed by the seawater. The charge pierced the inky black water at 30 meters per second, leaving a trail of boiling white eddies. The energy released by the explosion created a depth cavity 10 meters in diameter. The shockwave spread outwards at 1,500 meters per second, like countless transparent hammers striking water molecules, compressing the surrounding seawater into a fluid with a density comparable to metal. Nearby, small schools of fish were instantly shattered under the overpressure, pinkish fragments floating like broken coral reefs in the sea near the blast center. As the shockwave from each depth charge reached the surface, the entire area of sea suddenly bulged into an inverted cone shape. Millions of tons of seawater were hurled high into the air, forming a ring-shaped water wall over 50 meters in diameter, equivalent to a 7-story building in height. Under the influence of gravity, the water wall collapsed into countless diamond-shaped waves, the infrasound generated as it fell causing resonance on the decks of ships 1.5 kilometers away. The outermost waves had already turned into a fine mist, while the central area continued to collapse, forming a whirlpool funnel that lasted for 30 seconds. This terrifying cycle continued. Strangely, due to the continuous hurling of the water wall into the air, under the refraction of sunlight, a sinister, beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky around the Xianyuan and Minghong aircraft, which were still clearing out the remaining monster air force. Lloyd's mind trembled violently. The shockwave pain that coursed through his entire body, with each depth charge exploding near his body, was excruciating. Even more terrifying was that the Allied forces weren't launching this horrific weapon from a single location, but from all around. This small fleet surrounded him, allowing the rocket-assisted depth charge launchers to roar. Although his divine body was enormous, and although he possessed super regeneration, he was truly injured. And the injuries were getting worse. Wow, is this some kind of old 20th century World War II naval warfare movie? Zhong Lirui scoffed lightly. The kind where they hunt Third Reich submarines? Don't mind the details. Chen Pan/Chen Jinkuen chuckled easily. In anti-submarine warfare, depth charges are much more effective than electromagnetic railguns and laser cannons. Solikov, the party started? Do you mind if we join in? Liang's voice rang out. 2 ILS-38 anti-submarine large fighter jets appeared in the nearby airspace. Not at all. Solikov smiled. At this moment, the launchers on the Bison 1 had just finished firing a round and were reloading. The technicians had devised a semi-automatic loading method last night, using 2 engineer-type Savages to replace ordinary soldiers for loading the RBU-6000S. Judging from the on-site results, the engineers were right. While the loading speed of the engineer-type Savage wasn't as fast as the automatic loading speed of a frigate, it was still significantly faster than manual loading. You idiot. Shinobu Kubanata closed her eyes, shaking her head in disappointment. Instead of diving down to escape, you charged straight into their trap. Do you think your 300-meter-long body is more durable than a battleship? Forget it. If we lose the Mayan divine body now, we completely lose our ability to attack coastal fortresses and cities before we fully master the Windrunner divine body. She abruptly removed her outer garment, revealing an ancient pendant around her neck. A scale from the Yamata no Orochi. Shinobu Kubanata walked to a special decoration, changed into a unique, shimmering blue neural-connected suit, and entered a special device. Long-range connection. Second main force, feathered serpent divine body. 50 kilometers behind, a colossal creature, over 30 meters long and with a wingspan exceeding 60 meters, soared through the air with an almost illogical yet elegant posture. Its 60-meter-wide wing membrane unfolded like a long, ink-splashed scroll, each feather gleaming with a bronze-like, eerie green luster, flowing like liquid metal in the setting sun. Its over 30-meter-long body curved like a crescent moon, its scales overlapping from its neck to its tailbone, resembling a jade scepter dropped from the hands of a Mayan priest. When it flapped its wings, the vortices created by its wingtips tore the clouds into wisps, while its serpentine head remained raised towards the sky, the phosphorescent light flickering in its eye sockets echoing the distant stars. This colossal creature, defying the laws of physics, glided in an aerodynamic manner. The buoyancy generated by its wingspan should have made it as cumbersome as an airship, but instead, it moved like a marionette pulled by invisible threads, tracing lazy curves in the air. It led a swarm of over 1,200 mutated Quetzalcoatlus, carrying support troops for the Sand Scorpion airborne troops, and 300 smaller, self-destructing attack wyverns. After emitting a strange cry, the wyvern horde split into 2 groups. One group continued to be led by the giant flying monster, headed straight for Chakra Island. The other group, approximately 300 transport wyverns and 50 smaller, self-destructing attack wyverns, turned and headed towards the island 120 kilometers away, where it had previously launched long-range fire support. At one moment, its eyes suddenly lit up. Human Emperor, Supreme Commander, Grand Commander, The current three sovereigns of humanity, I, the last descendant of the gods, the sea god princess, Shinobu Kusanada, will meet you. Alyosha stared at the radar chart and quickly discovered the presence of this special operations team. Oh no! Reinforcements from Honolulu have arrived. There's even a flying, catastrophic level evil god monster. Good heavens, what did those people from the Creation Project dig up and resurrect? Are they trying to destroy the world? Cough cough cough. He coughed up blood again. Deputy Chief of Staff Alexei stepped forward to support Alyosha. Chief of Staff, what do we do now? The three lords are still engaged in fierce fighting in the bay. The fire support point forces are mainly long-range attackers, very weak in anti-aircraft defense. They only have infantry automatic weapons for air defense. I remember sending the Iron Man unit to the fire support point, right? Yes, but only 2 squads, 24 units. Alexei said awkwardly. In yesterday's battle, the Iron Man unit itself. There are only about 70 soldiers. Today, for the safety of the assault team, all 46 air defense-enhanced Savage helicopters have been deployed on the Bison and frigates. Damn it, 300 transport wing longs will drop at least 1,200 Sand Scorpions. They'd be there in an hour. Not to mention our attack helicopters can't catch up, and that fire support island is still outside the combat radius of the K-52 attack helicopters. Cough cough cough. Chief of Staff. Guards, help the Chief of Staff down to rest. Alexei, seeing blood seeping from Alyosha's fingertips as he coughed, gritted his teeth and ordered, now, I will temporarily assume the duties of the Chief of Staff. Alexei, you. This is treason. Alyosha panicked. Senior, your sister-in-law hasn't even had your wedding yet. You can't die. Besides, given the situation, you're not fit to continue commanding. Leave it to me, Alexei said anxiously. Then, I ask you, what's the situation? How are you going to deal with it? Speak. I send the Air Force on a 670-kilometer raid to support the Western Fire Support Group. Also, I send transport planes to airdrop paratroopers. You're sending our soldiers to their deaths. Cough cough cough. Alyosha coughed up blood again, panting. We only have 12 fighter jets available now. 4 of them are already en route with the daggers, leaving 8 fighter jets. You're going to fight 50 suicide-destructing pteranodons. And we only have 3 Ilyushin IL-76 transport planes left. Ha. At most, we can transport 300 ordinary paratroopers and about 6 armored vehicles at once to deal with 1,200 Sand Scorpions. Yesterday, 2,400 Sand Scorpions devoured 35% of our city in a short time. Although at that time, we were severely damaged by the Maya. Insufficient manpower. That's right. I immediately request reinforcements from Governor Yelena and Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Pu. Ask for her 5 fighter jets and the Great Qian's airborne mechs, the Yinglong Wings, to come to our aid. I saw them yesterday. Their Yinglong Wings Type 2 have firepower comparable to the Savage, but are much faster. The idea is finally right. But you? Immediately. Ha. Ha. Alyosha grabbed Alexei, desperately pleading, immediately contact the commander and the emperor and ask him to send troops. Alyosha's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, exhausted. Yes. Senior, wake up. Guards. Medics. Come quick. Alyosha. No. Natasha, who was nearby, could no longer hold back and rushed over with the guards. After the guards and Natasha carried Alyosha, who had fallen into a coma again, away on a stretcher, Alexei, in accordance with regulations, took over Alyosha's duties and urgently contacted Solikov and Jean Leroux. What? Again? Solikov gritted his teeth, seeing the advantageous situation in the bay. Jean Leroux and Chen Pan, having just swept through and cleared the airspace, were shocked upon receiving the news. His face was grave. Flying, a catastrophe-class monster, the evil god. Watching the exploding water columns rising and falling in the bay, and staring at the 2 approaching aerial forces on the radar, Jean Leroux took a deep breath. He simultaneously contacted Yelena, Zhao Pu, and Chen Pan. Listen up, everyone, we're in trouble. Meanwhile, in the nearby airspace, inside a high-level stealth Crimson Neck, Nyarlathotep coldly monitored the giant flying catastrophe-class monster leading its swarm of flying dragons towards Chagurak Island. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. The technology used on this flying serpent is a combination of Quetzalcoatl, Yamata no Orochi, and Itaqua. Just as she was about to act, Hastur coldly said, Sister, if you continue this reckless behavior, I have no choice but to send the Wind Kirin and Cheongchi to arrest you. Naya angrily retorted, Court, I accuse the judge of dereliction of duty for failing to act in the face of the repeated desecration of the corpses of a divine family. Haster, you. This Quetzalcoatl uses forbidden divine technologies from my child, Yamada no Orochi, and your son, Itakwa. Moreover, they have violated regulations by using semi-silicon-based bio-based anti-gravity technology. And you're still restricting my actions. Court, please examine my accusations. Please suspend Judge Haster's authority. Because he has committed dereliction of duty. Haster remained silent for a long time. The proposal of Nyarlathotep, the god of chaos and knowledge, has been accepted by this court. The accuser's arguments are supported by partial evidence. Final judge, King in Yellow, Haster, in your authority suspend. Haster, as if all his strength had been drained, left the captain's cabin. Do what you want. Little Nyarlathotep, I'm tired. I won't be as cowardly as you, brother. Nyarlathotep's eyes shone with determination. My apostles, and I will personally reverse the tragedy of this world. For thousands of years, I have hated bad E&D. Chapter 529. After hearing Zhong Lirui's emergency deployment, Zhao Pu was the most quick to agree. Remember, you don't need the stealth vehicles, but bring twice the ammunition. Zhong Lirui instructed, you're facing an enemy dozens of times your size. In battle, focus on precision firing. Try to use 7.62mm ammunition first. If necessary, coordinate with the Russian infantry. Yes, Chief Executive, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Zhao Pu agreed, then logged off to prepare urgently. Next was Yelena. Arui, how can you face a feathered serpent god, 900 airdrop pterodactyls, and 250 suicide attack pterodactyls all by yourself? No way. As an Air Force Lieutenant General, I raise a tactical objection. Yelena was extremely dissatisfied with Zhong Lirui's suggestion to send all 5 of her fighter jets to support another island. Chief Executive, I know your Xuanyuan's combat strength is very strong. But, is it too much to expect you to single-handedly resist an attacking air force? Chen Pan also expressed his objection to Zhong Lirui's suggestion that he also go to support the other island. Zhong Lirui, however, firmly stated, Lieutenant General Yelena, Senior Engineer Chen, I'm sending you because if I need to clear the area here and you're engaged in aerial combat nearby, I won't dare to act, and I have to consider the scope of the impact. Chen Pan was taken aback. Huh? Chief Executive. What are you planning to use? I'm sending you because you can use that too. If the conventional forces can't hold out, you can, like me, kill them all in one shot and hold the line. But, you're not unwilling. But what? I don't want to misuse fishing grounds near the city. But this place is 670 kilometers away from Chikiki, and it's not a fishing ground. This is a volcanic island, so it's naturally radioactive. A tactical level air strike won't affect the citizens' fishing at all. I just confirmed with Yu Jia that the wind direction here is northeast at this time of year. It won't affect anyone. We're not throwing the Tsar Bomba. Yelena hadn't quite grasped the situation, but Chen Pan already understood. Lieutenant General Yekaterina, Chen Pan and Yelena aren't that close, so he can't call her Yelena. I understand, the chief executive is concerned about you. He's preparing to launch the same clearing operation as yesterday against those bastards. Tactics, if that's the case, it's definitely better for you and the Air Force's ace pilots to stay out of that airspace. Radiation, electromagnetic waves, shockwaves, and all that, it's really bad for you women. Upon hearing this, Yelena finally understood Zhong Lirui's intention. He had not only deployed combat units with super strike capabilities as a bottom-line guarantee on both battlefields, but he had also positioned his own battlefield in the Western Theater, where the probability of a tactical nuclear strike was lower. Arui. Yelena sniffed, thank you. Don't worry, the Western Theater is in our Air Force and airborne troops' hands. Yelena went offline to prepare urgently. Uncle, thank you for earlier. Zhong Lirui sighed. No need to thank me. I guess that's what you really thought, right? You even withstood the heat radiation of a thermobaric bomb for her sake. Sigh, she had her own agenda, but her responsibility and enthusiasm for the people are genuine. She's a decent ally and partner. Hey, aren't my Xiaoyao and Shaoran the best? Chen Pan seized the opportunity to praise his 2 daughters. The next moment, Zhong Lirui communicated telepathically, not by phone, saying, Dad, thank you for trusting me so much. Finish your call early, let's go home and have dinner together. Chen Pan felt a warmth in his heart, and his eyes welled up with tears. Ha, Arui, you underestimate me. You're fighting 2 evil gods all by yourself here. I'm just dealing with a bunch of grunts over there. What's so difficult about that? Wait for me. I clear the area over there and cruise over to support you immediately. Over here, the fleet's air defenses can help. I scanned it. The small fleet's 2 escort ships are professional air defenses, and the 4 ships also have 46 Savage mechs helping with air defense. My pressure isn't that exaggerated. Besides, I don't think those 30-meter-long things in the air can withstand a one-shot kill. As for the sea, Solikov and his men brought half a depot of anti-submarine weapons, enough to make Lloyd very happy. Zhong Leroy said half-jokingly. That's true, and we still have room for error. If you can fire another shot, I can fire another. Okay. I listen to you. See you later. Chun Pan smiled, activated the Minghong mech fighter's cruise mode, and headed straight for the western island. Backstage, Bai Lingxin covered her mouth and chuckled, Hey see? Your deadbeat dad's backing you two up. Chen Xiaoran, whispering to Chen Xiaoyao, I'm fine, you need it. Little sister, you're too reserved. If you really want to be favored, you really need to learn from Chi Gu. Chen Xiaoyao, whispering to Chen Xiaoyao, Sister. I'm already quite surprised he wants me now. We were planning to just keep it quiet, Chen Xiaoran, whispering to Chen Xiaoyao, You spineless coward. That was then. Now that they want you, aren't you going to fight for it? If you were transported to an ancient harem, you wouldn't survive 3 episodes. Chen Xiaoyao, shock. 20 minutes later, the naval battle in the bay continued. Lloyd was covered in wounds, his turning and movement speed noticeably reduced. Moreover, due to the continuous bombardment of depth charges, he couldn't escape to the deeper sea. Damn it, damn humans. Having been hit by countless depth charges, Lloyd was now completely disoriented, even his mind was hazy. Lloyd, you idiot, remember, there won't be a next time. Shinobu Kyuden telepathically communicated. In the sky, the body of the feathered serpent god appeared, undulating like a swimming fish, alongside over 1,000 various pterosaurs. Zhong Leroy contacted Solikov. Solikov, order the troops to launch a full-scale anti-air attack. These pterosaurs are dropping sand scorpions and launching self-destruct attacks. Be extremely careful. As for that feathered serpent, deal with it. Understood. The next moment, Solikov ordered, Iron Man unit, all of you, onto the deck. On the 4 ships of the small fleet, 46 Savage mechs boarded the deck, their light and heavy machine guns and the miniature anti-aircraft missiles mounted on their backs aimed at the incoming force. Suddenly, the Ujia alarm sounded. High energy alarm. High energy alarm. The enemy's feathered serpent has locked onto Bison 1. What? A series of special gem-like structures lined both sides of the feathered serpent's body, gradually glowing from its tail. As these strange lights spread from its tail to the top of the evil god's head, the light on the feathered serpent's head suddenly intensified. Its enormous eye suddenly burst forth with an unusually intense light. Immediately afterward, a pink beam of light, even thicker than Zhong Leroy's previous greatsword mode, shot out from the eye, heading straight for Bison 1. Dodge! Dodge! Solikov shouted. Boom! A deafening explosion. A small explosion occurred in the center of the 3 thrust fans on Bison 1. Bison 1 has been hit. Fan 2 engine damaged, speed reduced by 30%. The pilot shouted. Zhong Leroy's mind reeled. This beam of light was the same thick pulsed laser beam emitted from the eyes of the Windrunner in his nightmares. Now, this feathered serpent could actually fire it from one eye. The appearance of Bison 1 at this moment was strikingly similar to the Bishi's final destruction in his dream. It turned out that reality was far more terrifying than his premonitions. The Creation God project had not only begun to infiltrate Cthulhu Outer God technology, but had also partially achieved modular replication. Seeing this, Liang and ILS-38 trembled slightly. Brother Zhongli, what do we do? Zhong Leroy gritted his teeth. Your anti-submarine aircraft should take cover. The fleet should be careful with air defense and continue bombing Lloyd. I deal with this overpowered flying serpent. Overpowered, huh? Fine, who doesn't have that? Let's see whose is stronger. Liang was stunned, his expression turning to shock. Could it be that Zhong Leroy hadn't used his full strength yet? Okay. Sea Lion 1 and Sea Lion 2. Temporarily leave the combat airspace. Liang thought for a moment, then led the 2 large anti-submarine aircraft around. High energy alert. High energy alert. The enemy's feathered serpent has locked onto Bison 1 again. Yu Jiao warned. Increase power. Go! Zhong Leroy gritted his teeth. Mirror return system, activate. Master. Alright. Yu Jia didn't object. 50 seconds later, the Feathered Serpent launched a second high-energy impact beam attack on Bison 1. Watching Quetzalcoatl charge up again to unleash a high-energy laser beam, Salikov straightened his collar. "My warriors, it is my honor to serve you." Nearby officer saluted, deeply moved. The next moment, the high-energy impact beam struck, only to be blocked by a massive golden figure. Xian Yuan, in mecha form, stood above Bison 1. Low-temperature plasma-charged shield, full power. Zhong Lirui shouted. Xuan Yuan's mecha shone brightly, the low-temperature plasma-charged shield radiating a dazzling golden light, colliding violently with a thick pink beam, erupting with blinding light and intense energy fluctuations. Ripples spread across the shield's surface, seemingly enduring immense pressure, yet it stubbornly resisted the beam's impact. "Hold on, Xian Yuan." Zhong Lirui's eyes were fixed on the screen. "Master, the low-temperature plasma-charged shield is overcharged to nearly 120%, its energy overload even exceeding the full power of Engine 3. It needs to be activated," Yu Jiao warned. Shinobu Kubanashi was utterly shocked. "Emperor Zhongli Rui has also mastered technology that doesn't belong to this era?" Zhongli Rui sneered. "Yes, it's time to unleash it. Great sword form, full power, counterattack." The Xian Yuan mech, while defending, raised its right arm's high-energy large laser cannon. Shinobu Kubanashi was utterly stunned. "Huh?" The Feathered Serpent God stopped its beam attack, and began to spew white mist from its head. Soon, the Feathered Serpent God was enveloped in mist. "Fire!" Zhongli Rui shouted. A huge, bright green laser beam shot straight at the Feathered Serpent God. The thick laser beam struck the Feathered Serpent God, but due to the refraction and interference of the white mist, its power was greatly reduced, only causing some burn damage. "TCH, using mist to block the laser." When Salikov saw Quetzalcoatl's mist significantly weaken its laser, he was first shocked, then fell into deep thought. Inside the Xian Yuan mech, Yu Jia reported, "Master, Quetzalcoatl also possesses super regeneration capabilities. Its burns are healing." "Then, let's test it with live ammunition." Zhong Lirui simultaneously contacted Salikov. "Brother, don't stand still. Anti-aircraft barrage, counterattack." Salikov reacted, then grabbed the radio and roared, "All units, fire!" The 8 savages on the deck of Bison 1, along with the anti-aircraft cannons, plus the anti-aircraft firepower of the nearby fleet, began to roar. Kishinada Shinobu felt the torrential attack on his divine body, continuing to exhale water mist, while turning to try and dodge. This former supreme god of South Asia and America is really troublesome, much harder to deal with than the big fish in the sea. Zhong Lirui breathed a slight sigh of relief. On the instrument panel, the cooling system of the laser main cannon on the right arm of the mech was still on cooldown. While dodging, Shinobu Kujira used telepathic communication to command the nearby pterodactyl forces to begin their attack. Human bomber assault drop. Suicide attack, attack. Countless transport-type pterodactyls use sand scorpions as bombs, hurling them at the small fleet below. Meanwhile, suicide attack pterodactyls swarmed towards the fleet. The anti-aircraft fire below began unleashing a dazzling barrage of bullets into the sky. Zhong Lirui, "Swords, come!" The Xian Yuan mech launched 7 swords, come drones, beginning a rhythmic barrage to relieve pressure on the fleet below. At this moment, Liang, who had flown 4 kilometers away to avoid the onslaught, crossed himself, still shaken. "God, we were just fighting a modern war, and now it's a futuristic sci-fi war." Chapter 530. Seeing the battlefield reach a stalemate and become fiercely contested, Shinobu Kurenai, while maneuvering the Quetzalcoatl, contacted Lloyd again and again. "Commander Lloyd, what are you doing?" "Neither diving to escape nor using consciousness transfer." "Do you really want to die?" Lloyd replied dejectedly and in a low voice. "I have to go. Just now, I was hit by no less than 100 heavy depth charges, and my internal organs are severely damaged. My mind divine body can hardly dive now. Even the swimming speed I can maintain now has dropped to less than 8 knots. Moreover, many of my internal devices were damaged by the shockwave of the depth charges. Now I can't even command the troops. If you hadn't intervened in time, if these bastards had bombarded me for a little longer, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it, and would have had to fall to the ground. Lloyd, I don't care if you fall to the ground or get rid of me. Do you know that I staked out all my small and medium-sized reserve units, even the Feathered Serpent's divine body, just to save you? Do you know that without the Mayan Behemoth's divine body, we can't launch a powerful attack on the coastal cities? What were you thinking? Besides, I just fought against the human Emperor's mechs, and he hadn't even used his ultimate nuclear weapon yet. Even the feathered serpent's divine body wasn't much of a match for him. I had no choice but to gather the troops to hold him off. If this drags on, we'd be wiped out. I admit, I underestimated them. I seriously underestimated these three opponents, especially the human emperor. The sea god princess and the Mayan behemoth's divine body are likely lost. Their tactics today were designed to hunt me down. In a moment, abandon my divine body and your servant troops and escape quickly. As long as you submerge to below 500 meters, you'd be absolutely safe. You? Shinobu Kishinada was speechless. How long ago was your consciousness back up? Yesterday. Never mind. If you die, I show you the video footage of what happened today when we get back. Zhong Lirui assisted the fleet's air defense while keeping a close eye on the density of enemy forces in the air. On the screen, the cooldown time for Greatsword mode was counting down. Just a little bit more, he said coldly. While the battle raged in the bay north of Chagulak Island, on Amukta Island, 60 kilometers west of the island, at the position of the Russian Army's long-range firepower strike force, all the soldiers were doing their best to prepare for air defense operations. Many soldiers' first task was to start digging foxholes. A few lightly airdropped armored vehicles with air defense capabilities were on high alert. Suddenly, a soldier noticed paratroopers landing nearby. Nearby, a 2.3-meter-tall Savage mech, its armor painted with 25 kills, 25 stars, on its shoulders, flashed its red monitor. The Great Qian's armored airborne troops. I wonder what the mech's performance is like, said Lieutenant Colonel Zaitsev, the highest-ranking officer in the area, a Rakshasa ace inside the Savage mech, while chewing on a mint leaf. Soon, the Great Qian Yinglong Wing mech unit, bearing the Yinglong insignia, arrived at the Rakshasa army's position. Zhao Pu quickly found Zaitsev. Zaitsev noticed that although Zhao Pu's mech looked new, its shoulder armor clearly displayed 18 kills, 18 stars. And the paint was very fresh, probably applied just yesterday. Oh! Lieutenant Colonel Zaitsev's initial disdain faded considerably, replaced by a hint of appreciation. Soon, after coordinating with the Dacian airborne forces, the Russian army deployed a massive fan-shaped defensive position nearby, using vehicle arrays, boulders, and foxholes as cover to face the potential attack of the pterodactyl swarm. Zaitsev looked at the 36 Yinglong Wing Type 2 mechs inside. Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Pu, is this all you have? Zhao Pu didn't speak, but simply raised his armored arm and pointed to the sky. The next moment, a golden Minghong mech hovered 100 meters above the unit and deployed 4 sentry drones. Further away, the roar of 12 fighter jets approached. Lieutenant Colonel Zaitsev, everyone look out for each other later. Zhao Pu said no more, closing the Yinglong Wing Type 2 visor. Looking at the futuristic, golden mecha fighters hovering in the sky, and then at the formation of the Dacian army's mecha, Zaitsev nodded. The Dacian forces sent here certainly look elite. It's a pity there are no trees on this island. Otherwise, if the ground troops were hiding in the bushes, the pressure would be much less. The Aleutian Islands are mostly volcanic islands located in the westerly wind belt, so they are basically tundra with no trees for cover. 10 minutes later, a dark mass of pterosaurs appeared in the sky. But unlike usual, the pterosaurs, though large in scale, were not concentrated. Chen Pan in the sky narrowed his eyes. It seems the enemy commander knows to guard against being wiped out by thermobaric bombs if they are too concentrated. Yes, master, Kunwa said coldly. Moreover, judging from their formation, the self-destructing pterosaurs are particularly scattered. Alright, fire one first to reduce their numbers. Missile number 1 launch. From the Minghong mech fighter, a missile, trailing a flash of fire, hurtled towards the winged dragon swarm. This missile was like a signal to begin the war. Lieutenant Colonel Zaitsev made a gesture, and all the Savage mechs aimed their guns at the winged dragon swarm in the sky. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Pu gave a similar tactical instruction. All the regular infantry scurried into foxholes, like groundhogs. Boom! A white shockwave ring appeared again in the sky, followed by a scarlet, 20-meter diameter airburst fireball. Master, 28 downed. Because the winged dragon swarm was on guard, they were too scattered, resulting in poor effectiveness, Kunwa coldly reported. TCH, they learned it, Chen Pan spat. Prepare for engagement, be careful of overheating. Yes, master. Shortly after Chen Pan launched the thermobaric missile, the 12 fighter squadrons also began firing air-to-air missiles at the winged dragon swarm. Suddenly, the sky became bustling with activity. Several small, self-destructing pterosaurs locked onto the Minghong fighter and swooped down upon it. The Minghong suddenly disappeared. Zaitsev was shocked. What? The small, self-destructing pterosaurs instantly lost their target. But the next moment, a bright green laser flashed in the void, sweeping away the self-destructing pterosaurs. Boom! After the smoke cleared, the Minghong mech fighter reappeared. My god, visual cloaking, Dakian has even used flying mechs. Zaitsev was momentarily stunned, but also somewhat relieved. Today, these people were allies in the same trench. Then, a large number of transport pterosaurs began to be airdropped, interrupting his thoughts. Intercept. In the glow of tracer rounds, the remaining 270 transport-type pteranodons began dropping a massive swarm of sand scorpions. The sand scorpions rained down on the position area and its front lines like hail. Countless sand scorpions were killed by light and heavy machine guns before even hitting the ground, becoming corpses. A sand scorpion lay dead at Zhao Pu's feet. He looked at a recruit in a nearby foxhole, trembling with fear, clutching his automatic rifle, too afraid to fire, and shook his head. He fired his slingshot, pulling the sand scorpion's corpse up and tossing it in front of the paratrooper crater. Soldier, this is a sandbag. Get up and fire. To get home alive. The rocket launcher recruit hesitated, then finally raised his AKM, rested it on the sand scorpion's corpse, and began firing. Zaitsev, after firing a 3-round burst with his left hand and killing a sand scorpion, saw the scene and, imitating him, consciously used the leg armor of his savage mech to push the sand scorpion's corpse towards the nearby foxhole. Soon, both the Iron Man and Yinglong Wing mechs, while fighting the enemy, also borrowed some, though somewhat disgusting, sandbags from the surrounding stragglers. Midway through, the Yinglong Wing mechs howitzers and individual thermobaric rocket launchers opened fire. Boom! 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 Dozens of sand scorpions were blasted into the air by the explosions. Then, the miniature rockets and missiles mounted on the savage mechs also opened fire. More dozens of sand scorpions were sent flying like crows. Although the counterattacking force fought very bravely, the sand scorpions were too numerous. Soon, a torrential rain of venomous stingers began to cover the position. Countless infantrymen scurried into foxholes like gophers, their first action before retreating being to pull down their bulletproof masks. The machine gunners on the armored vehicles also stealthily took cover inside. Only the Savage and Yinglong Wing Type 2 mechs remained unmoved. The clanging of poison darts struck the armor of the Iron Man troops and the Yinglong Wings. Humph, Zaitsev sneered. He knew from yesterday's city siege that the Sand Scorpions, aside from ramming the Savage mechs with sheer numbers, couldn't penetrate their armor with their poison darts or melee attacks. Therefore, all 24 Savage pilots were essentially unfazed by the Sand Scorpion's charge. After the poison dart rain ended, the Savage pilots all looked towards the Yinglong Wing's mechs. The Dakian's new airborne mechs were also unscathed. Okay. Zaitsev no longer held the contempt he had shown towards the Dragon Wings. 15 minutes into the battle. Air Force ammunition exhausted. Yelena and the Russian ace pilot, Ponj, reported helplessly to command. All 12 fighter jets, having shot down approximately 40 flying dragons, had to withdraw from the battlefield. The Dakian Type 20 fighters had long since eliminated their cannons, while the Russian slightly earlier fighters waited until their cannon ammunition was completely depleted before withdrawing. The fighters were not attack aircraft or armed helicopters. They generally carried only about 180 rounds of cannon ammunition, fully automatic in actual combat, emptying their magazines in 7 seconds. Yelena, Ponj, and the other pilots saluted the ground and withdrew northward from the combat airspace. Senior Engineer Chen, it's up to you. Leave it to me, Chen Pan replied. Kunwu, how many are left? What are the casualties? Master, there are 90 pterodactyls left in the air, 20 of which self-destructed. There are 400 sand scorpions remaining on the ground. Ground troops suffered 12 deaths and 36 injuries, including 6 serious injuries. All were infantry temporarily converted from long-range weapons operations units. 1 anti-aircraft armored vehicle was destroyed by a self-destructing pterodactyl. The Iron Man unit suffered 6 minor injuries and 2 serious injuries. 1 Savage mech was severely damaged by the shockwave from the self-destructing pterodactyl attack. The Yinglong Wings suffered 5 minor injuries, with no serious injuries. Currently no mechs have been lost. However, all ground troops have only 35% of their ammunition remaining. The mech units have only 20% of their ammunition left. At this moment, Chen Pan, who was stealthily waiting for the sentry drones to recharge and cool down, first looked at the air, then at the ground, and made a decision. Chapter 531. Chen Pan quickly connected to the 2 military channels, communicating simultaneously in both Russian and Dacian languages with Kanwa's help. Thermobaric missiles are about to attack enemy ground forces. All non-mech soldiers, crouch down and open your mouths. My god. Zaitsev explained in shock after shooting a sand scorpion with his right-hand heavy machine gun. He then gave the same order to all remaining infantry on the ground. Next, Chen Pan's eyes darted around, locking onto a position 300 meters below the besieged position, 20 meters behind the sand scorpion swarm. He activated his fighter's afterburner and flew behind the charging sand scorpion legion. The pterosaurs instantly swarmed him. After launching the thermobaric missile, Chen Pan vanished again. The thermobaric missile roared towards the ground, exploding 20 meters behind the swarm. Instantly, the shockwave covered a 100-meter radius, freezing all the sand scorpions within its radius. Then, a crimson, slow-moving fireball covered an area with a diameter of 100 meters, generating not only high temperatures, but also a skewed, slow-moving fireball and a storm. Kanwu, the range of the heat radiation wave? Master, don't worry, the ground troops will only feel a slight heat. Scanning estimates indicate that approximately 140 sand scorpions and 10 wyverns that couldn't dodge in time above have been effectively killed. Excellent. After recovering from the shock, Zaitsev spat. The pilot of the Dacian mech-up, there is a madman. Such close-range thermobaric fire support. Does he want to roast us alive? A nearby Iron Man mech member confirmed and said to Zaitsev. Lieutenant Colonel, Dacian just destroyed 140 sand scorpions and 10 wyverns in one strike. Now, the enemy has 260 sand scorpions and 80 wyverns left. Our troops suffered no casualties. Oh, the Dacian ace up there is really something else. Zaitsev's expression immediately changed upon hearing of the outstanding results. Lieutenant Colonel, my ground forces still have 58 intact mechs, 22 Iron Men, 36 Dacian, but as Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Pu just said, although they brought spare ammunition, it's almost gone. Most of the other infantry have also run out of ammunition. Damn it! Zaitsev's eyes widened in fury. Infantry, prepare your entrenching tools. Don't even think about bayonets if you don't have entrenching tools. Get in the foxholes and play dead, wait for the sand scorpions to walk past, then shoot them in the stomach with your pistols. All mechs, switch to single-shot fire, no more full auto fire. Fighting hand-to-hand with a 1.8-meter long sand scorpion covered in insected carapace armor, using a shaky rifle with a bayonet is tantamount to suicide. 20 meters away from Zaitsev, Zhao Pu ran out of ammunition after killing a sand scorpion. He holstered his weapon and pulled out demolition shears and a mech shovel, slightly larger than those used by infantry. Soon, 6 more Yinglong wings, like Zhao Pu, produced somewhat strange melee weapons. Zaitsev looked confused. The shovel is right, but what's with those shears and spallers the Dacian people are using? Faced with the collective charge of the remaining 240 sand scorpions, the mechs, now only able to fire in short bursts, could no longer hold them off. Soon, a brutal and bloody close-quarters battle began. The Rakshasa soldiers, shouting hurrah, began to fight the sand scorpions with their shovels. Soldiers without shovels lay in foxholes, waiting for the sand scorpions to pass by, then pulled out their pistols and fired a barrage of shots into their bellies. This tactic was effective, but there was a problem. It was a one-time use tactic. Because the dead sand scorpion had covered the foxhole, the infantrymen couldn't get out for the time being. At the scene, basically 2 or 3 infantrymen, wearing bulletproof vests, could barely fight a single sand scorpion in hand-to-hand combat. The savage mechs, having run out of ammunition, grabbed entrenching tools and began melee combat. Basically, a single savage mech, with its full titanium alloy armor, was impervious to the sand scorpion's damage, so it could generally hold its own against 3 opponents in melee combat. At this moment, the Winged Dragon mechs also joined the melee. Facing the attacking sand scorpions, the Winged Dragon mechs actually formed 3 teams resembling a Mandarin duck formation. Huh? Are you kidding me? Ming Dynasty tactics, used in the mech era? Zaitsev asked, puzzled, after slaying another sand scorpion. However, the subsequent performance of the Yinglong wings completely astonished him. The 3 teams of Yinglong wings forming a Mandarin duck formation actually carved a bloody path through the swarm of insects. The frontline Yinglong wings used large entrenching tools as secondary weapons to block the pincers and giant stingers of the sand scorpions. Then, with a pair of scissors, they swiftly severed the sand scorpions' heads. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and efficient, taking less than 15 seconds. Still possessing ammunition, the Long Wings used 7.62 caliber firearms to unleash bursts of fire. In no time, the three teams of 12 mechs, forming three small Mandarin duck formations, advanced 30 meters in the opposite direction of the battle line like sharp knives. What? Zaitsev was dumbfounded, watching the Dakian allied mechs advance like cutting vegetables. While his own Rakshasa army was in complete chaos, Zaitsev was enraged. He quickly contacted the remaining two mech captains, lieutenants, and several officers who had been converted to infantry on the spot. Huh? Lieutenant Colonel Zaitsev, is this okay? Look at Dakian, they can use ancient formations. Why can't we? Ordinary infantry inside. Savage in the front. We use a tortoise formation and push through. Don't worry. Savage mechs aren't afraid of these roasted bugs. Yes. Then, Zhao also noticed an interesting change in the Rakshasa army. The Rakshasa army's 22 savage mechs, while engaging in hand-to-hand combat to eliminate the enemies in front of them, were also gathering together. They quickly formed a shield wall. This shield wall not only blocked the insect swarm, but also gave the regular infantry behind it a chance to catch their breath. After eliminating the sand scorpions behind the shield wall, the infantry behind it also began to regroup. Before long, a somewhat incongruous tortoise formation, with savages forming the outer perimeter and regular infantry forming the inner perimeter, actually took shape. After forming the battle formation, the Rakshasa army's casualty rate did indeed begin to slow down, and their killing efficiency did indeed increase. Most importantly, the Rakshasa army, like the Great Qian army, also began to advance in the opposite direction at a slow pace. However, to Zhao Pu's dismay, in the very center of this makeshift tortoise formation's front row, a 25-star Zaitsev mech was brutally hacking at the body of a sand scorpion, its left hand wielding it as a shield. The sand scorpion wasn't quite dead yet, its body was still writhing. The Rakshasa army's tortoise formation slowly advanced, crushing and hacking away at the sand scorpions along the way, kicking away the corpses of their comrades that were pinning them down as they passed foxholes. The infantry in the center of the formation quickly pulled their bewildered teammates out. Sigh, Rakshasa brothers, your formation is passable, but is that shield really necessary? You're all wearing full titanium alloy armor, what's the point of a shield? Zhao Pu complained. Above, in a state of high mobility, constantly stealthing, ambushing, stealthing again, and ambushing again, Chen Pan, inside the Minghong mech that had reduced the pterosaurs to only 60, glanced at the two ancient battle formations that had suddenly appeared below and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Are these battle memories etched into our blood? There must be two elite soldiers in our team who are from another time, right? Master, it's undeniable that the efficiency of melee combat with cold weapons has greatly increased after the ground forces below formed battle formation, Kunwu commented. The ground allied forces have killed over 130 sand scorpions in the past 30 minutes. The allied forces suffered 24 casualties, including 11 deaths, all of whom were ordinary infantry. Of the remaining 58 ground mechs from both sides, 6 were damaged during the advance. Based on the current casualty ratio, victory for the ground forces is only a matter of time. Alright, let's quickly solve the air problem too. Chen Pan reappeared, full fire. The Minghong mech fighter, for sentry drones, 2 laser cannons on the mechs, and the 88mm electromagnetic main cannon opened fire simultaneously. In an instant, the swarm of pterosaurs in the air was significantly decimated, with approximately 25 pterosaurs eliminated. Sentry drone number 1 overheating, Kunwu warned. Flickering sparks could be seen on sentry drone number 1. Without hesitation, Chen Pan employed the same tactics Zhong Lirui had used. He grabbed the about-to-explode drone and slammed it into the remaining swarm of insects on the ground. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as 13 sand scorpions vanished. Zaitsev, in the center of the Rakshasa army's tortoise formation on the ground, watched Chen Pan's wild fighting style and chuckled from inside his mech. The pilot of the Great Qian aerial mech is quite the combat maniac. I have to buy him a drink when we get back. Just as the scales of victory on Amukta Island were gradually tipping in favor of the human alliance, the battle in the northern bay of Chagulak Island was reaching its climax. In the fierce aerial assault over the bay, the sky was filled with transport/firing variant Quetzalcoatl, with a 100-meter range of Stinger and self-destructing pteranodons. Below, the slower-moving and more heavily armored flankers 1 and 2 had already been hit 3 times, thick smoke billowing from their sides. The deck of the frigate was now densely covered with stingers fired by pterosaurs, and occasionally, the corpses of sand scorpions, airdropped onto the ship and killed by sailors and savage mechs. Because of their higher speed, The sand scorpions airdropped by the pterosaurs on Bison 1 and 2 mostly drowned in the sea before they could even board. Zhong Lirui, who was attacking with low power, watched the cooldown timer of his right-hand laser cannon. As it finally reached 0.00, he shouted, "Great Sword Mode, second form. Sweep across the army." Feathered Serpent God, who had been watching the Xianyuan mech from afar, was horrified to see Zhong Lirui once again raise the large beam laser cannon on his right mechanical arm. "All troops scatter!" However, her order came too late. A thick, bright green pulse laser beam suddenly tore through the sky. This beam of light, imbued with destructive energy, streaked across the sky at astonishing speed, leaving behind a massive fan-shaped trail that electrified the air in its wake. It cleaved through the aerial battlefield with unstoppable force, scorching and severing everything in its path. To protect herself, she could only urgently exhale water mist to safeguard the feathered serpent's body. Chapter 532. In the air, countless mutated Quetzalcoatlus plummeted in a short time. Furthermore, the smaller, self-destructing quails, unfortunately struck by the powerful laser beam, experienced a series of secondary explosions. This massive, sweeping laser cut across a 120-degree fan-shaped arc in the sky within 15 seconds. When the laser swept across Quetzalcoatl's body, the Quetzalcoatl, due to its hasty and insufficiently thick mist, still suffered burns despite the laser penetrating the water vapor. A large number of mutated quails fell from the sky, creating a bloody storm on the sea. The remaining mutated quails, in an attempt to escape, were herded together in the northeastern airspace. Upon completing the firing, Yujia reported, automatically forced replacement of the main cannon's overheated optics and cooling modules. The next moment, Xianyuan became invisible. Behind it, 2 hidden mechanical arms appeared. These 2 slender, hidden mechanical arms fluidly and automatically replaced the new, rapidly replaceable optics and cooling modules on the new high-powered main cannon. Master, 214 aerial pterosaurs have been effectively killed, 52 self-destructing pterosaurs have exploded, and 400 airborne sand scorpions have crashed into the sea, Yujia reported. Don't stop. Zhong Lirui stared intently at the battlefield. The highest concentration of pterosaurs in the northeast launched the new thermobaric missile. Alright, Yujia smiled. Shortly afterward, amidst the white deathly ripples of the massive aerial fireball and shockwave, the remaining self-destructing pterosaurs and 215 pterosaurs were reduced to ashes. Zhong Lirui's bilingual voice rang out on the public channel. Comrades, 281 mutated pterosaurs remain. Keep pushing. We can win. Below, on the bridge of the Bison 1, Solokov's expression brightened with excitement, his eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, in the distance, Leon, aboard the ILS-38 anti-submarine aircraft, once again made the sign of the cross and let out a soft sigh. In a short time, under the powerful and highly effective wide-range attack, the mechs and sailors on the warships raised their weapons and cheered wildly. Hoorah! Echoed through the sea and sky. After the cheers, an even more intense barrage of tracer rounds and machine gun shells rained down on the remaining Pteranodon swarm. At this moment, the Mayan divine body, which had essentially lost power, was rising to the surface due to internal organ damage and the intense regeneration of gases within its body. Princess of the Sea God. I'm doomed, my divine body is completely out of control. You must dive and escape. Once the pterosaurs are all dead, the feathered serpent's divine body won't escape either. After surfacing, the Mayan divine body used its last strength to launch a 200 decibel sonic attack. However, almost all the warriors were prepared for this battle, wearing noise-canceling earmuffs, so the sonic attack had little effect. Moreover, the sailors were trained to be more tolerant of noise than ordinary soldiers. The decibel level at close range when naval cannons and machine guns fire is around 150 decibels. At this moment, the weakened Mayan behemoth's 200 decibel sonic attack, reaching the warship, would only reach about 160 to 170 decibels. The sailors simply heard a noise. I tell your memory backup when I get back. Don't be so reckless and underestimate the enemy next time. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Shinobu Kujira sighed inwardly. She mentally controlled the feathered serpent's divine body, which began to emit mist at full power. Soon, the body of the feathered serpent god was enveloped in mist. Yujia, prepare the mirror return system. Zhong Lirui's expression turned serious. The Mayan behemoth has already made a desperate gamble, but it's too badly injured to pose a real threat. However, this feathered serpent is extremely dangerous. She's likely planning to attack the warship. Yes, Master. Cryogenic plasma shield deploying. However, To Zhong Lirui's utter astonishment, the feathered serpent in the air, amidst the mist, suddenly folded its wings and gracefully submerged into the water. Moreover, upon entering the water, the feathered serpent immediately began its full-speed dive. Huh? Zhong Lirui, who was preparing to retaliate with another wave, was dumbfounded. Master, something's wrong. The feathered serpent has dived more than 80 meters. Without a word, Zhong Lirui immediately raised the 88mm electromagnetic cannon on the left side of the Xianyuan mecha, roughly aimed, and fired. The 88mm electromagnetic cannonball roared into the sea, instantly piercing the huge, folded left wing of the feathered serpent. Ugh! Shinobu Kurenai felt the excruciating pain emanating from his divine body, and gritted his teeth. Emperor Zhong Lirui, you are truly the greatest threat to our plans. Today's humiliation will be avenged one day. Shinobu Kurenai, controlling the feathered serpent's divine body, did not hesitate to dive into the deep sea. Soon, the feathered serpent's divine body reached a depth exceeding 250 meters, its form disappearing from sight. Although the nearest flanking escort ship, number 2, reacted and fired depth charges at it, the feathered serpent, with its extremely high underwater speed and agile maneuvering, completely evaded the depth charges. On the radar screen, it was seen rapidly disappearing at a speed of 45 knots. Finally, the feathered serpent's symbol vanished from the radar screen. Currently, human navies can only detect underwater targets at depths of 800 to 1,000 meters. Beyond this depth, detection is impossible. Damn it! Quetzalcoatl abandoned the Mayan behemoth's body and the Pterosaur Air Force monster army and ran away. He let the most threatening target escape again. Zhong Lirui said in frustration, then coldly glanced at the Mayan divine body that had inexplicably surfaced, seemingly courting death, his eyes filled with icy light. Brother Liang, prepare your 2 trump cards on your plane. Zhong Lirui said coldly. This big fish can't move at all now. If you miss, that won't do. Don't worry, how could we miss a stationary target? It's impossible. Liang smiled, then focused, his eyes sharpening. Thomas, Storm 1 to 4 supercavitating torpedoes, special explosive version, 300 kilograms charge. Give this Lloyd who likes to flood cities a good time. Good. Commander-in-Chief. Rear Admiral Thomas was excited, then contacted Solikov. Supreme Commander, our new U.S. military is about to launch your world's most powerful torpedo. The ray beam has been sent to you, be careful. On the bridge of the USS Bison 1, Solikov couldn't help but smugly smile when he heard that the U.S. military was about to launch the world's most powerful conventional explosive torpedo with its own plane. Good. Rear Admiral Thomas, teach it a lesson. 2 Ilyushin IL-38 anti-submarine aircraft dropped their bombs, elegantly launching 4 specially armed storm supercavitating torpedoes towards the 300-meter-long Mayan behemoth, now unable to navigate in the sea. The 4 supercavitating torpedoes plunged into the water, creating huge splashes. In the seawater, they shot towards the Mayan behemoth like 4 arrows released from a bow. Soon, they reached a terrifying speed of 200 knots, leaving naval ships speechless. Lloyd's Mayan behemoth body, though largely powerless, seemed to retain some primal instincts. It attempted to twist its massive form to evade, but these movements were futile against the high-speed pursuit of the supercavitating torpedoes. Boom! 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 For deafening explosions erupted in the sea as the specially armed torpedoes released immense energy, instantly creating towering waves tens of meters high around the Mayan behemoth's body. This time, the Mayan behemoth did not raise its head, only letting out a painful wail in the sea. Its cries carried for tens of kilometers. 10 minutes later, the fleet's barrage of fire ceased, because the last pterosaur had been shot down. On the sea surface, countless pterosaur and sand scorpion carcasses floated, drifting with the current. The Mayan behemoth's body, too, floated on the surface. It was severely wounded. The 4 extra-charged supercavitating torpedoes had inflicted 4 massive wounds, each 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep, on its side. The Mayan behemoth was still alive, painfully alive. It had no strength left, but its body was still stubbornly undergoing super regeneration. Master, super regeneration detected within the Mayan behemoth's body, Yu Jia reported after scanning. We must kill it completely as soon as possible, otherwise, once its wounds heal, it will dive into the deep sea like Quetzalcoatl. If that happens, then our expedition will have accomplished nothing. Yu Jia, I just devised a plan, test it using the accelerated world. 3 seconds later, Yu Jia replied, Master, your method is feasible. Scanning the Mayan behemoth's internal structure, your plan can indeed completely kill it. Zhong Lirui's expression hardened, And he then explained the plan to Solikov and Leon. Solikov readily agreed. Sure, the bombs we brought today were meant for this fish. I wasn't planning on taking them back to the warehouse anyway. Alright, empty the magazines, eliminate the threat completely. Leon chuckled. We have 8 rounds left on the plane, perfect for reducing weight. Okay, Leroy, do as you say. Jean Leroy nodded, then summoned 2 drones. Sword come! Go! The Sword Come 1 and Sword Come 2 drones extended 2-meter-long plasma arc swords from their tips. The drone accelerated, heading towards the surface of the sea where the colossal Mayan beast, now resembling a small island, had its head raised and slashed. Lloyd howled in agony again. The drone's sword cross-slash had sliced open the top of the Mayan beast's head. Lloyd, be a good human in your next life. Don't think about becoming an evil god and wreaking havoc on the world again, Jean Leroy said coldly. Then, piloting the Xianyuan, he simultaneously raised the 88mm electromagnetic cannon in his left hand and the new high-powered laser beam cannon in his right. The 2 main cannons fired, blasting into the gap created by the drone, instantly destroying the Mayan behemoth's brain. The 88mm electromagnetic cannon's shell even pierced through its entire body. The Mayan behemoth's body ceased all movement. Jean Leroy sighed and fired the last thermobaric missile from his mech at the gaping hole in the Mayan behemoth's head. Shortly after, Liang's anti-submarine aircraft and the nearby fleet began emptying their stockpiles of bombs from the now lifeless corpse of the Mayan behemoth. The explosions in the bay continued for another 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, the explosion ceased. The Mayan behemoth, its head shattered and its body reduced to 280 meters in length, began its whale fall, like a dead whale. The process was slow and heavy. The Mayan behemoth's remains sank gently into the deep sea. Wherever the massive corpse sank, the seawater was stained a dark red, shimmering with an eerie glow. Jean Leroy, piloting the Xianyuan mech, hovered silently above the remains, watching everything with a complex expression. Liang's anti-submarine aircraft, having completed its bombing mission, also circled nearby. Those inside the aircraft, peering through the portholes at the behemoth gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea, felt a mix of emotions. In the nearby fleet, soldiers on the ships, some standing on deck, others using the ship's observation equipment, silently witnessed this scene. The once terrifying Mayan behemoth, which had brought endless threat, had now completely vanished from this sea, leaving only devastation and the still spreading bloodstains. As the remains of the Mayan behemoth completely sank into the sea, the surface gradually returned to calm. Only the lingering smell of gunpowder and the residual stench of blood reminded everyone of the harrowing battle that had just taken place. Yu Jia? Is it over? Jean Leroy asked, somewhat dazed. Yes, master, we have once again succeeded in slaying a god. Lloyd's Mayan behemoth body is now completely silent. Lil Rue, well done. You worked hard. Suddenly, a telepathic communication came through. Jean Leroy was startled. This was Nyarlathotep's voice. At this moment, her voice held no arrogance, no mockery, no venom, no cynicism, only gentle approval. Sister Naya? Suddenly, Xuanyuan's mech vibrated twice, as if something was striking it. What is this? Jean Leroy was greatly puzzled. Suddenly, a red, high-tech mech's head appeared directly in front of his mech. Surprisingly, only the head was visible, not the whole body. I said, I am with you. I have always been here. Naya smiled from inside the Crimson Side mech. You did a good job today. We contact each other again after things are settled here. Right now, I can only tell you briefly that among our opponents is a god. Today, it was she who once controlled the body of the feathered serpent god, attempting to rescue the body of the Mayan god. Ah? This. Jean Leroy was stunned by the immense amount of information contained in those few words. Now is not the time to talk. Your 2 teammates need victory. You should clean up the mess first. Okay. The Crimson Side red mech disappeared. On the Chaos Deep Space UFO starship, Haster looked at the records and sighed deeply. In the previous battle, Quetzalcoatl led his air force to rescue the Mayan divine body, forcing the small fleet and Jean Leroy to engage them in a fierce battle for nearly 30 minutes. During this time, the Mayan divine body had ample opportunity to regroup and escape. However, during this period, Naya piloted the Crimson Side into the bay, not only damaging several vital internal organs of the Mayan divine body, especially those controlling buoyancy and ascent, with a high-energy shockwave weapon, but also destroying many of its internal devices. Therefore, the Mayan divine body is now immobilized. Well, little Naya is right. This time it's clear that the enemy not only abused anti-gravity technology, but also acted recklessly. They are now targets that need to be eliminated and corrected. Emperor Zhonglirui. I hope you won't cause little Naya any heartache in the next 240 years. Chapter 533. After Nyarlathotep left, Zhonglirui felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although the human alliance had indeed won once again, he felt no joy whatsoever. Previously, he had always believed that a group of crazed humans were recklessly excavating the relics left by the gods, abusing lost technology in an attempt to create gods and dominate the world. Now Nyarlathotep was telling him that he was fighting against a true, unknown deity. Nyarlathotep was standing behind him. He was fighting against a god? Together, they were thwarting the unknown deity's world-destroying conspiracy. In a daze, Zhonglirui saw in his eyes the figure of the man who had once worn the Pegasus cloth, and later the Sagittarius cloth, who had fought for decades for the goddess he deeply loved. Acropolis, Sanctuary, Sagittarius Palace. Saya, clad in the Sagittarius gold cloth, with half-white hair, graying temples, a weary gaze, and a still largely youthful face, seemed to sense something. Above the bay. Sigh, never mind, I have a goddess behind me too. Zhonglirui shook his head slightly, and sighed deeply. After a long while, having calmed himself, Zhonglirui confirmed with Yujia again that the Mayan remains sinking into the deep sea were completely dead. He then informed Solikov and Leon of the confirmed victory. Allied Forces Public Channel. Comrades, we have won. In the bay, on the 4 ships, both sailors and the savage mechs with their faceplates activated were celebrating, shouts of hurrah echoing through the sky. Looking at the celebrating soldiers on the warships, Solikov let out a long sigh of relief. He walked onto the deck of the Bison One, wearing his savage mech. In the 3:30 p.m. sunset, Solikov solemnly saluted the hovering anti-submarine forces of Leon and the suspended Xianyuan mechs. Almost simultaneously, on the Bison One, the combat-type savages previously deployed for deck air defense and the engineer-type savages loading rocket-assisted depth charges also saluted, joining Solikov in the salute. The air was also filled with celebration. Leon and his team quickly spotted Solikov's salute through their binoculars. Leon smiled and saluted in the direction of the Bison One on the sea. Zhonglirui thought for a moment, then disembarked from his Xianyuan mech and flew to the front of the Bison One, saluting Solikov and his team in his great Xia Dragon Sparrow, plasma-type, mech. This is truly a glorious moment for humanity, Yujia smiled. She simultaneously captured this poetic moment, like an oil painting, from several angles, preserving it for future reference. 15 minutes later, Zhao Pu and Zaitsev reported. The fire support unit on Amukta Island, those suffering casualties in the attack, had largely survived and achieved victory. At this moment, the entire army's joy reached its peak. An excited Solikov immediately contacted Rear Command. Just as he was about to commend Alyosha for his effective tactical supplement, it was Alexei who answered the phone. Alexei? It's you? Where's the Chief of Staff? Tonight, I'm going to treat him to drinks. Our human alliance has once again achieved a glorious victory, ha ha. I'm afraid that won't work, Your Excellency the Supreme Commander. Alexei stammered. Chief of Staff Alyosha collapsed after vomiting blood and is currently in a deep coma, being resuscitated. What? Solikov's expression twitched. Alyosha was his top strategist, his first deputy, his most trusted advisor, and someone he was grooming as his successor. Now, at the height of their victory, he heard the news that Alyosha was on the verge of death. His joy was completely shattered. The expeditionary force, though suffering considerable losses, had achieved a brilliant victory. After several hours of cleaning up the battlefield, there wasn't much to clean up in the Gulf battlefield. It was mainly the troops on Amukta Island who needed to clean up. They returned to Chikiki City in batches. When Zhonglirui, Solikov, and Leon returned to Chikiki City, it was already late at night. Under the brilliant starry sky near the Arctic Circle, the aurora borealis danced dreamily. When Solikov, Zhonglirui, and several high-ranking military officers arrived at the hospital, Natasha was sitting crouched outside the operating room, her head bowed. She heard footsteps and saw Solikov, dressed in his commander's uniform, and Zhonglirui, now wearing his mecha combat inner suit, arriving together outside the operating room. Beside Zhonglirui stood Zhong Liunyu, a bat-like woman in the Wind Knight's uniform. At this moment, she was acting as Zhonglirui's guard, replacing Xiaofeng. Actually, Zhonglirui didn't need Zhong Liunyu's guard at all. During the long march with the expeditionary force that day, Zhong Liunyu had reported to the Wind Blade King that Zhonglirui had adopted her as his daughter and treated them all as his own children. The Wind Blade King was moved to tears and ordered that from then on, Zhong Lianyu would follow Zhong Lirui as his knight, protecting him. Zhong Lianyu naturally agreed with immense gratitude. Natasha shakily tried to stand up and salute Salikov, but because she had been squatting for so long, her hands and feet were numb, and she almost lost her balance. Just then, a strong hand supported her. It was Zhong Lirui's hand. Natasha, her face filled with sorrow, saw that it was Zhong Lirui who had supported her. Her expression was complex, and she forced a serious thank you. Thank you, Supreme Chief Executive, Your Excellency Zhong Lirui, the Emperor. You're welcome, Zhong Lirui said calmly, Lieutenant Natasha. Salikov's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Previously, he had been somewhat skeptical about Natasha completing the Swallow mission so quickly, because Natasha had come out of Zhong Lirui's room too fast. But now, seeing Natasha's expression towards Zhong Lirui, and the subtle atmosphere between them, these things made him believe that Natasha had indeed completed the slept with mission. He didn't dwell on this detail and asked, How is Lieutenant Natasha? Natasha replied somewhat absent-mindedly, Commander, Chief of Staff Alyosha is still being resuscitated. At that moment, the operating room light went out. The chief surgeon emerged. Upon seeing Salikov outside, the military surgeon immediately saluted him with a look of profound respect. Doctor, how is the chief of staff? Looking into Salikov's eyes, the chief surgeon could only shake his head with a troubled expression. I'm sorry, Commander, we did our best. Then, the medical staff wheeled out a mobile hospital bed covered with a white sheet. Natasha broke down on the spot. No! She made a move to throw herself at Alyosha, but Zhong Lirui stopped her. Lieutenant Natasha, calm down. You've forgotten, you still have a chance to get Chief of Staff Alyosha a second chance at life. Don't forget your abilities and status as a singer. Natasha, jolted awake from her revival, remembered that those who had died could be resurrected as new humans or awakened beings using the singer's power before they turned into zombies. She quickly wiped away her tears and saluted Zhong Lirui in gratitude. Your Majesty, thank you for reminding me. I was confused in my haste. Salikov smiled slightly. Natasha, you personally resurrect Alyosha. Tonight, our army still has to clean up the mess. Tomorrow we celebrate our victory together. Yes, yes, Commander. Salikov left with the Black Knight. Then, Natasha pushed Alyosha's corpse to a quiet, private ward, preparing for the resurrection. Seeing this, Zhong Lirui said nothing. The singer using their abilities to resurrect fallen comrades was commonplace for him. So, he left with Zhong Lianyu. On the way back to their room, Zhong Lianyu kept pestering Zhong Lirui, asking about the expeditionary force's battle against the evil god's legion. Although Zhong Lirui was exhausted, looking into his daughter's bright, jewel-like eyes filled with expectation, he ultimately didn't refuse and recounted the harrowing battle to her. It wasn't until late at night that Zhong Lianyu reluctantly went to sleep in the room next to Zhong Lirui's. Zhong Lirui sighed softly and lay down on his own bed. He thought back to how his long journey to rescue Chukeki had only been 2 days ago. But so much had happened in those 2 days. Master, I know it's not good to disturb your rest. But the choir leader you so abruptly dismissed yesterday is dying. Even though you didn't sleep with her last night, wouldn't you consider saving her? Yu Jia suddenly said to Zhong Lirui with a hint of apology. What the hell? You mean Natasha? Isn't she the singer? Didn't she just leave to save her fiancé Alyosha? According to the usual procedure, she should have succeeded long ago, right? If Alyosha is in good condition, he'd be awake by now. Master, Natasha has tried to revive Alyosha several times, but failed each time. Now, Chief of Staff Alyosha has turned into a zombie, and the Black Knight outside is about to execute him. Natasha, while being bitten by Alyosha, is firing her gun in desperate resistance, preventing the Black Knight from eliminating Brigadier General Alyosha. What the hell was that again? Zhong Lirui was shocked, all sleepiness gone. Helpless, Yu Jia played the footage from the surveillance camera that had been hacked into Natasha's room. It showed the zombified Alyosha biting Natasha's shoulder, while Natasha, holding a pistol, used the overturned hospital bed as cover to prevent the Black Knight from entering to carry out the purification. When the Black Knight tried to force his way into the room, Natasha, seeing the situation was dire, threatened suicide. The Black Knight, fearing the loss of his precious singer, hesitated. Thus, this tragic stalemate ensued. Zhong Lirui cursed, then quickly donned his mech-adapted combat suit. Yu Jia, put on your armor. We're going to rescue them. Yes, Master. 10 seconds later, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor plasma type burst out of the balcony, making the curtains flutter loudly. Chapter 534. The following text is translated simultaneously by Yu Jia into Dacian language. When Zhong Lirui arrived at the ward door, Sergei, the leader of the Black Knights, was standing outside the passageway, looking extremely frustrated. Near him, several Special Forces soldiers from the Scimitar unit were armed with net guns, preparing for assault. Your Majesty the Human Emperor? Sergei was immediately embarrassed upon seeing Zhong Lirui. I'm truly sorry to disturb your rest for something like this. Please rest assured, we handle it quickly. Zhong Lirui glanced at the equipment of his team members and shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but I have far more experience in this kind of thing than you. I handle it. But, Your Majesty the Human Emperor, this matter has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me? Are you sure? Zhong Lirui asked Sergei with a deliberately meaningful tone. He knew that Sergei was the leader of Solikov's elite guards, Black Knights, and naturally, he knew some of the shady things. Sergei paused, then a knowing look appeared on his face. Your Majesty's deep emotions are admirable. However, although it's regrettable, the Chief of Staff. I told you, I have experience. I can bring back the choir leader and the Chief of Staff intact, Zhong Lirui said confidently, exuding domineering aura. Sergei was slightly shocked upon hearing this. However, he quickly showed admiration. Because, in his eyes, the human emperor, God-slayer Zhong Lirui, was almost the embodiment of omnipotence. During the battle earlier today, Sergei had been on the ship with Solikov and witnessed Zhong Lirui kill the Mayan evil god, who had destroyed half of his city. This moment was deeply etched in the heart of this Black Knight commander, becoming an almost eternal memory. Yes, Your Majesty, please give your orders. As long as you can save the choir leader and the Chief of Staff, my unit is willing to cooperate fully. Sergei tapped his savage mech's chest armor. Alright, that's simple. All of you put away your guns and gather on the grass outside downstairs. I bring Natasha and Alyosha down in a bit. Your Majesty, you have a mech? Zhong Lirui asked calmly. Sergei, your mech, if you really want to take them both down, one in each hand, is that alright? Sergei, no problem. You have no problem, and you're asking me if I have a problem? Zhong Lirui deliberately spoke with a dismissive tone. This subordinate is dull-witted. This subordinate understands. Retreat downstairs, Sergei said tactfully. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Zhong Lirui vanished without a trace. Sergei gave a gesture, and the troops retreated and began to descend the stairs. Inside the room, Natasha's shoulder was now a bloody mess. She became suspicious after noticing that the people outside were no longer trying to attack. Suddenly, she was horrified to find a figure appearing behind her. Alyosha, who was biting Natasha's back, looked at the golden mecha and was confused. He instinctively released his grip. The next moment, Zhong Lirui's gauntlet clamped down on Alyosha's mouth and neck, lifting him up. No! No! Natasha screamed in agony. She tried to grab her pistol and shoot at Zhong Lirui's armor. However, Zhong Lirui's other gauntlet held Natasha down. Your Majesty! Stop! I beg you! Don't kill my husband! Please! Natasha struggled and cried. Quiet! If you don't cooperate, he's really going to die. You don't want your fiancé to just die like that, do you? Zhong Lirui uttered a villainous statement in the style of a demon king. Sure enough, as soon as this classic phrase that was almost used to coerce a married woman was uttered, Natasha immediately trembled with fear, but she really stopped resisting. Her face was full of resentment, humiliation, but even more so despair. Nearby in the air, Naya almost burst out laughing. In the monitoring room of Lingnan Prefecture, Bai Lingxin covered her mouth and chuckled, Arui's gone bad. But then again, Ningnan taught him last time that sometimes coercion and intimidation are much more effective than gentle persuasion, ha ha ha. Previously, in the desert, Altai Mountains chapter, facing a critical situation, the Allied forces wanted to persuade the Dragon Guardians to relocate from the mountains to the rear of the 13 Tombs fortress city for refuge, but the mountain people refused. The second Demon King, Ning Yin, half-jokingly gave Zhong Lirui the strange title of Fourth Demon King of God's Layers, and even claimed that his rescue and evacuation of the mountain people was in exchange for Princess Saren's voluntary enslavement. Thus, Zhong Lirui carried the infamous title of Fourth Demon King of God's Layers for quite some time, until Naya tricked him into taking on the even bigger burden of being the new generation human emperor wielding the human emperor's banner. Zhong Lirui, however, ignored them, grabbed the star-crossed lovers, and flew from the balcony to the lawn. Under the starry sky, Natasha was tossed aside by Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui didn't release Alyosha, who who was screaming incoherently after turning into a zombie. Yujia, Natasha is infected and mutated. How much longer? According to the data, about 2 hours. It's not too late. Then, Zhong Lirui asked Natasha, Lieutenant Natasha, what's wrong with you today? How could you fail to revive Alyosha? Upon hearing Zhong Lirui begin asking about the specifics of the resurrection, Natasha immediately replied, I don't know. I was just singing with all my heart, trying to wake Alyosha. Wait a moment. Then, Zhong Lirui retrieved the surveillance footage intercepted by Yujia. Yujia analyzed the singing. Yes. Yujia quickly finished her analysis, then said with a wry smile, Master, Lieutenant Natasha's singing has a fit of only 77.5%. Furthermore, the emotional energy in the singing is negative. Analyzing the types of negative emotions, we find regret 35%, guilt 30%, pain 15%, and panic 20%. Huh? So much negative energy? And the fit is only 77.5%? Zhong Lirui felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Bai Lingxin, monitoring from backstage, gave a wry smile. This Rakshasa choir leader not only has a low fit, but she's also full of negative energy. It would be strange if her husband didn't turn into a zombie. Back at Akun's base one, it was because Gu Anqi, in despair and anger, unleashed over 88% of her negative energy singer power that all the hundreds of C2 and C3 zombies in the base went out of control, causing the base to fall. Zhong Lirui's face darkened as he looked seriously at Natasha. Natasha, now, whatever I ask you, you answer honestly. Natasha clutched her shoulder, breathing slightly heavily, but still bit her lip and nodded. I ask you, I could understand the pain and panic you felt when you sang for Alyosha. But what were you thinking at that time? Why did you feel regret and guilt? And such intense guilt at that? Natasha was startled, her expression as if stung by a scorpion. How did you know? Can you read minds? No time for that, just tell me why. Natasha fell silent. After a moment, she roared, her eyes red, I regret it. Last night, why didn't I stay with him through the dangerous period? Instead, for his future, I went on that mission to seduce you. I feel even more guilty. I clearly love him, but I really fell for you last night. My heart is in turmoil. Zhong Lirui, shocked. Yujia, in Ling'an Prefecture, Bai Lingxin, monitored by the system, uttered, Nearby, Naya shook her head. Natasha continued her wailing and lamenting, what have I done? Is all of this a punishment from heaven? Such a wretched woman. What? Crying, Natasha knelt down, pleading, Great Emperor Zhong Lirui, I beg you, save my husband. I'm willing to give everything to repay you, please. Get up, you don't need to do this, Zhong Lirui said gently and calmly. I will save you, and I will save him. And I don't need this kind of repayment. Natasha hesitated, standing up, and asked tentatively, Your Majesty, please tell me, what do you need? Why are you helping me like this? I beg you to tell me. Otherwise, I won't feel at peace. Zhong Lirui glanced at Alyosha, a mysterious smile curving his lips. I admire your husband. Huh? Natasha was stunned by Zhong Lirui's sudden answer. I know your husband is a tactical genius. I also know his standing in the commander's eyes and his future prospects. I don't need to elaborate, do I? What I value even more is the long-term cooperation between the new Great Qian and the new Rakshasa. For me, saving you both is not difficult. So, I'm doing this to do you and your husband a favor. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Natasha instantly calmed down. Her beautiful eyes, still misty, flickered as she sighed, I understand what you mean, Your Majesty. You are truly admirable. This is genuine noble conduct. My husband and I will remember this favor. Seeing that Natasha had finally calmed down, Zhong Lirui nodded. He thought for a moment and continued, however, there are some things I still need to tell you, so that you won't make the same mistake again. Zhong Lirui's tone suddenly turned stern. Do you know why you sang so hard today and ended up like this? Please, advise me. Do you remember the technical guidance I gave you last night? I remember. But isn't that a factor that affects a singer's ability? A singer's power not only varies in strength, but also in the presence of positive and negative energy. When your heart is filled with passion, love, hope, courage, joy. When you're in a positive state, your songs are healing hymns for those on the verge of turning into zombies. But when you're filled with regret, guilt, panic, and pain, your singing becomes a death knell. That's why, even after you sang it 3 times, Alyosha not only didn't revive, but ultimately lost control and turned into a zombie. Ah! Natasha burst into tears again. It's me. I ruined him. What? Stop crying, okay? Natasha, if you keep dragging this out, you turn into a zombie too. Natasha barely managed to stop crying. Remember this from now on. Your state of mind affects the power of your singing. And people can lie, but the energy of your singing can't. I hope you remember today's lesson. Not only remember it yourself, but also tell your choir members. Yes. Also, you said you had feelings for me. I believe you, thank you. Natasha lowered her head, remaining silent. But I saw it today. Your greatest love is still your husband. You even be willing to die for him. Right? Natasha's expression faltered for a moment. Looking at Alyosha, still in his zombie state, her expression hardened, and she nodded. Then, from now on, just remember this undeniable fact. As for our little episode, please let it go. From now on, we can be friends. You're a smart woman, you know this is better for everyone. And this way, your heart will find peace. Looking at Zhong Lirui's open and magnanimous expression, Natasha was somewhat stunned. So simple? Yes. When your heart is pure, your singer's power becomes positive and strong. For a woman with such a complex mind like you, this isn't easy. For an innocent girl like my daughter, Xiaoyu, it's quite simple. You understand what I mean, right? Zhong Lirui said calmly. Natasha nodded slightly, inwardly admiring Zhong Lirui's keen eye. And, given the current situation, was the intelligence wrong? Zhong Lirui didn't seem like a playboy toying with women's feelings at all. He seemed more like a priest counseling a young girl in church. Alright. Given your condition today, don't sing anymore. I give you a top-tier demonstration among singers. A top-tier demonstration? Natasha narrowed her eyes. Zhong Lirui then connected with Di Xinyan. Xinyan, I'm so sorry to disturb your rest so late. Not at all, Shower and I have been thinking of you. Did you encounter any trouble in the Arctic? The battle went fairly smoothly. However, there's something I need my wife's help with. Need my help? Di Xinyan asked, puzzled. After Zhong Lirui finished recounting what had happened, Di Xinyan gave a mysterious smile. Of course, Zhong Lirui didn't mention the incident between Natasha and himself. Wife, it's time to show your true skills. Come on, the strongest singer on Blue Star, give this bewildered junior a superb demonstration. Stop flattering me. Di Xinyan rolled her eyes at Zhong Lirui, but her expression betrayed her satisfaction. Zhong Lirui then activated the propaganda equipment on the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow plasma-type battle armor. He projected Di Xinyan's 3D holographic image into the night sky. In the night sky where the Aurora Borealis danced, Di Xinyan's projection stretched out her hands. She unleashed her siren-like singing technique once more, monophonic version Gentle Light. The song was like the dreamlike Aurora Borealis in the sky, bringing a ray of dreamlike light to those trapped in the long dark night. Every note in the song seemed to carry the vitality of life, gently caressing the hearts of everyone present. Natasha's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She could clearly feel that this song was completely different from what she had sung before. It was a pure and powerful positive energy, as if it could dispel all the gloom in the world. She is the most powerful singer on earth? She murmured to herself. Alyosha's originally zombie-like body began to undergo a subtle change under the influence of this song. His previously stiff limbs seemed to loosen slightly, and a glimmer of light seemed to appear in his empty eyes. As the song continued, the zombie features on Alyosha's body faded. His skin began to regain some color, and his previously ferocious expression gradually softened. When the song ended, "Where am I?" Finally, Alyosha uttered normal words. "Master, Alyosha has successfully transformed into an awakened. Natasha has successfully transformed into a perfect first-generation new type." Yu Jia announced with a smile. Zhong Lirui smiled and released Alyosha. Natasha watched this scene, tears welling up in her eyes again. This time, however, they were tears of joy. Ignoring her own injuries, she rushed forward and hugged Alyosha. "Alyosha, you're finally all right." "What?" Alyosha was confused, feeling Natasha's embrace. Finally, he responded to Natasha, hugging her back and beginning to comfort her. Sergei, watching from afar, breathed a sigh of relief. Chief of the General Staff, conscious, no need for further purges. Everyone released the safety from their weapons, watching the heartwarming scene with satisfaction. Zhong Lirui looked at Sergei. Sergei and the surrounding soldiers saluted Zhong Lirui with deep respect before withdrawing. Watching the two embracing under the Aurora Borealis, Zhong Lirui said to Di Xinyan with emotion, "Wife, look, we done a great deed today. Together, we saved a pair of star-crossed lovers." "Thank you." "You're welcome, hee hee." Di Xinyan smiled, using 3D projection to virtually kiss Zhong Lirui. Arui, thank you for your hard work. In the sky, Naya looked down with emotion. The scenery on Earth is truly beautiful. Little Rui, thank you. Happy ending. I can never get enough of it. Chapter 535. After seeing off the two who were helping each other leave, Zhong Lirui gazed at the northern lights and sighed deeply. Di Xinyan was still online at that moment. Rui, this place is so beautiful. Yes, if you have the chance, I personally bring you here next time, so you can see the aurora with your own eyes. Are you sure you're only bringing me? Di Xinyan asked teasingly, with an amused look in her eyes. Zhong Lirui, everyone coming to see the northern lights is fine. The others are fine, but I don't know if Kikich can handle it. She has a snake body. It's so cold here. I hope she doesn't freeze and hibernate. If we prepare thermal clothing for her, wouldn't she look like a giant caterpillar? In reality, if a snake girl with a lamia-like body like Kikich went to the Arctic, she would really encounter this problem. Snakes are very afraid of the cold. There is only one type of snake in the Arctic viper, but its numbers are very small. Zhong Lirui couldn't help but smile wryly when he thought of Kikich's 6-meter-long snake body. Data World Yujia laughed out loud, and actually designed an Arctic caterpillar suit for Kikich in the Data World in an instant. Oh dear! I can't take it anymore. Arui has really become naughty, ha ha. Bai Lingxi laughed so hard she pounded the table in the zero-state monitoring room. Naya in the air almost gave herself away with her laughter. Little apostle, you little rascal, bullying little Huan's daughter like this? Ha ha ha, you're so mean, making fun of Kikich like that. Di Xinyan laughed heartily, but then she changed the subject. By the way, what's up with little fish? Zhong Lirui, already a seasoned veteran, smiled frankly. Xinyan, I found Xiao another adorable older sister. And this older sister can even carry him for a ride in the sky, you know? Di Xinyan was both surprised and intrigued by Zhong Lirui's current state. Huh? What happened? Zhong Lirui then recounted the events of the previous night, omitting the second leg's Natasha segment and the fourth leg's Nyarlathotep segment, and essentially told Di Xinyan what had happened. It was obvious that Di Xinyan couldn't maintain her composure when she heard about Yelena's attempt to launch a night raid while intoxicated. However, when she learned that Zhong Lirui had simply and brutally knocked out and sent her away with his stealth mech, she was both amused and exasperated. As for Zhong Liuni's story, Di Xinyan was deeply moved after hearing it. She's an unfortunate but good child. Their upbringing was filled with pain. I think about it this way. Her brother, a demi-human, sacrificed himself to protect our human people. Her already broken family is now even more shattered. For both love and reason, I want to give this inherently kind demi-human child a home. Like Xifeng? Yes, that's exactly what I think. Zhong Lirui's gaze remained very sincere as he spoke of this. Arui, I'm so happy. You really didn't disappoint me. Di Xinyan smiled brightly. This is the you I love most, the incredibly kind you. Okay, you be her father, and I be her mother. Father, when the war is over, bring the child back, and we all live together. Zhong Lirui smiled happily. Bai Lingxin secretly said to Yujia, Arui is really strategic with his words now. He selectively glossed over the two parts about Natasha and that official, which were completely difficult to explain. He's really improved. Yujia laughed. Mom, Natasha's matter is over anyway. She's realized she loves her husband the most. The problem is solved, so bringing it up again is pointless and will only cause trouble. There's no point in saying more. We can't stop that official from doing whatever he wants, and bringing it up will only make us feel frustrated. I think Arui did absolutely nothing wrong. You two have really improved, That night, Zhong Lirui slept soundly, a rare treat. The next morning, in the still-ruined city hall, amidst its somewhat dilapidated state, Solikov held a live-streamed press conference to the entire planet. Over 500,000 conscious survivors across the planet witnessed once again the triumph of the new era's three giants, leading the human coalition, defeating the evil god, protecting their homeland, and achieving victory. Humanity can defeat the evil god. Solikov declared powerfully into the microphone, his eyes gleaming. In the live broadcast, the ruins behind him contrasted sharply with the iconic blood-red flag fluttering beside him. In shelters, fortresses, and partially restored cities throughout the planet, people watched with excitement as Solikov delivered his impassioned speech. The three giants, once again leading humanity against the evil god, achieved victory. This impression was deeply etched into the hearts of all survivors of the apocalypse era. This is not the end, but the beginning of a new era. Solikov's voice resonated throughout every corner via data transmission. From this day forward, humanity will rebuild its home, and all those who have sacrificed to protect Blue Star, regardless of race or status, will be recorded in history. When Salikov finished his speech, thunderous applause erupted throughout Chikiki City. Meanwhile, the viewership rating in the live broadcast room once again surpassed 50%. When the three leaders, Zhong Lirui, Salikov, and Liang, dressed in formal attire, their chests adorned with medals, appeared before the camera with their fists clenched together, the crowd erupted in jubilation. This time, they cheated. You helped them, Haster said calmly from the Chaos Deep Space UFO starship. Brother, how outrageous is the cheating? Anti-gravity technology, biolaser emitter technology, multiple ancient gods, and even the corpse of my child, Little Yellow, the great desert dragon, are being abused. Naya roared angrily from the air. Look at them. When Lloyd used the Mayan divine body, he caused destruction to this city. Does he follow the rules? Does he care about the lives of civilians? Does he consider the possibility of civilization's demise? I'm not against you now. Little Naya, what you did was indeed correct in principle. However, do you remember last time? The little human emperor was almost harmed by you. I'm just advising you to be careful when you personally intervene. On such a scale, you should learn from your apostle. When he fights, he always considers obtaining the greatest overall benefit at the lowest cost. I know I was rash last time. So, this time, I'm with him. Nyarlathotep said firmly. Now, it's basically confirmed that our opponents and our mortal companions are following completely different technological paths. Our companions are mostly following the mechanical technology route. But our opponents are following a bizarre route of digging up graves, stealing the genes and bodies of vanished gods, and then combining parts of war machines. Haster said coldly, this organization is called the Creation God Project. Every time they dig up the remnants of a myth, besides obtaining resources and materials, it feels to me like they're searching for something. Lloyd and these human souls, manipulated by ambition, are indeed using the organization's power to dominate the world. But I feel that the real God behind it seems to have no respect for gods at all, and even a strong hostility. It feels a bit like Perseus to me. You mean the story of Perseus using the power of the Titans to fight the Titans? Referring to the story of Perseus beheading Medusa to fight the powerful Kraken, yes. I feel that they haven't gone all out to exterminate humanity like the previously rampaging Chunjinkuan. Strictly speaking, the current Shenpan should be called Chunjinkuan II, and the vengeful Ning In. They've been actively searching for the remnants of various gods, and stealing forbidden knowledge, not only to accumulate strength, but also giving me the impression that they're seeking revenge against some force. Revenge? Yes. What did that feathered serpent use on him? Didn't you see it? Naya suddenly remembered that the feathered serpent used more than 2 types of advanced silicon-based life forms from the Windrunner's divine body. Brother, that's yours. How can you be so calm? Little Nyarlathotep, this is already our war. So, before victory, I have neither the time nor the right to grieve. Haster's words seemed calm, but the shock in Nyarlathotep's heart was immense. Our war. Your little human emperor is waging his war. And yesterday, the moment Quetzalcoatl appeared, our war against the unknown hostile god also began. Moreover, these two wars seem inseparable. Little Nyarlathotep, since you intervened, you must act carefully. War requires calmness to win. Brother. I understand. Nyarlathotep suppressed the turmoil in his heart and agreed. Take care of yourself. If necessary, I will also intervene. Okay. Naya agreed somewhat absent-mindedly. This was something she hadn't heard Haster promise to intervene in years. After finishing her communication with Haster, Naya looked at Zhong Lirui inside the damaged city hall. Today, he was dressed in his uniform and wearing medals, exuding a composed yet domineering aura. A mix of emotions welled up inside her. My dear Arui, from now on, we have to fight to the death. That day, although Chikaka City was nearly half destroyed, the celebration continued until late at night. During the celebration, every hero of this battle, even the recently recovered Alyosha, raised a toast. During this time, a small incident occurred. Because Natasha had disobeyed orders and fired at the Black Knight the previous night, according to regulations, she should have faced a military court-martial and might even have been executed. However, taking advantage of Solikov's recent great victory and the safe return of his right-hand man Alyosha, Zhong Lirui, in high spirits, persuaded her to stay. After giving Zhong Lirui a meaningful look, Solikov, as a favor, spared Natasha's punishment, though the medals and commendations she had earned for 2 consecutive days of combat were revoked. Having experienced such a tumultuous ordeal, Natasha was indifferent to these things and said nothing. She simply held Alyosha's hand quietly, unwilling to let go. Privately, her devoted protection of her zombified husband had become gossip that day, spreading rapidly among the celebrating crowd. Although Jean Leroy was a perfect new human with a high metabolic rate, the Rakshas's enthusiasm and countless cups of vodka still made him a little dizzy. When he stepped back into the room, ready to lie down and rest, the balcony door was open. Naya, dressed in a red Gothic noblewoman's gown, was already waiting for him. "Sister Naya?" "Xiao Rui." Naya walked towards Jean Leroy. "I'm sorry, I know you're very tired right now. But what I'm about to tell you is very important." What is it?" "In your world, the post-apocalyptic survival war has been going on for 2 years now. Now, our Cthulhu pantheon has also been drawn into this war. Do you remember what I told you yesterday on Chagarak Island?" "I remember, you said that among our opponents are gods." "Yes, now, the situation is even more serious. In fact, your battle with the feathered serpent god's divine body was your first direct battle with a true god." Jean Leroy was shocked, the dizziness from the alcohol completely gone. "Sister Naya, could it be that what I did that day?" "Yes, what you fought back then was a biological divine body controlled by a true unknown deity, a combination of genes and technologies from various lost gods, or rather, a large amphibious biomech. Then, the attack you a divine body in my dream is. It can be considered a giant biomechanical body, a form of remote-controlled consciousness insertion. Now, I might as well tell you. Itakua's true form is actually similar to me and my brother, a top-tier silicon-based life form the size of a normal human body. And that 40-meter-tall one is actually his divine body, driven directly by his own body insertion. It can also be considered a giant silicon-based biomechanical body. Do you understand? Consciousness insertion?" Jean Leroy suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "If that's the case, then doesn't that mean Lloyd isn't dead?" "Very likely. Your victory yesterday was indeed glorious. But the reality is that not only is Lloyd not completely dead, but the unknown enemy god who came down to save the Maya divine body is also unharmed." "My god?" At this moment, Jean Leroy's previous joy of victory vanished. Now, he felt a chill that seemed to penetrate to the heavens. Chapter 536. In the quiet night, Nyarlathotep closed the balcony door. Jean Leroy gentlemanly pulled out a chair for her, and she sat down gracefully. Nyarlathotep calmly recounted her and Haster's judgment. "I'm sorry, Xiao Rui, we dragged you into our world's affairs." Nyarlathotep looked apologetic. "Sister Naya, don't think like that. Although the Creation God project was indeed initiated by that unknown evil god and used to avenge a certain divine power, Jean Leroy's tone was gentle, but then his tone shifted, his eyes sharpening, that God only cared about his own revenge. But how much damage did those crazy humans who followed him cause to this already shattered world for their own purposes? Strictly speaking, the beginning of the zombie apocalypse is all related to them. Because, why did my father-in-law go berserk in his previous life? Wasn't it because the tentacles of the Creation God project reached him, killing my mother-in-law, Bai Lingxin, and my Xiao Ran? Later, the Creation God project's Ria Kingdom branch, the Yoshida Life Research Institute, harmed Shuangzi and Ningan's family. This led to Ning and also going berserk in the Ontario mother nest due to revenge. 99% of the world. The population was wiped out because of this. As for what Tuerta did later, look at Saren and my Kikij, how much suffering they endured. And the 3 million innocent souls on the land of glazed desert. Now, in Chikiki City, 400 citizens will never return from this war." At this point, Jean Leroy's blood surged. He stood up, clenched his right fist in the air, his expression solemn. "Sister Naya, whatever your initial intentions, I am now the human emperor you appointed. I am now the true guardian of humanity. I will not let them go. In the name of me, the human emperor, the god slayer, the guardian of Blue Star, Jean Leroy Bachelou. This is my responsibility. So please don't say things like dragging me into this. We must stop them together. I will fight for my people, and I will fight for you. You fought for me." Nyarlathotep, who had lived for thousands of years, showed a rare expression of shock. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, as if she were re-examining the apostle before her, who had repeatedly been embarrassed and at a loss for words after being teased by her. She gently stood up, walked to Jean Leroy, and placed her slender fingers lightly on his clenched right fist, her tone filled with a mixture of emotion and relief. "I really didn't expect you to have such a strong heart." At the same time, in the Zero Anzhou backstage surveillance, Qin Shaoran, Qin Xiaoyao, and the reborn Bai Lingxin and her daughter were all weeping. "Arui has never forgotten to seek justice for us. He's had it so hard, Qin Shaoran sobbed. This child, he even wants to get justice for me, Bai Lingxin said, tears streaming down her face. Arui has carried so much, he shouldn't have to bear it all alone. Qin Xiaoyao said with heartache. Alright, let's discuss this together when Arui gets back. We can't afford to be passive anymore. During the last battle at the Dragon Soul Research Institute, we discovered that our previously invincible satellite reconnaissance actually has significant limitations. We need to find a way to enhance our reconnaissance capabilities, Qin Shaoran said, wiping away her tears. Regarding Arui's precognitive dream, we only managed to reach a point where we were capable of fighting. Just as the goddess said, with the bizarre combination of flesh and blood technology in the biomechs, Arui Xianyuan can still fight and withstand attacks, but Daddy's Minghong can only fight from the shadows. As for the Divine Sword too, thankfully we weren't sent this time. It wouldn't survive 2 minutes in a direct confrontation with that feathered serpent god. Other mass-produced Peregrine Falcon modified mechs might not even be able to inflict effective damage. The redesigned Xianyuan mech is a medium-sized variable mech with sustained warship-level firepower, capable of 2 consecutive tactical nuclear strikes, and short-term warship-level laser protection. Minghong was previously positioned as a medium-sized mech fighter with short-term warship-level firepower, a single tactical nuclear strike capability, and no special protection. Xinjian 2 is a large-caliber 183mm electromagnetic cannon floating turret. Once deployed in turret mode, its mobility is too poor. It is simply no match for the highly mobile opponent, Quetzalcoatl, with its high-powered laser cannon. The remaining Peregrine EX plasma types only have one laser cannon capable of lightly injuring Quetzalcoatl. In the future, when dealing with unknown evil gods, Divine Sword 2 should just play it safe and snipe from a distance. Minghong is back this time to carry out a major upgrade and overhaul. Also, given how poor the detection capabilities were in this naval battle, the Mirage high-performance electronic warfare reconnaissance aircraft needs to be put into practical use as soon as possible. Bai Lingxin nodded. We need to continue to improve our combat capabilities for what may be even more brutal battles in the future. The two Qin sisters exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Inside the room, after a brief period of shock, Naya's eyes softened and hardened. Since you made your decision, I will fully support you. Together, we will restore peace and tranquility to both dimensions of this planet. Yes. Zhong Lirui nodded sincerely in agreement. Don't worry, I will be with you until your death. When the day comes that you die, will you consider whether you want to leave me? At this moment, Nyarlathotep, whose eyes had been burning for a long time, changed his tone and spoke in an ambiguous manner. Huh? Zhong Lirui, still immersed in his righteous indignation mode, hadn't reacted yet. Nyarlathotep, however, had already used her tentacles to pull Zhong Lirui close to her, breathing on his face and saying, Hee, my beloved. You can take your time to think about this suggestion. You have plenty of time. Until the end of your life, you have plenty of time to consider it. Zhong Lirui, ah! He screamed inwardly, Nyarlathotep really fell in love with me. I'm doomed. She's the #1 Yandra in the Cthulhu mythos. Being loved by a Yandra is an accident. I encountered Chernobyl. Nyarlathotep ignored Zhong Lirui's shock, tilting his body 45 degrees with her tentacles. Under the night sky where the aurora borealis danced, the eerie blue light spilled into the room. Nyarlathotep, dressed in a gothic fiery red dress, and Zhong Lirui, now bound by tentacles, engaged in a bizarre yet romantic reverse penetration. A half-laid French kiss. Unable to extricate himself, Zhong Lirui's mind echoed with Nyarlathotep's suggestive words. Darling, do you remember the first time we met? Back then, I asked you, didn't you subconsciously see me as someone you could pursue? Well, today I'm telling you, you successfully won me over. But now that you got me, don't think you can get rid of me easily, okay? Zhong Lirui, but my lifespan is too short. If you're willing, after you die, I can turn you into one of my kind, Nyarlathotep said easily. A body for the next life, just one, silicon-based. But I have so many lovers at home now. Zhong Lirui felt even more guilty. It's alright, I don't mind sharing these mere 240 years with him. A lively and bustling period is fine too, isn't it? As long as you always have that fighting spirit for me. Oh, by the way, after you die, I leave a backup of your consciousness for that loyal little elf. Any other questions? Zhong Lirui suddenly couldn't find a reason. That's fine then, honestly accept my love. Oh ho ho ho. Naya let out an evil laugh. Helpless, Zhong Lirui ceased his futile resistance. Under the force data link, i.e., a force kiss state, Naya quickly detected a hidden thought in Zhong Lirui's consciousness. Although she's extremely wicked, she seems to be a good girl. But is it really okay for her to choose me? In the data world, Naya smiled brightly. Oh dear, you clearly care about me, yet you're so dishonest. The instant Naya pushed Zhong Lirui down at a 45% angle, Yu Jia tactfully blocked the subsequent video transmission. Furthermore, her monitoring, Master's mental pollution value, 33.33%, is steadily decreasing. 0 Anzhou monitoring. Mother and daughter trio. Bai Lingxin, Qin Xiaoyao, Qin Xiaoyao, shock. Yu Jia, you traitor? How could you bow down to evil forces? Qin Xiao interrupted. Sister, don't be angry. It's all right. There are multiple goddesses doting on our master. Yu Jia just smiled faintly. Sister Naya is much stronger than me, isn't she? Anyway, those two are reproductively isolated, while you already have your master's child. What are you afraid of? Oh right. Qin Xiaoran was taken aback, then immediately calmed down. She stroked her abdomen. Yes, Yu Jia, you're absolutely right. Qin Xiaoyao and Bai Lingxin exchanged a glance, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. On the large bed. Xiao Rui, don't worry. Isn't this good enough for us? Naya breathed into Zhong Li's ear, while gently circling his chest with her tentacles. Do you think a goddess should treat her apostle with the utmost respect? Even if they love each other, they dare not be together until the apostle grows old and passes away, leaving only regret and sad memories? That's a tragedy for two people in love. I hate tragedies the most. Sister Naya. Let's drop the sister, starting today. Naya gently turned Zhong Lirui's face with her tentacles, her lips. Looking at him tenderly, she said, this is the only privilege you have on the entire planet. Zhong Lirui sighed inwardly, then composed himself and asked, Nyarlathotep, you hate tragedy? Yes, on this beautiful planet, I experienced too many years. I traveled through dynasty after dynasty, era after era, seeing too many landscapes, and witnessed too many tragedies. No matter the era, I dislike tragedy. You're very strong, you're almost omnipotent. What tragedy can't you reverse? Zhong Lirui asked, puzzled. Too many. Nyarlathotep said sadly. Ah? Chapter 537. Take my children, my family, for example. I couldn't prevent their tragedies. You already know the story of Little Yellow. Now let me tell you about Little Black, the Black Dragon of Western Europe. According to your historical records, during the Dark Ages, back then, I merely instructed those beautiful female doctors, both in mind and appearance, in some pharmacology, and they were burned at the stake as witches. Even later, beautiful girls, who knew nothing about medicine, were innocently implicated. Why do you think Little Black was hunted down by the heroes? Because he sheltered many innocent witches. Ah, but according to legend, aren't dragons predators of pure maidens? Partly true, Little Black was indeed fickle. It wasn't as devoted as Little Yellow, the desert dragon, but how many poor girls' lives did he save? As a result, he was not only killed by the foolish heroes and other gods lurking in the church, but also burdened with the stigma of adultery. A terrible reputation. This is common practice in Western Europe. Once a major deity of a region loses power, they are stigmatized as evil dragons. And these evil gods called dragons are often the original earth goddesses of their territories. You know, this isn't the first time Western Europeans have done this. Zhong Lirui's eyes widened in shock. So, Nyarlathotep, you later struck that hero's territory with lightning for 2 days? For the sake of the unjustly killed Little Black, and the 24 innocent girls, who ultimately went to the pyre. They were my students. I struck that foolish hero lord with lightning until he was charred, and that low-ranking deity who disguised himself as a sage and infiltrated the church, purifying that sinful land. For this, I was punished by Brother Hastur. I left for a while. As a result, when I returned, Little 8 had also been killed for a similar reason. Doesn't Yamada no Orochi also like to devour? Sorry, I was just reading a history book. Nyarlathotep, don't be angry. It's alright, history is just a little girl dressed up however the victors want. Nyarlathotep smiled bitterly. Actually, those first 7 girls were all demigods or half-demons. They were collected by the wealthy clan chief's family to be raised as playthings and given as gifts to those warlords. Do you know how low the status of women has been in the kingdom of Rhea since ancient times? Actually, the first 7 girls weren't eaten by Yamada no Orochi, but rather meddlesome. After being rescued, they fled into the deep mountains and went into seclusion. It was that wealthy clan chief and his wife who spread rumors. And the 8th one, that demigod girl named Kaneda Haim, once loved Hachi, and supposedly they even had a daughter? She should be like Kikij, calling me grandma? Unfortunately, I couldn't find her. She's the youngest son of the local chief god's family in the kingdom of Rhea, who's a bit mentally unstable and wanders around aimlessly. He believed one side of the story, and came to provoke me. Huh? And then? This 6C king, at first, couldn't beat Hachi in her human form. His broken sword, the Tatsuka blade, was shattered by Hachi's Kusanagi sword. Since he couldn't win openly, he resorted to underhanded tactics. He teamed up with his family's so-called god of wine to kill Hachi through trickery, and then, claiming to be a hero saving a beauty, took the girl for himself. Zhonglirui! He was already somewhat disillusioned and speechless. In this story, Nyarlathotep personally used biofusion technology to create Kuro, Hachi, and Yoko, treating them as her children. Kikij was directly fused with Yoko's genes, so Nyarlathotep treats her as a granddaughter. Similarly, Hachi and Kushinaheim's child should also call Nyarlathotep grandma. So later you went to seek revenge, causing the world to collapse and almost sink? Yes. If it weren't for that abandoned mother goddess, also zombified, kneeling and begging for mercy, I would have killed that ***** king's son she had with her brother long ago. Izanami, she's a zombie too? Sort of. Her mechanism is similar to yours. When she died and was reborn, the disorder in her regeneration mechanism, coupled with the stimulation of her heartless, cold-blooded nature, caused the nanobots on them, at the 2.0 civilization level, to go out of control, so she became like a pink skeleton. The nanobots on Zhonglirui are artificial biological enhancement nanobots that humanity has just broken through to, at the 0.95 to 1.0 civilization level. The ones on the gods of the kingdom of Rhea in this work are roughly based on the 2.0 civilization level of technology. Athena's are closer to 3. The technology of the 0th civilization era. The gods of the Cthulhu universe are mainly silicon-based life forms, beings of the 4.0 civilization era. Okay. Anyway, most of them eventually went to the M78 system aboard the Takamagara starship, right? Yes, not long after they left, the kingdom of Rhea began to be invaded by the Western Europeans. These aren't even the biggest tragedies. Nyarlathotep's tentacles stopped moving. The biggest tragedy is the tragedy of my sister-in-law, my kind nephew Itakwa, and my gentle sister-in-law Shub. Xiao Rui, you said I was almost omnipotent. Now you see? There are many tragedies I couldn't reverse. Saying this, Nyarlathotep buried his head in Zhonglirui's chest and fell silent. Zhonglirui looked at Naya before him, and for some reason, a warm feeling welled up inside him. To his own surprise, he reached out and gently hugged Naya, trying to stroke her long, black, and lustrous hair. Naya trembled, then slowly raised her head. The guardian of a girl's dreams? My little Rui? You're finally not hiding anything anymore? Zhonglirui didn't deny it, only responding with sincere eyes. I try. In the years to come, as we journey together, can I reduce some of these tragedies? To be honest, I also hate these heart-wrenching tragedies. I too have witnessed tragedies unfold before my eyes, powerless to stop them. I can only say that I will sincerely try to reduce these tragedies on Earth. Thank you. I believe you. I saw it. Last night, you and your principal wife wrote a happy ending. I believe you. Xiao Rui. Naya stammered, you're such a kind person, too kind. Fine. You deserve a reward. A reward? Didn't you want to try my training mode a long time ago? Naya sat up, her face as beautiful as a peach blossom, her deep, captivating eyes radiating a mesmerizing and maddening charm. 8 tentacles on her body began to dance in the air. The suckers on each tentacle began to shimmer with a jewel-like, eerie blue fluorescence. The next moment, Zhonglirui's pupils dilated violently. Naya's gothic, fiery red noblewoman's dress transformed out of thin air into Natasha's semi-transparent midnight battle suit from the previous day. She tilted her head back, let out a long sigh, and then looked into Zhonglirui's eyes. Little Rui, in human terms, I love you. Come on, heat! Zhonglirui, shocked. Late at night, an exhausted Zhonglirui fell into a deep sleep in the embrace of Naya's tentacles. Naya simply smiled, watching his sleeping face. Nyarlathotep, my sister, you gone too far, it's so filthy. God and apostle, no matter how close they are, how can they do such a thing? Saurikito's, Athena's, voice rang out. Although Seiya has the microscopic energy circulation method of your Olympian civilization, and the enhancement of his advanced intelligent armor made from orichalcum, his aging speed is slightly slower than that of ordinary humans. But look at him, at 50 years old, he still suppresses his feelings, silently protecting and accompanying you. My sister, are you two going to continue this torment? Is this really what you want? Does it have to be so blunt? My sister? Athena grasped the scepter of victory, her hand trembling. If I lose my virginity because of my own and say it as personal desires, I will lose this life, this body. Divine power. And the 87 warriors who followed me will lose their leader. And the Sanctuary Academy, the last 5,000 people of Athens whom I was forced to protect, they will lose their shield. What will happen? Do you know? The entire land of Western Europe is now a hell created by humanity's own madness. Compared to that, the destruction caused by my two uncles over the past few decades is utterly insignificant. Poseidon and Hades are Athena's uncles by lineage. Athena lowered her head sadly, tears welling up in her eyes. Sister, don't cry. I have a suggestion. Go ahead. Let's get together in Shiroe's city, the new Dacian eastern metropolis, Lingen Prefecture. Perhaps Shiroe's kingdom can offer you some constructive advice. You mean, you're inviting me to be a guest in Lingen Prefecture of the Eastern Kingdom? Yes, afternoon tea for two goddesses, how about it? Naya chuckled. Is there any point? Athena said coldly. You think his title of human emperor was just something I tricked him into? In ancient times, every human emperor of the great Qian civilization had the merit of saving lives. In his own directly administered city alone, he achieved the feat of restoring the population from 24 to nearly 50,000. If it weren't for the interference of those conspirators in the Creation God project, his recovery speed would have been even faster. 24 people was the population of Zhong Lirui's first survivor community, when the homeland community initially stabilized. Athena's eyes were filled with shock. Zhong Lirui? He restored a post-apocalyptic city from 24 people to 50,000. Population. Yes. Think about it. Sister, it's been so long since we last met. Bring Saya along. Let the two of them, the Pope and the human emperor, have a good chat, hee. Saya is only temporarily acting as Pope. Habingji went missing while rescuing people in New York, during the chaos in New York. Naya shook her head slightly. She remembered that 2 years ago, the authorities of the Gale Kingdom, due to loss of control, ultimately detonated a nuclear bomb in downtown New York. Okay, let's talk about the details when we meet. Shall we? Athena, shall we? Okay. Chapter 538. Zhong Lirui opened his eyes at dawn. The space beside him was empty. Was everything last night a dream? Everything last night wasn't a dream. What? You're already thinking of me as soon as you wake up. Beside him, Naya instantly appeared, still dressed in her sexy, semi-transparent battle robe from the late night. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door. Daddy, are you awake? Time to get up. It was Zhong Liuni's voice outside the door. Huh? My little succubus daughter's here to wake Daddy up? Naya breathed into Zhong Lirui's ear. Zhong Lirui was shocked to see Naya in her semi-transparent battle robe beside him. Then, he gave her a pleading look. Naya covered her mouth and chuckled as she floated up, her attire transforming back into a magnificent Gothic noblewoman's fiery red dress. After kissing Zhong Lirui's cheek, she vanished. Zhong Lirui shook his head, activated his rapid movement technique, and dressed with incredible speed. The speed of the first-generation new humans can reach 3 times that of a normal person, with a top sprint speed of 66 yards. Record holder Legless Dance King A Mao. As he finished getting ready, a very interesting pair appeared at the door. Zhong Liunu, dressed as a succubus, and Olga, with her philosophically explosive, massive physique. Little fish? Olga? What brings you here? Zhong Lirui, now dressed in formal attire, smiled gently, like an elder. The supreme chief executive of the new Great Qian dynasty, the one with the spirit of the human emperor. Just call me Uncle Zhongli, Zhong Lirui said calmly. His full title was already too long. Olga probably learned about his situation from his father, Salikov. Yes, Uncle Zhongli. Tell me, little girl, what brings you here so early? Olga suddenly bowed. Uncle Zhongli, I heard from teacher Natasha that you saved him and brother Alyosha. Thank you. Seeing the muscle angel Olga's genuine gratitude, Zhong Lirui smiled. Child, I just did what I should do. I think if you were in my position, you wouldn't have stood by and watched them die. I saw that you never gave up on those primitive warriors. No. Uncle, you're making me a little embarrassed. Olga had come to thank him, only to be praised instead, making her a little shy. Her current explosive muscles, coupled with her current bashful expression, would be overwhelming for most people. But Zhong Lirui knew that at her core, she was still a pure girl. Therefore, Zhongli treated her with great gentleness. By the way, it's perfect timing. I have something to discuss with your father. Olga and Zhongli exchanged glances. Zhongli quickly found Solikov and Leon, and signaled that only the three of them should remain. Xiaopu, Yelena, Thomas, and even Alyosha and Alexei all left the room. My comrades. Last night, I received intelligence that not only might Lloyd not be completely dead, but we are also facing an enemy. Behind those madmen of the Creation God Project, there may be a truly unknown lost deity controlling everything. According to my intelligence, the feathered serpent's divine body that suddenly appeared during the Battle of Chagurak Island was almost certainly manipulated by him to rescue the Mayan divine body. However, because of our overwhelming firepower, the Mayan divine body couldn't escape. Solikov and Leon's eyes widened. We paid such a high price, and only. Solikov's eyes bulged as he recalled the 40% of the city still severely damaged. We didn't do nothing, Solikov, Zhongli said seriously, looking at the two. According to my intelligence, the Mayan behemoth is the most damaging strategic weapon in the short-term Creation God Project, capable of inflicting the strongest damage on coastal fortresses and cities. Losing it significantly reduces the threat of the Creation God Project to us, especially your Chikiki City and Leon Seward City. That's true, Leon nodded. Solikov, however, was less optimistic, but the feathered serpent, with its agile and powerful attacks, and its ability to defend against your mech's laser weapons, is very troublesome. For field troops, it's almost a fatal threat. Zhongli nodded. The feathered serpent is actually just a transitional phase to the greatest threat. He then pulled up the Windrunner's data. The ultimate goal of the Creation God Project is the complete resurrection of the complete Cthulhu pantheon. Windrunner Itakwa. Liang frowned at the Windrunner's size. It looks about the same size as White Nin. Is it really that dangerous? Zhongli coldly replied. What if it could tear apart my landship and Solikov's bison, reach speeds exceeding 200 miles per hour, run at high speeds on ice fields and shallow seas, and fire lasers, like the feathered serpents from its eyes, capable of shooting down your AC-130, or even my Bishi, with a single blow? Solikov and Liang were speechless with shock. After a long silence, Solikov murmured, a monster 40 meters tall, 200 yards. Liang barely managed to avoid making the sign of the cross. Itai laser cannon, one shot down AC-130. Solikov couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhongli, where did you get your intelligence? Zhongli thought for a moment and answered in a different way. Do you remember where we got the intelligence that allowed us to save Liang in time? Solikov suddenly realized, oh yes, I've forgotten. Ever since you judged and executed the first demon king Chinjinkuan, the kind and innocent remaining forces within the Changsheng group provided you with the strategic intelligence from last time. Also, the Ontario group is a branch of the Creation God Project, right? So, just as he mentioned this, Solikov turned his gaze to Liang. Zhongli, interestingly, also turned his gaze to Liang. Liang's expression at this moment was quite something. He knew their gazes were directed at his sister, Dr. Asia, who had been involved in the Ontario Life Research Institute's project. He said awkwardly, my sister was indeed caught up in their plan and almost killed. Fortunately, she later provided the three of us with intelligence, saving the last strength and people of the Lifeone Kingdom. At this point, Solikov nodded in agreement. I see. So, we can basically conclude that this crucial intelligence is credible. Yes, if that's the case, then the situation we're about to face will actually be even more dangerous in the near future, Liang said through gritted teeth. Seeing the two men's current state of making their own judgment and finally understanding the seriousness of the situation, Zhongli finally breathed a sigh of relief. His goal had been achieved. He then timely sighed. Yes, the situation we're about to face is not optimistic. Didn't you see this time? Why did I develop the laser-resistant Xianyuan, which has laser protection capabilities? Because it was originally designed to deal with Itakwa. But now it seems it's not enough. Partners, are we ready? Solikov said in a low voice, obviously not. Yeah, neither do I, Leon said dejectedly. Looks like I have to reconsider my southward expansion after retaking Alaska. Solikov sighed slightly. The bison-modified landships aren't enough. Maybe I should go back to archaeology. Brothers, I know it's tough for everyone. But we really need to make plans soon. Solikov and Leon exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. After the meeting that day, the three reached a consensus. Next, all three parties would resume production, heal their wounds, and agree to become stronger in their own way, preparing to meet any major challenges that might arise at any time. After the meeting, Salikov privately said to Zhongli, "Brother Zhongli, I'm entrusting Olga to you. You said Itakuya might mainly operate in high latitudes. So take my daughter with you. If you can cure her, then I'm counting on you." "Salikov, you're being too polite," Zhongli sighed slightly. "I will do my best. Also, we should formally restore close diplomatic relations. How about I make Natasha your ambassador in Lingen State?" Salikov hinted to Zhongli with a subtle look. Zhongli understood Salikov's meaning. However, he wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal that he hadn't actually touched Natasha. He simply leaned closer to Salikov and whispered, "Sending her over is fine. However, her wedding with your prize student has been delayed for too long. They escaped death this time. It's time for them to get married. After the marriage, I welcome her to be sent over as ambassador periodically." Salikov paused, then his subtle smile deepened, because he had intelligence indicating that Zhongli seemed to have a penchant for married women, and that his wife was a widow. "All right, that's all negotiable." Both Salikov and Zhongli exchanged knowing smiles. Data World Yujia smiled wryly. This, disguise, misleading, and prejudice, the master and the bald uncle actually managed to reach a consensus based on misunderstanding. These two are masters, incredibly impressive. Bai Lingxin shook her head. Rui is such a good person, forced into this position to play this game of power, it's not easy. Naya, invisible above the house, watched everything with a smile, covering her mouth. After the meeting of the three guardians of Blue Star, Salikov led Alyosha and Alexei to the data room. He found a high-level classified safe, opened it, and then showed an old item to his two most trusted advisors. The Caspian Monster Project SS-type file. Alyosha stared at the file stunned. Supreme Commander, that monster is powerful, 200 miles per hour, right? What was its design speed during our Great Red Alliance era? Salikov's sharp, hawk-like eyes swept over the two men. To be honest, my father was one of the project participants. This thing is indeed fast enough, and it can ignore both ocean and plains, but its weapons are too weak. Alexei hesitated. Salikov looked at Alyosha. When you first suggested using the Bison as a platform, it was just for transporting troops, and its weapons were even weaker. Now! After so many battles, you have enough data and experience, right? Alyosha immediately understood. Commander, you truly have a keen eye. Yes, after so many successful battles, we can use the new platform to install suitable test equipment, laser cannons, telescopic rocket launchers. After all, these things can reach a top speed of 300 knots. Right, it already has anti-ship missiles. Alexei thought for a moment and nodded. For now, using military jeeps as carriers for anti-aircraft laser cannons, mounting them on the prototype isn't impossible. However, this kind of anti-aircraft equipment belongs to Dakian. Oh, it seems we have to. Let's discuss cooperation with Chief Executive Zhongli. You're all right. There's always a solution. Salikov nodded. In the martial arts world of Dakian, there's a saying. Speed is the only way to break through all martial arts barriers. That's true for the dagger, hypersonic missile, the bison, the electromagnetic cannon, and this sleeping behemoth is no exception. It's time to make it roar. Weapons boil down to one word, modification. As for protection, that day, that feathered serpent god gave me a lot of inspiration. Salikov recalled the feathered serpent god's method of using water mist to block lasers, and his eyes lit up. Alyosha and Alexei exchanged a glance and nodded excitedly. After the meeting, Leon convened a meeting with Thomas and several accompanying senior military officers. Thomas pondered for a moment, then advised, President, the fastest and most practical way is to retake the entirety of Alaska as soon as possible. Leon asked curiously, why? Thomas sighed. Before the monsters, Alaska was a strategic stronghold for the United States' defense of the Russian Far East, and also an arsenal. If you want to strengthen it quickly, this is the fastest way. Last time, we had to abandon so many valuable assets just to escape. It's different now. By the way, Alaska has two large laser missile interception system demonstrators, based on the C-130 and B-52 respectively. These two aircraft will be extremely useful in the final battle against the monsters. Leon was surprised by Thomas's unreserved advice. Oh? Thomas said apologetically, Commander-in-Chief, I sincerely apologize. I once questioned you. But the truth is, you not only led us to survival with the help of our allies, you are also a legitimately elected Commander-in-Chief. Moreover, with you in charge, the Galewind Kingdom remains a world superpower. From now on, I will do everything in my power to support our common cause. Leon smiled and patted Thomas on the shoulder. We're finally of one mind. Haster, on the starship, watched all these actions of the three guardians of Blue Star and nodded silently. However, then, he continued to stare at the results of the full-scale Blue Star scan, his face filled with worry. Where did this vengeful unknown god hide my child's body? Chapter 539. A day later, Alyosha and Natasha, arranged by Solikov, held their wedding. Simultaneously, Solikov appointed Natasha as the first ambassador of the new era to Dakian. Inspired by Solikov, Leon also dispatched an ambassador to be stationed permanently in Lingen Prefecture of Dakian. Zhong Lirui was somewhat amused and exasperated by Solikov's decision to ultimately send Natasha as ambassador, with her taking up her post in Lingen Prefecture after the honeymoon period. After holding a video conference with Yelena, Long Zhanya, and several other governors, he also agreed to exchange ambassadors with both countries on an equal footing in the future. Furthermore, Zhong Lirui discussed with Di Sinyan the possibility of providing singing instruction to Natasha and the singers of the Katyusha choir, who had come to learn and observe. Of course, Alyosha and Alexei also raised the need for support from Zhong Lirui for the old-era silent shooter military vehicle-mounted laser air defense system. Your Excellency, I won't hide it from you. We need those systems to strengthen our military and prepare for the upcoming decisive battle against the forces of the Creation God Project. You should contact Long Zhanya to coordinate with these systems. These aren't the latest systems. However, regarding the resumption of pipeline transportation for oil and natural gas, could our cooperation also be restarted? This pipeline transportation has been disrupted since the zombie crisis. After all, our new Great Qian and new Rakshasa are interdependent, the closest allies. Chief of the General Staff, what do you think? Zhong Lirui casually adopted a shrewd businessman's expression. He knew that those laser systems were standard vehicle-mounted air defense systems used by the military before the apocalypse. There were even export versions sold to the Abbasid Caliphate. The Bishi land-based warship later used a deeply improved version of this laser air defense system. He also knew that most of the equipment in the northern border of Great Qian required oil and gas resources. Moreover, this wasn't just about fuel. The oil and gas industry could also guarantee the production of thermobaric weapons and other munitions. Of course, we can certainly discuss this, given our deeper cooperation. Alyosha's expression showed instant understanding. Thus, after humanity entered the new era of the last century, the three major nations that survived the catastrophe, New Great Qian, New Rakshasa, and New Gale Kingdom, finally re-established stable diplomatic relations. These three most important nations of Earth began to gradually normalize their relations, much like the peaceful era before the disaster, marking a significant step in rebuilding international order from the ruins of the apocalypse. After the negotiations on trade and arms cooperation concluded, Alyosha privately requested a meeting with Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui was slightly surprised, but agreed nonetheless. In a private room between the two. Speak, Chief of Staff of the Rakshasa Army, Brigadier General Alyosha Korkin. What brings you here privately? Your Excellency Emperor Zhong Lirui, I sincerely thank you and apologize. I judged you with my petty mind, and my recklessness caused you trouble, almost killing Natasha. Natasha told me everything. Your composure throughout the entire affair is admirable. Your style of handling matters is awe-inspiring. When did you cause me trouble? Alyosha sighed. On the night of the decisive battle, I actually woke up very early. My first thought was to see Natasha. But in the corridor, I saw her wearing a cloak, using a special mechanism to open your room. I knew she was on that kind of mission. At that moment, I was utterly devastated and wanted to stop her. But Sergei's men stopped me. I didn't want to live anymore. So that night, you worked yourself to the bone just to escape the pain? Zhong Lirui raised an eyebrow. Yes. Even though I was in excruciating pain, I understood that tomorrow you would be fighting for all of humanity. So that night, until the next day, I didn't sleep and then I died. I heard what happened afterward from Natasha. Sir, you didn't touch her, and you even saved my wife and me. I also heard that you owed the commander a favor for saving Natasha. Your kindness is too great. I don't know how to repay it. Natasha will need your care in the city under your protection. I hope you tell me. If there's anything I need you to do, I won't hesitate. Alyosha seemed sincere and remorseful, but her eyes betrayed a hint of humiliation and resentment. Yu Jia reminded him, Master, this chief of the general staff seems to be about to unleash a green aura. After Yu Jia's reminder, Zhong Lirui immediately understood Alyosha's purpose in coming. He probably knew that Zhong Lirui had advised Solikov to arrange his marriage to his fiancée as soon as possible, but he also probably knew about Zhong Lirui's reputation as a good older sister, good wife, and his Chow Chow-esque approach. Now, having just gotten married, he's worried that Zhong Lirui will later extend his claws to Natasha, Salakov's newlywed wife whom he deliberately sent to Ling'an Prefecture in the Great Qian dynasty as an ambassador. Okay, so this is how he plays the game? After a moment's thought, Zhong Lirui smiled. Natasha told you, didn't she? She told you why I saved you and her. I heard. Your actions are very noble. It's very much in the style of true nobility from ancient times. Besides the reason I told Natasha, there's another one, my personal preference. Chief of Staff Alyosha, have you ever seen an opera? His. Before the apocalypse I had. Alyosha was somewhat surprised that Zhong Lirui didn't directly answer his question or make any statement. I like happy endings, and at the same time, I absolutely hate bad endings. Huh? Alyosha was taken aback. Take a look at this. Zhong Lirui snapped his fingers kindly and calmly. Yu Jia tacitly played the video recording. The first clip showed Alyosha in a room, now a zombie, with Natasha still protecting him from the Black Knight's purge. A surveillance video of the battle. Natasha, this. Alyosha covered his mouth. She's loyal to you, willing to fight to the death for you, Zhong Lirui said calmly. This is real. Alyosha was stunned. Then, the armor in his eyes cracked, revealing a genuine expression of emotion. Look at this again. Why do you think she was willing to take on the Swallow mission? Why did she choose to leave you behind at night, and come to me? Zhong Lirui whispered to Yu Jia in the accelerated world, Yu Jia, pay attention, cut out the second half. Yu Jia chuckled, okay. Master. The video played again. Under the starry sky, Natasha, her eyes red, roared, I regret it. Why didn't I stay with him through the danger last night? Instead, for his future, I took on that kind of mission and came to seduce you. In the middle, Natasha said to Zhongli, I really fell for you last night. This was intelligently cut out by Yu Jia laughing. Natasha knelt down, pleading, Great Emperor Zhong Lirui, I beg you, save my husband. I'm willing to give everything to repay you. Please. Tasha. Alyosha covered his mouth, tears streaming down his face. My Tasha, how could you be so foolish? Was it worth it for me? Tasha is Natasha's affectionate nickname. Chief of Staff, seeing is believing. You saw it, your wife, her heart is always filled with you. Even when she was carrying out the Swallow mission, her initial intention was for your future. My third reason for helping you is that I was deeply moved by her profound love for you. I feel that such a beautiful love, as pure as the aurora borealis, shouldn't end in tragedy. I hate tragedies. Zhong Lirui sighed softly, then looked into Alyosha's eyes, calm and honest. So you suggest the commander-in-chief that I marry Natasha as soon as possible? Alyosha didn't say another sentence. You're only doing this to make things happen for us, not because you think having a married woman as a mistress is more exciting? That's right. Oh, and also, the commander-in-chief doesn't know about these things. It was me who had Natasha report back saying she completed her mission. My dear Alyosha, you know what would happen if she didn't report back like that? You should know better than me, right? Zhong Lirui's eyes were now sharply fixed on Alyosha. Alyosha was stunned for a moment before his expression turned serious, indeed. So, Chief of Staff Alyosha, please don't test me anymore, and don't worry about any messy things Natasha might do in Zero and State. Instead of wasting your time worrying about these things, you should hurry up and have a baby with Natasha. Good luck on your honeymoon. Don't worry, I give you a red envelope after your baby is born. Alyosha stared in awe at the human emperor before him, a storm raging within him. In his dazed state, a non-existent halo appeared above Zhong Lirui's head, and a pair of shimmering wings materialized behind him. Your Majesty, are you an angel? Though you come from the Great Qian dynasty, you possess the heart of an angel. I admire you utterly. Alyosha wiped away his tears, his eyes now filled with admiration and genuine reverence. Ah, you flatter me. Like I said, it's a personal preference, I don't like tragic scenes. Once the world is at peace, you could have Natasha revive the opera troupe and such? Then everyone could still enjoy operas and concerts. That's cooperation, isn't it? Can we discuss cooperation as you say? Zhong Lirui said half-jokingly. Alyosha smiled sincerely. Yes. Your Majesty, cooperation is certainly negotiable, absolutely. Zero Anzhou backstage monitoring, Chen Xiaoran. Ha ha. I think Arui isn't an angel descended to earth, but rather the reincarnation of the matchmaker god, right? Qin Xiaoyao stuck out his tongue, helping others achieve their goals. That's great, isn't it? Bai Lingxin smiled. This operation is brilliant. Now, the most likely next commander-in-chief will not only no longer harbor resentment towards him, but will also feel indebted to him. Ho ho ho. Nearby in the air, the invisible Naya covered her mouth and chuckled. Little Rui, you're so cute. Your method to eliminate future troubles is to guide the choir leader, and his wife, to firmly believe that the other deeply loves them? Are you using the matchmaker god to tie a tightrope? Ha ha ha. Chapter 540. 1 week after the Battle of Chikiki, on a morning when nearly half the citizens of Chikiki were at the airport, bidding farewell to their heroes, the new Dakian army, who had traveled nearly 10,000 miles to aid them, and the new Lifeong army, who had crossed the Bering Strait to rescue them. At this moment, both the soldiers of the new Dakian army and the soldiers of the new Lifeong army wore wreaths and war commemorative medals awarded to them by Luosha for the Battle of Chikiki. Before parting, Salikov, Zhong Lirui, and Leon bid farewell under the crystal-clear blue sky of the high latitude. At this moment, Zhong Lirui and Leon wore high-ranking medals made of pure gold, the guardians of Chikiki. My partners, my comrades, thank you for your selfless assistance, Salikov said sincerely. Zhong Lirui and Leon exchanged a glance, smiled, and stepped forward to embrace Salikov goodbye. Comrades, we must be prepared. An even stronger enemy is still lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike, Zhong Lirui said calmly. Yes. Don't worry, after I lead the team back to Alaska, I look for a solution in the old era U.S. military's strategic arsenal, Leon nodded. Salikov agreed. Yes, our Russian side will also bring out some valuable items from the Red Alliance era. Don't worry, we will be ready. Zhong Lirui already knew from Yujia that Russia was preparing to activate the astonishing Caspian Sea monster, whose speed was more than 2.5 times that of the Bishi's top speed. He also nodded slightly. The Bishi and Xian Gui ships utilized some of the technology from the Bison hovercraft, with a normal maximum speed of 100 km per hour. However, under engine overload conditions, they can achieve a speed of 200 km per hour in 1 hour. But the Caspian Sea monster can reach an astonishing 550 km per hour, a speed that has shocked the world. So it's more than 2.5 times faster. The three giants of Earth clash once again. Before Zhong Lirui prepared for takeoff, Salikov stepped forward. She glanced at her youngest daughter, Olga, who was about to board the transport plane with the Yinglong paratroopers, and Zhong Lirui's adopted daughter, Zhong Liunyu. As the two chatted and laughed together, a father's love naturally shone in her eyes. Brother Zhongli, my daughter, my little angel, I entrust her to you. I will do my best to take care of her, Zhong Lirui replied solemnly. At that moment, Salikov sincerely stepped forward and gave Zhong Lirui a Slavic kiss. The military aircraft and mechs of Dakian and Lifeong Kingdom took off. Alyosha, holding Natasha's hand, watched the departing reinforcements and sighed softly. Tasha, the Bard Emperor, and the Rogue 5-star General, they're all gone. Alyosha lamented. Natasha paused, then smiled and asked, Alyosha, what? The Bard Emperor, and the 5-star General Thug? You mean, His Majesty Emperor Zhong Lirui, and His Majesty Liang, the Grand Commander of the Gale Kingdom? Alyosha's nickname, yes. Both of them have stories. Take a look at this secret file first, the Grand Commanders. Alyosha pulled up Liang's file on his LCD phone. Ah! He's not a police officer, he's a thug? His Doomsday Sheriff's badge isn't his own. Natasha was shocked. It was the one who arrested him, Miss Wang, the Chinese-American policewoman in his community? Grand Commander Liang is quite an interesting person. A thug fell in love with a policewoman? Even after she died, he kept wearing her badge, saving 100,000 Gale Kingdom citizens along the way. His lies, told long enough, became the truth. He's probably the greatest liar of the apocalyptic era. Alyosha watched the departing AC-130 with deep respect. Then, the Bard Emperor, what is this all about? I witnessed it last night too, his aristocratic style of doing things. After returning, I found some things from the reconnaissance unit that shocked me even more. Tasha, see what he used to commemorate the 3 million innocent people who died unjustly, the people of the Golden Court, and the northern border of the Great Qian dynasty. Alyosha continued scrolling through her phone, displaying satellite images taken by the intelligence department, the land of crystal, and the laver flower pattern carved into the ground by lasers. That astonishing and dreamlike grand ruin. Lord. Natasha covered her mouth in shock. His Majesty the Human Emperor is different from the Grand Commander. He possesses an inherently noble soul. Alas, so he helps us entirely because of his angelic kindness and poetic romance. I am truly honored to have met such an outstanding representative of humanity in my lifetime. Natasha's beautiful eyes sparkled, Then she smiled and said, Alyosha, you're not bad either. His Majesty the Human Emperor said he admires you. You're a genius too. I won't let him down. I won't let Blue Star down. I won't let you down. Alyosha turned to Natasha, his eyes resolute. Looking at her husband's determined gaze, Natasha smiled and kissed him. On the thousands of kilometers of return journey back to Lingen State, Zhong Lirui, piloting the Xianyuan, transformed into a surfer fighter jet in cruise mode, did not cruise at maximum speed. However, even so, he still left the slower Minghong far behind. This was because, on the return journey, Minghong's maximum speed could not exceed Mach 1.8. During the previous long-distance rescue mission, Minghong replaced its engine with a high-performance plasma engine and added a disposable fairing for high-speed cruising, enabling it to reach Mach 3. However, the fairing was damaged and automatically detonated upon reaching Chikaka City. The original Minghong mech fighter was designed for a cruising speed of Mach 1, with a maximum cruising speed of Mach 2.1 for short periods. Without the fairing's protection, cruising at Mach 2.1 for the entire distance would have inevitably led to its disintegration. As Zhong Lirui entered autocruise mode, Naya's voice rang out nearby, My darling Xiao Rui, are you in such a hurry to get home? You're flying so fast. Who's the first person you want to see? Sister Naya. Naya's voice betrayed displeasure. Darling, why are you here? Quick-witted, Zhong Lirui swallowed the second sister and changed his form of address. Oh dear, it's not even dark yet, and you're already being so mushy. Naya's tone immediately changed, becoming full of laughter. 50 meters to the left. Zhong Lirui turned his head to look 50 meters to the left of the fighter jet. A red, variable mech, Crimson Scythe, fighter cruise mode, appeared. She was accompanying him. Then, Crimson Scythe appeared for only 2 seconds before reverting to high-level cloaking. There was absolutely no signal on Zhong Lirui's radar. Moreover, unlike the ghostly blue plasma jets at the tail of Zhong Lirui's mech, Crimson Scythe lacked any so-called thrust nozzles or attitude jet nozzles. Did her mech use an anti-gravity system for power? Zhong Lirui wondered. Nyarlathotep, have you been with me the whole time? Yes, I told you myself, I'm with you. What, aren't you happy to see me? No, I just thought it might be too tiring for you. TSK, no wonder so many beauties, including me, have fallen for you. You're such a central air conditioner. A central air conditioner. Zhong Lirui felt a slight self-deprecation at this assessment of Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep, there's still some time before we go back. I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the best way to resolve Olga's matter? Oh, you mean rescuing that bald man's youngest daughter? That's a simple matter for me. For you, it's harder than climbing to heaven. Huh? Why? Zhong Lirui asked, puzzled. Although the new human nanorobots developed by the Changsheng Group, whether first or second generation, belong to the technological level of civilization era 0.95 to 1.0, their operating principle is based on DNA recombination. It's impossible to restore her, a fully formed second-generation combat-type new human. The only way is to select a sample tissue from this child, use the Changsheng Group's technology to completely remove the second-generation new human nanorobots, and then use cloning technology to recreate a body. Recreate a body? Wait, doesn't that mean? Zhong Lirui's eyes widened, realizing a terrifying possibility. Doesn't that mean killing first? Little Rui, you really are an engineering genius with an IQ of 149. Naya chuckled, then her attitude became slightly serious. The problem is here. Under the guise of saving and treating, killing first, then resurrecting and recreating, can you bring yourself to do it? Zhong Lirui was speechless for a moment. Nyarlathotep, is this really the only way? The second method isn't called treatment, it's called neutralization. I can completely disable the second-generation new-type nanobots in Olga's body. However, that child's body will lose the powerful regenerative genes that support it. Such a large body will quickly become too much for her heart and organs to handle. After the nanobots fail, her lifespan might even shorten even faster. How could this be? How could all these paths lead to dead ends? Zhong Lirui's eyes turned to despair as he sat in Xianyuan. Xiaobai, what do you think? The most brilliant genius on Blue Star right now. Tell me, what about the second-generation product your group developed by going down the wrong path? Naya knew Bai Lingxin was eavesdropping, so she contacted her. God of knowledge, your judgment is accurate. If we forcibly stop the second-generation nanobots in Olga's body, the consequences will be unimaginable. Right now, if she lives quietly, she can still live to 60. If we forcibly stop the nanobots, she might immediately experience irreversible chronic failure throughout her body, and might not even live to 40. Bai Lingxin's words were a heavy blow to Zhong Lirui's heart. Because, before Naya appeared, in Zhong Lirui's mind, Bai Lingxin was someone with top-tier technology on the entire Blue Star. Now, he wanted to save Olga, but Naya's solution was destroy the original body, then transfer the soul back to the furnace for reconstruction. Bai Lingxin, on the other hand, suggested incurable, a chance of living to 60? Cured chronic weakness, and he wouldn't live past 40? A tremendous sense of defeat overwhelmed Zhong Lirui. His ears rang. Master, please don't be too sad. Your mental pollution level is 27%. Automatically take over all piloting. Yu Jia exclaimed in alarm. Naya shook her head, helplessly saying to Athena, who was also in conversation, ladies, what did I say last time? Athena, equally solemn, gripped the scepter of victory tightly, and sighed softly as well. After a long while, she said to Naya, Sister, please tell the Emperor that I want to go to the city he personally guards to take a look. Saya will come with me. Okay, welcome. When you arrive, I have a re-entertain you. Chapter 541. A few minutes after Yu Jia took over the flight, Zhong Lirui finally came to his senses. Yu Jia, thank you. Master, you're welcome. Are you feeling better? Thank you, I'm feeling better. I was probably too idealistic, just like last time in the insect hive. I was probably too arrogant, always thinking I could turn around any tragedy. But in reality, no matter what kind of person, even a god, power has its limits. Even Nyarlathotep has things he can't do. Zhong Lirui said calmly. Lil Rui, your mindset is quite good, isn't it? A realistic human emperor. Nyarlathotep's voice came again. So what do you plan to do? I plan to protect Olga, just like protecting Yoshida Sawako, Ningchan, protecting her. No matter how long she lives, at least in Zero Anzhou, she can live peacefully. That's a good idea. Nyarlathotep said gently, your mindset is becoming more and more mature. Sigh, I also experienced even greater, irreversible tragedies. Just accepting reality. Zhong Lirui sighed slightly. Before Naya's eyes flashed the same image, the giant larkspur pattern, scorched by lasers on the desert landscape, used to appease and soothe the souls of the departed. Xiao Rui, you did your best, that's good. Oh right, Xiao Rui. Naya lightly changed the subject. My good sister Athena, and her beloved first apostle Saya, are coming to visit Zero Anzhou. Would you welcome them? Zhong Lirui, ? A storm raged in Zhong Lirui's mind. He hallucinated the incredibly catchy theme song from that anime, etched into his very bones. Master, your mental pollution level is at 26% again? Yu Jia asked with concern. Nyarlathotep, Athena, and Saya. Nyarlathotep, don't tell me that everything in those novels and stories in this world is real. TCH? You're already confused? How could you forget? I'm still the god of 1,000 faces, and we even had some intimacy last night. Besides, you're currently piloting a 3-story high transforming mech, and you still have the divine artifact, the human emperor's banner, in your bag. Nyarlathotep teased. Zhong Lirui suddenly realized, that makes sense? Master's mental pollution level is rapidly dropping to 7%? Yu Jia was both amused and exasperated. Backstage. Qin Xiaoyao. What the hell? Athena and Saya are going to visit our city? Qin Xiaoyan ignored this and angrily shouted. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Damn it! Arui has fallen into darkness. He's not clean anymore. Yu Jia, why didn't you stop him last night? Yu Jia calmly replied. Sister, I can't beat him. I tried twice before. The first time was in the data world, mobilizing the computing power of servers in 3 locations, attacking in the form of a super robust data body, but it still wasn't a match. The second time was in the real world, with the great Xia Dragon Sparrow sword. His battle armor was also instantly destroyed. The goddess only wanted his master's body, not his life. It was within acceptable limits. Actually, the second time was to cooperate with Naya's exhibition match, haha. Qin Xiaoran turned and hugged Bai Lingxin, crying and complaining, You! Mom! Look at this! What? Bai Lingxin was both amused and exasperated. Daughter, you said it yourself, that this was fine, and you didn't care. Since things are as they are, let's just accept it. We're their followers now. Let's just consider it divine favor. This is no way to spoil someone. Humph! Qin Xiaoran stormed off in anger. Yu Jia, Kunwu, take number 6 and number 12, and keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything reckless and hurt the child or herself. Bai Lingxin shook her head helplessly. Yu Jia and Kunwu each commanded an invisible black-clad mechanical bodyguard and followed Chen Xiaoran. Bai Lingxin looked at the now calm Chen Xiaoyao and smiled, saying, "Daughter, you're quite open-minded, aren't you?" Chen Xiaoyao smiled. His love is immense. Besides, as you yourself said, with a career and a child, what can't I overcome? Now, I have Arui's child, a career to fight for Arui, and his affection, though not entirely in my heart. So what am I fussing over? What am I fighting for? It seems that although you say this, you're actually still unsettled. Bai Lingxin looked at Chen Xiaoyao in surprise. Xiaoyao, I didn't realize you were so capable. Chen Xiaoyao smiled serenely. A short distance away on a table, a paused clip from an old-fashioned TV series was displayed on a movable panel. Your Majesty. I can't do it. Ignoring this little interlude, Chen Xiaoyao operated the system, staring at the panel. A strangely styled passenger plane appeared in the Athens airspace. However, shortly after takeoff, the plane became completely invisible. Despite its invisibility, the Changsheng Group's system could still detect it, because its data portal reported its location. This aircraft was actually a product of the Changsheng Group from several years ago. Mom? No way, they bought this plane from us back then? Yes, it was made using some of the materials from the development phase when producing the large optical camouflage for the Bishi and Taotai, targeting high-end global customers. At the exhibition, no one bought it, except for the king of the Great Sure Kingdom, and the Kido Zaibatsu of the Liao Kingdom, who bought too. This thing can become invisible, and its flight is exceptionally stable, Bai Lingxin said casually. I never expected Athena and Saya to visit Zero Anzhou in it. Ha, interesting. Chen Xiaoran smiled. On the return journey. Nyarlathotep, why would Athena think of visiting my city? Heh, you're the focus of all the gods' attention. She occasionally notices you too, you know? Huh? You've done so many earth-shattering things. How could she, as the goddess of the earth, the goddess of wisdom and war, remain indifferent? Nyarlathotep chuckled. Also, she has some troubles, so I invited her for afternoon tea. So, I invited her to Zeroan City, which is currently one of the best cities on the entire planet, to entertain her. My Zeroan City is currently one of the best cities on the entire planet. Zhong Lirui asked in surprise. Little fairy Yujia? Nyarlathotep was too lazy to explain, and simply called her Yujia. Yes, goddess of wisdom, Sister Nyarlathotep. Master, I am now reporting to you. Yujia began to report on the food supply and economic status of the remaining major cities worldwide. Of all the remaining cities on the entire planet, the one in the worst condition is the Acropolis Sanctuary region of Athens, Greece. With its last remaining strength, the Kido Foundation sheltered 5,000 people in Athens, primarily feeding on food reserves transferred from the sanctuary in Athens. However, these reserves will only last for less than a year. The local area lacks singers, and the Saint Seiya and security personnel deal with the zombified citizens with ruthless efficiency. Currently, the wealthiest city on Earth is the Pearl of the Orient in the new Great Qian dynasty. Located in the tropics, it boasts high grain production and a thriving fishing industry, resulting in the highest food self-sufficiency rate. Meanwhile, Zero Anzhou, thanks to its similar fishing industry, agricultural bases, integrated urban garden granary strategy, and the bountiful harvests from the cultivated lands of the 18 tribes and the Storm Kingdom region, is currently approaching a 95% food self-sufficiency rate. By the way, Master, Sister Luisen actually wanted to report to you that it won't take 2 years anymore. The 18 tribes of Ling'an Prefecture are now ready to fully restore their citizens to normalcy. She, Sister Sinyan, and other city councilors are waiting for your return to report on their plan to restore the remaining 40,000 citizens ahead of schedule, Yujia added. The 18 tribes. The plan succeeded ahead of schedule? Zhong Lirui asked in a daze. My little Rui, you are a true emperor who has brought people back to life, Naya smiled. So, my sister Athena, besides coming to gossip with me, also wanted to see your successful experience. I understand, an inspection team, huh? Zhong Lirui quickly recovered from the immense joy of the impending success of the 18 tribes plan and smiled confidently. I warmly welcome their visit. Don't worry, I will treat them well. I remember, recently in Ling'an Prefecture, the pig farms and fish farms should have become quite established. When they come, I will treat them to a good meal. Oh, not bad. Naya smiled brightly. On Athena's private plane, Saori Kido, Athena, with her long, dark purple hair, gazed absently at the sea of clouds outside the airplane window. Saori, what are you thinking about? Seiya asked gently. How long can our food supply last, Seiya? Don't worry, It's not a problem. Saya? Saori looked into Saya's eyes and persisted. The middle-aged Saya sighed slightly, then said seriously, at the current minimum rationing rate, we can only last 11 months. Some citizens were injured and turned into zombies after trying to fish in the river and sea. Many people are already malnourished. The remaining Athens military and police have run out of ammunition, some saints have fallen ill, and Pope Habinge is still missing. Although, I can sense that the Taurus Claus cosmos hasn't completely disappeared. Saori, Athena, closed her eyes and sighed deeply. I hope our journey to the Great Qian will yield something of value. Our time is running out. Miss Saori, don't worry. We overcome so many hardships together. I believe you will guide us to victory once again, Saya said gently, lightly taking Saori's hand. Saya, what do you think of Nyarlathotep's first apostle, that new Great Qian chief minister, Zhong Lirui? Saori, Athena, asked quietly. That young man is truly remarkable. Saya smiled. I heard that he led a group of equally interesting young people, not only rebuilding life and order in his hometown, but also undertaking numerous long-distance expeditions. Moreover, I heard he's a master archer. I'm very interested in talking to him. At this point in the story, Saya is currently the Sagittarius Gold Saint, 50 years old, with a youthful appearance and body, but his hair is already gray. Looking at the expected light in Saya's eyes, Saori, Athena, smiled gently. She quietly rested her head on Saya's broad shoulder. Yes, this is an interesting young man. I like to see why Nyarlathotep dotes on him so much. The stealth airliner headed eastward, towards the eastern part of the Great Qian dynasty. Chapter 542. The Xianyuan mech returned to Zero Anzhou an hour later. When the Xianyuan mech, bathed in the glory of victory, landed on the deck of the Bishi, everyone in the dock and maintenance area cheered. Zhong Lirui disembarked from the mech. On the deck, Di Xinyan, Kikich, and Lu Yisan, holding Zhong Lixiao, were already there to greet him. I'm back. Looking at Zhong Lirui, who was radiating golden light, the three women smiled gently. Welcome home. The group returned to their residential community. Xinyan, I need to discuss something with you. We might have to entertain some important guests. Entertain some important guests? Di Xinyan was taken aback. Upon learning that Athena was visiting Zero Anzhou to meet her best friend Nyarlathotep, and that Saya would be accompanying her, the women all simultaneously looked like their CPUs were about to overheat. Although they had witnessed too many shocks before, the amount of information at this moment was simply overwhelming. Miss Saori. No, Ms. Kido and Mr. Tenma, are they coming to our place? Di Xinyan barely managed to come to her senses. Saya's full name is Tenma Saya. Tenma is his surname from his training at the sanctuary. He's considered Kido Mitsumesa's adopted son. He was 40 years old in the Omega era, and in the current world of this work, he should be in his 50s. Hello, Grandpa Saya. Theoretically, according to official data, Saori's birthday is September 1st, 1973, so in the current world of this work, she should also be in her 50s. Hello, Grandma Saori. Zhong Lirui then told Di Xinyan what Nyarlathotep had said. I see. Upon hearing that Saori, Athena, and Saya were coming to Zero Anzhou to learn from the current predicament of the Acropolis Sanctuary, Di Xinyan smiled with relief. Ms. Kido truly deserves to be called the reincarnation of Athena. She always has the earth and its people in her heart. But if that's the case, wouldn't our planned massive concert-style operation to restore consciousness to the people of the 18 tribes have to be postponed? Di Xinyan asked worriedly. Who said it would be postponed? Naya's voice rang out. She appeared slowly, wearing a more exquisite and luxurious fiery red Gothic-style noblewoman's gown than usual. Goddess of knowledge. The women bowed to Naya. All right, sisters, starting today, I'm making a new rule. Everyone call me Sister Naya. Stop calling me Elder Sister. This is the joyful technology cult, not some solemn cult. Whether you're human or a god, the most important thing is to be happy. Joyful technology cult. Di Xinyan and the women were taken aback, revealing slightly awkward smiles. Naya's godhood was far too casual. Just as Zhong Lirui was about to speak, Naya's voice came through the consciousness communication. They can call me sister, but you're not allowed. You're only allowed to call me Naya, darling, or wife, but you're not allowed to call me sister. Otherwise, be careful of my divine punishment, making you too tired to get up tomorrow morning. Hee, I also know Yujia's little elf's accelerated world move, hee. Zhong Lirui. Question mark. Di Xinyan thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something. She obediently asked Naya, Sister Naya, do you mean we should proceed as usual and let Lady Kido and the others observe? Naya revealed an elegant expression of appreciation. Sinyan, you really are my most beloved apostle's rightful wife. So intelligent. That's right, just as you thought. Do you know, there are no singers, saints, or security personnel in Athens, so we can only... She made a light slashing motion on her neck with her finger. The intelligent Sinyan, Kikij, and Lu Isan instantly understood Naya's intention. A hint of sadness even appeared on Kikij's face. My God, it's been 2 years since the crisis broke out. If they continue with this method of fortress defense and forceful extermination, how many people could have been saved? Wouldn't that be? My dear granddaughter, you're right, Naya said calmly, they're beyond saving. Kikij was shocked. Sister Naya, you called me granddaughter? Naya raised her right hand and casually said, I forgot to tell you, Borjijan. Kikij, the dragon god bloodline gene in you is the first generation gene from my child, Little Yellow. You are now Little Yellow's daughter, and I am its mother. Aren't you my granddaughter? After a few seconds of shock, Kikij immediately stepped forward gracefully and bowed to Naya. May you be blessed, Grandma. You should still call me Sister Naya. I'm not even 10,000 years old yet. You're making me sound old. Naya showed a noble expression of disdain. Not even 10,000 years old yet. Zhong Lirui. Sinyan. Kikij. Lu Isan. Backstage. Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoran, who had calmed down and returned. Bai Lingxin. Aisha. The awkwardness didn't last long. Sinyan stepped forward. I understand, Sister Naya. Don't worry, we arrange everything. We invite Miss Keto and Mr. Tenma to observe together. Okay. Naya smiled elegantly, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes, as she looked at Zhong Lirui. Born to take the blame, my little Rui, are you ready for the storm? Hee. Naya thought smugly. That night, Zhong Lirui held the Xian Yin, enjoying a rare moment of warmth. At this moment, Zhong Li Xiao was already asleep. But in his heart, he was thinking, Mom and Dad, you two are so eager to sneak around after I fall asleep. It would be better if I slept with Sister Xiao Feng or Sister Xiao Yu. Pretending to be asleep is so tiring for someone with such a telepathic ability. Honey, the child is asleep. Let's go to the balcony. Zhong Lirui hesitated. Although it wasn't like the civilized era, and it was basically pitch black in Lingnan Prefecture at night, and he and Xian Yin were an old married couple, going to the balcony. Come on, Xian Yin urged. Okay. Zhong Lirui nodded. The couple arrived at the balcony. Wife. Honey, I want to discuss with you which singers should be used when we fully resurrect the 40,000 primitive citizens. Huh? Zhong Lirui's burgeoning lust was instantly extinguished. So Sinyan called him to the balcony to discuss serious matters? Oh, Zhong Lirui responded, then immediately became serious. What are your thoughts? Sinyan noticed the slight disappointment in Zhong Lirui's tone. But she continued with the important matter. Currently in Lingnan Prefecture, the singers are me, Gu Anqi, and Xin Yuchu. Sinyan's face showed worry. However, Xin Yuchu is pregnant now. We learned last time that if a singer uses their power frequently during pregnancy, it can have unknown effects on the fetus. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and smiled. Sinyan, you missed 3. And one of them is a powerful singer. There's also Princess Yufu, Lure, and our daughter Xiaoyu. Them? Sinyan exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, this? Well, from a human-centered perspective. Well, Lure and Xiaoyu are definitely capable of participating in the chorus. Their average fit is around 85%. Princess Yufu's current state is slightly worse than Anqi's, but she's still a powerful singer with a fit of over 90%. However, Xiufu is now the princess of an independent kingdom, is this? Alright? Hey, we're not giving orders, we're inviting her. Zhong Lirui revealed a mysterious smile. We're inviting Dr. Asia to bring Xiaofu along to help you save 40,000 citizens, and turn them into rational members of society? What do you think her response will be? Sinyan looked at Zhong Lirui with surprise and smiled. You've grown so much that I'm quite impressed, Arui. Very good. Backstage. At Qin Xiaoran's villa, the Queen Mother of Storm Kingdom, Asia F. Grimes, on the surveillance camera, opened her mouth and said absent-mindedly, Human Emperor Arui, I'm willing. Qin Xiaoran was shocked, both angry and annoyed. Asia, what do you mean? It's one thing for an evil god to just arrive, but you have to get involved too. Asia murmured to herself, you given me, a person with unimaginable sins, the opportunity to save 40,000 people with my daughter in one go. I'm willing. After hearing the complete sentence, Qin Xiaoran understood. She stepped forward and embraced Aisha's trembling body, saying, "My sister, we can try our best to change what happened in the past. I know how much pain you endured. I can only advise you to try to let go a little, okay?" Xiao Ran, "Thank you. Thank you, Ari, thank you." Aisha carefully and gently returned the embrace with one of her 6 mechanical tentacles. "I tell Xiaofu right away, don't worry." She definitely agreed happily. Qin Xiaoran smiled and texted Zhong Lirui. Aisha agreed, "Don't worry." Zhong Lirui smiled knowingly upon receiving Qin Xiaoran's message and replied, "Thank you. Let's save Ling'an Prefecture together." Qin Xiaoran, still comforting Aisha, read the message and smiled warmly. "All right," Zhong Lirui said, feeling a bit listless after finishing business. "Wife, go back to sleep. Tomorrow we have to welcome our legendary distinguished guests." "What were you looking down on just now?" Di Xinyan blinked, staring intently at Zhong Lirui. "Don't look away, tell me honestly." Yu Jia smiled knowingly, and switched to private mode. "Huh? Well, I just got back. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. You called me to the balcony and I thought." Di Xinyan, both embarrassed and annoyed, stepped forward and playfully punched Zhong Lirui in the chest. "What did you learn on your trip to the Arctic? The balcony? You got some nerve. Wife, don't be angry." The next second, Di Xinyan gently kissed him and grabbed his hand. "The balcony is out of the question. Absolutely not. Let's go to the bathroom. Come on." Zhong Lirui, being led away, as the ancient poem says, red with sweat, a single point of insight. The next morning, the stealth airliner, having flown all night, arrived over Zero Anzhou. Saya gently stroked Saori's, Athena's, hair. "Miss Saori, please wake up, we're almost there." Saya, I sleep a little longer." "Okay." Saya looked at Saori's face with doting affection. After a while, Saori stood up and looked out the porthole. This is Ling'an Prefecture, the eastern metropolis of the new Great Qian dynasty, directly under the jurisdiction of Emperor Zhong Lirui. The plane flew from west to east over the city. "What are those?" Saya wondered, seeing several huge concentration camps enclosed by wooden rafts in the western part of the city. Saori, Athena, was also taken aback. Wait a minute. She subtly activated her cosmos, sensing the surroundings. These areas are filled with zombies. And, in 2 of them, there are trolls. Saya's pupils dilated. "What's going on?" "Concentration camps. Miss Saori, I request that the plane descend so we can go take a look. This plane can hover vertically, right?" Saori pondered briefly. "Sure, let's go take a look." Athena's plane, after becoming invisible, quietly approached one of the villages. In the village, Xinjie, the philosophical giant on duty for the 18 Tribes Project today, was inspecting the village with 2 professors from the Awakened University. From above, Athena and Saya saw this scene. Huge wooden rafts, forming a man-made prison. Each area imprisoned over 2,000 zombies. These zombies were ragged, with empty and vacant eyes. The typical Walking Dead zombies. Even more terrifying, a 2.3-meter-tall, muscular cannibalistic troll with explosive strength was leading 2 dark elders through this hellish area. What terrified Saya even more was that there were many more such areas in the west of the city, as many as 18. "Miss Saori, how many zombies are in these concentration camps?" Saya asked absent-mindedly. 40,000. Saori, Athena, replied, her brow furrowed, her expression grave. Soon, something even more terrifying happened to Saori and Saya. The melodious sound of bull horns echoed from the concentration camps. The zombie armies in all 18 concentration camps were assembling in perfect unison and marching in one direction. 40,000! Emperor Zhong Lirui, he tamed and controlled an army of 40,000 zombies. And they're assembling? Is he preparing some kind of military operation? Is he going to use this to dominate the world? Wait now! Oh no! Miss Saori, this is a trap! We just arrived, and Zhong Lirui has already assembled a zombie army to greet us. But we can't fly back! Saori's expression grew even more grave, because she knew that the plane's fuel had to be replenished in Zero Anzhou, otherwise it would be unable to return. Athens is about 8,500 kilometers from Zero in state, and about 8,600 kilometers from Shanghai. A civilian plane couldn't possibly have enough fuel to fly back directly from that distance. Don't panic, Saya. Let's go down and see what's going on. I want to hear what my Cthulhu best friend has to say. Saori, let's retreat. At worst, I take you back slowly. Flying 200 kilometers a day, we can eventually get you back to Sanctuary. Saya said resolutely. According to official settings, Seiya, wearing the Sagittarius gold cloth, can carry Saori on short-distance flights. The real-world reference is a non-powered hang glider. Seiya means that if there isn't enough fuel to fly back to Sanctuary in Athens, he act as a human glider, carrying Saori back. No need. I don't sense any hostility. If Nyarlathotep is hostile towards us, you can't stop her. Seiya sighed slightly. Wherever you go, I be with you. Meanwhile, at the airport in Zero State, which had been repaired and restored, Zhong Lirui and the welcoming team were already waiting. Zhong Lirui originally intended to wear formal attire, his chest adorned with medals, to greet the king with great ceremony. However, Naya meaningfully instructed him to wear the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow battle armor plasma type and unfurl the human emperor's banner in that manner. Zhong Lirui was utterly bewildered. Naya simply smiled and said, "You are not receiving a kingdom leader, but a god." Although somewhat confused, Zhong Lirui complied. Accompanying Zhong Lirui to greet the king were Kikij, Princess of the Golden Court, Princess Xiufu, Princess of the Storm Kingdom, and Dr. Aisha, Queen Mother of the Storm Kingdom. The other key management officials had all gone to prepare for the grand restoration ceremony. Windblade King, along with his knights and guards, continues to help Leon reclaim Alaska. The Batmen who died during the last Chikiki defense battle, because their heads were not damaged, were eventually resurrected to the songs of Yelena and Natasha. Basically, all the leaders or equivalent-level humans/demi-humans in Zero Anjo have arrived. Chapter 543. The Kido Zaibatsu stealth passenger plane landed smoothly at Zero Anjo Airport. Accompanied by Seiya, Saori, Athena, stepped out of the cabin. The two saw the welcoming party below. Saori, expressionless, carefully descended the gangway with Seiya. Leading the welcoming party was the new Supreme Chief Executive of the Great Qian Dynasty, Emperor Zhong Lirui, clad in the golden-black Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor plasma form, and wielding the Human Emperor banner second form. Beside him was the goddess Nyarlathotep, dressed in a magnificent Gothic-style fiery red noblewoman's gown. Seiya warily scanned the welcoming party. Lania, referring to Kikij, the succubus, referring to Xiufu, the modified Frankenstein's monster, referring to Aisha. Moreover, many soldiers in the group, even the Human Emperor, have a strong zombie aura. The Human Emperor wields an extremely powerful magical weapon. I can sense it. His armor and the banner he holds contain terrifying power. Seiya secretly said to Athena behind him, "Saori-san, please put on your god cloth. We're preparing to break through." As he spoke, he secretly gathered his strength, preparing to put on the Sagittarius gold cloth. "Seiya, don't be impulsive." Saori stopped Seiya, calmly saying, "After all, we're here to seek knowledge and be guests." On the welcoming side, "Master, Yujia subtly warned, Mr. Pegasus Seiya is wary of you. Please be careful." Zhong Li's senses sharpened, immediately switching to accelerated world mode. "Yujia, what's going on?" We detected an unidentified high-energy reaction on Mr. Pegasus Seiya for a brief moment. Furthermore, judging from his emotional state, he's currently very alert to you and the welcoming team. He's in a state of constant readiness for battle. A battle? We didn't threaten him. What did we do to make him and Athena so wary of us? The mode of analysis is unclear. However, we detected that Athena's private plane hovered over the 18 tribes region just now. Could they have misunderstood something? Very likely. Master, please be careful. According to historical data, without the Emperor's banner, your current armor is no match for Mr. Pegasus Seiya. Don't worry, today we're entertaining him, not capturing and imprisoning him like Poseidon. Please be careful. I'm summoning the Xianyuan mech to stand by invisibly. Alright. However, I doubt we need it. After regaining his composure, Zhong Lirui returned from the accelerated world. Only 1 second had passed in the real world. Saori had already led Seiya towards Nyarlathotep and Zhong Lirui's welcoming party. Seeing Seiya's wary gaze, Nyarlathotep's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Feigning ignorance, she stepped forward enthusiastically. "Athena, my dear sister, it's been so long." Nyarlathotep extended her arms and embraced Saori, Athena. Because it was a public occasion, Nyarlathotep didn't reveal her 8 tentacles, instead appearing in her standard human form. "Sister Nyarlathotep," Athena responded with a graceful smile, "it's been 5 years since we last met." Nyarlathotep then introduced Zhong Lirui to Saori, "Athena, Sister Athena, this is my first apostle of this era, the newest human emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, the leader of the nation, the Supreme Chief Executive, Zhong Lirui." Athena gracefully nodded to Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui hesitated slightly, then stepped forward and gently grasped Saori's, Athena's, hand. Just as he was about to kiss her hand, Eugia's accelerated world interrupted his spellcasting. Master, you got it wrong. A hand kiss is for married noblewomen. You're doing this to the virgin goddess Athena. Are you trying to blaspheme her? Then, what etiquette is appropriate? A Slavic kiss is even more inappropriate. A handshake and a smile will do. You're meeting her for the first time, and you don't know her well, so you can't hug. Okay, thank you for reminding me, or I'd be in trouble. In the real world, 0.5 seconds later, Jean Leroy realized his mistake and simply gently shook Saori's, Athena's, hand, offering a polite greeting. Athena, however, clearly saw that Jean Leroy had originally intended to kiss her hand, but had stopped halfway and switched to a handshake. A mysterious smile curved her lips. She found Jean Leroy's respect for her somewhat amusing. Your Excellency, Saori Keto, the Greek goddess of wisdom and war, the incarnation of Athena, I, Jean Leroy Batu, the Supreme Chief Executive of the new Great Qian Dynasty, on behalf of my directly administered territory, Lingen Prefecture, welcome you. Jean Leroy bowed slightly, his gaze sincere. It is truly our honor to welcome the most esteemed goddess of Greece today. If there is any shortcomings in our hospitality, we hope the goddess will forgive us. Saori nodded gently, her voice clear and elegant. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Saya and I have come at the invitation of my good friend, Sister Nyarlathotep, to learn and observe the wisdom of governance, and to enhance the friendship between our two realms. We have troubled you. Ms. Keto, you are too kind, Jean Leroy said politely. I dare not accept such praise. How could I presume to speak of the wisdom of governance before the goddess of wisdom? Saya stood behind Saori, his gaze never leaving the Emperor's banner in Jean Leroy's hand, his heart filled with vigilance. Then, Saori introduced Saya to Nyarlathotep and Jean Leroy. Nyarlathotep smiled and said, I don't need to. For Xiaorui, Saya was once his idol. Saya was taken aback. Jean Leroy had once idolized him. Mr. Pegasus, I am but a humble junior, Jean Leroy, the current human emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. It is a great honor to meet you, the legendary hero saint. Jean Leroy extended his hand. Saya looked into Jean Leroy's eyes, and found them sincere and resolute. But the hostility in his heart had not diminished in the slightest. At this close range, he was absolutely certain that the human emperor before him was no longer a normal human. The two shook hands. Your Majesty, the new Great Qian Emperor, I am but Pegasus Saya, the chief gold saint under Athena, currently serving as the acting pope of the sanctuary. It is a great honor to meet you, one of the three world giants of the apocalyptic era that shocked the world. You call me a legendary hero, but I dare not accept such a title. However, I have a question I would like to ask your Majesty for clarification. Mr. Pegasus, you are too kind, Jean Leroy smiled politely. Please speak. Your Majesty, are you still a normal human being? Mr. Pegasus, why do you ask such a question? Jean Leroy frowned. Saya swiftly retreated, instantly donning the Sagittarius gold cloth. A golden cosmos shone from his body. The surrounding crowd, who had come to greet him, were astonished. Naya smiled and said, based on level 3.0 Olympus civilization technology, with self-aware intelligent armor assistance, and microscopic human energy extraction and amplification radiation combat technology. Saya! Saori, Athena, scolded, you're too impulsive. This is the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. Don't be rude. Miss Saori, please put on your god cloth. Saya assumed a battle stance. 2 years. I've been fighting zombies alongside my fellow saints for 2 years. I can't mistake this aura. He, Jean Leroy, is no longer human. Many of you here are no longer human either. Miss Saori, we've been ambushed. The thousand-faced god. Nyarlathotep. What are you planning? Seeing Saya's readiness for a decisive battle, Nyarlathotep's playful nature was aroused. She conjured her crimson rose armor, brandished her crimson scythe, and approached Athena. Saori, Athena, brandished the scepter of victory, donned her godcloth, and coldly said, Nyarlathotep, what exactly do you mean by this? Is Emperor Jean Leroy really no longer human? Are you really setting me and Saya up in ambush? Nyarlathotep took a step closer, and used accelerated world to communicate with Jean Leroy. Tell everyone around to disperse. Don't worry, I play with Athena later. You and Saya have a go at it. Jean Leroy, inside his armor, revealed an alpaca-like expression. Huh? Nyarlathotep, you're not really going to set up a trap like Poseidon to capture Athena, are you? Capture, capture, capture. Why would I capture her? To make her your new harem? Slander. I absolutely didn't have that thought. I swear to you. Alarm bells blared in Zhong Lirui's mind, and he quickly added, the only goddess I love is you. Here, Zhong Lirui is referring to goddesses. Other women aren't goddesses, haha. Ha ha ha, good, that's good, my love. Hee hee, I just wanted to teach my rigid-minded goddess sister a lesson. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't hurt Athena. Hang in there. But you have the most powerful cleaver on earth, no problem. Naya was in high spirits. A second later, Zhong Lirui's face fell, and he ordered Kikij and the other women to evacuate and take refuge with the welcoming staff. Kikij asked worriedly, Arui, are you alright? Don't worry, your grandmother is here, and I have the human emperor banner. Your grandmother said she wanted to play with Athena. I guess this is how the goddess sisters greet each other. Zhong Lirui barely managed to suppress his emotions, and telepathically communicated this to Kikij. Okay honey, take care. Saya is a god slayer too, you know? Don't worry. Soon, the airport became a strange scene. Nyarlathotep confronted Athena, and Zhong Lirui confronted Saya. Mr. Pegasus, I think we have some misunderstandings. Holding the human emperor banner, Zhong Lirui didn't want to rashly engage in direct combat with the legendary Saint Saya, so he chose to continue trying to communicate. Human Emperor Zhong Lirui. Before, I thought you were the restorer of the new order in this world. Saya stared at Zhong Lirui, a hint of regret and indignation in his eyes. I learned from Miss Saori that you had done many great deeds for Earth. But I never imagined that one day you would fall, would use power you shouldn't have. Why did you raise an army of zombies, attempting to conquer this world that is already on the verge of destruction? Why did you become such a non-human monster? Is dominating the world really that important? Why did you lure Miss Saori here? Zhong Lirui felt a dryness in his throat. In just a few words, he roughly understood the situation. Saya's words showed that he was no longer a headstrong, impulsive, hot-blooded youth, but a loyal guardian of Athena after experiencing countless brutal battles. He probably thought that the villages of the 18 tribes were the zombie army he had raised to plot against the world. He and Nyarlathotep had invited him and Athena here, just like Poseidon, intending to imprison or even murder them. Clearly, Saya's current excessive behavior stems from his loyalty to Athena, his heartfelt love, the PTSD caused by the painful lessons he has learned from past battles, and even the extreme fear of losing Athena again during the Dark Apocalypse. This is true love. Mr. Pegasus, I understand. Your agitation stems from your love for Athena, Zhong Lirui sighed softly. This desire to protect her with one's life is truly beautiful. Saya was stunned, then, for some reason, his anger intensified. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know? My love will harm her, harm the sanctuary, harm countless people. Shut up. Zombie King. Atomic lightning speed fist. Saya roared, his body erupting with dazzling light, countless fist shadows, each carrying a powerful burst of cosmos, hurtling towards Zhong Lirui like meteors. Zhong Lirui, IF **** you. Saori screamed in terror. Saya, no. She was about to use her life water sphere to protect Zhongli when Nyarlathotep smiled. Sister, no need. Suddenly, the human emperor banner appeared in Zhong Lirui's hand. Unfolding, a red eye lit up at the top. The banner of the human emperor banner, once the banner of the undying black soul cloak, now appeared like a black hole, with an energy vortex. This dark vortex absorbed the powerful attack that shone with starlight, the atomic lightning speed fist. Saya's pupils widened in shock. What? Zhong Lirui was also stunned. Isn't this the move from the Xianyuan mech? It seems the human emperor banner is even stronger? Athena's expression was solemn. This, the power of the human emperor banner seems to surpass even the scepter of victory. Naya chuckled. Hey, back then, I made this cloak for my child, Little Yellow, because I was afraid his Valkyrie wife would die on the battlefield. Now it's this banner, and it can even block the lightning attack of your father Zeus's thunder scepter, let alone the power of an attack equivalent to that of a demigod. Seeing his strongest attack, unarmed, completely blocked, Saya temporarily halted his attack. A gentle, kind, unfamiliar female voice echoed in Zhong Lirui's mind. You're my son-in-law, the current human emperor Zhong Lirui? Facing such a formidable opponent, you actually tried to persuade me? Don't you know that heroes like this act with their fists faster than their brains? Huh? What huh? Fight first, we talk later. My mother is watching. Don't embarrass yourself. The voice urged. Zhong Lirui's mind raced, finally realizing. My mother was the term used by daughters-in-law to address their mothers-in-law in desert families. Desert, mother-in-law, daughter-in-law? She most likely meant Naya was her mother-in-law? The consciousness remaining in the human emperor's banner? Was it the first dragon queen? Oh dear! Is our demigod-like opponent intimidated? Alright, son-in-law, watch closely, I teach him a lesson. The first dragon queen exclaimed excitedly. Ah! Don't kill them! They misunderstood our guests. Zhonglirui exclaimed in shock. Then, the human emperor banner transformed into its fourth form. The skull atop the banner shone with a brilliant red light, while black wandering spirits hovered in the air. Above the airport, a small area of clouds began to gather, and the sky gradually darkened. At the same time, a sudden gust of wind arose, whipping up sand and stones, creating a bizarre yet spectacular scene. Lightning power began to gather on the human emperor banner. Dragon Queen. This could kill someone. Zhonglirui cried out in alarm. Alright, I just hit him 2 meters ahead. I blow a crater to scare him. The Dragon Queen said impatiently. Raise the emperor's banner, give him a taste of his own medicine. Son-in-law, make your move. Okay. Zhonglirui raised the emperor's banner, aiming it at the ground 2 meters in front of Saya. A dazzling flash of lightning erupted from the top of the banner. In an instant, the sky, dimmed by the clouds above, was illuminated again. Several bolts of lightning, as thick as bowls, shot towards Saya. Athena was shocked. The power of this lightning. Her life-giving water sphere couldn't withstand it. Saya! Athena cried out in disbelief. Don't panic, sister, look. Huh? The explosion subsided, and in front of Saya appeared a funnel-shaped crater, 1 meter deep and 3 meters in diameter. His golden armor was covered in dust and dirt. Is this the power of Zhonglirui, the first apostle of the evil god Nyarlathotep, the zombie king, the fourth demon king of the god slayers, the fallen emperor? Saya's expression turned grave. Athena's expression was equally grave. The power of lightning that the human emperor banner just unleashed is comparable to Zeus's thunder fury. Such a powerful weapon, yet he's never used it once in war. I see. Just as Saya was about to make another move, Athena sternly stopped him. Saya, cease fire. This is a divine decree. We misunderstood Sister Nyarlathotep and His Majesty the human emperor. Saya, huh? Zhonglirui finally breathed a sigh of relief. The lightning just now had not only shocked Saya, but had almost terrified him as well. Nyarlathotep's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Oh dear, finally starting to understand? Chapter 544. Saya hesitated, then ceased his resistance. Seeing this, Zhonglirui quickly put away the emperor's banner. The clouds in the sky soon dispersed. Nyarlathotep approached with Athena. She stepped forward gracefully, and said approvingly to Zhonglirui, Little Rui, well done. If I wasn't mistaken, Little Huang's wife awakened, right? My BR. Tana Altai? Come out. BR is Mongolian for daughter-in-law. From within the emperor's banner, a valiant ancient Valkyrie image was projected in 3D holographic form. Ah, you called for me? Tana asked, a little embarrassed. From now on, protect your father well. Understand? Isn't he my son-in-law? Tana, the first Dragon King's wife, asked. Oh, you mean your adopted daughter, my adopted granddaughter Kikij? Naya said casually. Kikij is his woman, but so am I. So from now on, you must respect your father, understand? Ah? Oh yes, Tana turned to Zhonglirui and said respectfully, Father, don't worry, from now on the battlefield, we be united and invincible. Zhonglirui felt like he'd been struck by lightning by the human emperor's banner. His adopted mother-in-law had become his daughter-in-law in just a few minutes? And she didn't even hesitate, admitting it in a second? Are desert girls really this straightforward? Sure enough, after this turn of events, Saori, Athena, and Saya beside her looked like their CPUs were about to overheat. Nyarlathotep chuckled. Saya, doesn't your Olympus Technology Saint cloth also contain the consciousness of previous generations of heroic saints? The consciousness on the emperor's banner is that of my wife, Tana Altai, the desert Valkyrie, wife of the earth dragon Xiao Huang, from 1,000 years ago. Upon hearing this explanation, a hint of agreement appeared on Saya's expression. However, his gaze lingered between Zhonglirui and Nyarlathotep for a moment before he understood their relationship. Saya, now 50, was no longer the naive youth he once was, and understood immediately. His expression initially showed amusement, but then a hint of bitterness and sorrow crept in. Yu Jia continued to observe Saya's emotional state. Master, Pegasus Saya's emotions. Shock 20%, absurdity 35%, envy and jealousy 20%, pain 25%. Zhonglirui quietly said to Yu Jia, it seems that his earlier statement, you love Athena, hit the nail on the head. After everyone calmed down slightly, Athena calmly asked Zhongli, Your Majesty Emperor Zhongli, I want to ask you, what exactly is your purpose in enclosing these 40,000 zombified people with wooden fences? Zhongli calmly replied, To protect them, so that they can live to see the day when their consciousness returns, like mine. Athena fell into deep thought. Saya was even more incredulous. Your Majesty, you surrounded 40,000 zombies to protect them? And zombies can regain consciousness. Nyarlathotep looked at Athena. Hey sister, didn't you tell Saya and the rest of the people of Athena that the singer can regain zombie consciousness? We don't have a singer over there. If I told them, what's the difference between that and telling someone who's starving to death that food can save their life? Besides, telling them would only cause unnecessary panic and chaos. They're already living hand to mouth in the sanctuary. If they rashly go out to find the singer, how many people will die needlessly on the way? Saya fell silent upon hearing this, his expression turning complex as he looked at Nyarlathotep and Zhongli. You have your reasons. However, your thinking is too rigid and conservative. It's a dead end. Sorry, Athena, didn't continue on Nyarlathotep's line of thought, instead asking Zhongli, Your Majesty, your city clearly has several singers, and you successfully surrounded 40,000 zombified citizens. This seems to be something you accomplished months ago, right? Why didn't you immediately restore the sanity of these zombified citizens then? Why make them suffer for these extra 6 months for nothing? Saya's expression was a mixture of shock and confusion. Zhongli sighed, Lady Keto, it's because of the food supply problem. Food supply? Athena and Saya asked simultaneously. Seeing their expressions, Zhongli snapped his fingers. Yujia, give Ms. Keto and Mr. Pegasus a summary report. Complete information on the 18 tribes plan, the grand strategy implemented in Ling'an Prefecture half a year ago. A concise core version, thank you. Yujia materialized magnificently from the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow battle armor in 3D projection. Master, you're too kind. Your esteemed goddess Athena, and the loyal and valiant Mr. Pegasus. Now, I will explain it to you. Yujia spent 20 minutes creating an efficient, dynamic video explanation. New humans and awakened citizens consume only 33% of the food of normal people. And primitive citizens, because they use their brains less, consume half as much food and energy as awakened citizens. Saya was shocked. Athena nodded, that's true. In the history of human evolution, as the brain grows, the corresponding consumption of food and energy increases geometrically. Thinking less does indeed lead to eating less. Saya, eager to follow up, asked, Great Emperor, how? How did you and your companions increase food production? Zhongli replied firmly, By using every means possible, we risked our lives to increase food production. Risked our lives to increase production? We built garden granaries in the flower beds of the community, in the park, on all available land within our controlled area. We gathered all the zombies using the power of the guides, then built safety fences and high walls, no longer just for defense against zombies, but to resist zombified beasts. We gathered experienced fishermen and farmers, especially awakened ones, who weren't afraid of being bitten by zombie fish, to fish in the river and also to cultivate fish ponds. We captured wild boars and built pig farms. Together, with the neighboring city of Shanghai, we modified icebreakers into armed fishing boats, and went out to sea to fish. We built satellite granaries in suitable areas. Zhongli became more and more excited as he spoke, starting with farming. Saving the people, saving the city, saving the world. He suddenly raised his right fist with pride. Athena covered her mouth, starting with farming and singing, turning the tide of the apocalypse. Saya's mouth gaped open, speechless for a long time. After a long while, he asked with difficulty, Your Majesty, the Emperor, when will these people be able to regain their consciousness once their food supply is sufficient? Today. Today. Even the calm and elegant Saori, Athena, almost couldn't hold back at this moment. Zhongli raised his left hand, then both hands in a gesture of warm welcome, smiling with unwavering confidence. Ms. Keto, Mr. Timma, welcome to my hometown, Ling'an Prefecture. Dakian and Ling'an Prefecture welcome you. Today, you have arrived at a historic moment. Our Ling'an Prefecture authorities will convene all qualified singers at the Golden Dragon Gymnasium in the west of the city to restore the memories and sanity of 40,000 primitive humanized citizens in one fell swoop. Because, after calculation by my colleagues in the Special Council, our food supply has met the requirements. At this moment, Nyarlathotep smiled and took Saori's, Athena's, hand. My dear sister, this is the scenery I truly wanted to show you today. Shall we go together? Yes. Athena, suppressing her overwhelming shock and holding back tears, nodded. Sister, let's go see it together. Instantly, Athena and Nyarlathotep both sheathed their armor and walked hand in hand like two best friends heading to a concert. Saya trembled as he removed his gold cloth. The new great Qian, the noble, benevolent, wise, and courageous Emperor Zhongli, your subordinate, is guilty. Zhongli Rui was shocked. He noticed Saya's intention to kneel in reverence, and, using his speed, rushed forward to support him. We in the great Qian do not kneel. If you feel bad, just bow to me. Hearing this, Saya readily complied and solemnly bowed 90 degrees to Zhongli Rui in apology. Your Majesty, I, Pegasus Saya, sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. You can punish me however you wish. Then, I punish you. Can you sign autographs for my son and 2 daughters? Zhongli Rui smiled. Huh? Saya straightened up, both amused and exasperated. Realizing what he'd done, he nodded slightly. Sure. You too, what are you dawdling for? Nyarlathotep yelled from ahead, the biggest concert since the apocalypse is about to begin. What are you dawdling for? Are you even men? Athena, sister's right. Saya, now that you apologized, hurry up and catch up. Zhongli Rui and Saya exchanged glances, smiled, and followed. Afterwards, Athena and Saya met with their welcoming party again, and everyone boarded the bus together. On the bus, Naya and Saori, Athena, sat side by side, occasionally gossiping. Kikij, a little aggrieved, asked Zhongli Rui in a low voice, Darling, why didn't you let me go today? Zhongli Rui affectionately stroked Kikij's belly. Kikij, I did this all for your and the baby's sake. Really, darling, please don't take any risks. Look, even the king of soldiers, Shin Yuchu, I didn't let her go. You pregnant women are the future hope of Ling'an Prefecture. I absolutely won't let you take any risks. Aunt Bai also said that if a pregnant singer forces herself to use her abilities, who knows what the impact on the child might be. I can't let you take that risk. Thank you, darling, Kikij said, her face beaming with joy. Although Zhongli Rui spoke softly, almost everyone on the bus heard him. Aside from some normal humans, the rest of the passengers were either gods, saints with specially trained senses, or new types and demi-humans, all beings with hearing far superior to ordinary people. Aishia smiled warmly at Xiaofu. Your grandmaster is such a gentleman. Saori, Athena, listening to Zhongli Rui and Chiga's interaction, thought of Saya, who was always watching over her in the back seat, and her expression somber. Nyarlathotep shook her head slightly. Chapter 545. After an hour's drive, the group arrived at the Golden Dragon Stadium. Saori, Athena, sensed the situation and was shocked. On one hand, although she had learned the general outline of the events from Naya and Zhongli Rui, she still felt immense pressure from the presence of the 40,000 primitive citizens already gathered in the Golden Dragon Stadium. Saya, on the other hand, was impressed by the Zero Anzhou army's operational capabilities and Zhongli Rui's coordination skills. An hour earlier, he and Athena had seen the primitive citizens of the 18 tribes gathering from the plain. And an hour later, with the assistance and coordination of local military police and militia, 40,000 people had already assembled inside the stadium. This efficiency was absolutely remarkable. Thinking of this, Saya remarked to Zhongli Rui, Your Majesty, your country's military and police are indeed the elite of the elite. In such an apocalyptic time, such powerful and efficient command capabilities are extremely rare. Zhongli Rui smiled, It's all right. Mainly because last winter, when we assisted the remnants of the New Gale Kingdom in crossing the frozen Bering Strait to rescue 100,000 people, the troops received ample training. Today, we're managing 40,000 people with low intelligence and a certain degree of organization within a safe sphere of influence. It's not too difficult. Saya felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but think about how difficult it was to manage the remaining 5,000 citizens of Athens, Greece. As the acting pope, he knew all too well now. The citizens of Greece are world-renowned for their capriciousness and independent spirit, adhering to a lifestyle-first, work-second attitude. This is completely different from the efficient East Asian culture of Zhongli Rui and Saya. In the preparation area at the entrance of the stadium, Di Xinyan, Gu Anqi, Xiaofu, Zhongli Yunyu, and Luor were making their final rehearsals. Listen up, everyone. Today, your senior sister Anqi and I will be responsible for the main theme singing. The three of you will fly and harmonize, and finally, everyone will sing together. Understand? Understood. Gu Anqi was extremely excited. Master, today, we are going to resurrect 40,000 people together. This is the most exciting moment of my life. Di Xinyan smiled and stepped forward, whispering, Do you remember what Director Lu said to you during the transfer? Gu Anqi was stunned, then sighed, Yes, I didn't expect that what he said would actually come true. The civilization that we hoped for, the peace that we hoped for, the laws that Lucy hoped for, and the dreams that you hoped for are all being revived and realized, D'Sinian said softly. Then, master, what do you hope for? Women all hope for happiness. Me too. I hope that the happiness of me, Arui shower, and everyone else can continue, under the protection of the goddess of wisdom. Saori, Athena, was stunned. Meanwhile, Nyarlathotep whispered, the emperor's consort, I do my best to fulfill your wish. However, this requires everyone's joint effort. Saori asked Nyarlathotep intriguedly, she's the emperor's consort? Yes, and the most powerful singer before Earth. The most powerful? The emperor's consort is very intelligent and beautiful, but I haven't sensed any extra power from her, except for that of the new humans. The singer's power is on the spiritual level. You see in a moment, my sister. Nyarlathotep smiled mysteriously. Who? Saori, Athena, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar spiritual force probing her inner world. She immediately defended her mind. Naya quickly walked over to Xiaofeng, who was holding Zhong Lixiao, and said to Zhong Lixiao, my dear Xiao Xiao, it's dangerous to casually peer into the inner world of goddesses, you know? We lived through so many years. If you randomly pry into our hearts, be careful you don't get trapped in your own memories. Especially mine, understand? Zhong Lixiao nodded fearfully. Saori, Athena, stepped forward curiously. Naya, who is this child? Sorry. Zhong Lixiao quickly noticed the situation and stepped forward to introduce. This child is my son, Zhong Lixiao. The girl holding him is my adopted daughter, Zhong Lixiaofeng. Zhong Lixiao is different from ordinary children. He was born with the intelligence of an 8-year-old, and he possesses stable telepathic abilities. No wonder, he gave me a feeling of a kiki just now. Zhong Lixiao was stunned for a moment. Xiao Xiao gave Athena the feeling of a kiki? However, he quickly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said to Zhong Lixiao, Xiao Xiao, were you just randomly prying into women's minds again? That's wrong. Do you know who he is? He's the Athena incarnation that Daddy tells you stories to at night, the one who leads the saints to save the world, and Saori Kido. Apologize now. Saori, Athena, oh dear, this child, the human emperor, actually tells this child, who's not even a year old, stories about me and Saya when we were young before bed. These kids are really, in the eyes of the 50-something-year-old Saori, the 26-year-old human emperor Zhong Lixiao is also a big boy. She quickly said, Your Majesty, you don't need to make a fuss about that. Your son is not even a year old and can't talk yet. Goddess Athena, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Zhong Lixiao apologized solemnly in his childish voice. Saori, Athena, Saya, This child, only a few months old, can already talk? Zhong Lixiao, embarrassed, because both the child's mother and I are perfect first-generation new types, and when she was pregnant with him, she barely managed to activate her abilities several times, once even to save me. So, it affected the child. Fortunately, it wasn't a negative effect. A storm raged in Saya's heart. Shock, regret, and the unknown, 3 emotions assaulted his soul like a burst dam. Zhong Lixiao, this perfect zombie, after recovering, not only possessed physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, but also had this astonishing potential. Could it be that he, his comrades, and the remaining citizens of Greece had been killing? Saya swayed. At this moment, he even felt a ringing in his ears. Uncle, you're very sad. What's wrong? Sensing Saya's emotions, Zhong Lixiao looked at Saya and asked in a childish voice. Saya? What's wrong? Saori, Athena, stepped forward with concern. Miss Saori, I may have committed a terrible mistake. Saya's face was deathly pale. Mr. Pegasus, you look terrible. There's a medical vehicle over there. Tengu, Tsumuji, take the guests over. Zhong Lixiao quickly said. Saya suddenly remembered that today was the day Zhong Lixiao was about to restore 40,000 citizens. He quickly perked up and said, Your Majesty, I'm fine. I request permission to witness your and your companion's historic feat of saving 40,000 citizens. Sure, Mr. Pegasus, are you really alright? Zhong Lixiao hesitated. I'm fine, Saya insisted. Zhong Lixiao nodded. In that case, Tingsha, Tsumuji, escort Goddess Naya, Goddess Athena, Queen Mother Asia, Prince Kikij and Princess, and Mr. Pegasus to the stadium's viewing platform. Counselor Lu Yisan and the others will be waiting for you there. Tingsha and Tsumuji saluted. Yes, sir. Zhong Lixiaofeng asked Zhong Lixiao, Dad, can I take shower with me? Go ahead. Be careful. Okay. Xiaofeng and Zhong Lixiao agreed. That day, in Lingen Prefecture, it was cloudy turning overcast. 10 minutes before the concert operation plan began, the sky was somewhat gloomy. Nyarlathotep frowned and contacted Hastur. Brother, borrow a bit of wind to blow away the clouds blocking the sun. You're being reckless again. Why are you fighting with the clouds? The clouds aren't thick today, it won't rain, the Storm King Hastur said helplessly. Today is a historic day for the three giants of Blue Star, the new Great Qian dynasty. If we're going to do it, we have to do it perfectly. Besides, I'm just adding some lighting, I won't damage the ecosystem. Alright. Wind Kirin, you handle it. Yes, your majesty. Wind Kirin also found this task a bit ridiculous. 5 minutes before the concert started, the wind picked up. The wind howled across the sky above the newly formed Zero Anzhou. The clouds, torn open by the suddenly appearing strong gusts of wind, were ripped open by huge gaps. In an instant, more than a dozen crepuscular rays streamed down from the sky. The brightest of them illuminated the very center of the football field at the Golden Dragon Stadium, the core area scheduled for the concert. Is the god-level lighting sufficient? Are the special effects enough? Hastur asked Nye expressionlessly. Nyarlathotep smiled and nodded. Very good. Nyarlathotep, is that how you play it? Nyarlathotep smiled elegantly and replied, Is there a problem? Is it not allowed? Sorry, Athena, it's not that it's not allowed. Next time you play this move on the Aegean coast, just have your saints play it like that, right? I remember Saya can fly, right? And some saints can control the celestial phenomena, right? Nyarlathotep said casually. Saya, shock. He really wanted to say, how can the sacred Sagittarius gold cloth be abused like this? But he didn't say it. Amidst the swirling clouds and streaks of holy light, a golden mecha flew in from afar. It was the Xianyuan mecha in mecha form. Zhongli Rui piloted the Xianyuan, breaking through the air and hovering above the Golden Dragon Stadium. The Xianyuan mecha slowly descended. During the descent, 3 bat-like girls flew in from a nearby rooftop, Princess Xiufu, Zhongli Yunyu, and Luor. They descended in sync with the Xianyuan mech. Finally, the Xianyuan mech landed steadily on the ground. On each of its 2 mechanical arms stood Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi, both clad in black mechanical plasma armor. Di Xinyan looked down at the 40,000 dark, dazed, ragged, and staggering primitive-looking citizens in the stadium. She exchanged a glance with Gu Anqi on the other arm of the Xianyuan mech, and the two nodded knowingly. The master and apprentice slowly raised their hands. My compatriots, sleeping souls, today, the time to awaken has come. Saori and Saya stared at the two in shock, involuntarily clenching each other's hands. Under the holy crevasse light, the 5 women sang together. Hometown Paradise, original by Di Xinyan. The spring breeze turns the south bank of the Yangtze River green. Swallows carry mud to build new nests. Rapeseed flowers bloom across the mountain valleys. A shepherd's flute echoes across the small bridge. My hometown, my paradise, a dreamlike haven where every season is a masterpiece. Summer lotuses stand tall by the pond. Autumn maples blaze like fire on the hillsides. My heart's desire is to return home. Where the lights are dim, there lies my hometown. Winter snow blankets the village. A red stove warms the cold window with brewed wine. Firecrackers crackle. The aroma of the new year fills the air. Family reunion dinners are filled with talk of peace and well-being. My hometown, my paradise, time flows like a song, its fragrance lingering forever. Spring goes, autumn comes, but my love remains. Though far away, I yearn for my hometown. My heart's desire is to return home. Where the lights are dim, there lies my hometown. Under the swirling clouds, above the stadium, celestial music awakens the soul. The song, carrying the power of awakening and purification, touches the hearts of everyone present. The 40,000 citizens, once dull and lifeless, begin to show a glimmer of light in their eyes, as if their slumbering souls have been awakened. Their bodies trembled slightly, as if struggling to break free from some invisible constraint. Gradually, the citizens' eyes cleared, and the confusion and bewilderment within them slowly dissipated. Saori, Athena, could feel the powerful spiritual force contained within the song, acting directly on the soul. Saya clenched his fists tightly. This power, it's somewhat similar to how Orpheus and Sorrento used it, but it's still very different. Saori, Athena, murmured. Saya stared, his fists clenched in a daze. The healing power of redemption? The Emperor's companions? When the song ended, there was no thunderous applause. All that remained were countless hoarse and bewildered questions. How am I? Who am I? Where am I? How am I still alive? What is this? Why am I here? Saori listened intently to these confused questions. But at this moment, to her ears, these questions, like those of a lost soul, were more melodious, more beautiful than praise or triumphant songs. This is the singer! This is the most powerful human singer of this era on Blue Star! Saori secretly tried to understand the previous song, her golden cosmos surging subtly. Naya, watching Saori's transformation, smiled with satisfaction. Sister, you truly are the goddess of wisdom. My junior, your comprehension is quite impressive. Zhonglirui, inside the Xianyuan mech, watched all this, a gratified smile on his face. Today, he, his wife, children, and companions were fulfilling their promise in their own way. For the promised redemption? Chapter 546. After the first phase of the concert operation concluded, Zhonglirui disembarked from the Xianyuan mech and hovered in the center of the stadium. He began a speech. Citizens of Ling'an Prefecture, my compatriots, I am the Supreme Chief Executive of the new Great Qian Dynasty, the new era human emperor, Zhonglirui. First of all, I congratulate you all on surviving the apocalyptic zombie crisis and regaining your lost memories and sanity. I know that you may be lost and helpless, unsure of where to go, unsure of what tomorrow will bring. You may be grieving, hopeless, or even have lost loved ones. 2 years ago, after the crisis erupted, I felt the same way. But back then, I had only one belief: to survive, to live well. In this dark apocalyptic world, to be alive is a blessing. Now, at this moment, we are all still alive. We have lost yesterday's prosperity. Perhaps we lost loved ones. Perhaps we lost our normal human appearance. But prosperity, we will rebuild it, bit by bit, through future efforts. Right now, the people beside you are your family. Don't give up. Don't be discouraged. Recuperation, medicine, traditional Chinese medicine will heal your scars, heal your meridians. With time, treatment, and perseverance, you will become like me again. Because I, too, was transformed from a zombie back into a human. Verified by Professor Chow, the University Doctor of Awakened Ones, long-term traditional Chinese medicine recuperation can restore the damaged bodies of awakened ones, using herbs that promote blood circulation and qi flow. Although awakened ones are not as perfect as new humans, their regenerative abilities are still very strong. As long as limbs are not severed, recovery is only a matter of time. Oh! Even though these citizens had just recovered, the crowd in the stadium erupted in cheers when Zhonglirui revealed that he too was a zombie turned back into a human, and that zombies had the ability to heal their wounds. Zhonglirui continued, my compatriots, beneath our feet lies our homeland, our home. Please join me, let's work together. Together, we will create a new world. First, live well, reclaim your lives. I promise to provide food, safety, and medical care. Perhaps your homes are not currently within the city's safe zone. But that's alright, there are enough houses in the city's controlled special zone. Everyone will have a place to live. Second, repair our homes. Let's work together to restore them to some of the things we want them to be. Third, together, let's rebuild a world of civilization, order, technology, and ecology. For this, I need each and every one of you to work together. At this point, Zhonglirui raised his hand and smiled, compatriots, welcome home. The Golden Dragon Stadium fell silent the moment his words fell. The next moment, applause began to erupt from a corner of the stadium. The applause grew louder and louder, gradually spreading throughout the entire venue like a surging tide. A light shone in people's eyes, a glimmer of hope ignited in the darkness. We are back. We are home. Many shouted, their voices hoarse yet firm and powerful. This cry, like a spark, quickly spread through the crowd. People began to embrace each other, as if in that moment they had truly become a united whole. Zhonglirui gazed at the scene before him, a surge of pride welling up within him. 2 years had passed, and the population of Ling'an Prefecture had plummeted from 18 million to 5,000, then to less than 10,000, and today, it had once again become a city of 50,000. Although, from the perspective of the old era, 50,000 was merely a small city before the apocalypse, given that the entire Blue Star's rational, normal population was only 550,000. Ling'an Prefecture had already surpassed Oriental Pearl City, and Shizhou City, to become the largest city in the new Great Qian Dynasty. Previously, the population distribution of the new Great Qian was as follows. Shizhou had 42,000 people, of which 40,000 were awakened. Magic City had 15,000. The city center of Oriental Pearl had 42,000. The Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress had 30,000 people, and the East Special District of Ling'an Prefecture had only 6,000 people when it was rebuilt. The entire new Great Qian had only a little over 100,000 people when the population was re-registered. Now, Lingnan Prefecture's population has suddenly surged to 50,000. Although this is still less than the 100,000 people of Chikiki City in the new Rakshasa Kingdom, and the 80,000 people of Zyward City in Alaska in the new Gale Kingdom, it is still a change that will shock the world. In the stands, Saori, Athena, gently said to Saya, Saya, this is the human emperor, his struggle. His path is truly so different from ours in the sanctuary in Athens, Saya said with a slightly solemn expression. Saori noticed the change in Saya's eyes, but didn't continue. Saya's decisions weren't made by him alone. Many things were done with her tacit approval or even authorization. Now, the shock and guilt in Saya's heart are no less than those in Saori's. In the scene filled with holy crepuscular light and 40,000 people being reborn, a scene brimming with endless hope and anticipation for the future, Saori quietly tightened her grip on Saya's hand in the stands, a slight worry between their brows. That evening, Zhong Lirui hosted Saori and Saya in the auditorium of the Jiayuan residential complex. Looking at the table laden with food, Saori and Saya were somewhat shocked. Steamed potatoes, pan-fried wild boar choy, steamed ribbonfish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Cantonese-style kale, corn and green beans. Before the apocalypse, these dishes would have been just ordinary home-cooked meals. But for Saya and Saori, who had been eating food stored up by the Athenian authorities and the Keto Foundation for almost 2 years, this food was nothing short of delicacies. Your Majesty, where did you get all these ingredients? Even Saya, now over 50 years old and a capable acting pope, whose composure was usually exceptional, still felt a slight tremor in his voice. Vegetables and grains, partly from the cultivated land within the controlled area, and partly from outside, Zhong Lirui smiled. That was 2 years ago. Back then, we used each community as a fortress, so we implemented a garden granary strategy for all the green belts within those communities. The potatoes and tomatoes on our tables today were grown in those community green belts. As for meat, partly from the farms we established, and partly from deep-sea fishing vessels. Backyard, granary farms, deep-sea fishing. Saya chewed on these words, muttering to himself, if we had implemented this strategy back then, perhaps the sanctuary wouldn't be in such a predicament today, almost completely out of ammunition and food. The words completely out of ammunition and food reached Zhong Lirui's ears. He immediately remembered what Nyarlathotep had told him about the current situation in the sanctuary's protected areas. The military and police ammunition were completely exhausted, and the food reserves could only last for less than a year. An indescribable feeling welled up inside him. After the banquet, Naya, along with Saori, Di Sinyan, Kikij, Aisha, Lu Yisan, Gu Anqi, Shin Yuchu, Xiao Fu, and Lu Ruyan, held a goddess moonlight tea party under the beautiful moonlight in the Jiayuan residential area. The human and demi-human girls felt apprehensive about this. Gu Anqi said weakly, Goddess of knowledge, Athena, how dare we attend a goddess's tea party? We are just mortals. Naya interlaced her fingers and smiled, Little girls, it's true that your lives are short. But this is the most radiant age of your lives, and the moment when you are closest to us true goddesses. Be confident, come on over. I don't mind. Saori, what about you? Saori smiled elegantly, come on over, beautiful girls. The women of Lingzhou smiled, and gladly joined the goddess moonlight tea party. Nyarlathotep smiled slightly, and telepathically communicated with Zhong Lirui. Xiao Rui, I cheer for Saori and all the girls you're protecting. You, take Saya for a drink under the moonlight. Drink? Haven't you noticed how dejected Saya has been ever since he witnessed your miraculous salvation? In this world, only women understand women, and similarly, only men understand men. Go have a drink with your idol from your youth, have a good chat. Okay, Zhong Lirui calmly agreed. Actually, he had noticed Saya's low spirits earlier as well. Under the soft moonlight, at the goddess's tea party, Nyarlathotep and Athena were chatting amicably with their girlfriends from Zero Anjo. In this peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, everyone felt that those they were chatting happily with were not the legendary Cthulhu goddess and the Greek goddess of wisdom and war, but two kind sisters. Athena's gaze occasionally swept over Xiaofeng, who was holding Zhong Lixiao, Lu Ruyan, who was holding Cheng Wei, the daughter of Tainan Offeng and Lu Ruyan, who is now also a counselor, and Kikij and Shin Yuchu, who were both pregnant. She sighed quietly. What, are you envious of them? Naya put down her teacup and asked calmly. My avatar, though longer lived than ordinary people, doesn't have their blessings. Athena put down her teacup, a faint sadness in her eyes. If the world were at peace, at worst, I would fight against the ancient taboos set deep within my soul. Even if I became a sinner in the Holy Land, it wouldn't be a big problem. But sister, Look at this world now. Look at the state of the Holy Land and Athens city that I protect. I know he's in pain. I'm in pain too. But in this era I can't do it. Athena turned away sadly. Disinyan, seeing Saori so distressed, tried to go forward to comfort her. Nyarlathotep's telepathic communication came through. Little D, stop. Don't comfort her, especially not. Sister Nyarlathotep, why? Disinyan was stunned. You, a woman who has won the Emperor's true love and finally become his wife with children, are going to comfort this woman who clearly loves Saya but cannot seduce him for the sake of the world. They can only watch over each other in despair until Saya grows old and passes away. Is she such a pitiful virgin goddess? Do you think it's appropriate for you to advise her? Disinyan immediately understood and stopped trying to persuade her. Athena's sorrow appeared particularly deep under the moonlight, her eyes revealing helplessness and struggle against fate. The atmosphere at the tea party subtly changed. The women of Lingen Prefecture also felt this heaviness, but they tacitly refrained from mentioning it, only trying to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere with gentle smiles and soft conversations. After a long while, the tea party gradually drew to a close. The first to leave were several pregnant women, Kikij, Shin Yu-chu, and those who needed to care for their children, Disinyan and Lu Ruyan. In the end, only two goddesses remained at the tea party, Naya and Saori. Sister, what do you think of them? Although they don't have our eternity, they are still very beautiful. Saori remembered Disinyan's earlier attempt to rise and comfort her, but ultimately choosing to sit down. Sister, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead and ask. The Emperor's consort is truly a kind, wise, beautiful, and strong woman, a perfect match. The Emperor has such a wonderful wife, and I've seen it myself. He truly loves her. But why did he choose to break his vow? Did you do it? Naya chuckled, slightly exasperated. You think I seduced my little Rui into falling, breaking his vow? Didn't you indeed seduce him, and succeed? Sai, you wronged him, and you wronged me too. Just like today, you and Saya wronged both of us at the airport. Naya sighed slightly, then looked earnestly into Athena's green eyes, and said, I read Rui's memories. He didn't fall willingly, rather, this absurd apocalypse damaged him into what he is now, a fanatical and insane guardian of a girl's dream. What? This guardian of a girl's dream. Is it a kind of obsession and madness? Yes, to the point that he's mad to the point. He's actually willing to protect me. The lurking chaos, the thousand-faced god? Ha ha ha. Nyarlathotep smiled bitterly and self-deprecatingly. Actually, this is also a kind of extreme madness. But I really need this kind of madman. I love him to death, ha ha ha. Saori stared wide-eyed, stunned. After a long while, she asked softly, what turned him into this? It was 2 years ago, in this world. When he was still very weak. Put on your wings, come, I take you to see it first. Then listen to his own words. Saori, Athena, silently put on her divine armor and spread her wings. Nyarlathotep activated his crimson rose armor. The two goddesses disappeared into the air. The next moment, in the violet mountain forest, before the broken composite bow tombstone, Saori's pupils dilated in shock as she saw the words engraved on the aluminum bow handle. What is this? This is Xiao Rui's first wife, Lu Xiaoyu, who died 2 years ago, Nyarlathotep said coldly. I read this from his consciousness data when I was intimate with him. What exactly happened? I have him tell you and Saya the story first, and then I show you what happened, Nyarlathotep said calmly. With a thought, Nyarlathotep conjured up a real-time monitoring image of Zhongli Rui from the Human Emperor banner. At that moment, Zhongli Rui and Saya were sitting on the rooftop of a high-rise building in the Jiayuan residential complex, drinking together. In front of them, each had a small jar of daughter's red wine. Chapter 547. On the rooftop of the Jiayuan residential complex, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Zhongli Rui and Saya sat on the ground, drinking together in this dreamlike setting of moonlight and starlight. Ah, fine wine. Your Majesty, what wine is this? It's like amber, sweet on the palate, with an unforgettable aftertaste. Saya exclaimed. Initially, Saya was 13 years old and couldn't drink. Now Saya is over 50, so he can drink freely, haha. Please strictly adhere to the regulations prohibiting minors from drinking alcohol. This wine is called Daughter's Red, a historically famous wine from the Lingen Prefecture region, Zhongli Rui said with a smile. After a few rounds of drinks, both were slightly tipsy. Saya looked at Zhongli Rui and apologized again. Your Majesty, I must apologize to you once more. Sigh. Zhongli Rui waved his hand, Mr. Pegasus, you already signed autographs for all my children. No need to apologize. No, I apologize this time because you told me the truth, and I was furious. Seiya sighed. You mean? You were absolutely right back then. Seiya shook the sake jar inside. Saori was taken aback. Nyarlathotep's frequency display. Mr. Pegasus, I understand. Your agitation stems from your love for Athena. Zhonglirui sighed softly. This desire to protect her with one's life is truly beautiful. Saori covered her mouth, her pupils dilating in shock. Seiya, you really... Nyarlathotep said calmly, Sister, keep watching. I'm a coward, Seiya sighed. I clearly love her, yet I dare not say it. Every time, I use responsibility and loyalty to deceive her, and deceive myself. Mr. Pegasus. I'm a failure. You called me a legendary hero, your idol. Today, after witnessing with my own eyes your epic feat of saving 40,000 people in one fell swoop, I realized how insignificant and ridiculous I am. Moreover, I committed a colossal mistake. Zombified citizens can have their reason and memories awakened through the power of the singer. They have so much more potential in the future. But, my comrades and I, for the past 2 years, have only been killing. My hands are stained with innocent blood. Mr. Tianma, please don't say that about yourself. You did nothing wrong. Zhonglirui placed the wine jar on the ground, the movement a little too forceful, spilling some wine onto the floor. Your Majesty, you are too gentle, but I did make a mistake. Mr. Pegasus, you are my senior in saving the world. Forget about empty titles. Please call me Arui or Shirue. We didn't possess the power of the singers from the beginning. In our Zero Anjo, I discovered the power of the singers by chance after countless lives were lost. Countless lives? Seiya's expression deepened. Yes, Mr. Pegasus. Before the discovery of the singer's power, facing zombies. Even if they were once our fellow countrymen, our neighbors, we could only act like you and the other saints, killing them outright. I even. Zhonglirui lowered his head. Master, please stop. Your mental pollution level is 29%. Yu Jia appeared, trying to persuade him. I'm going to say it. Zhonglirui roared, but the next moment, he apologized to Yu Jia. Yu Jia, I'm sorry, I drank too much. Master, it's alright. Take care of yourself. Saori, Athena, who is that? Oh, that's Yu Jia, the super AI of his battleship's auxiliary human personality, a masterpiece of near level 1.0 modern human civilization. She's also his lover. Huh? He even has an AI? Saori was dumbfounded. He even protected me, the evil god, so what's wrong with protecting an AI with a girl's personality? Nyarlathotep said calmly. Saori, Athena's shocked. Heh, look closely, sister, he's about to tell you the root of why he became like this. Zhonglirui took a deep breath. Mr. Pegasus, in that dark era, in that forest of despair, I had no choice but to marry my ex-wife first, and then, according to her last wish, I personally shot her to her death. Seiya was speechless with shock. 2 lines of hot tears slid down Zhonglirui's cheeks. He continued, such tragedies happened frequently back then. To curb the spread of the zombie horde, the military dropped thermobaric bombs on areas with over 100,000 zombies. To cover a large convoy evacuating civilians, 6,000 troops intercepted 30,000 zombies, ultimately detonating the thermobaric bombs and perishing together. Arui, you. Zhonglirui spoke faster and faster. Back then, there were no singers, no miracles. To survive, doing it was the only option. It wasn't wrong. Mr. Tianma, you weren't wrong. Looking at Zhonglirui, whose chest heaved, Seiya fell silent. After a long while, his gaze softened, and he said gently, Arui, if you don't mind, call me Seiya-senpai. Okay, Seiya-senpai. I deeply regret what happened to you. Please accept my condolences. Thank you. It's been 2 years since it happened. I can't completely stop thinking about it now. But at least it's not as painful as it was back then. Meanwhile, in Violet Mountain, Saori was utterly shocked. Zhonglirui, he actually did it himself. What happened to him that day? Do you want to see? Yes. Nyarlathotep brought up another channel, a real visual memory from Zhonglirui's world of memories. That night in Violet Mountain 2 years ago. Zhonglirui's hands trembled. With all his might, he whispered, Wife, I love you. The young man closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them. He pulled the trigger forcefully, the gunshot echoing in the silent air. Lu Xiaoya's body slowly fell, her long hair scattering on the ground. Zhonglirui knelt on the ground. Tears fell like rain. What? Ah. He covered his mouth, sobbing softly. This was the beginning of his tearing apart, his journey to becoming the guardian of a mad girl's dream. Nyarlathotep looked up at the night sky, where stars twinkled. And then? Saori, Athena, asked in a trembling voice. Later. Naya's hand gracefully waved in the air. More fragments of Zhong Leroy's memories surfaced. He was strapped with explosives, rescuing Disinyan and Ai Shirley from being kidnapped by bandits. Then, disregarding past grievances, he rescued Lu Ruyan, who was about to give birth, and her newborn son, Cheng Wei. He led his troops through communities on the verge of destruction, rescuing desperate girls and children, Leng Yu and his sister. He rescued desperate girls and children, Leng Yu and his sister, from these communities. For Gu Anqi, even though she wasn't his lover, he led an elite 100-strong force into the underground city to fight the first demon king. He personally fired the gun, ending the lives of the 2 female scientists from the Lai Feng kingdom, and at Xiaofu's pleas, sheltered the broken AI. West Asia. Even knowing Yelena's intentions were impure, for the sake of the girl's most cherished face, he braved the radiation of a thermobaric bomb. After a series of maneuvers, Yelena and Xiaofeng returned safely, but he lay in bed for a day. He led the fleet, and in the air during the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon, he carried Shin Yuchu in his arms, rescuing her when she was still a nun. He saved Yoshida Sawako, saved Kikage, saved Sakuma, saved Saren, saved Luisen. Like Kwafu, he burned all his energy, giving his all, moving forward to save beautiful and kind, or rather, women who possessed even a sliver of kindness in their nature. He transformed from an innocent and kind young man into a mad savior. He did it all to save, not necessarily to possess. Behind Nyarlathotep, tentacles danced, their blue glow appearing dreamlike in the night sky. Finally, this fanatic, that night, he actually dared to feel pity for me. He embraced me, whom the world regarded as a monstrous flood, a calamity, a malevolent god. The scene in the sky changed. That night under the northern lights, Zhong Leroy reached out and gently embraced Nyarlathotep, trying to stroke her long, black, lustrous hair. I try. In the years to come, in the years we walk together, can I reduce some of this tragedy? Nyarlathotep smiled. Sister, do you understand? Why has the once devoted Xiao Rui become like this? He was never a sea king immersed in desire, he was just a tormented, innocent boy, lamenting his inability to reverse the tragedy, driven by a compensatory mentality to frantically try to save every woman he encountered on his life's journey. In my eyes, he is like your Seiya, sincere and insane. He, like Seiya? Sincere and insane? Saori, Athena, covered her mouth. Yes. Xiao Rui's motivation is almost identical to Seiya's. You always known, haven't you? After Seiya lost his sister Xinghua, all his emotions were devoted to you. Because of responsibility, because of the bonds forged along the way, because of the deep love he dared not express to you, this man, from a naive 13-year-old boy to a middle-aged man over 50 with graying temples, has always fought for you, falling, getting up, falling again, and getting up once more. Ah. Magnificent, captivating, and maddening. Sister, this is an ancient, chivalrous love. They, Saori, Athena, wept. These 2 heroes who saved the world, unlike us who are gods, they are just mortals carrying wounds. At least, they are now. Their wounds. How can they be healed? Saori asked blankly. Aren't you asking a question you already know the answer to? Hunger needs food, poverty needs sudden wealth, regret. So it needs a passionate embrace, a happy ending. Didn't you see it? The crazy Rui embracing the equally crazy me? That's true healing. He and I are healing each other. Of course, the girls around him are the same, even that AI fairy. 2 clear tears slid down Saori's cheeks. Sister. I can't do it. I know, Seiya's love for me is real. I actually know, whether I was 13 or now over 50. I loved him for a long time. I can't leave him. But I can't be like those girls at our tea party today, getting married and having children. I can't even be like you, recklessly pursuing the person I like. I said last time, if I were to give up my divine power now, the people of the sanctuary would be immediately swallowed up by the hellish outside world. I can't be so selfish. Then let me ask you, do you want to try? Even if it's just a part of it. Nyarlathotep looked at Saori, Athena, meaningfully, if there's a way. If there were a way, Seiya and I wouldn't have spent almost 40 years like this. Saori said bitterly. If you had told me earlier, things wouldn't have come to this. Nyarlathotep sighed softly. I once told Rui that some things are difficult for him, but simple for me. Now, I'm giving you this advice, sister. Do you want to be a mother, a real mother? I really do have a way. I want to. Saori recalled Di Sinyan and Lu Rian holding their children, and the deep envy and loss she felt pierced her heart. But don't tell me you want me to give up everything and become a mortal couple with Saya. He's a man with an extremely strong sense of responsibility. If he knew I had given up all my responsibilities for him, the responsibilities of a saint and the earth, he would go crazy. Who said you have to lose your virginity to have a child? Nyarlathotep smiled at Saori, Athena. Didn't you see? Little Rui Rui's adopted daughter. Zhongli Xiufeng. How did she come to be here? Even today, the two guards, Tingsha and Sumuji, they were also. Saori, Athena's eyes widened. This doesn't break the rules. Nyarlathotep raised her hand and gently pointed. You already used your blood to strengthen the Saint Cloths on Saya and his companions. Don't you want to try this path? Be quick, sister. Do you want it or not? The equipment is in this city. Saori, Athena, was terrified. After a long silence, she lowered her head. This is a matter for both of us. I have to ask him if he's willing, and where will we raise the child? We can't just leave the child in the sanctuary. It caused chaos. At this moment, Saori's voice was barely audible. Heh, still being stubborn, Nyarlathotep teased. Fine, I go take you to ask Saya if he's willing. Let's go! With that, Nyarlathotep pulled Saori away. Oikotep. Wait a minute. Saori exclaimed in surprise, instinctively blurting out Nyarlathotep's Mandarin. Chapter 548. When Nyarlathotep and Athena flew back to the rooftop of the high-rise building in their residential complex, using advanced invisibility, they found Zhong Lirui and Saya chatting happily. Rui, I heard you're also a master archer? Saya-senpai, you flatter me. I'm just an amateur competitor. But thankfully, I had this skill back then. Otherwise, 2 years ago, my current wife, my wife's apprentice, and I would all have died in the first hospital of Lingen Prefecture. Zhong Lirui took a sip of his daughter's red wine and sighed softly. Your wife and her apprentice? Weren't they the two lead singers from earlier today? Saya asked thoughtfully. Although they were weak, I felt that their power gave me a feeling. Like Orpheus decades ago, hic. Is that so? From what I know, they can exert their abilities because their brainwaves are closed to a special channel, capable of resonating positively and becoming ordered with the new human nanobots within us. The orderly operation of nanobots within our bodies is what makes us artificial new humans, like myself. Without this orderly operation, we're like mindless zombies with disrupted neural and memory systems. Those 40,000 people you saw today weren't completely mindless zombies, but rather an intermediate form between the two. The Changsheng group once developed a guiding force flesh organ based on flesh technology, which can temporarily control mindless zombies to perform some simple, directed, and ordered behaviors. However, once a zombie has been guided by this power, some memories will awaken, thus turning them into a low-intelligence, primitive state. Hic. I see. So you Zero Anjo, by utilizing the power of guidance and the power of the singer, temporarily housed the zombie-like citizens in the villages. Hiccup. Once the time was right, you turned them back. This is truly an astonishing success. Hiccup. Nyarlathotep, hiccup. The miracles you created are truly world-shaking. The two men, having drunk most of a jar of Shaoxing wine, are quite drunk and laugh. Nyarlathotep. She told me that miracles are actually all advanced technology. Hiccup. She's researched. Hiccup. Your Olympus 3.0 level civilization technology. The Saint Seiya's fighting style is based on wearable, intelligent mass-produced divine armor, combined with cultivation, guiding the amplification, expansion, and release of the body's microenergy. Simply put, it's burning. Cosmos. Hiccup. Actually, it's somewhat related to Mr. Shiryu's. Hiccup. His internal energy and Qigong cultivation. You're right. That makes sense. Our Saint Cloth, hic, it was indeed custom-made by Lord Fantahive, the god of fire, and the ancestors of the Kiki brothers, hic. Today I saw it, hic, your Emperor's banner is similar, hic. No, the Emperor's banner is much more powerful, both in terms of materials and energy level. Both the Cthulhu and Saint Seiya worlds mention the continent of Mu. Kiki's Jameer clan once lived on Mu and, as alchemists, participated in the creation of the Saint Cloths with Fantahive. Mu has since sunk. Sigh, apocalypse, why be so sentimental, hic, whether it's a crowbar, a compound bow made from a bicycle wheel, a pistol, a drone, A super cannon made from an oil pipeline and a gas cylinder cannon, or even sci-fi mechs and St. cloths, they are all weapons, all tools. They, are all things we use to protect the people important to us. Zhong Lirui was already swaying. Huh? A compound bow made from a bicycle wheel? A cannon made from a gas cylinder? Ari, are you kidding me? Seiya started swaying too. Hey, don't disbelieve me. Although our state doesn't even need militia anymore. Tomorrow, I go to the workshop and handcraft one for you. Although it definitely can't compare to your Sagittarius gold cloth. But 50 pounds of power, enough to kill some mutated jackals, mutated wolves, and the like. And the bow and arrow. No need to worry about ammunition. Really? Little brother Arui, your approach. The sanctuary desperately needs it. Tomorrow, please, you must take me to see it. Now many low-level saints are sick. Even though I'm the acting pope. Seeing those passionate and fearless young people, my heart aches. Just for that, Seiya senpai, you're not only a hero. But also a considerate leader. Okay. Tomorrow. I take you. To where we started. To take a look. Alright. It's a deal. Two world-class heroes collapsed on the rooftop of a high-rise apartment complex. Nyarlathotep, Saori, Athena, Sister, how about we talk about it tomorrow? Saori shook her head, landed beside Seiya, and helped him up. Alright. One more day won't make a difference. Take Seiya to rest. This residential building has the tightest security in all of Zero and Prefecture. Your suite for you and Seiya is ready. Get some rest. Me? A suite with Seiya? Saori's eyes widened. Sister, you and the little emperor, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? It's a luxury apartment inside, 3 bedrooms and a living room, with ensuite bathrooms in the bedrooms. Don't worry, the water and electricity have been restored in Lingyan Prefecture. What, do you want to go back to the plane to stay? Saori, Athena, was slightly relieved upon hearing it was a 3-bedroom apartment with ensuite bathrooms. She quickly and gently helped Seiya up and left. Meanwhile, Nyarlathotep, whose plans had been unexpectedly thwarted, was furious at the sight of the drunken Zhong Lirui on the ground and roughly used her tentacles to grab him. You Jia. Private mode. Your master almost ruined my plans today, and almost destroyed my sister's, a goddess's, happiness. I'm going to teach him a lesson. I'm going to unleash divine punishment. Sister Naya, please have mercy. Don't worry, I won't leave any scars. A wicked glint flashed in Naya's eyes. Tell Kikij that Arui got drunk today, and I'm afraid he might hurt her and the child. Don't wait for him tonight. Okay, Sister Naya. I beg you, don't punish him too severely. Yujia shook her head. AI Yujia's code flowed, confirmed that Sister Naya's reasons are true. However, her main purpose is to replace Kikij in performing the biologically meaningless training mode between silicon-based and semi-carbon-based life forms on her master at night. But does the master's mental state greatly improve after each of these meaningless acts? Further learning and cognition in progress. In the background monitoring, Bai Lingxin, after noticing that Yujia had once again entered private mode due to pressure from Naya, shook her head with a wry smile. This willful child who's not even 10,000 years old. In the same building where Zhong Lirui arranged for Naya. Advanced Healing Ray. High Fidelity Mimicry. 97% fit to the singer form. Nyarlathotep hummed a lullaby while wrapping Zhong Lirui in her tentacles. Monophonic version. Gentle light. Under the combined effect of the advanced healing rays specifically designed for carbon-based lifeforms using 4.0 technology, and the high-fidelity singer power, the new human nanobots on Zhong Lirui's body entered a highly efficient state. 5 minutes later, he sobered up. Upon waking, he found himself in one of his apartments in the high-rise residential complex of the homestead community, which he had previously arranged for Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep, what happened? Call me goddess. You almost ruined my plans today. Tell me, how should I punish you, Nyarlathotep looked displeased. Nyarlathotep. Goddess, what did I do wrong? Why are you so angry? Why did you get Seiya drunk? Didn't you tell me to drink with my senior? Zhong Lirui said aggrievedly. You stinky Xiao Rui. You really don't understand the essence of drinking culture. Whether it's closing a deal or winning over a beautiful woman, the best state to reach an agreement is when you're slightly drunk. Not like you, getting yourself and the other person drunk, so that a deal that could have been signed today will have to wait until tomorrow when they're sober. Do you know you almost ruined my whole operation, and almost ruined my sister Saori's happiness in this lifetime? Zhong Lirui, huh? Groundhog expression. See for yourself. The recording from just now. Ignoring Zhong Lirui's shock, Nyarlathotep forcefully kissed him, activated her accelerated consciousness world, and began replaying everything that had happened between the two couples in the past hour. After reading the recording, Nyarlathotep angrily said, "You brat, Athena was willing to use both of our blood and flesh samples, along with your family's artificial sperm, to jointly conceive her and Saya's child. I excitedly brought her here, almost there for Saya. And what happened? You got Saya drunk, huh? Do you know your crime? Look me in the eyes and answer me." "Goddess, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Didn't I tell you to call me Nyarlathotep?" Nyarlathotep was furious, her tentacles tightening their grip. "Nyarlathotep, is there anything I can do to make amends?" Ignoring the pain, Zhong Lirui asked seriously. Nyarlathotep was a little surprised that Zhong Lirui didn't simply apologize or try to explain. She sensed that Saori, Athena, had just finished showering and had placed Saya on the bed. As she prepared to quietly kiss Saya's forehead before leaving for her room, a mysterious smile curved her lips. Nyarlathotep kissed Zhong Lirui again forcefully, and the two entered the accelerated world. "Nyarlathotep, what are you doing?" "Rui, to make up for your mistake, I need you to do something with me." Nyarlathotep in the consciousness world said seriously. What is it?" "I need you to activate your telepathy, and then, together with my consciousness, delve into Saya's memory world, and slightly push. Take a look at those two. This isn't the first time this has happened to you. The first time was when your women came together to enter your memories to save you, and the second time was when you and Kikich, with Yoshida Sawako's help, saved Saren. Have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten. But Naya, I don't have telepathic abilities. Telepathy is Yoshida Sawako's ability." "You do? Otherwise, where do you think your eldest son Zhongli Zhao's telepathic abilities came from? Not only do you have them, but your principal wife Di Xinyan does too. Moreover, she can reliably exert a wide range of sea-level telepathic resonance through singing. However, firstly, you don't know this, and secondly, your ability level is very unstable. Currently, you can only use it at a low level, F rank, for telepathic communication with equipment. The only time you used your telepathic ability at a high level was during your battle with the Snake Man Tunda, when you used the B rank ability of the Dragon Soul Amulet on the Human Emperor banner. Didn't you directly strip away and completely format Tunda's consciousness then? I suspect Tana's awakening is related to that ability activation. But unlike your son, who is born with A-rank telepathic ability, consistently able to communicate with others and read their thoughts and memories, even in the accelerated world, Zhong Lirui felt like his CPU was about to burn out. He was actually a telepath? Don't be shocked. This time, I just need your help to simply cast your ability, help me enter Saya's memory world, do a little bit of trouble, and then we retreat. Huh? But how do I do that? Remember this. How do you do it? Then, a whole bunch of information about how to manipulate telepathy came through. After struggling to understand, Zhong Lirui nodded with difficulty. Then, Nyarlathotep quickly explained the battle plan to Zhong Lirui. After listening, Zhong Lirui was again and again dumbfounded. Nyarlathotep, isn't this a bit inappropriate? That scene is a traumatic experience for Saya-senpai. Don't worry, I'm just tweaking it a little, it won't deviate too much. You think I'm like you, asking you to drink with Saya to ease his emotions, and you end up getting him drunk. I'm the god of 1,000 faces, I'm a professional at role-playing in other people's memory worlds for 7,400 years. Okay, I listen to you. Then, Zhong Lirui and Nyarlathotep left the accelerated world. Zhong Lirui took out the Emperor's banner, and sighed slightly. Sighing about what? If you hadn't gotten Saya drunk, would I have needed to go through all this trouble? You have to take responsibility for me. I take responsibility, don't worry, I take responsibility. It's just that I didn't expect that fulfilling someone else's happiness would have to be done this way. As long as the result is good, that's fine, right? Zhong Lirui nodded, and the Emperor's banner unfolded its third form indoors, fully unfolded, red eyes lit up. The young Emperor, following the knowledge transmitted by Nyarlathotep, activated his A-level telepathic ability. When he activated his ability, his eyes glowed red, just like the Emperor's banner. Target, inside the same building, Saint Seiya, Pegasus Seiya. Concealment of chaos, Nyarlathotep calmly activated his ability, concealing the aura of Zhong Lirui as he activated his power. In Seiya's memory world, He slowly opened his eyes. He was wearing the Pegasus bronze cloth he had worn many years ago. Before him was the underworld, the Wailing Wall. Seiya! Saori's scream rang in his ears. Seiya stared intently, then gasped. Thanatos, the god of death. Thanatos, with 8 black octopus tentacles, bound Saori, who wasn't wearing Athena's god cloth, and stopped her into the Elysium jar right before his eyes. Then, he passed through the Wailing Wall. Thanatos! Give me back Saori. In the real world, Seiya screamed in bed, because of a hangover nightmare. Seiya! Saori, Athena, wrapped only in a bath towel, discovered Seiya's painful screams in his nightmare after a long, refreshing shower. Athena and the sanctuary had no running water. Ignoring her own towel-covered appearance, she grasped Seiya's hand. Seiya, you had another nightmare? We won. We won. In Seiya's memory world, Nyarlathotep sensed Athena's actions and immediately activated his power to change the dream. The scene changed to after the final battle victory. Seiya, clad in the Pegasus god cloth, with Hades' sword piercing his chest, weakly grasped the hand of Saori, who wears the Athena god cloth. Saori, did we win? Seiya, we won. 2 streams of tears flowed down Saori's face. In the real world, Saori tightly holds Seiya's hand, 2 streams of tears also flowing down her face. Dream, Seiya, Sato-san, please don't be sad. I will stay by your side and protect you. I'm just tired. I need to sleep for a while. Saori gripped his hand tighter. I won't leave you, Seiya, sleep peacefully. In the real world, Saori, wrapped only in a bath towel, held the middle-aged Seiya's hand even tighter, her voice trembling with tears. I won't leave you, Seiya, sleep peacefully. The next moment, Saori didn't get up to leave. Instead, she took Seiya's hand and lay down beside him, gently stroking his forehead with her other hand. In a corner of Seiya's memory world, Nyarlathotep, a god-level high-ranking invisible being, said smugly to Zhongli, who was also high-ranking invisible, Heh! Got it! Finished. Watch me give you a perfect ending effect. In the memory world, Saori was still beside Seiya, a warm breeze blowing, the sun shining brightly. All around was a beautiful, endless sea of flowers. Everything was so warm, peaceful, happy. A happiness that made one tremble. Sleep, Seiya, I won't leave you. Saori, Athena, stayed with him. Seiya's expression began to relax. He closed his eyes, truly at peace, and fell into a deep sleep. Real world. Sleep, Seiya, I won't leave you. Saori turned off the room light and, on the large bed, embraced Seiya, who was wearing pajamas. Saori had changed him into them. Seiya's expression gradually softened, becoming more at ease. In the tranquil atmosphere, Nyarlathotep and Zhongli quietly withdrew their powers. Good! Rui, you finally redeemed yourself. Ha ha! Nyarlathotep laughed. Nyarlathotep, is doing this really okay? Zhongli expression was complicated. Hey, didn't you see? My sister carried herself up. But... For those who clearly love each other, the best way is your trick, the matchmaker tying them with wires. Did you invent that back in Rakshasa country? I just copied you. Zhongli. Shocked. That's right, I did do that a few days ago. Zhongli was both amused and exasperated, remembering the story of Alyosha and Natasha. That's right. I like happy endings. That's more like it, hee. Okay, Xiao Rui, tomorrow morning, we find them and finish up what needs to be done. Then you can take your senior to the grassroots level to show him things that interest him. I will. Zhongli nodded with a smile. Alright, remedial measures complete. At least you made some amends for your mistake? You done well. However, good deeds don't outweigh bad deeds, so you still need to be punished. Nyarlathotep, how are you going to punish me? Zhongli asked somewhat guiltily. Tonight, forced love, prepare yourself. Little Rui who made a mistake. Nyarlathotep's fiery red dress transformed back into a semi-transparent midnight battle suit, and 8 tentacles attacked from behind. Eek! The lights in the room were also turned off by Nyarlathotep. Chapter 549. The next day. Gentle sunlight illuminated the beautiful land of Ling'an Prefecture. Zhongli wearily opened his eyes. His body was covered in shocking marks from the octopus tentacles, and his back ached so badly it felt like it was about to break. Awake? Naya's gentle voice sounded. Last night I'm sorry. Zhongli didn't complain or say much, but simply gently pulled Naya into his arms. Why are you apologizing? I almost got into trouble again by drinking. Oh, you mean a few years ago, when you were heartbroken because Sinyan got engaged to that unlucky landscape designer, you drank yourself into oblivion and ended up in an even deeper quagmire? Naya said calmly. Huh? Naya, how did you know? I didn't tell you. During our intimate moments, I gained insight into your complete memory. Naya nestled gently against Zhong Lirui's chest. I know you won't let go so easily. But look ahead. Now, you have Sinyan, Mike Kikij, those girls who truly love you, and me. We are with you. Thank you. A pale green healing light quietly shimmered on Naya's dancing tentacle suction cups. The suction cup scars on Zhong Lirui's body, and his back pain, were rapidly fading. Suddenly, Yujia jumped out. Master, Nyarlathotep, sorry to disturb your beautiful morning. Should you intervene? Seiya-senpai's mental pollution rate is as high as 51%, and he's currently holding the golden arrow, about to commit seppuku? Goddess Athena, Lady Kito-saori, is crying and trying to persuade him. Zhong Lirui, shock. Huh? Commit seppuku with the golden arrow? Seiya-senpai is really ruthless. He can really do that to himself. The golden arrow can kill gods. Naya sighed. He truly lives up to his title as the previous god slayer. He even managed to break the steel wire binding him with the matchmaker's charm. He managed to ruin our invincible love story? Let's go save them, little Rui. Zhong Lirui, Yujia, armor and combination. Yes, master. 15 minutes earlier, in Seiya and Saori's room. Seiya slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed obliquely into the room through the crack in the curtains of the French doors to the balcony. Before him was the residence belonging to the human emperor Zhong Lirui. Since the zombie outbreak 2 years ago, many areas of the sanctuary have been given to the citizens, including the dormitories once allocated to the saints. From then on, besides protecting Athena, Seiya often slept directly in the Sagittarius Palace, which was like a half-ruin. Last night, on the rooftop, under the vast starry sky, he and the current emperor of the Great Qian dynasty shared a heart-to-heart talk, drinking heartily. Thinking back, this was indeed a pleasant experience. His comrade-in-arms and brother, Zilong, was also a citizen of the Great Qian dynasty, just like the emperor. Perhaps one day, he should invite Zilong to join them for drinks. However, he immediately rejected the idea. Zilong and his eldest son, Longfeng, were currently leading a contingent of Saint Seiya warriors and elite troops, guarding Thermopylae Pass against the recurring beast tides from Western Europe that invaded from the south. In the Chernobyl disaster zone of Kypros, the ancient name for Ukraine, many animals have been transformed into terrifying behemoths by the combined effects of radiation and the zombie virus, new human nanorobots. Giant cats the size of donkeys, mutated European brown bears the height of a 2-story building, and even jackals that have grown to 2 meters long. As for the wolf packs, the mutated European gray wolves had not only grown horns on their heads, but the alpha wolf is also over 3 meters long. However, these are not the most troublesome issues. The most troublesome are 2 types. The first is the enormous number of wild boar herds. There are simply too many wild boars. Currently, scientists at the Holy Land Sanctuary estimate that the number of mutated wild boar herds in Western Europe exceeds 15 million. Moreover, these mutated wild boars are over 2.5 meters long, generally over 1.5 meters tall, and the heaviest wild boar king weighs half a ton. And each time, the wild boars appear in a litter of over 60. The second type is the largest near-disaster level monster ever to appear on Earth. 30 meters long, capable of. The behemoth directly overturned main battle tanks. Without Shiryu and his son guarding Thermopylae, the people of Sanctuary would have fared even worse. However, even among his original 5 closest friends, Shiryu and his tactically superior group have suffered casualties. Perhaps, the gas cylinder cannons that His Majesty the Human Emperor casually mentioned last night could be used to defend Thermopylae against the beast tide? Although he has always fought with his Saint Cloth cosmos and sheer passion, he seems to have seen those gas cylinder cannons in the news, in the Arab region of the southeastern Mediterranean. The field power of those seemingly comical cannons is comparable to the maximum power of a Bronze Saint's single attack, excluding a few legendary hero-level Bronze Saints. Furthermore, even with composite bows, as long as ordinary citizens and military police can fight again, the pressure on the Saints won't be as great as it is now, although the official sources state that the Saints' techniques have very high paper power values. The actual cinematic effects show that even Athena's exclamation is only similar to a medium-yield thermobaric bomb, destroying the Virgo Temple's twin trees. Therefore, in this world, most ordinary Bronze Saints can only unleash techniques with a single attack power of less than 150 kilograms of explosives, enough to collapse a two-story house in one go. The path to the human emperor's success. Perhaps he should start from the most basic origins of this land, from those small details, to gradually learn and understand everything for Athena, for the sanctuary, and for the people. As Saya thought this, his hand lowered and pressed against a warm, fragrant jade. Saya? Stop fooling around, let me sleep a little longer. That familiar, gentle voice etched into his soul. On the bed? Saya suddenly realized something, and a black hole-like fear began to invade his soul. Like a robot without oil, he laboriously looked down. Saori, Athena, sharing a sheet with him, was lying beside him. Her long, purple hair was spread out on the pillow. At this moment, she was still peacefully lazing in bed beside him. And under the sheet, the bath towel she had been wearing had long since been kicked off the bed. His own hand was pressed against her. No, this isn't real. Saya's eyes widened in shock. Like a devastating earthquake in Chile, the Chilean earthquake was the largest earthquake ever recorded by instruments, with a magnitude of 9.5. A series of frantic thoughts assaulted his mind. Last night, he had drunk too much with Emperor Zhongli. Last night, he had slept with Saori. Saori's current state. What had he done to Saori, the incarnation of Athena whom he had sworn to protect for life? Had he already committed a grave mistake? Wouldn't Athena's true spirit be reincarnated? Would the sanctuary lose its power? What would become of the saints? And how would they view him, this sinner for all time? Saya retreated in fear, almost falling off the bed. His movement startled Saori. The goddess slowly sat up. You're awake? Saya? Miss Saori. Call me Saori. Saori looked at Saya, seemingly having made a decision. How could I? Saya suddenly realized something. The woman he had called Miss Saori for nearly 40 years was now asking him to call her by her real name after last night. It's all right, Saya. Saori, Athena, gently raised her hand, stroking the almost terrified Saya. It seems we wasted too much time trying to understand each other's feelings. Saya, you suffered along the way. Thank you. Today, I solemnly answer you, Saya. I love you as Saori, not Athena. Saori. Saya stammered. Saori made up her mind. I love you, Saya. I also be frank with you, Saya. I may not be able to marry you like a normal woman. There are many things I can't do. But I think I can give you a child. Do you like children? Are you willing? In Saya's mind, the last straw that broke the camel's back finally filled in the gaps. He had drunk too much last night. He had spent the night in bed with Saori. After the gentle Saori woke up, she didn't blame him, but instead called him by his real name like a newlywed wife. She said that as Saori, she loved him. As the incarnation of the Virgo goddess, she wanted to give him a child. Then, there was only one truth. He had taken her. Saori. Athena. I'm guilty. I'm guilty beyond redemption. I'm so sorry. I truly love you. But as your saint, I'm unforgivable. I hurt you. I destroyed you. I harmed the sanctuary. I betrayed my comrades. I'm a sinner for all time. I deserve to die. Saya, calm down, you didn't. Saori, Athena, ignoring her exposed skin, stepped forward to try and comfort him. The next moment, Saya conjured the Sagittarius gold cloth. He didn't put it on, but instead bowed deeply to Saori. Then, he bowed again to the Sagittarius gold cloth. Miss Saori, I'm sorry. Iolo Senpai, the previous Sagittarius saint, I'm sorry. Then, with a resolute look in his eyes, he drew the god-slaying golden arrow and aimed it at his own abdomen. Seeing this, Saori, disregarding her own appearance, rushed forward and forcefully grabbed the golden arrow, preventing Saya from committing seppuku. Saya! No. Please don't do this. What? Saori cried desperately. Saya's eyes were resolute. Saori. Never mind, Saori, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I love you. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the balcony, and the balcony door was flung open. In the still backlit light, Zhongli Rui's golden, radiant Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor plasma type landed on the balcony. Stop! Saya-senpai! You didn't do anything. You didn't break. You didn't violate any of the bottom-line rules of your sanctuary. The phrase "you didn't defile Miss Saori's body" was hastily swallowed by Zhongli Rui, replaced with "you didn't break any bottom-line rules. Rui, don't lie just to save me. As the human emperor, you can't speak lightly." Acting Pope Saya reprimanded. By Nyarlathotep, the god of knowledge, I swear in the name of the human emperor of the new Great Qian dynasty, last night, you did nothing but sleep. Saori. Lady Shirogo, you were only taking care of me because you were suffering from a nightmare and couldn't escape it, Zhonglirui said solemnly. His. You swore an oath in the name of the human emperor under the witness of Nyarlathotep? Saya asked. He lowered the golden arrow in his hand. Saori secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Zhonglirui turning to gratitude. Of course. Actually, I didn't need to swear. Last night, for safety, Yu Jia monitored the entire area. Naturally, that included the room where you were resting. Then, Zhonglirui snapped his fingers. Yu Jia? He whispered in his mind. Remember to process some of the images, goddess. Please. Yu Jia chuckled. Yes, master. Then, Yu Jia appeared before everyone as a magnificent mechanical angel in 3D projection. Master, I arrived. Chapter 550. Yu Jia made a grand entrance, smiling as she played last night's surveillance footage. Of course, she thoughtfully omitted the clip of Kito Saori showering and her exposed skin. Mr. Pegasus Saya, acting Pope of the Sanctuary, Ms. Kito only took care of you last night. You didn't do anything to her, except for some accidental, minor contact. Saya's golden arrow clattered to the ground. However, he then remembered forcibly pulling Saori's hand last night and touching Athena's absolute territory, Part 1, this morning, and cold sweat poured down his back. He immediately bowed down to Saori. Athena, Miss Saori, please punish me. I troubled you. I'm sorry. Saori, Athena, now dressed in a yukata, awkwardly replied, Saya, don't be nervous. I took care of you last night voluntarily. You old fogey, you deserve to be singled for 40 years. At that moment, an evil and powerful force entered the room, and several tentacles shimmering with blue light entangled Saya, who wasn't wearing his saint cloth. Saya was shocked, and tried to burn his cosmos to increase his power and break free. However, cosmos also appeared on those tentacles, and it was a dark power as deep as a black hole. What is this? Zhonglirui asked curiously. It's speculated that Sister Nyarlathotep observed Olympus technology and learned how they emit microscopic energy. Similarly, yesterday's observation revealed that Miss Saori seems to have observed Sister Sinyan's method of releasing Singer's power. She has learned it, and can release it with 97% mimicry accuracy. Sigh. Interesting. Zhonglirui nodded. The Sagittarius cloth beside them transformed into a battle centaur pose, preparing to fire at a certain location. Suddenly, a scythe appeared in the air, blasting the cloth into the suite's wardrobe, severely damaging it. Zhonglirui said with heartache, my wardrobe. Naya said impatiently, you stingy landlord. I'd pay you back later. What's the big deal about a wardrobe made of a few pieces of MDF? As she spoke, she materialized. Saori, Athena, smiled wryly at Saya, saying, Saya, when Nyarlathotep gets serious, I'm no match for her. You shouldn't act recklessly on your own right now. Just keep spoiling him, Nyarlathotep said disdainfully, then turned to Saya, angrily saying, hey, you old-fashioned Showa-era man. What's wrong with my lovely sister? She's already been so humble, as a goddess, she spent the whole night with you last night, and today she even offered to have your child. Why are you still being so indecisive? Be straightforward. Do you love her? Don't lie to me, or you face divine punishment. Saya gritted his teeth, saying, Great God of 1,000 faces, God of knowledge Nyarlathotep, I love Athena's incarnation, Saori. Saya. Saori covered her mouth with both hands, excitedly exclaiming, That's good enough. Nyarlathotep dismissively retracted his tentacles, and Saya was put down. Saya sighed, transforming the gold cloth in the wardrobe into a pendant and putting it away. Love is love. What are you sighing about? Saori said she loves you. I can't stand by and watch you two like this. Nyarlathotep rebuked Saya for his male silence. God, behold, I truly love Saori with all my heart, and that hasn't changed in a long time. But our love is destined to have no happy ending. If I take it any further, it will only harm the sanctuary, harm Saori, harm everyone. I cannot do something utterly devastating for my own selfish reasons. So you're making it sound so convoluted, but it just means we can't get married, can't have children, and can only stay together in despair until you grow old and die before Athena? Great God, your wisdom is profound. Saya lowered his head. But in this life, I can protect her, give everything, and that's enough. I have no regrets. Saya? Saori's eyes welled with tears. All right. Nyarlathotep huffed, crossing her arms and glaring at Saya. Saya, I'm asking you again, do you want to be like Shiryu? Saya sighed yes. But I can't. Saori, she can't either. Nyarlathotep interrupted, stop. It's just about having children, isn't it? Too simple. Little Rui, call out your fourth queen, Qin Shao Ran, and your fifth queen, Qin Shao Yao, and your mother-in-law, Dr. Bai Ling Xian. Call out the most intelligent scientific genius on Blue Star right now. Let's give the Pope of the Holy Land a shot from our joyful science cult. Backstage, Qin Shao Ran complained, why am I fourth? Qin Shao Yao quickly reassured her, sister, Xian Yin is undoubtedly the first wife. Chi Gu sped 2 lives and is a princess, ranking second. Luckily you're fourth and I'm fifth. Let's give the title of mistress to Sister Lu, okay? Qin Shao Ran looked at Qin Shao Yao in surprise, noticing a sly glint in her eyes. Wow, when did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Never mind, Goddess Sister is calling us. Heh, okay. On Zhong Lirui's Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Battle Armor Plasma type, Bai Lingxin, Chen Xiaoran, and Qin Xiaoyao were simultaneously projected. Nyarlathotep pointed to Qin Xiaoran and Qin Xiaoyao and introduced them. Little Saya, these two are Little Ruirui's fourth and fifth queens. Little Ruirui has never touched them, but they are both pregnant with Little Ruirui's children. Saya's eyes widened. Great God, this is impossible. This isn't scientific. You're so dense. I'm asking you, have you ever seen Star Wars? Yes, ah? Saya's mouth was agape, wide enough to swallow an egg. Is this okay? Nyarlathotep asked Saori, little sister, do you think this is okay? Saori blushed, her voice barely a whisper, yes. Saya looked frantic, no way. Even though I haven't touched Saori, once she gives birth she's not a virgin anymore. She lose her power. Who said we use her body? Nyarlathotep interrupted again. Artificial is fine too, come on, Chansheng Group, professionally produced. Xiao Bai, explain it to me. Bai Lingxi smiled and briefly explained to the acting Pope Saya the process of using the tissues of both Saya and Saori. Saya's tissues could be extracted directly, haha, while Saori's tissues would need to be extracted and modified into eggs, then using an artificial uterus to conceive a child. To be honest, I almost died once. My current body was created using this technology. I am a successful case, Bai Lingxi concluded with a smile. Saya was shocked. There's such a thing? Times have changed. Show a old boy. Nyarlathotep joked. Because of my friendship with my sister, I won't charge you. Lil Rui, what do you say? Saya-senpai, could you also sign an autograph for my fourth queen and the unborn child of my fifth queen? Zhongli Rui teased with a smile. This is enough as a reward. Do you want it? If so, I arrange it right away. The embryo should start activating tonight. Qin Xiaoran, honey. Thank you. Qin Xiaoyao covers mouth and chuckles. Saya is stunned. So fast today. Saori also covers mouth and laughs. Nyarlathotep retorted, hey, where's your sense of responsibility as Pope? Just today. You and Saori aren't staying here permanently. You be going back soon after your inspection, right? Are the beast ties at Thermopylae okay? Is the food supply in the sanctuary okay? Are the future development and reconstruction plans okay? Finish them quickly, you still have to go back to save your homeland of Greece. Saya, suddenly realizing what was happening, exclaimed, Great God, you're right. I'm willing. Saori, thank you. I won't let you down. Thank you for giving me the most precious gift of my life. I love you. Saori smiled and leaned forward, kissing him. I love you too, Saya. Zhongli Rui smiled and telepathically communicated with Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep, are you satisfied now, my dear goddess? Hee, very satisfied. You did a good job just now, Nyarlathotep replied happily. That afternoon, Zero Anjo, Qin Shiran's villa, in a medium-sized underground base, the kind like Cradle of Homes is a giant underground city. Embryonic activation successful. The Chen family, Chen Pan/Chen Jinquan, Bai Lingxin, Chen Xiaoran, Chen Xiaoyao, a family of scientific geniuses, announced after confirming several times. Our child. Saya exclaimed excitedly, looking at the embryo vigorously dividing and changing on the screen. Yes, our child. Saori leaned towards Saya, father of the child, let's name him. Saya. Kido Saya. Saya said gently. Qin Xiaoyao asked Zhongli Rui in a low voice, somewhat puzzled, Rui is this? Saya-senpai considered to have married into the family? Zhongli Rui smiled and replied softly, Saya-senpai has thought it through very clearly. His full name is Pegasus Saya. Pegasus was his training name in Sanctuary, and later became his guardian constellation. Strictly speaking, Saya is Kiyomitsume's unrelated, adopted sibling, just like the two of us. However, this child's background is not suitable to be revealed for the time being. because Athena's divinity and reputation cannot shake the foundation of sanctuary. Therefore, naming this child like this feels like the keto foundation. Another adopted daughter. We used to do this all the time to train saints, right? Naming her like this won't attract any attention. He's showing maturity and strategic thinking, managing both family and country well. Good, very good. Wow, so the name has such profound meaning? Qin Xiaoyao, puzzled but impressive. Hee, Seiya Senpai is now the acting pope of sanctuary. Zhong Lirui smiled. Neither the pope nor the human emperor is that simple. These words were heard by the surrounding new types and Nyarlathotep. The gods cast admiring glances at Zhong Lirui. On the other side, Saori and Seiya, recovering from their happiness, sincerely thanked the gods of Zero Province. Thank you, my sister, Sister Naya. Thank you, guardians of the hope of civilization on this planet blue. Saori's gaze swept over the crowd, and when it landed on Chunpan, her expression changed. Chunpan's heart sank. Before him stood the goddess of earth, wisdom, and war, who had always protected the land. And he himself had been the goddess of wisdom 2 years ago. How could she, as the goddess of wisdom, not know what he had done? Mr. Chunpan, or should I call you Mr. Chen Jinkun, former chairman of Changsheng Group, the first demon king? Seiya was shocked. Senior engineer Chunpan, you're the first demon king who destroyed the world 2 years ago? Wasn't he publicly tried, sentenced, and executed by Arui? Chunpan immediately knelt down. Goddess Athena. I am guilty. Athena thought for a moment, then turned her gaze to Zhong Lirui. Your Majesty, please give me an explanation. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Bai Lingxin, Chen Xiaoran, and Chen Xiaoyao watched Zhong Lirui and Athena with extreme nervousness. Nyarlathotep glanced at Zhong Lirui and noticed that his expression was completely calm, even expectant. Zhong Lirui spoke calmly and sincerely. This is also my verdict. Qin Jinkun, the first demon king, was sentenced to death for avenging his wife and daughter, for falling into a mad, scientific, and obsessive ideology that destroyed the world. The sentence has been carried out. He was subsequently resurrected with his memories intact using the technology of the Changsheng Group, renamed Chunpan, and placed under the tutelage of Emperor Zhong Lirui to atone for his crimes. He will use all his abilities to restore civilization and, in the years to come, assist the Emperor in raising human civilization to level 1.0. Saori, Athena's expression became subtle. Your Majesty, your verdict for him is, even if he dies, he must come back to life and continue serving his sentence? Yes. Great God, the technology before us can be a gift to create happiness, or it can be a means of punishment. My verdict is this. Until the goal is achieved, even if he dies, he must come back to life for me and continue serving his sentence. Naya's eyes lit up, her expression turning to immense admiration. Seiya, standing to the side, thought to himself, I thought Arui was too soft-hearted, that even the dead would be brought back to life to continue atoning for their sins, never finding peace in death? Such decisiveness from a young man. Chunpan felt a relief upon hearing this, but inwardly he smiled bitterly. He had indeed thought so. But now, this wasn't his wish, but Arui's judgment? Clearly, Arui was using this as a convenient excuse to absolve himself in front of the Earth Goddess's wrath. This son-in-law, he's quite something. Thankfully, his 2 daughters are with him. Saori's sharp gaze towards Chunpan changed slightly, becoming the kind of look one gives to a prisoner. However, she didn't express any further opinion. Seeing that Saori still hesitated, Zhong Lirui continued, the second demon king, Ningen III, was also sentenced in the same way. I sentenced her to contribute her own strength to the cause of the revival of humanity. She is now teaching at the Awakened University in Zero and Prefecture. And the third demon king, my student, Borjigin Saranai. She was deceived by a conspiracy, and caused the deaths of 3 million citizens. I sentenced her to live on, bearing her sins, and to repair the disaster she caused through her own struggle and dedication. After saying this, Zhong Lirui clenched his right fist and raised his arm. Death is liberation? Too easy. Get up and get to work. The scene fell silent for a moment. After a long while, Saori, Athena, nodded approvingly. Your Majesty's judgment on these 3 generations of demon kings is very reasonable. First demon king, continue to atone for your sins. Do not harbor any disloyalty. Chunpan quickly said, I will obey the divine will. He breathed a huge sigh of relief, his palms and the backs of his hands sweating. He had finally survived. The 2 goddesses before him were not to be trifled with. Nyarlathotep had once threatened to turn him into a cosmic specimen, subjecting his consciousness to 5 centuries of forced punishment. Athena, wielding the scepter of victory, could easily punish you in the name of justice. In all this, Arui managed to survive. He was truly amazing. Meanwhile, in the accelerated world, the three members of the Chen family, Bai Lingxin, Chen Xiaoran, and Chen Xiaoyao, were already embracing Zhong Lirui, profusely thanking him. Arui, thank you for saving my dad, husband. Zhong Lirui simply shook his head and sighed softly. It's good that this matter is over. Chapter 551. After leaving Chen Xiaoran's underground base, Chen Pan collapsed to the ground with a sigh of relief. Dad, are you alright? Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoran rushed forward. You two don't move. I get up myself. Fearing for his two pregnant daughters' safety, Chen Pan quickly stood up. Luckily you two went with Arui, otherwise Athena would have definitely killed me. Chen Xiaoran and Chen Xiaoyao exchanged a glance, their expressions quite telling. Their secret affair had once enraged Chen Jinquan, who had stormed into Zhong Lirui's airship in his electromagnetic cannon fighter jet to demand an explanation. Now, they were actually thankful they had gone with Arui. This stark contrast left the two sisters both amused and exasperated. Bai Lingxin laughed. Alright, get up. Let's proceed with the final tests of the Minghong 2 and Mirage. Chen Pan nodded. Can the Minghong 2 now stably reach Mach 3? Yes, the nose section has undergone moderate adjustments and material replacements. Now, if you need to make a long-range attack, you can ask Arui to slow down and wait for you. However, since the fighter jet is modified, its speed is limited to this. Bai Lingxin said. Mach 3 is enough. Has the cooling system of the sentry drones been modified? Overheating during battles isn't a good issue. Don't worry, it's been modified. Now your sentry drone's cooling system is the same as Xuanyuan's sword comes. Although it can't use plasma arc swords to cut attacks like sword comes, the cooling is much better than before, making it more suitable for prolonged battles. By the way, I also equipped you with anti-laser and anti-ray attack bombs, which can defend against 6 times. The Minghong can't be equipped with a low-temperature plasma shield, because that wasn't considered in the original design. What about the large plasma arc sword for close combat? Chen Pan continued to ask. It's done. But I think it's a pretty useless design. Akun, have you been watching too many old-fashioned mecha anime? A mecha fighter-level weapon, and you're still using a big sword for melee combat? The idea of using a flying sword mounted on a high-speed drone for cutting, like Arui's, is more reliable. Resources are limited. We can't make another Xianyuan. My idea for this is to work with stealth, to see through the back of those large units' heads. A glint flashed in Chen Pan/Chen Jinquan's eyes. That Turtu, isn't his escape strategy device on the back of his head? Bai Lingxin looked at her husband in surprise, then nodded approvingly. Okay. The fighter jet will be like this for now. Bishi D double. The engine means. Now the Bishi has 2 engines dual core. How's the tuning going? Basically stable. While it can't be as exaggerated as the Caspian Sea monster, its speed is much higher than before. Moreover, a large plasma jet array has been added below, allowing the Bishi to achieve a cruising speed of 370 km per hour, Mach 0.3, at a height of 15 meters, based on the ground effect principle. However, when approaching a target for combat, it can only reach a maximum speed of 200 km per hour, and its altitude must remain the same during combat. The Bishi D can be considered a quasi-floating warship. A cruising speed of Mach 0.3? That's enough for strategic transfers and rescues. Chen Pan smiled. After all, the Bishi can carry significantly more troops and weapons than a Type 20 transport aircraft. By the way, how's the nuclear-powered conversion of Elder Long's old car going? Otherwise, carrying fuel tankers on every expedition won't be a good idea. It's almost finished, just a couple of days away. The Taotai is actually modular, Chen Xiaoran smiled. Actually, we had plans in place regarding whether to upgrade or build a new Xuanwu-class vessel. Great. I'm sure the old man will be very happy. His precious classic car is being converted to nuclear power, Chen Pan nodded. The Chen family members nodded. According to the rooftop agreement, Zhong Lirui, along with Saya and Athena, arrived at the Militia Weapons Preparation Bureau and found Zhao Yingying. Brother Rui. No, Chief Executive Zhongli, what brings you here today to inspect the militia's equipment? Zhao Yingying asked cutely, holding a large wrench. Little Yingying, don't be nervous. I'm just bringing a few guests to visit today, Zhong Lirui said with a smile. This is the Pope of the Sanctuary, Mr. Pegasus Saya. This is Miss Keto. Zhong Lirui ultimately didn't mention that this was Goddess Athena because he noticed Athena and Nyarlathotep simultaneously giving him a meaningful look. Zhao Yingying was startled, then looked at Saya with immense excitement. Mr. Saya, no. Mr. Pegasus, no, Your Holiness, could you sign my autograph? Saya was taken aback, but still smiled and signed for Zhao Yingying. Sorry, Athena, then quietly teased Saya, are you very popular with girls, Saya could only smile awkwardly. He thought for a moment, and immediately asked Zhong Lirui, Brother Rui, do you still have those compound bows you used in your early days? I'd like to see them. Zhong Lirui then looked at Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying shrugged, Mr. Saya, I'm sorry, we don't have any left. Yesterday, the students from the Human Emperor Archery Club at Awakener University took all the stock from the warehouse. Their club activity now is archery. Saya was slightly disappointed, but still remarked, these kids are really interesting. However, practicing archery through club activities is a good thing. These are chaotic times. Maintaining basic combat capabilities is still essential. Ah, if only the citizens of Athens were as diligent as you. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and asked, Yingying, do you still have any old bicycle wheels or arrows? Of course we do, Zhao Yingying said amusedly. Brother Rui, are you going to show off your old skills? Let's give it a try. Then, Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, and said to the invisible Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor beside him, Yujia, help. Yes, master. Oh! Saya showed an amused expression. Sorry, Athena, and Nyarlathotep also looked on expectantly. Zhong Lirui picked up a bicycle wheel and ordered, Yujia, slash. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor unleashed its plasma arc sword, and with just 3 slashes, the wheel hub was cut into 3 appropriately sized pieces. Ha! Looks like I can break a record today. Zhong Lirui smiled, then picked up the drill and parts and began assembling. Finally, within 10 minutes, a compound bow using the same bicycle wheel hub model that Zhong Lirui had used 2 years ago was completed. 55 pounds draw weight, usable by ordinary people, Zhong Lirui said casually. He wrapped a cloth strip around the handle and handed it to Saya. A hint of shock flashed in Saya's eyes. Afterwards, the group went to the archery range. Saya drew an arrow, aimed at the target 30 meters away, and without even aiming, fired. The arrow flew through the air, leaving no mark on the grass target. Zhong Lirui said awkwardly, Saya-senpai, I'm sorry, it's been a while since I done this, it might be a little rough. A fine bow, Saya exclaimed. Huh? I drew the bow fully just now, and the arrow didn't miss the target, it just pierced through it. Your target is worn out from use. Saya smiled slightly. Can I have this bow? Zhong Lirui smiled, of course. Saya stared at the bow, lost in thought. If each of those 5,000 Athenian citizens could use one of these, the pressure on my comrades would definitely be greatly reduced. Then, Saya asked, Rui, what about the cannon made of oil pipes and gas cylinders you mentioned last time? Please follow me. Then, Saya stared blankly at the strange loader painted with 300 million heavy industry before him. The 300 million heavy industry loader before him had its front excavator bucket replaced with a strange device consisting of 3 oil pipes. Arui, are you sure this is a cannon? Yes, this cannon is a hero in the history of the revival of Lingen Prefecture. During the siege of the Homeland Alliance, we used cannons like this to repel an army of 10,000 zombies. Zhong Lirui introduced with a smile. This? Saya hesitated. Brother Arui? No, Chief Executive Zhongli. A Mao's voice came from nearby. Zhao Yingying told me you came to our militia preparation post. What? Want to see if our armaments are sufficient? Saya turned around. When he saw Mao's legs, he was stunned. Mao's legs were blade-like prosthetics. Arui, who is this young warrior? Saya asked Zhong Lirui with great respect. This is Lieutenant Mao Danqin, the local militia garrison commander of Lingen Prefecture. His nickname is Dancing King Mao. He is also a first-generation new human. By the way, he currently holds the record for the fastest sprint among our first-generation new humans, Zhong Lirui introduced in a friendly manner. Saya nodded slightly. This young man is the symbol of the Lingen Prefecture's military spirit. Seeing that Saya looked unfamiliar, Mao asked Zhong Lirui, Chief Executive Zhongli, who is this uncle? Saya, Zhong Lirui, Mao, don't be rude. This is the acting pope of the sanctuary of Athens, Mr. Pegasus Saya. Huh? Chief Executive, are you kidding me? Mao looked incredulous. He's Saya? Where's his cloth? Zhong Lirui said seriously, Lieutenant A. Mao, attention. Mao hesitated for a moment, but still stood at attention. Then, ignoring the standing A. Mao, Zhong Lirui apologized to Saya. Senior Saya, I'm sorry, I haven't been strict with my subordinates, and you've seen this embarrassing situation. Seiya waved his hand. Don't say that. This young man lost both legs to protect his homeland, yet he's still active on the battlefield. I admire him greatly. Rui, give me some face, and don't make things difficult for your subordinate. Mao, at ease, Rui shook his head slightly. Go do your work. Yes. However, before Mao had taken more than a few steps, Rui suddenly remembered something and said to Mao, Mao, call a few gunners to take the assault number 1 out and show it to Senior Seiya. Yes, sir. Soon, among the militia, artillerymen who had operated assault number 1 stood before everyone. To the firing range. At the militia firing range, the strong attack number 1 gas cylinder cannon, a modified version of the 300 million heavy industry cannon, was calibrated and aimed at the target under the guidance of an artillery observer wearing a 7-sword system uniform. Everyone, open your mouths. Rui said to the group of spectators around him. Mao signaled the artillery squad leader to fire. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the gas cylinder cannon spewed forth scorching flames and thick smoke, the shell whistling towards its target 200 meters away. The target was the wreckage of an abandoned car. With each impact, the car was instantly blasted to pieces, debris flying everywhere in a truly shocking scene. Seiya's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. This is the weapon you used to repel the zombie horde? His voice held a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Seeing Seiya's surprised expression, Mao proudly said, Hey, that Pegasus? Don't let its strange appearance fool you. It's incredibly powerful. One shot from this thing is equivalent to 150 kilograms of TNT. We used it in many tough battles. Although we now have the more reliable and safer 107mm rocket launcher, this one isn't used much anymore. Seiya seemed thoughtful, immediately donning his Sagittarius gold cloth, then flew into the air to observe the area of effect of the previous shot. Mao stared in disbelief, watching Seiya actually don the gold cloth, and, without unleashing any blue flames, like Rui's armor, simply took to the air? Ah! Brother Rui, why didn't you tell me? This is the real Seiya. Mao exclaimed fearfully. Don't worry, he's my older brother who drinks with me. He won't teach you a lesson with his Pegasus meteor fist. Rui said with a teasing smile. You killed gods with me several times already. How come you still don't believe he's really Seiya? I'm a god slayer, and so is he. Would I joke about my senior's affairs with you? Mao stammered. Are you the God Slayer Alliance? Seiya, flying in the air, wore a solemn expression. This cannon, though rudimentary, has a kill radius of 50 meters. Its power is far greater than my strongest attack when I first became the Pegasus Saint. And this thing, it probably only takes a day of training for ordinary people. Behind Rui, Saori sighed to Nyarlathotep, Sister, I think I understand what the human emperor meant. Our sanctuary relies too much on the fighting style of Saint Claus and Cosmos. Although saints are indeed very powerful, possessing earth-shattering power, not only is the number of saints limited, but the qualification requirement is that they must be geniuses selected from 10,000. The wars our sanctuary faces were once localized wars within the realm of gods. But now we face a war against almost the entire world plunged into darkness. In this state, every surviving nation, every survivor, must fight for survival. Sister, your first apostle, the human emperor Rui, he's a young sage. Do you think my judgment is bad? Naya proudly tossed her long hair. Besides, he's quite selfless. Look, he's sharing this philosophy with your Seiya today. Saori nodded slightly, a pleasant smile on her face. Chapter 552. On the Chaos Deep Space, Haster anxiously scanned the surface of Blue Star again and again. That unknown god, how did he do that? He hid my son's divine body, such a huge corpse, in a place I couldn't even find. My king, please calm down. Feng Qilin anxiously advised. Isn't Honolulu the base for cultivating and repairing the Mayan behemoth's divine body? After little Naya and her apostles destroyed the Mayan divine body, the escaped feathered serpent god used an unknown method to evade our monitoring. Then, the volcano near the heart of the Sea God Research Institute in Honolulu erupted, and everything in the heart of the Sea God Research Institute has turned into lava. The megalodon sharks, gigantic sperm whales, and killer whale pods in the ocean, reminded by the second Demon King Ningen's whale song, have formed an alliance and have learned that humans are allies. For now, they can fight against these sharks, so we can treat this as a minor evolutionary episode and ignore it. But my son's divine body has too many of our level. The technology. Didn't you see? That feathered serpent god has already put some of the technology into practical use. If this continues, Naya, Shub, and this abandoned world will be in danger. At this moment, the usually calm king in yellow was hysterical. Naya really did her best. The first apostle she chose this time is probably the most outstanding in 7,400 years. I wouldn't object to accepting him if he were to die peacefully. But if that god, obsessed with revenge, destroys the last remaining laws and fragile balance of this world, the Abyss Lords from other realms will attack without hesitation. But we, the Cthulhu gods, are now incredibly weak because we lost the Nicholas system. And humanity is still too weak. Those irresponsible bastards on Olympus have been fighting a civil war for thousands of years, and now only that little girl, who has lost her divine body, and is still reincarnating as a god-level consciousness is left, still worrying about the earth. Athena. Hastur criticizes the Olympian gods for being preoccupied with millennia of internal strife, referring to the first Olympian war where Cronus overthrew Uranus, and the second where Zeus overthrew Cronus. After Rome replaced Greece as the center of Greek history, Zeus disappeared. The subsequent holy wars refer to several localized divine wars between Athena and Poseidon and Hades. Here, Hastur implies that a loss may have occurred in the history of the Olympian wars, causing all remaining Olympian gods to lose their divine bodies and become powerful consciousness entities. These entities then selectively possess and reincarnate within human societies using 3.0 level technology, akin to the reincarnation of a spirit child model. In the Saint Seiya universe, Athena, Poseidon, Hades, and Pallas, almost all of them use this method. Some demigods in East Asia, such as Buddha, Virgo Shaka, and Fudo Mayu, Virgo Fudo in the W era, also use similar methods. This work is the same. Master, are you afraid? If Lady Nyarlathotep, Lady Athena, and the human emperor kill Lady Ithaca's divine body again, Lady Shub will go mad again. Not only will this world be completely out of control, but all the covetous forces will take advantage of the chaos to pounce, right? So you want to find. The wind Kirin was controlled by mysterious energy, its throat gripped. Little Green. Master, I know your current good intentions. But your subordinate suggests. Unite. And seek help. Cough, cough, cough. Hastur put the wind Kirin down. The other gods are too weak. If something really happens, they won't even last 10 minutes against her madness, and they become her puppets. Black goat cubs. Hastur said dejectedly, seeking their help will only kill them. Master, I suggest you consult with the goddess of perfection, Diandra, and the star of judgment, Geros. Lady Diandra has a good relationship with you, Lady Shub, and Lady Nyarlathotep. Lord Geros possesses the ability to destroy stars. He has the capacity to fight a region alone in the short term, the wind Kirin advised loyally. I understand your suggestion, thank you, Little Green. The wind Kirin transformed into a beautiful girl with huge, turquoise twin tails, smiling. Master, it's alright. You can punish me however you like, as long as you're happy. From today onwards, don't call me Master anymore. Hastur lowered his head. Master, don't you want me anymore? Little Green, wind Kirin, was shocked. You were created by me using fragments of myself and Shub. From today onwards, call me Father. Little Green was stunned. Hastur didn't speak, but stepped forward and hugged Little Green. I was too hasty just now. I'm sorry. Dad, have you been observing the human emperor for too long, and been influenced by him? Yes. I saw it, how much he values and loves his children. Hastur trembled. Back then, I should have fought for even a little reduction in Ataquia's sentence. Even a little, and he wouldn't have been completely wiped out. All these things wouldn't have happened like this. The butterfly effect. The seeds I sowed? I was wrong, I lost Ataquia, I lost Shub. I don't want to lose you too, Little Green. Dad, don't cry. I won't leave you, Little Green comforted. As the two gods comforted each other, they didn't notice that the signal from Ataquia's divine body flickered faintly in a certain area of Iceland in the Arctic Ocean of Western Europe before disappearing. Meanwhile, in the ruins of an extinct dwarven kingdom's underground city in Western Europe, vast numbers of sand scorpions stood guard like sentinels. Deeper still, 10 colossal land-dwelling reptiles, each over 30 meters long, behemoths, rested, panting heavily. Beside each beast lay a pile of bones. At the very depths of the underground city, 2 enormous figures, each over 30 meters long, rested in the former dwarven kingdom's plaza. Those were the feathered serpent god, and a 30-meter-long winged black dragon. Great Commander, how is your new divine body, the Ragnarok Black Dragon King Nidhogg's dragon body, adapting? In the control room of a nearby cave, Shinobu Kujira inquired. Ah, it's amazing, so perfect, so powerful. Nidhogg's dragon eyes opened, and Lloyd's voice rang out. A true dragon king. Now I understand why dragon kings soaring through the skies in epics, novels, and myths have always been such proud beings. I love this feeling, as a colossal dragon god. This time, don't waste it, Shinobu Kujira said coldly. Our next step is to break through Thermopylae and crush the still-living divine realm, the sanctuary of Athens, the land protected by Athena. There, we can find what is said to be the technological legacy of the Olympian 3.0 level god-level civilization. Good, Lloyd said confidently. Hastur released Little Green and turned his gaze back to the monitor. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. A faint reaction signal appeared in the former Prussian Bavaria region. Concentrate detection. Focus on the former Prussian Bavaria region. Subsequently, in the former area of the Dwarven Underground Kingdom, he detected some weakly reacting forms of the Feathered Serpent God's body and the Black Dragon King Nidhogg's dragon body, along with a densely packed army of over 20,000 monsters. Moreover, judging from the dynamic situation on the map, this army of 20,000 monsters had previously departed from Iceland and arrived at the original site of the Bavarian Dwarven Underground Kingdom. How did they get here? Hastur frowned. He pulled up a map and was shocked to discover that the two closest remnants of the ancient civilizations were Iceland, the Scandinavian region, home to the Norse gods, and south of Thermopylae, the still partially operational sanctuary of the Olympian civilization in Athens, Greece. Oh no! The things Odin and the others left behind after Ragnarok have likely been obtained by those lunatics of the Creation Project. The power of the sanctuary alone is no match for them, Little Green said anxiously. Dad. Aunt Athena's warriors, Aunt Naya's best friend, are in trouble. Hastur's expression was equally grave. The Feathered Serpent Gods, using some of Ithaca's technology, and Nidhogg. Little Green, how much time do they have left? According to this, historical data from several major battle zones of the previous Creation God Project, the evil god monster army of Bavaria will launch a southward attack within 3 days. The monster army is mainly composed of sand scorpions, whose marching speed is 50 kilometers per hour. The distance between the two locations is 1,200 kilometers. Therefore, in 4 days, an army of over 20,000 evil gods, including 10 behemoths, 1 feathered serpent god, and 1 Nidhogg black dragon god body, will invade. Thermopylae is guarded by 30 Saint Seiya, 150 mass-produced Iron Saint Seiya, and 120 elite military and police personnel. Currently, the Saint Seiya at Thermopylae are almost all injured due to the irregular battles against the monster tides. The military and police ammunition is also almost exhausted. Bullets are mainly supplied to snipers. Little Green reported worriedly. This situation is even worse than the fortress city of Sorokov a while ago. At least in the city of Sorokov, there was still a well-equipped army. Contact your aunt immediately. Have the little human emperor contact allies, and find a solution quickly. If the legacy of the sanctuary falls into the hands of the Creation God Project organization, it will be even more disastrous. This time, we keep an eye on things. If the little human emperor's army can't catch up, I will activate my divine body to intervene. Dad, you're violating the law. Who still seriously abides by this law now? Does it even have any meaning? Hastur said self-deprecatingly. I really regret not listening to little Nyarlathotep sooner. Yes, Dad. Earlier, in Zero Anjo, Ningen's elective class A Brief History of Humankind this evening had several unexpected guests. Her closest ally, the human emperor, the fourth demon king, Zhongli Rui. Badu. The acting pope of the sanctuary of Athens, Greece. Sagittarius Gold Saint, Pegasus Seiya. The god of 1,000 faces, the god of wisdom, Nyarlathotep. Virgin goddess of wisdom and war, incarnation Sauri Keto, Athena. Upon seeing Nyarlathotep, Sauri, and Seiya appear together, Ningen's first reaction was exactly the same as Chinpan/Chinjinkuan's. She desperately wanted to run. However, although she was no longer connected to the giant computer, her extraordinary intuition told her that running now would definitely lead to a terrible end. Zhong Lirui noticed her embarrassment and said authoritatively, Professor Ning-In, you taught well these past few months. It's my duty. Ning-In was about to say something when Zhong Lirui's voice appeared in her mind for the first time. You used this method before to control the three-headed hellhound and communicate with your own mainframe in the mother nest, didn't you? Rui, you mastered telepathy too? Yes, you know what kind of beings the three before you are, so cooperate with me later, okay? Okay. Today, please teach the history of the 300 Spartans according to your plan. After giving her instructions, Zhong Leroy ended the telepathic communication. Although Ning'an was very scared and somewhat confused, she subconsciously chose to cooperate. Besides, the lesson she prepared today really was the history of the 300 Spartans. Miss Kido, please observe the second Demon King Ning'an's lecture on human history. Zhong Leroy politely invited. Good. Chapter 553. Ning'an began recounting the history of the 300 Spartans, trying to keep his voice steady and clear. The story of the 300 Spartans takes place in 480 BC, when the allied forces of the Greek city-states engaged in a battle at Thermopylae against the massive army of the Persian Empire, a battle destined to be recorded in history. Ning'an spoke slowly and deliberately, attempting to mask his inner nervousness with historical details. Halfway through the lesson, the question and answer session began. Chung Yonghua's daughter, Chung Wei, president of the Human Emperor Supporters Association, asked, Professor Ning'an, in this battle, were there really only 300 Spartan warriors who defended Thermopylae and created a miracle? Ning'an smiled and replied, according to Diodorus's historical archives, Sparta actually deployed about 1,300 hoplites, including 300 Spartan Titian citizens and 1,000 Lacedaemonians. If the supporting Helot light infantry are included, the total number may have exceeded 2,600. The actual total size of the Greek army reached 7,000. Correspondingly, the actual number of the Persian army was about 100,000 to 200,000, far lower than the exaggerated figures of 500,000 or 300,000 in legends. Chung Wei had. A little discouraged, he said, then isn't it largely exaggerated? Ning'an continued patiently, the exaggerated parts are in the legends, literature, and poems. But undeniably, it remains an immortal miracle in the history of human warfare. They were still incredibly brave warriors, almost 1 against 10. Although King Leonidas died gloriously in the Battle of Thermopylae, and the pass was breached, its historical significance is immense. On the surface, it was a heroic resistance by the Greek city-states against the Persian invasion. But on a deeper level, it was a symbolic struggle. A small elite, through wisdom, courage, and self-sacrifice, protected their homeland from destruction. This spirit transcends time and space, becoming an object of emulation for countless civilizations. Hearing this, Saya nodded. Nyarlathotep, however, smiled knowingly and whispered, not bad, little whale standing on the shore, you're quite clever. In terms of erudition alone, you're even better than Lil Rui Rui. At this moment, Kido Saori nodded slightly and quietly said to Zhong Leroy, I can tell, the second demon king, Ning'an, is indeed diligently teaching human history. Zhong Leroy quickly replied, Miss Kido, don't worry, I keep an eye on her. All right. Saori looked at Zhong Leroy with amusement. I didn't expect that you would even be able to. Protection, or rather protection? The guardian of a young girl's dreams? Zhong Leroy quickly replied, actually, I'm doing this to make up for the damage the kingdom of Rhea caused to the Blue Star's ocean ecosystem and the whale race, and even more so to ease the conflict between humans and intelligent beings. But your main motivation is that you don't want to see me kill her, right? Saori, Athena, pointed out incisively, Your Majesty, I am also the goddess of wisdom. This little trick of distorting the truth won't work on me. Yes. Seeing Athena's directness, Zhong Leroy had no choice but to confess. Fine, Saya, and I owe you and my sister a favor. However, I will also be keeping an eye on her. Saori, Athena, said calmly. Saori spoke calmly, but Zhong Leroy clearly sensed the weight of her words. Thank you, Lady Kido, for giving her this opportunity. You are truly kind. From today onwards, you can call me Saori Nichan. Saori, Athena, smiled serenely. Yes, Saori Nichan. Zhong Leroy answered readily. Just as Zhong Leroy breathed a sigh of relief, Nyarlathotep led Yu Jia and him into the accelerated world. Little Rui, you dared to protect the alien whale girl right in front of me? You got some nerve. Nyarlathotep, no. What do you mean no? Look me in the eyes. Do you want to try out the biomother? Nyarlathotep smiled. Her eyes narrowed, but a dark energy fluctuation was clearly emanating from behind her. I feel nauseous at Ning'an 3. Zhong Leroy hurriedly said. Lying won't work. Naya's tentacles bound Zhong Leroy. Sister Naya, what Master said is true. There's historical evidence. Yu Jia played the video recording at the opportune moment. Are you sure you want to call me lady? Ning'an looked at Zhong Leroy with amusement. I'm hermaphroditic, you know? Detection. Master strong emotions. 300% nausea. Zhong Leroy showed an expression of almost crying with excitement. Yu Jia, thank you. Naya released Zhong Leroy. Era, you feel nauseous at this little wail, but you willingly embrace me, the Chaos Outer God? It seems you're truly infatuated with me. Okay. Hee. After gently kissing Zhong Lirui, Naya said with satisfaction, "That's more like it." Zhong Lirui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reality was, he always remembered that Nina was male. Suddenly Nyarlathotep's expression turned serious. "Xiao Rui, something terrible has happened. My sister Saori's hometown is in big trouble. My brother Hastur, who discovered the Creation God project, has taken control of the body of the feathered serpent god in Nidhogg, the black dragon god of Norse mythology, and may be gathering an army of 20,000 monsters, preparing to march south and threaten Thermopylae. Moreover, among the ground forces are 10 near-disaster level monsters. Behemoths? Zhong Lirui? ? Is this quantum entanglement? Why bring up something you shouldn't have? Ning Yin just mentioned Thermopylae in class, and Thermopylae is already in danger? After leaving the accelerated world, Zhong Lirui immediately took Seiya and Saori out of the classroom. Seiya-senpai, Saori-nichan, the situation is critical. The Creation God Project forces, led by an unknown deity, whom we fought fiercely in Chikiki City and Chagarak Island, have prepared an army of 20,000 monsters, and they may be pressing on Thermopylae in 4 days. Seiya and Saori's expressions changed drastically. After a brief explanation from Nyarlathotep and Zhong Lirui, Seiya clenched his fist. "Damn it, Shiryu, Inagura, Kiki, and Ryuhu, along with the saints and elite military police, have been holding out at Thermopylae for far too long. Many saints and warriors are injured or even sick. Saori-san, we need to hurry back and organize our forces to prepare for battle." Saori nodded. Seiya stepped forward and grasped Zhong Lirui's hand. "Rui, my little brother, I entrust my child with Saori's sake." Seeing Seiya's entrusting the child's stance, Zhong Lirui said disdainfully, "Seiya-senpai, let's talk about this later. I mobilize troops now, gather the elite of the Great Qian army, and contact our allies. We will go together to save the sanctuary and crush the forces behind the Creation God project. Rui, don't act rashly. You are indeed very powerful. However, you and your allies' armies are all mortals. I know your army is indeed much stronger than the military police of Athens, Greece. But your mortal army is still too weak compared to the saints. This is a war between us, as saints of Athena, and the blasphemous forces attempting to invade our sanctuary. This level of war is not something you can interfere with. Although I haven't fought them, I know that the feathered serpent god's divine body is the chief god of the lost divine civilization of South America." Zhong Lirui, however, looked relaxed. "Really? If that feathered serpent god hadn't been such a skilled diver, it wouldn't have been able to escape in the waters off Chagarak Island last time. Arui, war is not child's play. I know your emperor's banner is very powerful, but a single divine artifact cannot turn the tide of a war. You really don't know how intense it is to fight against a god." Seiya wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Saori, Athena. "Arui, I know your and your allies' abilities. But I want to know, why are you so determined to fight the Creation God project? Is it for revenge? I personally have no enmity with them. However, I am the guardian of the Great Qian dynasty, and even the people of Blue Star, and the people have bestowed upon me the title of Guardian of Blue Star. I must protect the people of this world. Whether in the desert, in Chikiki, or in the icy sea of the Bering Strait, those madmen of the Creation God project never care about the lives of the people in order to achieve their goals. I must stop them. I am the human emperor of the new era, and protecting humanity is my duty. Moreover, I once had a premonition. If we cannot stop them, of the remaining 550,000 people on Blue Star, only less than 30,000 will remain. Most of them will die." Saori, Athena, as expression turned to shock. She turned to Nyarlathotep, who nodded solemnly. "Your Excellency Zhong Lirui, the noble and compassionate emperor. In the name of Athena, I swear an alliance with you." Saori, Athena, said solemnly. "Together, we will protect the shattered world. This time, I earnestly request your assistance to my kingdom, to save my warriors and my people." "Understood. Your Majesty, Athena, it is my honor. Together, we will create a new world," Zhong Lirui replied solemnly. Afterwards, Zhong Lirui left to summon the higher-ups for emergency arrangements. He learned from Yu Jia that the Rakshas's Caspian Sea monster modification project was not yet complete, and their strategy to reclaim the oil and gas-producing areas of the Caucasus region was also underway. Liang's Alaskan recapture campaign was still progressing. This 17,000-mile expedition for rescue would depend solely on the Great Qian dynasty itself. Seiya and Athena rushed back to the passenger plane, that had been prepared and resupplied. Sorry, why drag Arui into this? Although he has an enhanced new-type body, his individual strength is still far inferior to that of an ordinary bronze saint. Seiya said seriously. Saori gave Seiya a meaningful look. Seiya, perhaps our methods of warfare deserve reflection. Our sanctuary, inheriting Olympus technology, has greatly enhanced the individual output and capabilities of each warrior. However, saints are not gods after all, they have physical limits. The limits of Cosmo usage are, to some extent, related to the limits of one's own physical abilities. I've been observing the way Emperor Zhonglirui wages war. You are a god slayer, and so is he. But the evil gods and giant monsters he has slain, in many cases. If it were you, you couldn't handle it. Saori, really? Yes. Saori nodded seriously. In close combat, without the aid of divine artifacts, he's no match for you. But in large-scale wars, he alone possesses world-destroying power far greater than mine. He has the ability to wipe out a city single-handedly. You use passion, courage, your saint cloth, and your cosmos to slay a god. He uses mechs, battleships, electromagnetic cannons, thermobaric weapons, and even nuclear strikes to slay a god. Seiya was speechless with shock. Saori, however, clearly remembered Zhonglirui's several instances of nuclear annihilation of a god. Chapter 554. Elder Long, are you sure? I'm sure. Chief Executive, my Northern Army's Taotai isn't finished yet for this expedition, but at least, please wait a moment, while I use the Air Force to send the Yinglong Wing Mecha airborne troops from here, the 13 Tombs Fortress City, to you. You can take them with you to Greece. It won't take much time. From preparation to flying to Lingnan Prefecture, the Yinglong Wing only takes 2.5 hours. It definitely won't delay the expedition plan. Elder Long, Lu Shi reassured, there's no need for such trouble. Actually, our special police mecha unit will also be wearing the Yinglong Wing Type 2 this time. Armored units going to fight. Nonsense. Long Zhanya rebuked. Lieutenant General Lu Shi, your special police are all new recruits, who have only been trained for less than half a year. Having mechs might be a little better. But my 36 Yinglong Wings are the most elite spearhead of our great Qian army. Alright, this time we may face an army of 20,000. What I mean is, Elder Long, send the Yinglong Wings here. Lu Shi, your special police mech squadron of 24 units, get them ready too. Let's go together. This time, it's just us. Rakshasa and Life-Own Kingdom can't spare the manpower to help us. So, I want both of your teams. Zhonglirui said. Yes, Chief Executive. Long Zhanya and Lu Shi immediately complied without further objection. Long Zhanya added, in that case, the vanguard of the battle can only rely on your speed, Chief Executive. Our northern border army will arrive with relief supplies after the Taotai is fully prepared. We will arrive in 120 hours. Zhonglirui nodded. He knew that the Holy Land was almost out of ammunition and supplies, and simply relieving the military crisis was not enough. Chief Executive, the Shanghai Air Force also requests to participate in the war. Yelena retorted defiantly. After considering the weight of the aircraft, the troop composition, and the current status of the modified Bishi DE, Zhonglirui said to Yelena, Yelena, if you want to go, you can. Send 4 ace pilots to fly over from the Shanghai fortress immediately. So fast? I'm sending you over to familiarize you with the performance of the Downdraft Falcon plasma fighter. This time we're not bringing attack helicopters or fighter jets because fuel and ammunition in Athens, Greece, are almost exhausted. I need you to familiarize yourselves with the new fighter jets that use laser weapons. Upon hearing that Zhonglirui was going to equip her air force with the latest laser fighter jets, Yelena was overjoyed. Great. I go and gather the men right away. Chief Executive, take care on your journey, Governors Tang Xiaoning and Cheng Yonghua said with concern. Thank you. After the meeting, Zhonglirui closed his eyes and began to take stock of the troops he had brought. The northern border army of the Great Qian Dynasty, Yinglong Wing's 4th phase, 36 Yinglong Wing's 2-type airborne light mechs, led by Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Pu. The Great Qian Dynasty Lingnan Prefecture Army Special Police Mech Squadron, 24 Yinglong Wing's 2-type airborne light mechs, led by Lieutenant General Lu Shi. The Great Qian Dynasty Lingnan Prefecture Army Special Operations 1st Company, 108 personnel, all wearing exoskeletons, equipped with standard gear and light mortars, led by Captain Situzian. The Great Qian Dynasty Lingnan Prefecture Militia Field Rocket Artillery Unit, 36 personnel, led by Militia Lieutenant Mao Danqing and Militia 2nd Lieutenant Lu Mingqi, carrying 9 lightweight, improved precision-guided 107mm rocket launchers due to weight considerations. The Dakian Zero Anzhou Military Medical Squadron, led by Gu Anqi. For ace pilots from the Dakian Shanghai Air Force, flying the Bishi D carrier-based Peregrine plasma fighter jets, led by Air Force Lieutenant General Ekaterina. Carrier-based fighter jets, Xianyuan, Minghong 2, Mirage, and 4 mass-produced Peregrine plasma jets, totaling 7 aircraft. Furthermore, the Bishi's armament has been completely upgraded. The formerly simple gas cylinder cannons at the gun emplacements have been replaced with 1 medium-sized and 1 heavy-caliber large-caliber military-grade mortar with automatic loading. On the warship, there were 3 191mm rocket launchers, 3 107mm rocket launchers, 12 laser anti-aircraft guns. All the original small-caliber live-fire electromagnetic anti-aircraft machine guns had been cancelled. The 300mm electromagnetic main gun remained unchanged. The large thermobaric missile launchers were also in their original configuration, and there was also the large cryogenic plasma shield that he had successfully tested before heading to Chukeki. This is the most elite and powerful force in Dakian right now. Should it be enough? Zhong Lirui pondered. Master, I suggest you take Luer and Miss Zhong Liyunyu with you, Yu Jia suggested. Satellite detection indicates that there are a large number of zombies in the mountainous area southeast of Wenquan Pass. The number exceeds 3,000. Okay. If there are zombies, bring Major Murong Chanfeng and Lieutenant Shinjia as well. Zhong Lirui nodded. The power of guidance might come in handy. Let's leave it at that for now. After making his decision, Zhong Lirui was about to return to his home community to say goodbye to his loved ones, when Naya's voice rang out beside him. Little Rui, have you already deployed your troops? Nyarlathotep, yes. Did you take Whale Girl with you? No. Huh? Why take her along? To make the performance more convincing. What could be more persuasive and sincere atonement than the second Demon King personally accompanying the human emperor on a long expedition to save the Holy Land? Zhong Lirui's eyes sized her up. Nyarlathotep, you truly deserve to be called the God of Knowledge. That makes sense. And isn't she always wearing Hema Pure? This time, going to the homeland of Hema Pure to play the hero. Brilliant, truly brilliant. As he spoke, Zhong Lirui gave Nyarlathotep a thumbs up. TCH, bootlicking. Nyarlathotep looked disdainful, but her eyes were full of pleasure. When Zhong Lirui found Ning In 3 and explained his purpose. Arui. Thank you. Ning In hugged him tightly. I was terrified. I was so afraid Athena would chop me down with her scepter. Sensing Ning In's mention, Saori, Athena, showed slight concern and sighed deeply. Saya, are the first Demon King Chen Jinquan and the second Demon King Ning In really that afraid of me? Saya smiled wryly. Saori, you are the embodiment of wisdom, war, and the order of the earth. Saori, Yu Jia, monitoring in real time. Master, nausea plus 66%, with a slight fluctuation of 3% in mental pollution levels, stemming from stress from the hermaphroditic biochemical mother. Zhong Lirui, suppressing his discomfort, said seriously, Ningchan, you performed very well in class. The opportunity to lower Athena's guard against you is something you earned yourself. Don't waste it. Don't you usually like wearing Hema Pure? Now, we're going to the origin of this clothing. Thank you. Ning In happily tried to kiss him, but an even more powerful dark energy appeared nearby. 8 giant octopus tentacles appeared. Little whale. Don't get too cocky. I'm watching you too, Nai appeared, speaking authoritatively. Oh! Goddess of knowledge. Goddess of 1,000 faces. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ning In, terrified, quickly released Zhong Lirui and bowed repeatedly in apology. Zhong Lirui, Backstage monitoring, Aisha laughed. The second Demon King who destroyed half the world is utterly powerless before the Great One. Qin Shaoran smiled bitterly. Don't even mention her. Even my dad cowers before Sister Naya. Sigh, at this rate, will Saren faint on the spot when she sees Sister Naya? Chen Xiaoyao said easily. No, sister, you forgot. Saren is Sister Naya's adopted granddaughter. Qin Xiaoyao was taken aback. Really? Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin joined the expeditionary force. The monitoring mission was suspended, and they were undergoing preparations aboard the Bishi. The Xian Gui's bulkhead structure was damaged due to Chen Jinquan's misbehavior last time, making it unsuitable for long-distance high-speed cruising. Furthermore, resources were being concentrated on strengthening the Bishi, so it would not participate in this expedition. In the 13 Tombs Fortress City, at the Northern Army's garrison, Long Zhanya was directing his troops to prepare relief supplies. At this moment, Queen Saren, accompanied by Shikima, found Long Zhanya. Behind him stood a guard of elite dragon warriors, neatly clad in sand scorpion armor, primarily composed of awakened warriors and hunters, who had distinguished themselves in the previous lakeside battle, all armed with old Type 85 sniper rifles from the Northern Army's old armory. Your Majesty Queen Saren, what brings you here? General Long Zhanya, I have a request. Long Zhanya's eyes widened upon hearing this. My teacher has traveled far and wide for this world. As his student, as the queen of our newly formed kingdom, I should also do my part. Elder Long, take me and my dragon warriors with you. Long Zhanya thought for a moment, his eyes darting around, and smiled. Queen Saren, thank you for your kindness. Therefore, you and the dragon warriors will join me on the Taoai expedition. Thank you. Watching Saren lead the team away, Long Zhanya sighed and muttered to himself, anyway, it's just the second team distributing relief supplies, this should be fine. Saren secretly clenched her fist. Teacher, I miss you. Shikima, standing beside her, secretly shook her head. A few days ago, Saren had fallen asleep from exhaustion while handling official business. When Shikima entered the queen's office, she found two photos on the desk, one of the twin princesses, Saren and Kikij, with the human emperor Zhonglirui, the other of a giant larkspur pattern laser engraved on the ground of the land of glazed glass. And in the room, next to the sofa, lay an open copy of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Saren had watched it countless times. Your Majesty, please don't torture yourself like this anymore, Shikima whispered with heartache. That evening, to Zhonglirui's surprise, of the 4 ace pilots who arrived from the Magic City Fortress, 2 were ace Air Force pilots who had participated in the 10,000-mile raid defense of Chikiki, and the other 2 were Yelena and Anna. Zhonglirui was speechless. Yelena, what brings your sister Anna here? Yelena proudly said. Chief of Staff, my sister Anna used to be in the Air Force aerobatic team. She was number 1, you know? She's even better than me. Anna proudly puffed out her chest. Zhonglirui smiled. Although Yelena could be a bit unreliable at times, her fighter piloting skills were top-notch. If she said Anna was better than her, then it was definitely true. Anna asked excitedly, Chief Executive, I heard you're going to give us a sci-fi fighter jet this time? Zhonglirui smiled. Yes, it can be visually invisible, its main cannon is a laser cannon, and it uses a plasma engine for atmospheric propulsion. Its top speed is Mach 1.8. Interested in trying it out? Anna shouted excitedly, yay. Yelena, Anna, then, this time we soar through the sky together. Please. Zhonglirui smiled, and saluted the mixed-race sisters. The next morning. Shower, listen to mommy, daddy's leaving. Zhonglirui hugged his child. Okay, great hero daddy, good luck. Zhonglixi waved his little fist. Beside him, Di Xinyan, Kikij, Lu Yisan, Chen Xiaoran, Chen Xiaoyao, and Zhong Lixiafeng all smiled warmly. After hugging and kissing each of the women goodbye, Zhonglirui donned his armor and took to the air. I'm leaving, everyone take care. He headed towards the Bishi-class destroyer. At dawn, Zhonglirui once again embarked on his journey. The Bishi slowly started, hovering to a height of 15 meters, accelerating westward. Almost simultaneously, Saya and Sauri's passenger plane also took off. Destination, Western Europe, Greece, Thermopylae. Chapter 555. The former Greek homeland, Thermopylae, under the blood-red setting sun. Integron, over 35, leaned against the mountain wall, panting. The gleam of his Gemini gold cloth flickered in the smoke. Beside him, a mass-produced Iron Saint lay resting on a stretcher. Not far away, the wounded Bronze Saints tightly bandaged their wounds, blood staining their cloths a shocking crimson. Further away, Kiki and Shiryu, the 2 legendary gold saints, stood like war gods, leading the remaining saints in building the last line of defense. At the highest point of the cliff, an ace sniper lurked like a cheetah, his scope reflecting a chilling light, the crosshairs locked tightly on the western horizon. The beach west of Thermopylae was already covered with animal carcasses, dark red blood soaking into the sand, giving it an ominous rusty hue under the setting sun. Even the sea breeze couldn't dispel the nauseatingly sweet, pungent smell. The defense line hadn't collapsed yet. The salty sea breeze, carrying the cries of the fallen, swept past, as if tempting them, give up. This is your graveyard. The epic tale of King Leonidas and his 300 warriors, forged here, seemed to still resonate in the wind. And the echoes of the Allied cannons that repelled the Third Reich a century ago still seemed to reverberate. Now, 300 warriors, saints, and Athenian soldiers and police, once again, formed a defensive line with their flesh and blood, standing tall here. Ingra closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and furrowed her brow. Images of past battles and despairing premonitions of the future intertwined wildly in her mind. The legendary Saint Shiryu, who had driven her sister mad, and the equally legendary Kiki, had been stationed here for a full month with the sanctuary's last elite forces. The mutated beast tide surging from the continent of Norse mythology was like a relentless black tsunami, each impact devouring the lives of their comrades, holding out, fighting, corpses strewn everywhere, brief rest, then holding out again. When will this damned, endless cycle end? Morale has already plummeted to rock bottom. The military and police are out of ammunition, with only the ace sniper getting a few bullets left. Most of the mass-produced Iron Saints are wounded, some even falling in battle. Even the Bronze and Silver Saints are all wounded, dragging their wearied bodies and gritting their teeth to keep going. This is what a month has been like for everyone. The future? Inkra smiled bitterly. Do he and everyone else have a future? Besides the barely enough dry rations and bitterly boiled spring water, there's nothing here. No ammunition, no reinforcements. The sanctuary of Athens is barely holding on. Hope? What is that? It seems to have already turned to ashes along with the bodies of his fallen comrades. And his left hand has been infected by the zombie virus. He had been secretly suppressing it with his cosmos, not letting his comrades discover it. But days of fierce battles had left her cosmos nearly depleted, and that chilling, corrosive feeling was spreading wildly up her left arm. She was almost at her breaking point. Integra, have some water. A gentle voice, like a clear spring, suddenly rang out, instantly pulling this female gold saint, who had survived a divine war, back from the abyss of despair. She hesitated, looking up, and before her eyes was an eastern face even more dazzling than her own. Those starry eyes seemed to contain the entire galaxy, and even she, a woman known as a beauty, couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Her long, black hair danced in the wind like an inky waterfall, and the faint scent of sweat wafted towards her. Damn it, what was she thinking at a time like this? Everyone was fighting hard for days on end, who had time to shower. Inkra internally screamed, "Hey! Is this really the son of that tough guy Shiryu-sensei? How can the bronze saint of dragon, Ryuhu, be more beautiful than a girl? His looks have been unfair in 13 years. Ryuhu. Thanks. Turn around, I need some water. Okay." Ryuhu's lips curved into a spring-like smile, a smile that could melt ice and snow. He considerately turned around. In the firelight, his hair danced, a picture of beauty. This is a parallel world, with the following settings. Female saints must wear masks. Inkra's Gemini mask is currently covering her face, and she must unlock the mask to drink water. Also, in this setting, Shiryu is originally from the Great Qian dynasty, not the son of Kido Mitsumasa of the Kido Foundation, which differs from the main story. That smile made Inkra. My heart was beating wildly. She was so beautiful that it took her breath away. But this guy clearly had an angelic face, but he said such outrageous things to tease me. Integra's memory flashback. When they reunited in the sanctuary 2 years ago, Sister Integra. Long time no see. You are still so beautiful. I like you so much. At that time, I really wanted to punch this frivolous guy away. After a period of time, I deliberately avoided him, but the apocalyptic zombie crisis suddenly broke out. Greece fell. Gale Kingdom fell. New York's hometown was razed by nuclear bombs. Hobbing's former pope who rescued there never came back. This annoying guy always said frivolous things. Obviously I should be jealous of his beauty, and should hate his teasing. Why does my heart beat out of control every time I see him? Could it be that he's fallen for this beautiful yet annoying little brother? No! Inkra snapped back to reality, his face beneath the Saint cloth mask instantly turning bright red. He was 10 years older than him. And how could he possibly have such thoughts about his sister's first-loved son? His mind reeling, the water glass clattered, splashing water onto the back of his hand. Meanwhile, as the frontline commander, Shiryu remained in the core intelligence area of Thermopylae, on high alert. At 51 years old, Shiryu's black hair was still intact, his face as handsome as ever, but his physique was even more robust and imposing than 13 years ago. He stood still like an ancient mountain, his weathered body exuding a rock-solid, unwavering aura in the twilight. Suddenly, he received an urgent communication. It was Seiya's voice. "Shiryu, I know you're nearing your limit, but you must hold on for 3 more days. Listen. Within 3 days, 2 evil god-level monsters will lead an army of 20,000 specialized monsters south. Hold on, brothers. Saori and I have already requested reinforcements, from the new Great Qian Emperor, Zhonglirui. 3 days. Just hold on for 3 more days. We be there. Pope. Is this true? What level of existence are those two evil gods? Since Seiya became the acting pope, Shiryu addressed him as pope, no longer as the equal Seiya. A suffocating silence. Seiya's voice rang out with unprecedented solemnity. It's from Aztec, South America. The feathered serpent god, the chief god of the Tech civilization, and Nidhogg, the final black dragon we couldn't even encounter in Odin's realm. Both of these are colossal creatures exceeding 30 meters in length, capable of supersonic flight, and possessing devastating area of effect attacks. Even more deadly, the behemoths described in the Old Testament have been mass-produced. Each one is a mobile fortress, 30 meters long and 10 meters tall, with the power to cleave mountains and split rocks. This southward-bound legion brought a full 10 of these weapons of war. And then, there are the sand scorpions, the main force. 1.8 meters tall, capable of firing venomous stingers, with a range of 100 meters, enough to melt even a special forces soldier's Kevlar vest like paper. Is this true? Shiryu's voice trembled violently with shock, his clenched fists making a grating cracking sound from his saint-cloth knuckles. Where did you get such terrifying information? The leader of the 3 great powers of the new century, the new Great Qian. It was my brother, Zhonglirui, the new emperor of the new Great Qian, who told me. He and his allies have been fighting against the forces of the Creation God Project for a long time, Seiya said coldly. And even more serious is that as the monster army marches south, the beast tide across the entire continent will be driven towards you like a black tsunami. Before the army arrives, the pressure on you may be even greater. Shiryu, believe me, Saori, and I will not abandon everyone. We are on our way. Our allies, the elite troops of the Great Qian Emperor, are also on their way. Seiya. Shiryu called Seiya by his real name again, for the first time since Seiya became the acting pope. This is a war between the divine realms. Are you sure you want to drag the armies of mortal kingdoms, those fragile mortals, into this? What are you afraid of? Zilong, please believe me. My brother, the esteemed Emperor Zhonglirui, is also an apostle of the gods, just like me. Moreover, this great god is Athena's closest friend, like a sister. Zilong's eyes lit up. So, the current situation is that 2 evil gods are leading an army of 20,000, attempting to break through the barrier and invade the Holy Land. And you and Athena have invited a friendly god of equal strength to assist you? Yes, my brother. Don't worry, as long as you hold out until the Emperor and I arrive, victory will ultimately be ours. Alright, Pope, I will lead everyone to hold this place for 3 days. Shiryu looked up, looking at the vast starry sky. At Thermopylae, the monument commemorating the hero King Leonidas still stood, but it was stained with the blood of the horde of beasts that had splattered during the battle. Shiryu's eyes hadn't fully recovered in the W era. He mainly relied on his cosmos to substitute for sight. Is this fate? The 300 warriors of that year. Now, he too had 300 warriors left, and beneath his feet lay Thermopylae. The general has fought 100 battles. Clad in golden armor, he will not return until Lulan is conquered. Suddenly, Shiryu recalled one of the many Tang poems his master, Doko, had taught him. Ryuphone. Father! Ryuphone responded. Go and invite Master Kiki, and your sister Ingra. Yes. Sensing his son rushing off, Shiryu thought of his wife, Chunli, who was still in the Great Qian dynasty. Recent contact revealed to my wife that the Lushan region is no longer safe due to animal mutations. Approximately 300 reclusive survivors in the mountains are preparing to form a convoy and migrate to Ling'an Prefecture, the current temporary capital of the Great Qian dynasty. Ling'an Prefecture. I never imagined that Zhonglirui, the governor of Ling'an Prefecture, would stand out and become the highest-ranking official of the new Great Qian. However, his intervention in the war between different divine realms is a bit like a moth drawn to a flame, isn't it? Although Seiya said he also has a powerful god behind him, and a friendly one at that, well, I trust Seiya after all, Zilong muttered to himself. Shortly afterward, Lanfeng arrived with Kiki and Integra. Before leaving, Lanfeng subtly tried to curry favor with Integra again. Integra turned her head away, ignoring him. Ryufeng, stop fooling around, go on patrol. Shiryu commanded sternly. Yes, father. Ryufeng left dejectedly. Kiki noticed the unusually weak Cosmo of Ingra, and asked with concern, Ingra, the Gemini cloth and its techniques are consuming Cosmo very rapidly. When you fight, try to keep your movements light and small. We're fighting a war of attrition now, understand? Teacher Kiki, thank you. I understand. In terms of age, Kiki is only slightly younger than Shiryu, But at this point, he's nearly 50, considerably older than Inkra. Actually, Inkra had observed this during the past few days of battle. In terms of cosmo consumption, teacher Kiki, who had to fight and also repair the cloths for the saints, was consuming the most cosmo. Shiryu relayed the military intelligence Seiya had given them to the two evil gods. 10 legendary beasts from the Canaan region, and a monster army of 20,000 specifically for war. Even the usually composed and calm Kiki wore a grave expression. Inkra smiled bitterly. Can we hold them off? The great Qian Emperor? Are his ordinary human troops even useful? As she spoke, her gaze swept over the remaining soldiers and police, who had used even the gladius, Roman daggers, from museums, and riot shields from police uniforms. But in actual combat, only the ace snipers truly shone against the beast horde. Many times, they could use SEDs or M24 sniper rifles to achieve a one-shot headshot on a giant mutated boar. However, once the soldiers and police ran out of ammunition, they were immediately relegated to digging trenches, setting up fortifications, and providing logistical support. Compared to the high combat power silver and bronze saints, or even the mass-produced steel saints, the gap was simply too vast. I know what you're worried about. But I believe in Seiya and Athena. This isn't the first or second time we fought against other gods. I believe that this time, Athena and the Pope, and my old friend Seiya, will once again lead us to victory. Everyone fight. Hold this place for 3 days. Kiki and Inkra exchanged a glance and nodded. Chapter 556. At dawn, the earth began to tremble slightly. Scouts, hiding on high ground, spotted yet another beast tide approaching the west side of Thermopylae. This time, the vanguard consisted of a herd of up to 400 giant mutated wild boars. Close behind them was a pack of over 500 mutated giant wolves. The scouts sounded the warning horn, its melodious sound echoing over Thermopylae. The 3 gold saints, Shiryu, Kiki, and Inkra, led the still fighting silver, bronze, and steel saints, standing firm on the battle line. The 33rd wave of beasts is coming. Prepare to meet them. Shiryu shouted. The saints quickly adjusted their formation, ready for battle. The giant mutated wild boars roared and charged at the forefront, their deafening hooves seeming to crack the earth. The pack of mutated giant wolves followed closely behind, their scarlet eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Their speed was astonishing, closing in on the defensive line almost instantly. Roar! Roar! Roaring dragon strike! The purple dragon's voice boomed like thunder as he charged forward. In the air, a green dragon's energy phantom appeared. The green dragon slammed head-on into the first rank of giant boars. The immense power of the attack instantly blasted away more than 20 boars in the front row, the one in the center even having its head smashed open. The boar's carcass flew out, crushing other charging mutated boars. This attack was exceptionally effective. This attack is equivalent to the effect of the Divine Sword 2 Aerial Artillery's 183mm electromagnetic cannon against a small group of targets, but its penetration and range are far inferior. Saint Seiya primarily uses close-quarters combat. However, the purple dragon's attack failed to fundamentally shake the beast horde. More boars continued their charge, trampling over the corpses of their comrades. The Saint Seiya warriors shouted as they began their battle against the beast horde. As dusk fell, after sacrificing 15 mass-produced steel saints severely wounded and unable to fight again, and 2 bronze saints lightly injured, the beast tide of the day was annihilated. In this work setting, steel saints are essentially humanoid mech units using energy weapons. But their armor is not full-body armor, but rather medium-weight armor, offering no advantage in movement or relocation. Their primary function is to amplify energy before firing, and their main weapon is a mass-produced laser cannon on their right arm. Furthermore, the Steel Saint warriors are not new types, but normal humans. The technology of the Steel Saints comes from the Keto Zaibatsu. Ha, 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 Inkra covered her left hand, panting heavily. Large beads of sweat slid down her forehead. Inkra, Kiki stepped forward, sternly criticizing, "Didn't I warn you to conserve your strength? We're fighting a war of attrition. Your cosmos level is too weak right now. If this continues, you won't even be able to control your gold cloth." In this work setting, cloths are mass-produced artifacts for mortals/gods, created using Olympus 3.0 level civilization technology. Their main function is to amplify the internal microenergy of the human body/god's avatar. For example, the gold cloth, as armor of light, can only be controlled by a strong individual with a 7th sense cosmos, otherwise, insufficient energy will lead to increased physical exhaustion. One example is Iolosa's choice to carry rather than wear the cloth while severely injured, precisely based on considerations of balancing physical strength and cosmos. If one's cosmos level is insufficient, even possessing the cloth will not allow for complete control, and may even worsen injuries. Here, Integra had been fighting, while simultaneously suppressing the spread of the zombie virus, new-type nanobots, with her cosmos, causing her stamina and cosmos to deplete exponentially. Therefore, if this continued, even her cloth wouldn't hold. Integra was well aware of this. At this moment, she could only silently turn her head away. Kiki sighed, looking at her left hand. Integra, what's wrong? Is your cloth on your left hand damaged? Let me see. Kiki-sensei, no, Integra said. What's wrong with you? Not only is your fighting style wrong, but your will is also wavering. If you continue like this, you're not fit to continue fighting. Kiki said sternly. What's this fluctuation? Kiki used the special ability of the TMU continent race, the all-seeing eye, to scan Integra's left hand. Integra was shocked. Now, her condition could no longer be concealed. Integra. I'm sorry, it turns out I'm really useless. I repaired so many cloths, but I can't fix your infection. If you want to live, I cut off your left hand before the virus spreads to your torso. Then, go back to Sanctuary and heal. Athena and Seiya will be back soon. Although you can't save your left hand, you still live, Kiki sighed. No. Integra's eyes widened. I can't do it. Let me fight, or kill me. Kiki-sensei. Don't you want a future? You know that kid Ryuhi. Integra, in this state, do I still deserve a future? Integra closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. What became of those infected comrades? Kiki-sensei, please let me fight. When I'm truly finished, please execute me. Sigh. That's all I can do for you. Kiki extended his left hand, transferring a small portion of his cosmos to help Integra, temporarily suppressing the spread of the zombie virus. In battle, move lightly, and with small movements, minimizing your energy expenditure. As long as you can hold out until Seiya and Athena return, you're still saved. Teacher, thank you. Kiki sighed and left. Meanwhile, the Creation God Project monster army was assembled within the former territory of Austria in Western Europe. The floating Shinobu Kurenai, feathered serpent god body, sensing the data transmitted back by the dedicated satellite for the Creation God Project, said to Lloyd, Nidhogg's black dragon god body, who was resting on a nearby hill, former Commander Lloyd, the forces of the Sanctuary of Athens are holding out at Thermopylae, trying to stop our advance. The feathered serpent god used some of the technology cracked from the Ataqua god body, including bio-anti-gravity technology, the same technology that allowed Nyarlathotep to levitate at will. Therefore, its enormous body could float in the air, unlike the Nidhogg black dragon god body, which required a running start and takeoff to ascend, and was usually prone on the ground. Heavy's dead. Wouldn't it be better for the remnants of the fallen divine civilization to obediently accept their fate? Lloyd scoffed. Shouldn't we force a march, give them a shock at dawn tomorrow, and crush their unrealistic fantasies? Shouldn't we be more cautious? We detected that planes left and disappeared from Athens airport. I suspect the remnants of the Athenian sanctuary may have gone to fetch reinforcements. Speed is of the essence in war. Even if reinforcements arrive, with our overwhelming numbers and superior firepower, what do we have to fear? Our divine bodies are no longer the kind of stupid tortoises that Turta used for stockpiling, only capable of crawling on the ground. Indeed, Commander-in-Chief, your insight is excellent. Last time, the human emperor was able to save the Dragon Guardians using the tactic of speed, arriving at the Dragon Guardian Holy Land first, and then establishing a strong defensive line with elite troops. This time, we cannot give them that opportunity. We must arrive at the already weakened Thermopylae first, crush their desperate defenses, and then sweep through the enemy lines, heading straight for the Sanctuary of Athens. So be it. Lloyd approved, his black dragon eyes gleaming, his body radiating a black energy fluctuation. The feathered serpent opened its mouth, emitting a high-pitched, unique cry. On the ground, both the enormous behemoths exceeding 30 meters in length and the dense swarms of sand scorpions resembling an eerie, dark blue ocean quickened their pace. Zero Onjo backstage. Asia, staring at the satellite data, suddenly noticed the monster army currently marching within the former Austrian territory and accelerated her march. Xiao ran. The Creation God Project forces have accelerated their march, almost doubling their previous speed of 30 miles per hour. Aisha quickly told Chen Xiao ran. According to calculations, they were supposed to arrive by noon on the third day, meaning they would attack Thermopylae at dawn tomorrow. Where are Arui and the others? Chen Xiaoran asked. Although the Bishidi can fly at a ground effect altitude of 15 meters, It's unlikely they can cruise at 375 kilometers per hour on the complex terrain of the continent. They are currently in the Suez Canal, preparing to enter the Mediterranean Sea. Once they enter the Mediterranean, they will be about 2,000 kilometers away from Thermopylae. Damn it, it's already past midnight. It looks like our Rui's rescue team is going to run head-on into an army of 20,000 monsters. Qin Shaoran shook her head. Sister, let's tell Arui and the others about this situation as soon as possible. This time, he brought a full complement of staff and officers. They should be able to come up with a proper countermeasure. Indeed. Qin Shaoran nodded, then contacted Zhong Lirui. In the operations room of the BCDE, which was cruising in sea-based ground effect, Chief of Staff, Zhong Lirui asked Sidu Kong, the backstage, just sent me the monitoring data. What do you think? Supreme Chief, I believe we must arrive first. Chief of Staff Sidu Kong stated directly. Tell me your reasons, Zhong Lirui inquired. According to feedback from General Shiryu of the Sanctuary, the situation is dire. Over 2,400 troops ultimately defended Thermopylae. But as of yesterday, the Sanctuary had fewer than 150 personnel capable of fighting. The military and police have only 10 elite snipers left, and 200 rounds of ammunition. Based on declassified documents from the Keto Foundation, we learned that their main force, the mass-produced Steel Saints, well, let's just say their medium-armored mecha infantry, have excellent sustained combat capabilities, but lack adequate protection, and have no power enhancements whatsoever. Their weapons primarily consist of mass-produced right-handed laser cannons, adequate against sand scorpions and wild beasts, but utterly ineffective against behemoths. As for those bronze, silver, or gold saints, whether it's mystical power or high-dimensional black technology, personally, I think while their individual combat strength might be impressive, this is war, not a one-on-one arena. Even if they possess powerful special technology, they held out for a month and are already at their limit. Therefore, we must reach Thermopylae as soon as possible to provide relief. Thermopylae's narrow terrain is more advantageous to the defenders. I agree with the Chief of Staff's point of view, Lu Shi agreed. Once Thermopylae falls, the gateways to Athens and Sanctuary will be wide open and indefensible. We are outnumbered, and fighting a large army on the plains will put us at a significant disadvantage. Our rescue force, while powerful, has too little air force, only 7 mechs and fighters. Yelena thought for a moment and said, indeed. The narrow roads and beaches at Thermopylae are perfect for my men, along with warships for bombing. Once they breach the pass and enter the open area, our attack efficiency will be greatly enhanced. It will decrease. Zhong Lirui asked Bai Lingxin, Chairman Bai, can the BCG also activate superjet mode? Bai Lingxin and Chen Pan/Chen Jinkun exchanged a glance and affirmed, yes, it can, and the usage period is also 1 hour. It can barely reach the Caspian Sea monster's cruising speed of 550 kilometers per hour. Then let's do this. Zhong Lirui concluded, we will now cruise at full speed at normal speed. When we are 550 kilometers away from the target area, we will activate Superjet Afterburner. The officers nodded in agreement. Bai Lingxin added, Chief Executive Zhong, there is also trouble south of Thermopylae. Because of the fighting, and perhaps out of instinctive fear, several thousand human zombies, who were forced back here by the beast tide have begun to appear southeast of Thermopylae. On the Athens side, Zhong Lirui smiled, I have a contingency plan for them. In the warship's hangar, Lieutenant Shinjie, a muscular giant standing 2.3 meters tall with explosive strength, was pondering the living meat flute that Zhong Lirui had obtained from Ourjia, and he couldn't figure it out. Major Murong, what's this thing again? A zombie-inducing citizen guidance power generator? How do you use it? Murong Chanfeng, equally muscular but slightly less so than Shinjie, smiled and said, how else can you use it? Look, the technicians have already installed an auxiliary device for blowing it. So, all you need is lung capacity? Aren't you supposed to have the best lung capacity in all of Anzhou? Oh, just blow hard, like blowing a horn, right? Shinjie grinned. Yeah. By the way, I heard your elite soldier master's wife, Shin Yuchu, is pregnant? Murong Chanfeng gossiped. Hee. Shinjie grinned foolishly with happiness, then asked, Major Murong, how's your Charlie's Angel's agent wife, White Rose, doing? Any news? You little rascal. She just told me before we went on the expedition that she's pregnant. Oh, that's great. Ha ha ha. Let's go back and drink together. Hey, do you even consider me your superior? Sorry. Never mind, you're right. For this happy occasion, for the future of our giant's force, we should drink when we get back. My treat, haha. I brewed some good wine, and kept it hidden away. Ha, that's great. Nearby, Ning Yin, draped in Hema Pure, watched the two muscular giants secretly plotting to drink their homemade wine, because they become fathers, and shook her head with a smile. These two big oafs. Hee hee. At this moment, Zhong Lirui, having finished his meeting, walked towards the three of them. Commander Arui? Ningen greeted him cheerfully. Has the time come for us? Your instincts are truly sharp. Zhong Lirui smiled approvingly. After making the arrangements, Zhong Lirui initiated contact. Senior Seiya. Did you and Miss Saori arrive safely? We arrived at the sanctuary. Don't worry, I arranged for a rescue team to meet you. Arui, see you at Thermopylae. See you there. Chapter 557. 6 hours later. In the salty sea breeze of the Aegean Sea, the eastern sky once again showed the pale light of dawn. The ground trembled again. However, what unsettled all the saints was, this tremor was far more intense than before. Finally, it's here? Shiryu slowly rose, exhaling a breath of stale air. Shiryu, this is bad. Two powerful, unidentified dark forces are approaching from the northwest and southeast. And that force from the southeast, it seems somewhat familiar? What is that? Shiryu was horrified to find that the usually calm and strong Kiki was now showing fear. The horn sounded again. The scouts/snipers had spotted the enemy once more. However, this time, the scouts broke the radio's silence for the first time ever. Commander, we're in big trouble. In the sky, Black Dragon and Flying Serpent, they're approaching. Ah! A thick, chilling beam of energy suddenly erupted from the sky 4 kilometers to the northwest, tearing through the approaching dawn, and shooting straight towards the scout/sniper position on the high ground at Wukwan Pass. This destructive ray left a dazzling trail in the air, its immense energy distorting the surrounding air. This beam wasn't focused on one spot, but swept across. In an instant, several high-altitude scout points were swept by this destructive beam. As the beam swept over those concealed scout points, the scouts first let out heart-wrenching screams, then their communication equipment erupted with a piercing electrical noise, and finally, utter silence fell. Scout 1. Scout 2. Scout 3. Scout 10. Please respond. Please. Reluctantly, Zilong ended the call. The last 10 scouts, along with the ace sniper, were all wiped out. Inkra stared wide-eyed in terror. What is that? Shortly after the beam of light disappeared, dawn broke in the east. The vision in everyone's eyes gradually cleared. Two enormous figures appeared on the northwest horizon. The Persian army's attack direction was also westward back then. One was the feathered serpent god, 30 meters long, gracefully suspended in the air like a swimming fish. One was a colossal, black dragon, nearly 40 meters long, flapping its enormous wings. Gui gritted his teeth. This is the feathered serpent god and the black dragon god Nidhogg. He thought to himself, Nidhogg really resembles that one from the Mu continent. Long Feng, on the front lines, exclaimed in disbelief, Heavens, this is the god we're going to fight this time? Long Feng had participated in 2 battles against gods 13 years ago, around 2012 in the main world. However, the scale of this battle is vastly different from back then. After completing its attack, the feathered serpent god simply advanced slowly and steadily. Nidhogg beside it moved. He opened his enormous dragon mouth, and from it spewed forth jets of dark green venom. Nidhogg flew forward, spewing attacks as he went, the corrosive venom sweeping across the remaining anti-tank barriers, yes, the kind made of railroad tracks, and the tiered defensive positions before the pass. The screams of soldiers, police, and low-ranking saints echoed across the battlefield. But soon, the screams ceased, because wherever the venom passed, silence descended, and nothing grew. Even the anti-tank barriers made of steel railroad tracks corroded, softened, and collapsed. Some silver saints, barely managing to withstand some of the attacks with their Cosmo defenses, while others, including bronze saints, grabbed their still-breathing comrades and retreated with agile movements. Kiki stammered. Nidhogg, the Black Dragon God's death breath. Commander, 35 fallen soldiers, 24 mass-produced steel saints, 7 bronze saints seriously injured, 5 silver saints lightly injured. Hydra Silver Saint Shiki reported sadly, clutching his corroded hand. Although he was also a master of poison, his poison was insignificant compared to Nidhogg's. Shiryu clenched his fists. These 2 evil gods, one attacking from an extremely long distance, the other launching a wide-area aerial attack, instantly caused casualties among the remaining fighting warriors, with 69 of them dying. Half of the combatants were instantly killed or wounded. Retreat, In an instant, this word flashed through Shiryu's mind. But the next moment, Kiki shouted a warning, a massive monster attack. Behemoths are attacking. Thousands of zombies have appeared south of Thermopylae. Integra trembled. Has our doom come? Shiryu remained silent. After a moment, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Commander, please calm down. Kiki stepped forward and said sternly. Shiryu finished laughing and said solemnly, Kiki, listen to my command. Kiki was taken aback. Commander? Please give the order. Ares Gold Saint Kiki is promoted to Vice Commander. Led Ryuhu, Integra, and the heavily wounded Saints and ordinary warriors to break through and retreat from the southeast flank. The rest of you stay behind and fight. Commander, I refuse to obey, Kiki said resolutely. You must bring the flame back. Shiryu grabbed Kiki and roared, and the sanctuary must have you, the one repairing the cloths, to return. Kiki shook his head. Commander, thank you. But I sense something coming from the southeast, something far more powerful than the two evil gods before us. Forgive my bluntness, but we cannot escape. Shiryu helplessly lowered his hand. Athena, I'm sorry. Seiya, I'm sorry. Chun-Li, I'm sorry. After 3 apologies, Shiryu raised his right fist. My comrades, fighting alongside you for Athena, for the sanctuary, for the people, is the greatest honor of my life. Today, we have nowhere to retreat. We must fight to the death. Comrades, let us unleash the final glory of our lives. Just like King Leonidas and his 300 warriors. Kill! Kill! Shouted the remaining half of the warriors, who still had the will to fight. Kill! Shiryu's even more resounding voice echoed above Thermopylae. Kill! All the surviving warriors raised their arms in triumph. Kill! Shiryu's third kill was a roar from the depths of his soul. Kill! Everyone resonated with the same will. All the gold, silver, and bronze saints present shone with dazzling light from their various colored cosmos. The general has fought 100 battles. Clad in golden armor, he will not return until Lu Lan is conquered. After reciting the Tang poem once more, Shiryu soared through the air, charging towards the behemoth at the forefront. All the survivors shouted and followed closely behind. A brutal hand-to-hand combat began. 15 minutes later. Of the remaining 79, only 30 were still barely alive, including 3 gold saints, 5 silver saints, 12 bronze saints, 5 mass-produced steel saints, and 5 military/police personnel. At this point in the story, of the 6 new bronze saints from the W era, only Ryuhu is present. The whereabouts of the others are unknown. Within the battleground lay the corpses of 3 behemoths and over 1,000 sand scorpions. Of all the saints present, only Kiki remained standing. The 3 behemoths were killed by the combined efforts of Shiryu, Kiki, and Integra, 3 gold saints. The 3 were horrified to discover that the behemoth was unlike any ordinary monster. Not only was its hide incredibly thick, its size enormous, and its strength immense, but it also possessed remarkable resistance to damage inflicted by the Saints' Cosmo energy projection techniques. Damage that would normally be inflicted on a rock had less than 10% of its effect on the behemoth. Even more terrifying was its super regenerative ability. On average, each behemoth required 3 gold saints simultaneously unleashing their ultimate techniques, Galactic Explosion, Stardust Spin, and Lushan 100 Dragons, to attack its head, abdomen, and other vital areas before it could be successfully killed. As the 3 attempted to kill the third behemoth, Ingrain, unable to sustain his Cosmo, collapsed first. At that moment, Shiryu, caught off guard, was struck in the leg by a poisonous stinger and fell. Kiki, after dodging a fatal sweeping attack from an incoming behemoth, used his Starlight Extinction technique to shatter the back of the third behemoth's head. But by this point, Kiki was also nearing his limit. If adult dragons, referring to legendary Western dragons under 200 years old, don't use magic and flight abilities, and only engage in hand-to-hand combat with the behemoth, they are no match. Kiki, standing still, recalled the description in the ancient texts. After leaving behind 1,003 monster corpses of varying sizes, the monster army temporarily halted its advance. Why aren't they advancing? Panting, Kiki looked up, puzzled. Shinobu Kurenai's consciousness sighed softly, Valiant saints, I grant you a heroic end. All troops fire. The remaining 18,000 plus sand scorpions opened their back armor. A deluge of poisonous stings rained down, like a storm. Before Kiki's eyes appeared the image of his mentor, Mu, who had long since sacrificed himself. Athena, I'm sorry. Seiya, I'm sorry. Rahi, I'm sorry. In the sanctuary, Rahi, now a graceful young woman, felt a pang of fear. Master? Kiki laughed loudly. then recited a poem, to live as a hero, to die as a ghost. Come! Crystal wall. A miracle occurred once more. A dazzling crystal barrier instantly solidified in the air, blocking all the poisonous stings. Countless stings broke off from the sky and fell, crashing to the ground like hailstones. The light from the crystal wall illuminated Kiki's pale face. His cosmos was nearly exhausted, yet he still held the barrier aloft with sheer willpower. Shiria lay on the ground, a mixture of blood and beast savagery, laughing once more as he recited poetry. Do not laugh at me, drunk and lying on the battlefield. How many have returned from ancient battles? He turned his head to look, using his cosmos to sense, towards the distance, to where his son, Ryuhu, was. There, Ryuhu, covered in blood, lay beside Inagara, struggling to rise, trying to activate his last vestiges of cosmos to protect the fallen Inagara with the dragon shield in his right hand. Sister! Long Feng, you can still move. Run! Sister, my leg is broken, I can't run. Sister, I want to do something, please don't blame me. What do you want to do at a time like this? Long Feng used his left hand to lift Ingra's mask, his trembling fingers tracing her bloody cheek. Sister, you're still so beautiful. You bastard. Ingra's tears streamed down her bloody cheek, her voice filled with anger and trembling. Do you know what you've done? I'm a female saint. You lifted this mask, you must marry me. Or I kill you. This is the rule of the sanctuary. As a saint, you knowingly violated it. Do you want to die? Blood trickled from Long Feng's lips, but he smiled gently. Sister, I'm afraid I don't have a chance. Ingra, with a force she didn't know where it came from, slapped Long Feng, the force as light as a caress. She suddenly pulled him into her arms, blood and tears blurring between them. Fool, don't activate the dragon shield anymore, it's useless. I grant your wish. Let's die together. Long Feng was surprised by Ingra's answer. Huh? Sister? You? The next moment, Ingra used all her strength to pull Long Feng to her side, holding him tightly, saying nothing more. Zilong shook his head helplessly. This kid likes this type? Too bad, I can't tell Chunli. In the sky, Lloyd sarcastically remarked. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating your own strength. Descendant of the Jameer arcane sorcerers and alchemists of the Mu continent, you are a true warrior. Unfortunately, I cannot bestow my blessing upon you. Kusanada Shinobu, controlling the body of the feathered serpent god, sighed. Her voice echoed in the wind. Your soul will fall into the underworld, and I, only for destruction and revenge. Annihilation. A massive beam of destructive light, bathed in the glow of the rising sun, shot towards the glittering crystal wall. Ultimately, the crystal wall shattered inch by inch under the impact of the beam, crumbling like glass, scattering light in all directions. The instant the crystal barrier completely shattered, Kiki collapsed to his knees, blood trickling from his mouth. Facing the radiance of the rising sun and the blinding light of the annihilation beam, Kiki's trembling hand reached towards the sky. Shiria sighed deeply. Ryuhu embraced Ingra even tighter. The two closed their eyes and waited. In an instant, a massive storm of dust and smoke erupted from the ground. Ryuhu was surprised to find that the imagined burning and pain did not materialize. He opened his eyes, and found Mr. Guigue staring wide-eyed at something in utter horror. How could this be? He possesses evil power. But how could it be him who came to save us? Zilong hesitated. This lord, could it be? Long Feng then noticed a 12-meter-tall golden mech standing before them, using some unknown shield to block the attack of the extinction ray. The shoulder armor of the golden mech was embossed with the emblem of the Great Qian Army, the Yinglong badge. Shinada Shinobu's pupils constricted. Great Qian. This mech, is it the human Emperor Zhongli Rui? Lloyd, Nidhogg's black dragon god body, exclaimed in disbelief. It's you again. The human Emperor, Zhongli Rui. In the morning light, the Xianyuan mech stood tall on the Greek Thermopylae. Chapter 558. Amidst the intense clash between the Xianyuan mech's low-temperature plasma shield and the annihilation ray, Long Feng barely managed to pull Integra up. Sister! Get up! Reinforcements! The military's giant mechs are here to save us! Long Feng is a Dakian person, huh? Integra, who had been waiting for death with her eyes closed, opened her tearful eyes. In their eyes, the Xianyuan mech moved. It raised its right-hand large-caliber laser cannon. Not good. Shinobu Kishin recognized that Zhongli Rui was using her own attack as a way to accumulate energy before firing a high-powered laser cannon. She immediately stopped her annihilation ray attack and desperately exhaled water mist, preparing to defend against Zhong Lirui's equally powerful high-powered laser cannon counterattack, just like last time. Zhong Lirui stared at the energy bar. It was currently charged to 113%. However, the feathered serpent god had stopped attacking, and the plasma cloud's charge had not increased further. Yu Jia, target the ground troops and sweep them away. Zhong Lirui didn't shout out his moves in the same childish style as before over Chagulak Island. Instead, he calmly gave the order to Yu Jia. Yes, master. The high-powered laser beam cannon on the right arm of the Xianyuan mech fired a bright green beam, no less powerful than the Quetzalcoatl's annihilation beam, instantly piercing through the large formation of monsters ahead. Approximately 100 sand scorpions were annihilated by the beam. Integra's eyes widened. What? A laser cannon? Integra and Havingji are both from New York's Gale Kingdom, however. What followed horrified the two on the ground behind them even more. The beam of destruction began to fan out, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Wherever it passed, monsters melted like ice and snow, and the earth cracked and scorched. In a short time, the huge, thick beam of light turned 60 degrees, clearing almost all enemy figures within a radius of 300 meters. After this devastating attack, all 1,006 sand scorpions, due to the highly concentrated terrain, turned into blue smoke and vanished, leaving only scattered shells shimmering with residual heat on the scorched earth. A clearing of several hundred meters was instantly created between the Saint Seiya and the monster army. Kiki's pupils dilated in shock. We 81 people fought for a quarter of an hour, and he only needed one strike. Long Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Sister, is he using a laser cannon as a super laser sword? The consciousnesses of Shinobu Kishinada, Feathered Serpent Body, and Lloyd, Black Dragon Body, in the sky were both utterly shocked. Damn it. The human emperor is indeed our #1 enemy. Zhong Lirui's cold gaze swept over the remnants of the battlefield. Within his attack range, most of the small and medium-sized monsters had been reduced to ashes. However, there were exceptions. Those behemoths, after being struck by the beams, did indeed bear burn marks, but they were only injured, not fallen. Behemoths have such strong resistance to light and energy weapons? Confirmed, master. The outer armor of these behemoths not only resists your laser cannons, but also provides the same defense against the energy-based attacks of the saints. It's speculated that this is because the behemoths were once enemies of dragons in the old days, Yu Jia explained after detecting them. I understand. We need to study the hides of these monsters after the battle, Zhong Lirui muttered to himself, then said to Zhao Pu, Captain Zhao, rescue them. Yes, sir. Instantly, dozens of large smoke grenades exploded in the very center of the battle between the beast horde and the saint's previous position. Instantly, the billowing smoke quickly obscured the monster's vision. In the sky, 6 mech fighters suddenly appeared. They were Minghong 2, the Mirage electronic warfare mech, and 4 Peregrine plasma mech fighters. On these fighters, Minghong 2's 4 mechanical arms, Mirage's 2 mechanical arms, and the 4 Peregrine fighters' 2 mechanical arms each carried a total of 14 light Long-Wing 2 airborne light humanoid mechs. Before the smoke had dissipated, they quickly landed and rushed towards the Saint Seiya's position, where only Kiki was still standing. Looking at the tragic state of the saints in front of Thermopylae, Zhong Lirui quickly found a few people he cared about. Shiryu, Kiki, and Ryuhu and Integra, whom he had just rescued. But at this moment, several huge doubts lingered in his mind. First, if the events recorded in the story were real, then 13 years ago, in the parallel world of Blue Star in 2012, the Saints of Sanctuary secretly fought against 2 great gods, Mars, the god of war, and Apis, the god of darkness, and a super god, Saturn, within 2 years. Why then did the saints' strength seem to have collectively regressed? At the very least, they were far from the formidable state depicted in the story. Why was this? Second, of the second generation of the Bronze Saints, how come only Ryuhu, the good boy, remained steadfastly accompanying his father, guarding the sanctuary and the kingdom? Where were the other 5? Even Koga, Pegasus? Third, judging from Ryuhu's performance just now, he was so much weaker than Kiki, Shiryu, and Indra. Didn't those 6 awaken what's called the W realm? How come, 13 years later, they seem to have regressed? Although he had many questions, now was not the time to think about them. Right now, saving lives is the priority. So, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Zhong Lirui activated his F-level telepathic ability. Master Guigui, I am Zhong Lirui, the Supreme Chief Executive of the Great Qian Dynasty, the human emperor of the new era, and an ally of Athena. I have come to support you, Miss Saori and Senior Seiya, at your request. Please cooperate with my airborne mech unit and, with all surviving soldiers, quickly retreat from the southeast. Leave this area to our Great Qian Expeditionary Force. Kiki was shocked to learn that the human emperor was also a telepath. He simultaneously sensed that incredibly powerful evil force, which had been nearby without manifesting itself. Moreover, the human emperor himself bore the aura of that force. The human emperor tainted by dark energy. But at this moment, he had no choice. "Thank you, Your Majesty the human emperor," Kiki replied through gritted teeth, using telepathy. Then, using his last bit of cosmos, he amplified his voice. "All survivors, cooperate with the Great Qian Army, retreat." Next, he helped up the injured Zilong. "Commander, His Majesty the human emperor told me through telepathy that they will hold them off here." "Let's go!" "Oh, thank you, Kiki my brother." Zilong endured the excruciating pain and used the leverage to stand. In Zhong Lirui's eyes, Kiki helping Zilong up resembled a scene he had seen in the documents, the image of Kiki's ancestor Xian and Zilong's master, Father Doko, walking side by side, supporting each other after the Holy War. At that moment, time seemed to overlap, and the gears of fate meshed once more amidst blood and fire. By this time, only 30 Saint Seiya warriors and military police remained alive on the battlefield. The Yinglong Type 2 mechs, each carrying 2 Saint Seiya warriors/military police, along with Kiki supporting Shiryu, retreated towards the southeast exit of Thermopylae. "Your Majesty, I beg you." Although still filled with doubts, Kiki chose to temporarily trust, replying to Zhongli Rui through telepathy. Zhongli Rui nodded slightly, watching the last mech carrying Kiki and Shiryu disappear into the Thermopylae Canyon before looking back at the battlefield. The smoke was slowly dissipating. "Come on!" Zhongli Rui's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Arrogant human emperor, you will pay the price." Before Loi could finish his curse, explosions erupted from the beast horde below. The insect swarm and behemoth ground forces were suddenly subjected to a fierce artillery barrage. Judging from the range of the explosions, it seemed to be the work of large mortars and rockets. The artillery fire poured down like a torrential rain, instantly tearing open the insect swarm on the ground. With each explosion, several, even dozens, of sand scorpions were launched into the air. "Where did this shelling come from?" Lloyd exclaimed, both shocked and furious. "Wasn't the army of our Greek homeland already annihilated? The Emperor's long march is probably just like last time, only sending a few fighter jets." "No, Commander. Look to the northeast, over the sea." Lloyd stared intently. 5 kilometers away in the Aegean Sea, a silver-white futuristic warship was shelling. It was the flagship of the Great Qian Zero and State Army's Imperial Guard. The Bishidi. A Great Qian Army warship? Zero and State is nearly 10,000 kilometers away. How did this warship get here? Lloyd roared. Their technology may have achieved a breakthrough, Qin Dao Tian Shinobu said in a low voice, his gaze grave. "Commander, be extremely careful. You already witnessed the power of the Emperor's Golden Ace mech." "Yes. This time, we cannot underestimate the enemy. We will fight in formation. Of course, if we discover any signs that the Emperor might use nuclear strikes, we will retreat immediately," Lloyd said coldly. He thought for a moment, then let out a high-pitched dragon roar. "Ground troops, continue the attack." The remaining 7 behemoths on the ground responded with equally high-pitched howls. The swarm of sand scorpions surged towards the hot spring pass canyon once more. Watching the beast horde approach again at high speed, Kiki, carrying the purple dragon on his shoulder, harbored new doubts. "Your Majesty, Dark Emperor, your mecha's energy weapons are indeed formidable. However, with such a vast disparity in strength, how will you deal with this?" The next second, the Xianyuan mecha soared into the air, launching a special missile at the resurgent beast horde. Boom! The earth trembled, a white shockwave ring spreading in all directions. Immediately afterward, a massive crimson fireball engulfed all life within a 70-meter radius. Sand scorpions, and a behemoth. The behemoth let out a deafening wail, its massive body twisting within the fireball before finally collapsing with a deafening crash. The nearby swarm of sand scorpions was instantly incinerated, turning into charred dust that scattered with the shockwave. Even on the outskirts of the dead zone, the massive shockwave and gale force within a short time still overturned the outer sand scorpions, and the scorching heat cracked distant rocks. With a single strike, 1 behemoth and 200 sand scorpions beside it were reduced to ashes. A mushroom cloud rose from the site of the explosion. Kiki's pupils contracted violently, and he roared in panic, "Has the human emperor gone mad? Using NB, tactical nuclear strike, at such close range? Doesn't he value his own lives?" At this moment, Xiao Pu, holding Longfeng in his left arm and Integra in his right, observed briefly, then opened the mecha mask of Yinglong's wings too and said to Kiki, "Teacher Kiki, don't panic, that's TB, not NB. This kill radius won't affect us." TB is an abbreviation for thermobaric weapon, TB? Oh, the ultimate weapon of the oil industry. Kiki was slightly relieved. After sensing for a moment, and confirming that the behemoth was indeed dead, he nodded in agreement. His Majesty the Human Emperor's adaptability is indeed excellent. He used this weapon because he must have discovered the behemoth's resistance to energy weapons, which is why he attacked it this way. Indeed, any creature that needs to breathe cannot survive within the dead zone of a thermobaric weapon. The battle on the northeast side of the Thermopylae Canyon continued. At this moment, the battlefield on that side seemed to have turned into a World War II scene. Explosions, the sound of light and heavy machine guns that had appeared out of nowhere, and of course, the angry roar of the Nidhogg Black Dragon God body commanded by Lloyd. These sounds formed a magical melody that echoed through the desolate valley. As they moved forward, Kiki did not forget to use his remaining cosmos to sense the changes on the battlefield. Not long after they left, it seemed that more airborne mechs arrived at the high ground above the canyon and began to defend it. The number wasn't large, a total of 46 mechs. But to his astonishment, the previously chaotic battle line was not only stabilized within minutes, the beast tide failed to breach the canyon, and the remaining 7 behemoths seemed to have been reduced to only 3 under some unknown attack. The human emperor infected with dark power, actually possesses such a powerful army and combat strength. Kiki's expression was grave. Before he could ponder further, in the distance, in the southeastern canyon, among the 100 heavily wounded and previously incapacitated warriors, the highest-ranking Bronze Saint, composed of 18 heavily wounded Bronze Saints, 32 heavily wounded mass-produced Steel Saints, and 50 military police, found him and Shiryu. "Commander." The Bronze Saint of the Fox constellation knelt on one knee, blood seeping from the gauze on his chest again. "We're in trouble. The southeast exit. Several demons and an army of 3,000 zombies led by undead are out, arrayed and waiting for us." "What? Zombies can form formations? Could there really be some kind of undead necromancer?" Kiki's expression was grim. His ancestors, the Jameer clan, were a branch of a wizarding race on the Mu continent. Compared to Kiki's shock, Shiryu was much calmer. He remembered something. Zombies could form formations? Could what his wife Chunli said be true? A while ago, when Chunli contacted him, she explained the situation in Zero and Prefecture. Zhonglirui, the highest-ranking official of the Great Qian dynasty, had successfully controlled 40,000 zombified people and ultimately turned them all back into beings with memories and reason, known as awakened citizens. As a result, Zero and Prefecture's population surged to 50,000. Therefore, the leaders of Chunli's mountain community felt that Ling'an Prefecture was not only the new capital of the Great Qian dynasty, but also the source of hope. That's why they decided to lead everyone out of the mountains and migrate to Ling'an Prefecture. Perhaps? Just as Zilong was pondering this, Xiao Pu, who was transporting Longfeng and Integra, suddenly turned around and asked, "Brother, may I ask, those 2 cannibalistic trolls you mentioned, are they one wearing a long bulletproof leather coat and the other a large bulletproof vest, and carrying a disgusting living horn?" The Fox Saint was taken aback, then nodded. "Exactly. How did you know?" Xiao Pu smiled and said, "Don't worry, we handle it." The Saints? Chapter 559. "Trust me, everyone, let's go," Xiao Pu said with a slight smile. His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Kiki looked at Shiryu, his face full of hesitation. Finally, Shiryu decided, "Let's trust our allies for now. After all, we really have no fighting power left." Kiki nodded slightly. The group continued moving towards the southeastern canyon, each step treading on ground stained with rubble and blood. Finally, when this wounded and nearly defenseless group finally reached the southeastern exit of the Hot Spring Pass Canyon, the army of the dead was already waiting for them. Kiki supported Shiryu, the 2 warily watching the dark mass of people before them. Xiao Pu carefully set down Ryuhu and Integra. The wounded group and the army of the undead faced off in this strange confrontation. Directly in front of the group were 4 strange beings. The first was a slender girl with succubus wings. She wore a bulletproof vest designed for them. Integra's expression turned grave as she murmured, "Is this a succubus?" Beside the female succubus, the other being seemed utterly illogical, because this woman's main torso was roughly like a succubus's. However, she now possessed 2 pairs of demon wings on her back. Even more striking were her 2 pairs of ridiculously large hands, in addition to her own 2 normal female jade hands. Her torso was covered in armor with a futuristic, technological style, densely inlaid with the tough scales of some kind of deep-sea monster. Behind her stood 2 gigantic, muscular giants, each 2.3 to 2.5 meters tall, exuding an explosive, philosophical power. One wore a massive leather trench coat, the other a huge bulletproof vest, resembling cannibalistic trolls, inspiring awe and fear. The Demon Lord Succubus Queen. A high-ranking cannibalistic troll, Kiki said gravely, asking Shiryu, "Commander, how should we respond?" "Let's observe and wait." Shiryu's voice was calm and unhurried. "Yes." Just as everyone hesitated, Zhao Pu stepped forward, standing before Ning Yin, Murong Chanfeng, Shen Jie, and Zhongli Yunyu. He and the 4 before him faced off in a strange silence. The hearts of the saints and the remaining military police were in their throats. Except for Shiryu, whose expression remained perfectly calm. The next moment, their interaction astonished the saints and the Athenian military police. Zhao Pu first saluted Murong Chanfeng and Shen Jie in turn. The 2 returned the salute. Then, the 3 soldiers of the Great Qian dynasty bumped fists. Next, Zhao Pu smiled and shook hands with Professor Ning Yin, who looked like a Shiva. Finally, Zhao Pu politely saluted Zhongli Yunyu and greeted her. Second Mississippi, among Zhongli Rui's children, the eldest adopted daughter is Zhongli Xiaofeng, the second adopted daughter is Zhongli Yunyu, the third biological son is Zhongli Xiao, and the other 2 are not yet born. Therefore, Zhao Pu calls Zhongli Yunyu second miss, haha. Long Feng, with his keen hearing, was stunned when he heard Zhao Pu address the succubus girl in this way. Huh? Second miss? Whose second miss is this? From the Demon King's family? Seeing Long Feng staring intently at the succubus, Integra scolded him somewhat angrily. "You brat, what are you looking at?" "No. I wasn't looking at anything. I was just wondering which family's second young lady she is." "Ha, Min!" Ingrid angrily turned her head away. She was furious. Less than a quarter of an hour ago, Long Feng had lifted her veil, presumably to confess his love, propose marriage, and vow to be with her through thick and thin. But now, his soul had been captivated by this succubus he only seen once. Did men really like succubi that much? But then, a wave of immense disappointment and panic washed over her. She felt it. The infection in her left arm was almost unbearable. Was she about to die? In this state, was there any point in continuing to be jealous of Long Feng? Meanwhile, the perceptive Zhongli Yunyu quickly noticed the sulking Long Feng and Ingrid. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Long Feng, and from that first glance, she couldn't look away. Long Feng's exquisite features shone brightly in the sunlight, his slender figure exuding an elegant aura. He was like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. She couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "My God, this human beauty sister is simply breathtakingly beautiful. That cascading long hair, that snow-white skin, those large, sparkling eyes like stars, such beauty is unfair. Even I would be ashamed of myself." Zhongli Yunyu's reaction was quickly noticed by Ning Yin, who wore a mysterious smile. After a brief exchange with the others, Zhao Pu ran back to explain the situation to Zilong and Gui Gui. "What? These are all friendly forces. They taken control of these 3,000 zombies," Gui Gui exclaimed in shock. An even more powerful dark god, yet to be revealed, the immense dark energy emanating from him. His subordinates are all powerful demons. His subordinates possess the ability to control armies of zombies. Is this new Great Qian Emperor a demon emperor manipulated by the power of an evil god, controlling an army of the undead? A growing sense of worry and fear spread through Gui Gui's heart. Zirong, however, smiled, his heart filled with relief. Perhaps it really is as Chun-Li said, that Emperor Zhongli Rui truly possesses the ability to restore large numbers of zombie-like citizens to rational existence. That's excellent. Kiki wanted to say something to Shiryu, but Shiryu calmly said, "Kiki, no need for further words. Everyone, cooperate with the allied forces and retreat immediately. This is a precious opportunity created for us by His Majesty the Emperor. Don't waste it." Zhao Pu then ordered, "Listen up, everyone. Carefully move the wounded to the tactical transport vehicles. Prepare to return to Athens." Shiryu then loudly ordered, "Except for the Iron Saints and soldiers, all other saints, disarm." Everyone was stunned at first. Then, with hesitation, they all removed their saint cloths, transforming them into pendants. The Iron Saint cloths can only be removed, not transformed. Even the Bronze Saint cloths are level 3.0, forged by Hermes, the god of fire, and alchemists descended from the Jemir tribe of the Mu continent, high-level mass-produced artifacts of mythological civilization, and can transform into pendants. The crowd began to busy themselves. In stark contrast to the tranquil southeast side of the canyon, the northwest side resembled a scene from an apocalyptic war movie. The land was now a scorching black, marked by artillery shells, bullets, and even thermobaric weapons. Everywhere lay the corpses of sand scorpions and colossal behemoths. Of the 10 behemoths, only 2 remained alive. Most had been instantly killed by the 88mm electromagnetic cannons of the Xianyuan and Minghong Type 2 armored vehicles, their brains blasted apart. Meanwhile, the sand scorpions, surging like a tidal wave, were completely helpless against the Bishigyi, which continuously bombarded them from the open sea 5 kilometers away. A few sand scorpions attempted to enter the ocean, but quickly drowned in the depths exceeding 2 meters. By this point, the 20,000 sand scorpions had been reduced to 14,000 under the Bishigyi's firepower, and the attack waves had begun to falter. In the sky, Zhong Lirui's Xianyuan fighter jet engaged in a fierce battle with the feathered serpent god's divine body for a long time. After realizing that Xianyuan clearly had the upper hand in the air, the feathered serpent god chose to fly to the side over the sea. However, Zhong Lirui gave her no chance to breathe, and the two sides exchanged fire and locked in a tight dogfight. Meanwhile, Lloyd, upon discovering the Bishigyi launching a long-range attack from the sea, attempted to approach and unleash a venomous death breath attack, but was quickly entangled by Yelena, Anna, and 4 other Peregrine Falcon, EX Plasma type, fighter jets. Air-to-air missiles, high thermobaric weapons, and laser cannons relentlessly bombarded Lloyd's Nidhogg Black Dragon divine body, causing him immense suffering. Amidst the fierce battle, inside the invisible Mirage electronic warfare mech on the sea surface, Bai Lingxin kept a close eye on the battlefield. After recalling the events of several battles, she conceived an idea. She then contacted Zhong Lirui and, in the accelerated world state, quickly informed him of her tactical plan. "Ah Rui, just destroying their bodies won't save them, they come back. We need to find them at their root. Destroy them." "Mom, are you sure this will work?" "I'm sure." "I understand." "Okay, let's execute it. I cooperate and force them to activate their backup." "Ha, Ah Rui, being your teammate is truly a pleasure." Bai Lingxin smiled happily. Afterward, Zhong Lirui continued to control the rhythm and entangle the feathered serpent god while connecting with Chenpan/Chen Jinkuan, who was assisting the canyon defenders, and fighting the ground beast tied alongside the Bishigyi, and informed them of the plan. "Uncle, the one you modified? Was it for the final blow?" Chenpan/Chen Jinkuan smiled cruelly from inside the Minghong 2 mech fighter. "Great, finally we can use it." "Go for it." Zhong Lirui's voice was full of trust. In the ensuing air battle, Zhong Lirui intensified his firepower, putting even greater pressure on the feathered serpent god, but he didn't immediately deliver the killing blow. At this pace, Shinobu Kishin felt danger approaching. Once the air force, including himself and Lloyd, was wiped out, the annihilation of the ground forces was only a matter of time. The sand scorpions and behemoths, unable to fly or venture into the sea to attack the Bishigyi, were still numerous, but they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. She steadied herself. This couldn't go on. Commander Shinobu Kishinada contacted Lloyd. "The Emperor's forces' weapons are too powerful. We should retreat immediately. We revive the Windrunner's true divine body and plan our next move." "Has your consciousness been backed up?" "Don't worry, it's backed up," Lloyd replied while continuing to engage the 4 fighter jets with the Nidhogg divine body. At this moment, the invisible Mirage electronic warfare mech detected the operation of the consciousness backup system within the Nidhogg divine body. "Kunwu, hack, trace, destroy backup," Bai Lingxin coldly ordered. "Yes, madam." In the secret base of the Hudson Bay No. 1 underground city, Shinobu Kishinada felt a chill run down her spine. Powerful and advanced computing power had directly hacked into the base through the remote link between the Nidhogg divine body's consciousness and the backup system. It instantly bypassed the security measure set up by their technicians, and went straight for Lloyd's backup repository. "No!" Shinobu Kishinada tried to stop it, but it was too late. Amidst the blaring alarms, all 99 backup arrays of Lloyd's consciousness were hacked into a devastating data deluge within a short time. All the backup units were burned out in the sparks. His 99 backup lives were gone. "Madam, confirmed. All of Lloyd's backup consciousnesses have been destroyed. By the way, we discovered that their underground city is located near Hudson Bay, about 300 kilometers from the Arctic Evil Spirit incident, on a huge island in one of the Arctic archipelago." Kunwu coldly reported the results. Over the sea east of Thermopylae, Shinobu Kishinada, her heart filled with despair, said to Lloyd, "Commander, we've been tricked. The human emperor has been stalling us to find the base of our backup consciousnesses. Your 99 backup consciousnesses are all gone. The one in your divine body is your last life. Use all your escape skills and retreat quickly, or you really die. Chapter 560. Lloyd's dragon eyes widened in shock. What? The human emperor? Sea goddess. Weren't you supposed to be protecting me? The enemy's god is far more powerful than mine. Shinobu Kishinada shouted fiercely. The human emperor's current technology is far beyond the level of previous civilizations on Earth. Run! Stop thinking about attacking the warships. Escape with all your might. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Lloyd gritted his teeth and activated his area of effect skill, Black Mist. In an instant, thick, inky mist erupted from his body, quickly enveloping an area of 100 meters in radius. Yelena, seeing this, immediately shouted to the Air Force pilots, "Watch out, scatter." The thick black mist not only blocked their vision, but also blocked the laser cannons of the 4 peregrine falcons. Sister, this black dragon is no ordinary creature, Yelena remarked. Really? I don't think so. Anna's eyes sharpened. Set distance for airburst, thermobaric rocket, fire. Anna's peregrine falcon, EX plasma type, number 2, deep within the hidden hive rocket launcher on its left side, fired 3 122mm thermobaric rockets with thermobaric warheads into the misty airspace. The rockets exploded in midair, several crimson fireballs, 16 to 27 meters in diameter, bursting apart in the mist. Aya! From within the black mist came the agonizing screams of Lloyd's black dragon body. The next instant, the wounded Lloyd burst out from the northern edge of the black mist, speeding north at a subsonic speed of 800 kilometers per hour, attempting to escape. This is simply a biological miracle. Yelena exclaimed, "Such a large black dragon, and it can fly so fast?" Despite their astonishment, Yelena's words were clearly sarcastic. They knew that even the 2 ace mechs, Xian Yuan and Minghong, and these new mass-produced plasma engine fighters, when truly pursuing at full power, were all at Mach 1.8. Catching this fleeing dragon at 800 kilometers per hour would be a piece of cake. Thus, the 4 peregrine mechs began their humiliating pursuit. They followed the 30-meter-long, battered black dragon, closing to within 100 meters, tailing it at the same speed, then firing lasers and high-explosive rockets in quick succession, attacking as they followed. Aya! Damn it, damn it! You mortals, how dare you humiliate me like this? Aya! Lloyd's furious roar echoed across the Aegean Sea. The sound was so clear that even the saints loading their vehicles for transport on the southeast side of Thermopylae could hear it clearly. Kiki's expression was grave. That voice isn't from the former pope of the kingdom of Gale, the homeland of Ingra and Habingji. Shiria said coldly, "It's him, that one who, during his term, proclaimed himself the chosen one, promising to lead Gale to eternal dominance over the world's rules, that former world's richest man, Lloyd F. Daft. I never imagined he would collude with evil gods, using lost technologies from other divine realms to drag the world into such an abyss, and kill so many of our brave comrades." Thinking of the scouts turned to ashes in the extinction ray attack, the saints and warriors who would never rise again from the death breath, Shiryu's heart ached. Father, Lanfeng tried to comfort him, tried to think positively. Judging from the voice, it seems that the powerful and evil black dragon god is about to be defeated by His Majesty Emperor Zhongli Rui. Your Majesty, I beg you, do your best. Zilong looked towards the northwest sky, where Zhongli Rui and the feathered serpent were locked in fierce combat. Long Feng also turned his gaze in that direction. At this moment, the feathered serpent's annihilating killing light, and the beams of light from the Xianyuan mech's bright green laser cannon occasionally streaked across the sunlit sky. Your Majesty, keep going. The handsome man looked towards the sky and sincerely offered his blessing. Integra asked in confusion, Long Feng, what does keep going mean? Keep going is a Jiangxi dialect term. Long Feng is from Lushan, haha, it's the dialect of my mother's hometown. Hee, next time I take you to see my mother, her cooking is delicious. You're so vain. Who wants to go with you to see your mother? Integra's voice trailed off, The pain in her left hand intensified. Sister, what's wrong? Long Feng asked with concern. I'm fine, I'm tired, let me rest for a while. Okay. With that, the handsome young man, Long Feng, gently pulled Ingra into his arms. Feeling the warmth of Long Feng's body, and also feeling her seemingly approaching final fate, Ingra's eyes reddened. She quickly closed her eyes, burying her head in Long Feng's chest, selfishly savoring this brief, but incredibly precious sweetness. Returning to the Aegean Sea near Thermopylae, Lloyd, Having suffered countless attacks, controlled the Nidhogg Black Dragon, whose flight speed had now dropped to only 80 kilometers per hour, and was barely maintaining its flight attitude. Zhong Lirui glanced at Lloyd's condition, a thought flashing through his mind. He immediately asked Yujia, does the Sword Comes drone have any observation devices? Yes. Good. Fly one over, escort Lloyd. Connect with Gu Anchi, host a live broadcast across the entire Blue Star. How do we kill Lloyd? Simultaneously broadcast the live stream across the entire Blue Star, including Captain Xiao Pu and the others. I want to show that to those Saint Seiya fans. I avenge them immediately. Yes. Then, Zhong Lirui activated the accelerated world and telepathic communication to Chenpan/Chenjinkun. Dad! Kill the 6th Demon King, the Gravedigger Lloyd. You personally do it, skin him alive. This is the highest order from the Great Qian dynasty. No dissent, execute. Why? Arui, why are you doing this? Why did I bring you to Greece? This world doesn't need the 1st Demon King, it needs heroes. Chenpan/Chenjinkun, shocked. Just as the words left his mouth, only 0.05 seconds later in the real world, Zhong Lirui launched another laser beam attack on the Feathered Serpent. The Feathered Serpent had to use all its power to activate its mist to defend itself. Even so, it already had several severe burns from the lasers, which had not yet been healed by super regeneration. Yes, sir. Chenpan/Chenjinkun, their eyes brimming with tears, roared, yes, sir. In the medical team, Gu Anchi, clad in a white medic-specific light humanoid mech, received Zhong Lirui's order. She was initially shocked, then sighed, Arui, you really dare to dream. Good, you dare to dream, I dare to execute. Revenge doesn't wait, very good. Everyone, this is your host, Mushroom Kuan. Now, I'm broadcasting live footage of our new Great Qian Expeditionary Force, together with the Holy Warriors of the Holy Domain, fighting against a 20,000-strong beast tide and 2 evil gods. Welcome everyone on Blue Star, who has been harmed by the Creation God Project. Come and see how we humans are taking revenge on these evil gods. Our Blue Star Guardian, Emperor Zhong Lirui, and his fearless allies are slaying evil gods. Our motto is, revenge, never let it linger, look everyone. The 6th Demon King, Gravedigger Lloyd, is about to be killed by the Ace Air Force. Shocking. Plus 10,003. Shocking. Plus 53321, New Great Qian, New Golden Court, combined viewership ratings exceed 30%. Holy crap, plus 33333, universal across all realms, laugh, what? Plus 53429, New Rakshasa, viewership ratings exceed 51%. Oh my god, plus 51024, New Gale Kingdom, viewership ratings exceed 50%. What? Plus 8803, Sapporo, the surviving city on Hokkaido Island in the Kingdom of Ria, viewership ratings exceed 80%. Athena above. Plus 812, the Athenians are in such a sorry state, only 812 people have usable phones left. Among the 550,000 rational and conscious survivors on the entire planet Earth, more and more people are flooding into the live stream. My god, those are Minghong fighters and Peregrine fighters. Plus 6,600. Go! That black dragon is almost dead. Plus 31,997. Get it! Plus 66,666. Accept the divine judgment, die, black dragon. Plus 41,321. Hoorah! Plus 43,222. At the same time, Zhong Lirui specially ordered that Xiao Pu's frontline rescue troops be granted special permission to turn on their phones and show the severely injured Saint Seiya warriors the live stream. Miss Longfeng. You're also from the Great Qian dynasty, right? Xiao Pu, riding in the same transport vehicle, said to Longfeng with a grin, look, our supreme chief, Emperor Zhong Lirui, is live streaming the revenge for your Saint Seiya warriors and Greece. Longfeng, Captain Zhao, I'm a man from Lushan. Sorry. It's alright, let me see. Let me see too. Ingrid said weakly. On another transport vehicle, Shiryu, due to his vision problems, couldn't see his phone, so he asked Kiki. Kiki's expression darkened further. Your Majesty, what he's using is the method of a conqueror. Now, Lloyd will not only die physically, but also die in human history. What a god slayer, the 4th Demon King, the current human emperor, killing a god and destroying his spirit. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. My vice commander, don't be so nervous. Our comrades desperately need to see this now. Kiki remained silent. Sure enough, the previously silent transport vehicle convoy soon erupted with cheers and curses against Lloyd from the Saint Seiya warriors. Sanctuary Private Airport. Seiya looked at Saori. Saori, what's this, Ari? I never would have guessed someone with such a good temper would resort to such methods. Saori, Athena, sighed slightly. It's an extreme kind of kindness. Amidst the intense barrage of comments from viewers across the entire planet, Gu Anchi passionately announced. Look, everyone! Look! The sixth demon king who plagues the world, the Gravedigger Lloyd, is being subjected to 1,000 cuts by our new Great Qian Army's ace, the chief test pilot of the reorganized new Changsheng Group, Senior Engineer Chen Pan. In the field of vision, the Minghong 2 mech fighter extended a plasma arc sword several meters long, relentlessly slicing through Nidhogg's divine body like a slow, agonizing death, leaving a horrifying slash mark. Lloyd's controlled divine body wailed. For a moment, it actually charged up energy to counterattack, spitting out a pillar of fire. But then, this desperate attack was immediately dodged by Minghong. As Minghong dodged, he didn't forget to slash Nidhogg's thigh again. Good. Kill. Plus 64,321. Yes. Just do it. Plus 65,433. Hoorah. Plus 55,532. Chapter 561. Lloyd's mind reeled. This madman. I can't die here. I can't die here. That's it. Dragon Warrior System. He controlled his flight while preparing to transfer his consciousness. Master, Kunwa coldly reminded him. Nidhogg Divine Body, Dragon Warrior System at the back of the head, begin data transmission. Chen Pan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The next second, the Minghong 2 fighter jet became invisible and disappeared. Lloyd was stunned. What? A tremendous pain surged from the back of the dragon's head. Aya! Lloyd's Dragon Warrior System was cleaved in the back of his head, leaving a gaping wound. Turta's divine body also possesses this system. This system is a backup system uploaded by the consciousness entity. If the network system of the consciousness entity within the body malfunctions, then the combat consciousness is transmitted to the Dragon Warrior System, and then the individual escapes in the form of a Dragon Warrior. In the nick of time, the Minghong 2 fighter jet appeared behind Lloyd. He raised his 88mm electromagnetic main cannon, and several sentry drones beside him also deployed. Chen Pan shouted from inside the fighter jet, by the order of the new Great Qian Emperor, in the name of all the survivors of Blue Star, the 6th Demon King. Gravedigger Lloyd F. Daft, go to hell. Lloyd, Kishida Shinobu, help. Kishida Shinobu, entangled, what? No. Laser and electromagnetic projectile, from above the rear of the black dragon's body, pierced through the dragon's head. Brain, eyes, Dragon Warrior System, Lloyd's last vestige of consciousness, all vanished into thin air. The mangled dragon body, devoid of consciousness, crashed onto the beach northeast of Thermopylae, stirring up towering dust and a deafening roar. The waves were whipped up by the immense impact, as if protesting this sudden invasion. Lloyd's remains were deeply embedded in the sand, forming a huge crater, the surrounding air thick with an aura of scorching heat and destruction. Meanwhile, the Minghong 2 fighter jet slowly descended, Chen Pan's gaze fixed on the lifeless dragon's body through the jet's monitor. Suddenly, he acted again, shouting, this time, I won't let anyone use you to harm the world again. Kunwu, except for nuclear strikes, fire all missiles. Yes, master. On the Minghong 2 mech fighter, 2 laser cannons, the laser cannons of 6 sentry drones, 2 of the remaining 4 thermobaric missiles, and an 88mm electromagnetic cannon were all aimed at the giant black dragon's corpse on the beach. The black dragon's corpse was first exploded by the laser and electromagnetic cannon fire, then burned and disintegrated under the attack of 2 thermobaric missiles. The 2 thermobaric missiles exploded in the same spot, creating a spectacular, massive crimson mushroom cloud. Watching the mushroom cloud rise above the black dragon's corpse on the beach, Chen Pan was momentarily dazed. Scan results. The 6th Demon King, Gravedigger Lloyd F. Daft, and the Nidhogg Black Dragon God body have been completely annihilated, Kunwa said coldly. It's over. His voice betrayed a barely concealed weariness. The live stream chat erupted like boiling oil. Well done. Plus 68,752. God bless. Plus 53,108. Greek, Athena above. Plus 800. The surviving people of all of Earth were in a frenzy in the live stream chat. Above Thermopylae, Nyarlathotep, in high-level stealth and within the Crimson Side, contacted Hastur. Brother? Before Lloyd died, he said Kichida? Isn't that Hachi's ex-wife's surname? Brother, did you hear that? I heard that. So, those low-level gods from the original level 2.0 Takamagara mythological civilization are controlling Quetzalcoatl. And it's very likely that it's Susanoo, that bastard's child. Hastur calmly made his judgment. Ha, is this the sea god princess, lurking in the shadows, gathering strength for revenge? Then, Nyarlathotep, her target for revenge is us. I go kill her! No! Little Nyarlathotep, don't kill her. Not only do you not kill her, but you also tell Ari not to kill her. Why? This little princess has a special secret technique. She's hidden Itaqua's divine body. She's playing the long game. Catch the big fish, let her go. She's left with only a badly damaged divine body. What do you think she'd do? I understand. Follow the clues? A promising student. After you succeed, help the Greek sanctuary recover. Leave the tracking to the Chaos Deep Space, which has planet-destroying capabilities. I handle the operation. Yes. Grand Judge of Civilization. I'm not anymore. You're right to question me. I resigned. Now, I only want to be a volunteer god who corrects order, just like you. Good. Don't worry, brother, we work together with my excellent little apostle. Earth will be invincible. Nyarlathotep exclaimed excitedly. Hastur just smiled bitterly. Hopefully, that's for the best. Master, Yu-Jia said to Shonglirui, the scan confirms that Lloyd and the Norse mythological Nidhogg black dragon body he last manipulated have been completely destroyed. Then, it's Quetzalcoatl's turn. Zhonglirui's eyes flashed with a sharp light, preparing to take out his electromagnetic cannon to inflict real damage on Quetzalcoatl. Wait a minute. Xiao Rui. Naya's communication came through. She briefly informed Zhonglirui of the situation. What? Nyarlathotep, you want me to torture her without killing her, creating a spectacular effect to deceive the whole world, but let this Shinobu Kurenai go? Yes. To completely end the scene in your nightmare, we must find my nephew's divine body and Shinobu Kurenai's true form. Otherwise, she will forever lurk in the shadows, waiting for her chance to strike, launching counterattacks time and time again. This will bring endless peace to our fragile world, and to our fragile divine realm, which is also fragile now. Letting her go today is to finally solve the problem at its root. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me. After Zhongli ended the communication with Nyarlathotep, he thought for a moment, and said to Yu-Jia, Yu-Jia, next, broadcast my cockpit's internal surveillance live to the whole world. Yu-Jia, master, you're going too far, hee. Okay. In the live broadcast room, the scene suddenly changed, and all the people of Blue Star were stunned. It was Zhonglirui's subchannel in the cockpit. The human emperor in the mecha. Personally killing a god? Plus. 55,518. Starred user Human Emperor support group, Chungwei Human Emperor, keep going. Plus 43,392. Zhonglirui took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. At the same time, he used the propaganda megaphone to broadcast into the air, Feathered Serpent God. Puppet of the Creator God's evil plan. Today, the time for reckoning has come. I, Human Emperor Zhonglirui, in the name of the Guardian of Blue Star, will punish your evil deeds. Accept your punishment. Sword, come. New Great Qian Zero Anzhou Awakener University Taoist Department. What? Sword, come. Plus 5,433. Then, Zhonglirui deployed all 7 Sword Come's dual-purpose attack drones. On each drone appeared a 2-meter-long plasma arc sword-cutting blade. Qin Daotian Shinobu was shocked. Not good. The Human Emperor was just stalling me. Now he's getting serious. The next moment, Zhonglirui shouted, 10,000 swords return to the origin. The 7 Sword Come's drones, using plasma arc sword blades, relentlessly sliced through the body of the Feathered Serpent God. Ah! The Feathered Serpent God threw his head back, his wailing echoing across the Aegean Sea. Oh. Awuh! Awuh! Plus 66,432. High-tech version of sword control? Plus 34,514. Excellent job. Plus 55,431. Starred user, Professor Zheng Yi, Taoist Department, New Great Qianling Anzhou Awakener University. Your Majesty, Human Emperor Zhongli, wields a technological sword, possesses supreme Taoist magic, and cares for all living beings. Good, great good. Infinite heavenly venerable. Plus 67890 in Shinobu's eyes at this moment. The Xianyuan mech piloted by Emperor Zhongli, who had killed her apostle Lloyd, and was utterly invincible, was such a terrifying existence. She collapsed. No, no, no! The Xianyuan mech's right mechanical arm rose, revealing a high-powered pulse laser beam cannon. Yamete! Come on! Don't come any closer. The feathered serpent god let out an incredibly tragic girl's scream. In this life-or-death moment, Shinobu's defenses crumbled, and she screamed like a frightened girl from the kingdom of Rhea, instinctively uttering her native Rhea language. In this work, Princess Kusanada is a low-level deity of the kingdom of Rhea, and her daughter's native language is naturally Japanese. Zhongli Rui was stunned. Huh? Did I hear that right? Yu Jia secretly communicated telepathically. Master, don't break character. It's a live stream. Huh? Plus 32,100. Ah. Plus 44,432. What? The plumed serpent is Japgirl? Plus 54,333. His. Plus 44,561. Guanchi was speechless. Something's not right here. Zhonglirui thought to himself. Could it be that Kusanada Shinobu is a goddess from the kingdom of Rhea? Never mind, I better finish my performance quickly and move the plan forward. Then, imitating the mecha pilot protagonist preparing to unleash a powerful attack in anime, he shouted, Ha! Greatsword mode, sweep across the army. Xuanyuan's laser main cannon ripped through the sky. The beam transformed into a super sword, slashing towards Quetzalcoatl's side. Yada! Quetzalcoatl cried out. However, to Shinobu's surprise, the sweeping strike attack, which should have severely injured her, only severed a small portion of her wing. Although surprised, she still dodged to the side. This can't go on. Shinobu thought desperately. I have to dive into the sea. The human emperor mech doesn't have depth charges. As long as I dive, I can survive. Controlling her feathered serpent form, ignoring the agonizing attacks from the sword-slaying drones, she charged towards the surface. A huge splash erupted on the sea. Zhonglirui watched intently until the feathered serpent form was completely submerged before launching two of the previously destroyed high-energy thermobaric missiles at the surface. The thermobaric missiles exploded on the sea's surface with a deafening roar, creating towering waves and illuminating the entire area with crimson flames. The massive shockwave caused the nearby coastline to tremble, as if a mini tsunami was brewing. However, Zhonglirui knew in his heart that this was merely a facade. He didn't expect these two missiles to completely annihilate the feathered serpent god. Yu Jia, shut down the live stream. Zhonglirui commanded Yu Jia telepathically. Okay. The live stream in the cockpit was turned off. In the live stream room, viewers across the entire planet erupted in jubilation once again. The chat was flooded with comments, everyone celebrating the death of the second evil god who had threatened the Greek sanctuary. Only Zhonglirui, Nyarlathotep, and Haster knew that this was a following the trail strategy. Master, the target has submerged into the deep sea at incredible speed. She's currently running home as fast as she can. Yu Jia's voice still carried a hint of playfulness. Your plan with Sister Naya is halfway successful. Zhonglirui turned his head, looking at the still massive monster army on the shore, his eyes sharpening. Wang Gang. Use the father of bombs' large thermobaric missiles. Target, the monster horde at Thermopylae. We learn from Elder Long and roast them. 2 consecutive shots, make sure no one is left alive. Yes, sir. Acting Captain Wang Gang excitedly replied. 2 father of bombs' large thermobaric missiles were launched towards the coastline. The next instant, 2 earth-shattering explosions resounded throughout the Haiqin Sea. The monster army on the coastline was annihilated by the 2 enormous mushroom clouds that rose one after the other. The area instantly became scorched earth. The remaining 10,000 sand scorpions and 2 behemoths were completely wiped out. Zhonglirui sighed deeply. The Battle of Thermopylae. It's over. Outside the southeast exit of Thermopylae, at the temporary camp, all the surviving saints and Greek soldiers and police watched as the final horde of beasts was annihilated by the destructive power of the massive thermobaric bombs. Victory had finally arrived, and many wept. Victory. Everyone was celebrating. Everyone was weeping, fists and weapons raised into the air. Only Kiki remained, his expression grave. After using telepathy, he hesitated for a moment, but still chose to consider Zhonglirui a temporary ally, communicating telepathically. Your Majesty. Just now, the feathered serpent escaped. Zhonglirui feigned annoyance, gritting his teeth, and replied, Damn it, this feathered serpent, like the behemoth, has a high resistance to energy weapons. I underestimated it. Besides, my mech's weapons aren't suitable for attacking deep-sea targets. Although it was severely injured, it escaped. How infuriating. Gue, listening to the human emperor's reasonable and heartfelt frustration, didn't find anything unreasonable, and could only comfort him. Your Majesty, please calm down. You already done enough. You not only saved us, but also led your troops to kill an evil god. This is already an unparalleled achievement. Let's discuss this further. Teacher Gui, you're right. Alright, let's put the battle aside for now. I come to the temporary camp to see you. Chapter 562. Zhong Lirui noticed that after killing Lloyd, Qin Pan stared intently at the burning remains of the Black Dragon's remains. Dad, what are you thinking about? Zhong Lirui asked after a moment's thought. Arui, what are you thinking? You? Qin Pan, Chun Jinquan, hesitated. Why do you want to bring me back into the spotlight? You know I am. I know, Zhong Lirui said calmly. I know everything about your past. And Dad, you used to be the person I dreamed of being. Qin Pan was shocked. I used to be the person you dreamed of being? Yes, I told Xiao Ran. My dream was to stay with the woman I loved, become a scientist, and give back to the world. You? Qin Pan, Chun Jinquan's eyes widened. Zhong Lirui had indeed said that. 3 years ago, you almost succeeded. Zhong Lirui emphasized, back then, you and Mom were a perfect couple. Xiao Ran and Xiao Yao were both unparalleled geniuses. The new human nanobots created by your family were about to benefit all living beings. Humanity should have entered a new era then, instead of falling into a devastating apocalypse. That is true. It all started with the evil gods and madmen behind the Creation God Project, who extended their evil tentacles into your technological empire. Then, they achieved their goals through theft, coercion, and assassination, turning you into a mad and obsessive vengeful scientific fanatic. Similarly, because of these instigators, my ex-wife, Lu Xiaoya, died. And because of them, Xiao Ran suffered so much innocent pain, and Mom, Bai Lingxin, died so tragically in her past life. Ah Rui. What exactly do you want? Repair? I'm going to repair you. Zhong Lirui's words were pronounced with force, like a hammer striking felt deafening. Ah Rui, you. In the nearby airspace, Bai Lingxin, after hearing Yujia's shared communication, burst into tears. Ah Kun. Our good child Ah Rui, he wants to repair you, to make you the person you couldn't be in your past life. In this life, you will stand in the sunlight of the world again as the comrade of the newly crowned God Slayer, the human emperor, who killed the 6th demon king of Blue Star, the gravedigger Lloyd. Qin Pan, Chun Jinquan's eyes instantly lost focus. Kunwu. Take over autopilot, stand by. Qin Pan, Chun Jinquan, ordered in a trembling voice. Yes, master. Arui. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. What? Inside the Minghong mecha fighter, Qin Pan, Qin Jinquan, cried like a child. Inside the Mirage mecha, Bai Lingxin also cried. At the Ling Anzhou villa, backstage, the two Qin family's scientific beauties, the sisters, were crying their eyes out. My two little darlings, don't cry. Don't upset your babies. Aisha comforted them, tears streaming down her face, while secretly thinking, that scumbag little emperor, thank you, you also repaired part of me. It's a pity well, it can't be repaired. Otherwise, there could be some story between the Storm King's Queen Mother and the new Great Qian Emperor. Aisha's limbs cannot regenerate. She can only use 6 mechanical tentacles. Her reproductive system is damaged, and she has lost her fertility. A few minutes later. Good child, you have given me the greatest motivation to fight for humanity again in this life. From now on, I am your family, one of your strongest allies. There will be no more Qin Jinquan in this world. I am your father-in-law, Qin Pan. Qin Pan smiled. Dad, come out. Zhong Lirui's Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Plasma Type Armor and Qin Pan's Ganjiang Plasma Type Armor emerged from their respective mechs. The two bumped fists in the sky above the Aegean Sea. At that moment, the morning sun, around 8 or 9 o'clock, was dazzlingly bright. Dad, Mom, you two go back to the warship first and tell one gang. Cleaning up the battlefield at the Wenquan Pass entrance will be tough. Tell the soldiers to be careful when cleaning up. Nidhogg's AoE poison attack is incredibly destructive. Arue, it's a pity. If a soldier dies from Nidhogg's death breath, their head corroded, the new type nanobots can't restore them, Qin Pan said regretfully. Moreover, their bodies are poisonous and must be buried deeply. There's no other way. Oh well, war always kills people. The first generation of new types proved that even VX Nerve Agent couldn't withstand it, let alone this legendary evil dragon poison. Zhong Lirui sighed softly. Ah Rui, you really grown up. You would have been devastated before, Bai Lingxin said calmly. Sigh, Mom, after that incident in the desert, the 3 million innocent souls, the dead insect nest incident, I realized that our power is limited. It's more practical for us to revive those who can still be saved. Have the special forces move the bodies of those fallen soldiers from the past to there. Those who didn't die from the evil dragon's venom can still be saved. That's a good idea, Bai Lingxin said warmly. I have a small suggestion. Mom, what is it? Shouldn't you ask Athena to revive those fallen saints at the pass? Bai Lingxin smiled slightly. Judging from the monitoring data, she should have learned the singer's power. Zhong Lirui was taken aback, then a knowing look appeared on his face. Thank you for the guidance, Mom. I go check out the regrouping point after Wenquan Pass. Go ahead, we handle the cleanup at the entrance, Bai Lingxin and Shinpan said. Then, during flight. Master, 0.5 seconds of your time is needed, Yu Jia said. Yu Jia forcibly opened the accelerated world, taking Zhong Lirui inside. Yu Jia, what are you doing? Yu Jia pushed Zhong Lirui down and kissed him, starting a French kiss. 20 seconds later in the accelerated world. Yu Jia, why are you copying Nai instead of learning from her? Master, every time my sister treats you like this, don't you feel mentally happy? It seems even more effective than the singer's power. Zhong Lirui, shocked. His body's reaction is too honest. What are you doing now? Repaying a debt of gratitude. Master, thank you for redeeming my father, mother, and 2 sisters. Sincerity shone in Yu Jia's eyes, which shimmered with digital light. Zhong Lirui smiled and kissed Yu Jia. You know my feelings. I hate tragedy. Also, I didn't achieve this alone. You are my wings, my sword, my power. Thank you for being with me, accomplishing what I wanted to do. I love you, Master. Yu Jia smiled, and angel wings rose behind her. The entire data world was filled with light. In the real world, 0.5 seconds later, Zhong Lirui reacted. He smiled knowingly, then composed himself, turned his mecha around, and flew towards the temporary medical camp where the garrison had assembled behind Wenquan Pass. My dear master, Yu Jia said playfully. What? A little suggestion. In a bit, land Xianyuan at the camp entrance, then take the human emperor's banner and enter the camp. What's the point? There are wounded friendly troops inside. Master, your existence is a beacon of hope for those mass-produced saints who don't even have bronze claws. Yu Jia chuckled. Perhaps, in the future, if Goddess Saori really wants to increase her combat power, she should consider strengthening those mass-produced iron warriors on one hand, and learning from you and the Changsheng group on the other. Your existence is a symbol of guidance, isn't it? Zhong Lirui pondered for a moment, then understood Yu Jia's meaning. I understand what you mean. Indeed, for the Holy Land, it's time to seriously consider whether to continue using Saint Seiya units, super soldiers designed for localized divine battles, to counter today's tactical and even strategic threats. Alright. Anyway, the live stream is over, and it's not unusual for me to be carrying the Emperor's banner around. Sorokov, after all, carries his blood-red battle flag all day long. Fine, propaganda is still work. Master is wise. When Zhong Lirui Xianyuan mech landed in mech form and knelt on one knee at the camp entrance, everyone in the camp, including the Saint Seiya, the Athenian police, the wings of Yinglong, and the medical team, erupted in cheers. Zhong Lirui, wearing the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor plasma type, flew out of the Xianyuan mech, landing in the camp in an exaggerated and stylish manner, like a superhero making his entrance. Then, clad in his technologically advanced armor, he once again raised the Emperor's banner, the second form of the Emperor's banner, simply unfolded, without red eyes, lightning, sandstorms, or the black soul's watering effects. Just as Yu Jia had predicted, the surviving mass-produced Iron Saints in the camp, upon seeing Zhong Lirui, had their eyes gleam with intense light. This is His Majesty Emperor Zhong Lirui of the Great Qian? The people of the Great Qian all knew Zhong Lirui as Your Excellency, but the Greeks did not, and still addressed him as Your Majesty. His armor seems to be the same as ours, utilizing the power of technology? Is it true that as long as the armor is strong enough? Like the human emperor piloting a mech, we can do it too? Yes. His Majesty the human emperor is too strong. You are our hope, our role model. The mass-produced Steel Saints began to discuss in hushed tones. Kiki watched all this, his expression growing even more solemn. The human emperor has a powerful evil god behind him, tainted with dark energy, and is exceptionally intelligent and courageous, meticulous in his thinking, and extremely charismatic and persuasive. What exactly is his intention in conveying this idea to the mass-produced Steel Saints? Soon, through Zhao Pu's introduction, Zhong Lirui found Shiryu, then 51 years old, a legendary figure to him as well. Upon first seeing Shiryu, Zhong Lirui felt that Shiryu somewhat resembled bodybuilding champion Cheng Feng. The 51-year-old Shiryu was a towering 191 centimeters tall, with a strong and muscular physique. While not as exaggerated as combat-type new types like Shenjia and Murong Changfeng, his muscles were still very robust and possessed a masculine beauty. Time seemed to have left few traces on Zilong's face. His features remained handsome, and his brows subtly revealed the composure and fortitude of a veteran. His demeanor was not ostentatious, yet possessed an undeniable air of authority, an authority not derived from external power, but from inner strength and the tempering of countless life-or-death experiences. To Zhong Lirui's surprise, Zilong's eyes remained closed. His eyes hadn't recovered. Normally, he used his extraordinary hearing and cosmic perception to substitute for hearing. Chapter 563. Yu Jia? Zhong Lirui asked telepathically. Dear Master, I'm here, Yu Jia replied. Zilong's eyes, as expected, haven't been repaired. Is there any hope? The scan is complete. His eyes are mostly intact. If he successfully transforms into a perfect first-generation new human, they can heal themselves within 2 months. That long? Don't internal injuries usually heal in less than a day? Master, for a normal person, once the cornea or retina is damaged, they become completely blind. The eyes are one of the organs with the worst regenerative capacity in the body, not like the liver. Oh right, okay, later, after I get to know Senior Zilong better, I ask him if he's interested. After calming himself, Zhong Lirui stepped forward, about to shake hands and greet Zilong. Zilong sensed Zhong Lirui's approach, hesitated, and then prepared to kneel on one knee before Zhong Lirui, performing the ancient military salute of a general and subject. Marshal Zilong. Don't kneel. I'm not the emperor. Deqian isn't an empire. There's no kneeling, Zhong Lirui quickly said. Zilong was taken aback for a moment, then bowed deeply to Zhong Lirui at a 90-degree angle. Your Majesty the human emperor. Call me your excellency, Zhong Lirui patiently corrected him again. My official title is the Supreme Chief Executive of the new Great Qian. The title of Human Emperor of the New Era is merely an honorary title bestowed upon me by the government. The new Great Qian is a republic, power belongs to the people. I am merely their supreme guardian. Oh! Chief Executive Zhongli, you truly possess the air of an ancient sage, Zilong remarked with a slight smile. Then, Zhong Lirui and Zilong engaged in friendly conversation. Zhong Lirui fully informed Zilong of the final outcome of the Battle of Thermopylae, the arrangements for his troops to clean up the battlefield, the rescue plan for the supporting forces, and the arrival of the northern border army of the Great Qian Second Squad, among other things. Your Majesty, I truly don't know how to repay your great kindness. Zhong Lirui said gently. Marshal Zilong, you are too kind. Blue Star is currently facing its end times. Our remaining nations should help each other. Moreover, our new Great Qian is now an ally of the goddess Athena. Helping each other is our sincerity as allies. Furthermore, you have been threatened by the evil god behind the Creation God project. All the surviving nations on Blue Star have a blood feud with the forces behind the Creation God project. Helping you is also for our own sake. Oh! Zilong's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing Zhong Lirui mention this. Your Majesty, I would like to hear more details. Zhong Lirui then briefly explained the situation to Zilong. These madmen, this evil god, for their own selfish desires, they turn the world into this mess. Shiryu clenched his fist. For Athena, for the sanctuary, for the survivors of Greece, one day I will settle accounts with them. The nearby Kiki listened quietly, trying to discern the truth. The goddess of Rhea, the sea goddess? The daughter of Susanoo. To seek revenge against a certain divine realm, they frantically stole technology from the legacy civilizations of other divine realms, using it as a war machine for vengeance. And those madmen in the dark world participated in the plan for power and dominance. This reason sounds very plausible, and not impossible. Is this the saying of the Great Qian dynasty? When gods fight, the common people suffer? Could it be that the god behind the Dark Emperor simply sent the Emperor to help our sanctuary, because the opposing side happens to be aligned? Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Things are complicated. However, at this moment, Kiki was on high alert. Because his special perception sensed that powerful and familiar evil god energy was very close. After Zhong Lirui briefly explained the situation to Shiryu, he contacted Saori, Athena, via communicator and informed her of the battle's outcome. Sister Saori, I'm sorry, but in this battle of Thermopylae, I couldn't rescue all of your people. The soldiers cleaning up the battlefield just now told me that 69 warriors couldn't be resurrected and had to be buried. Nidhogg's evil dragon poison is ineffective even for new types. There are now 50 fallen saints and military personnel. My special forces are transporting the bodies to the temporary camp. Sister, why don't you come yourself? You should have already learned that method, right? Zhonglirui politely suggested. I understand. Thank you, Ari. Saori sighed first, then a mysterious smile curved her lips. Little Ari, you're truly a wise and virtuous man, aren't you? It's my duty, Saori Nichin. This is the kingdom you protect. All right. I'm coming right now. But before I come, there's a small problem I need you to handle. Guardian of a girl's dreams, help me save an older girl, my loyal subject. Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, Ingra, who had been resting on a stretcher, suddenly felt that the zombie virus on her left hand was finally about to burst. Ingra was startled, then resignedly sat up, looked at the nearby Ryohu, and asked, Ryohu, I ask you, if I become crippled, if I'm no longer a gold saint, will you still want me? Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? My father is blind, and my mother has been by his side all these years, hasn't she? No matter what you become, I will never abandon you, Long Feng said frankly. Okay. Feng, thank you. Ingra bit her lip, making a decision. She mustered her remaining cosmos with great effort, and then, resolutely, severed her left arm at the shoulder. Ugh, H.A. She screamed, throwing her left arm aside. Sister, you're crazy. Ignoring the wound on his thigh, Long Feng quickly called for help. Medic. Medic. Come quickly. In the chaos, Long Feng saw the severed arm on the ground, his pupils dilating violently. It was a symptom of impending zombification. Sister, you were suppressing your zombification with your cosmos, fighting alongside us? How could you be so foolish? Medic. Medic. Come quickly. Long Feng's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face. Ah. Feng. Call me Fenger, Ingra's sister. Long Feng trembled, trying to gather his already pitifully small amount of cosmic energy to stop Ingra's bleeding. Then call me Tina, Ingra's nickname, just Tina, no. Sister. Tina, hold on. Don't cry, I'm just crippled. Losing an arm is better than becoming a zombie, right, Fenger? Cough, cough, cough. Fenger, from now on, I'm a cripple, don't abandon me. Long Feng hugged Ingra and cried, promising, Tina, don't say that about yourself. It's okay. When you're healed, I take you to tell Dad about us, I take you to see our mom. Before Long Feng could utter another word, Ingra, her eyes bloodshot, suddenly shoved him away with her remaining right hand. Ha, 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 ah. Ingra let out a low, furious roar, on the verge of turning into a zombie. Tina! What are you doing? She lost her hand too late. The highly active zombie virus has already infected her torso. She just pushed you away because she resisted the urge to bite you. Gui Gui, who had appeared behind Long Feng with a sorrowful expression, stood there. Ha, ha, Gui Gui, teacher, you come. It seems my fate is sealed. Fenger, find a good girl, forget me, I wish you happiness. Ingra, her eyes bloodshot, panting heavily, forced back the urge to bite, said sorrowfully to Long Feng. Then, she turned to Kiki. Master. Our promise. Kiki sighed deeply, I understand. I will end you with my own hands. Ryohu was shocked and cried, trying to stop him. No, no. Master Kiki, no. She's Tina. No. Master, you must have a way to save her, right? You repaired so many cloths, you must have a way, right? I'm sorry, Ryohu. I have no way. I can only give her a quick death. Kiki closed his eyes, partly out of grief, and partly as he tried to close them to gather his cosmos. In the SS era, Virgo Gold Saint Sada used a similar method to unleash his cosmos. No. No. Ryohu knelt before Kiki. Kiki hardened his heart. All sins fall upon me. He suddenly opened his eyes, his inner universe briefly erupting as he used telekinesis to throw Long Feng 10 meters away. No. Long Feng roared. Fenger, I love you. Ingra shed tears of blood, managing a final, forced smile. Tina. Starlight extinction. Kiki gritted his teeth and unleashed the strongest attack he could muster in his current state. An anomaly occurred. Father, let's go! From within the human emperor banner, the sharp cry of Dragon Queen Tana's consciousness echoed. Annihilation of the void. Zhonglirui, wielding the emperor's banner, rushed forward and stood before Indra. On the Emperor's banner appeared the same dark vortex that had blocked the atomic lightning speed fist, completely deflecting the starlight extinction attack. Long Feng, shock. Indra, in her zombie form, question mark. Zilong in the distance, shock. All the other surviving silver and bronze saints in the camp, shock. The most shocked, of course, was Kiki, whose attack had been completely blocked. He coldly said, Emperor Zhonglirui, what is your intention? Miss Saori asked me to save someone, Zhonglirui said helplessly. If I had actually been hit by your attack, this young lady, I wouldn't have been able to save her. Judging from your words, you can save her? Kiki narrowed his eyes in suspicion. I can. No one knows better than me how to save zombies, Zhonglirui said confidently. At this moment, Long Feng struggled to approach and knelt before Zhonglirui. Your Majesty, I beg you, save her. Zhonglirui gave Long Feng a reassuring look. Don't worry, I save her right away. Gui, please stop. Let me save her first, okay? Gui's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, but finally, he silently nodded slightly. Zhonglirui then activated the accelerated world and invited Bai Lingxin and Yu Jia to consult on the matter. Mom, Yu Jia, is there any hope for this young lady's hand? Saving her life isn't difficult. We really should have come sooner, then she wouldn't have lost her hand. Sigh. There is hope. I have two plans, A and B. Bai Lingxin smiled, arms crossed over her chest. Which one do you want? What is plan A? You inject a larger dose of new human nanobots into her neck, just like you did when you saved Kikij last time. Then, have Xiaoyu and Anqi help reattach the severed hand quickly and bandage it. Finally, have the two singers activate their abilities to. The child's consciousness awakened. Huh? Zhonglirui looked at the handsome young man Long Feng, who was now crying his eyes out. Treating his lover in this way in front of him was practically like being a asterisk in front of him. If Long Feng weren't here, then, is there another way? Yes. Bai Lingxin smiled maliciously. Plan B, you call Shinjia over to do this for you, and then this beautiful girl will become a philosophical muscle girl like Olga, and her severed limbs will grow back on their own? Rejected? Zhonglirui explained anxiously. Ha ha, you're getting anxious already. Bai Lingxin laughed loudly. Mom, you're going too far. Hee plan A+, you save her first, then use your old trick, the matchmaker tying a steel wire, isn't that enough? Zhonglirui suddenly realized, that makes sense. 1 second later, Zhonglirui returned to the real world. His eyes hardened. Little fish, go and call your senior sister Anqi. Zhonglirui said to Zhonglirui Yunyu. Yes, father. Zhonglirui Yunyu spread his wings and flew away. A short while later, Gu Anqi and Zhonglirui Yunyu arrived together. Grandmaster, you were looking for me? Yes, we're here together to rescue a female gold saint. Zhonglirui smiled. Gu Anqi, huh? Chapter 564. After Zhonglirui quickly finished explaining the plan, Gu Anqi's expression was quite telling, while Zhonglirui Yunyu showed no reaction. Master, this is like a married woman using a mistress tactic in front of you. And you're making me watch? Aren't you afraid I complained to Master's wife? Gu Anqi said disdainfully. What nonsense. If you won't save me, I just remotely ask Sinyan to sing. You're really something. Fine, I do it. Gu Anqi shook her head. Then, Zhonglirui stepped forward, approaching Integra, whose eyes were now bloodshot. Miss Integra, excuse me. Zhonglirui stepped forward, ripped open her collar, revealing her fair neck. Like a vampire's first embrace, he bit down. Integra, with only a sliver of reason left, weakly stammered, What are you doing? Gui, Long Feng exclaimed in shock, Your Majesty, are you a vampire? After Zhonglirui's first injection was complete, he turned to Long Feng and said, Little brother, don't worry, I'm healing. Trust me. My people and I. Saving over 100,000 zombies. I'm the most professional on Earth. The specific data on how Zhonglirui's forces saved 100,000 people using the power of the singer is as follows. Early stages in Anzhou, approximately 7,000. The Central Plain Shizo campaign, 40,000. Small-scale battles in the Shanghai Fortress series, approximately 4,000. Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Regions, approximately 10,000, achieved by Shin Yuchu in cooperation with Chengyong Xing Hongmen forces. The 18 tribes, 40,000 in one fell swoop. Therefore, it's over 100,000. Upon hearing Zhonglirui's words, Gui and Long Feng were shocked. They barely suppressed the turmoil in their hearts and stopped moving. After Zhong Lirui completed the 3 injections, Gu Anqi and Zhong Liunyu stepped forward to reattach and bandage Integra's severed limbs. At this moment, Integra, due to the greatly increased concentration of new human nanobots in her body, was undergoing a faster zombification process. She growled and desperately twisted her body, trying to break free. Yu Jia. Numbers 1 to 3, help. Yes, master. The nearby black-clad mechanical guards, numbered 1 to 3, plasma type, immediately materialized and, together with Zhong Lirui, restrained Integra. Integra tried to bite, but Zhong Lirui's armored mechanical arm held her down. Gu Anqi shook her head. Is this some kind of multi-robot iron restraint method? Long Feng, standing nearby, was nearly overwhelmed by the green aura emanating from his body, but he still dared not move. At a certain moment, Zhong Lirui shouted, Xiaoyu, Anqi, sing. Gu Gui and Long Feng exclaimed, Shi. A female duet of my heart will go on began. Zhong Lirui thought to himself, can't you two sing something auspicious? Titanic is a tragic love story. The male protagonist dies in the ICC. LOL. The melodious singing began, seemingly carrying a mysterious and powerful force. The melody, like surging waves, rippled through the air. Zhong Liunyu and Gu Anqi's voices intertwined, like heavenly music, gradually calming Ingra's struggling movements. The previously frenzied Ingra, soothed by the song, seemed to have its bloodshot eyes fade. Her low growls weakened, and her body stopped twisting desperately, as if the song had transported her to a peaceful world. Gradually, the blood-red color in Integron's eyes faded at a visible speed. Long Feng covered his mouth. It's working, it's working. His words were interrupted by Gui Gui. Gui Gui gestured for Long Feng to be quiet and not interrupt the healing process. Long Feng quickly fell silent. He continued to watch the situation with anxious and expectant expressions. When the beautiful singing ended, how could I? Integra felt that although the reattached part of her left hand was still excruciatingly painful, her whole body felt much lighter, and she seemed to have become stronger than before. Stretcher. Patient, lay her flat. Zhong Lirui commanded. Yu Jia scanned vital signs. And she checked the data. Gu Anqi, seeing Zhong Lirui's professionalism, came over with a wry smile. Coming, master. 2 robotic suits quickly found a stretcher. Zhong Lirui then carefully laid Integra down, activated the suit scan, and projected a 3D holographic chart of Integra's vital signs data into the air. Medical professional Gu Anqi glanced at the charts and data in the air, then nodded in satisfaction. First-generation new human, successful transformation. Miss, your left hand is saved too, but remember, you cannot move your left hand for 24 hours, understand? Yes, thank you, doctors. On the other side, Zhong Lirui strode towards Long Feng, who was trembling with emotion, and smiled. Patient's family member, come, I have some things to tell you. Patient's family member. Long Feng's face flushed red. Your Majesty, we haven't. The following precautions are very important. Listen carefully. Zhong Lirui, ignoring Long Feng's face which was as red as a boiling kettle, began his new human life precautions lecture. Gui Gui listened quietly to the side. 5 minutes later. Huh? No kissing, no touching the bleeding areas, no intimate contact with bodily fluids. Long Feng was completely dazed. Do you understand? Little brother Long Feng, don't do anything reckless lately. Her hand needs 24 hours to fully reattach. And you don't want your dad, Zi Long, to see you as a zombie wandering around the camp tomorrow morning after just one kiss, right? Long Feng nodded with difficulty. Zhong Lirui is 2 years older than Long Feng, so he's called little brother. Only then did Zhong Lirui breathe a sigh of relief and contacted Saori, saying, Sister Saori, Integra has been rescued. That girl is really ruthless. Wangzhou lost an arm. Saori and Saya, flying in the air, exchanged glances, almost bursting into laughter. Little brother Rui, thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, Integra, having been explained to her by Gu Anqi and Zhong Liunyu, roughly understood what had happened to her. She looked at Zhong Lirui, clad in golden high-tech armor and wielding the Emperor's banner, with a complex expression, who had taken special measures against her earlier to save her. Although he had been rude to her, he seemed to have indeed saved her and all her comrades in the camp. Moreover, it was he who won the Battle of Thermopylae, otherwise, she and Long Feng would already be cold corpses. Thinking this, in Integra's eyes, Zhong Lirui's back at this moment was as tall and majestic as Mount Olympus. Thump, her heart beat faster involuntarily. At that moment, Long Feng, who had just recovered from his dizziness, noticed the expression on Integra's face as he watched Zhong Lirui's retreating figure. A surge of resentment welled up in his chest, his eyes dimmed, and his hands clenched unconsciously. His once gentle gaze was now fixed on another man's back, leaving Long Feng with a complex mix of emotions. Gu Anqi, with her sharp eyes, shook her head, muttering to herself, "Master, you gotten yourself into trouble again. This time, let's see how you clean up this mess." Simultaneously with the treatment of the wounded saints and warriors in the camp, the work of cleaning up the battlefield and collecting and transporting the bodies of the fallen was underway at the northwest exit of Wenquan Pass. Ameo said dejectedly, "We militiamen crossed half of Blue Star just to collect corpses?" Zheng Kai, the guy who married the homeroom teacher, a member of the special police team wearing the Yinglong Wing Type 2 mech and participating in the Valley Pass ambush, shook his head and said, "Captain Ameo, look at these fallen warriors, even some silver saints. And those mass-produced steel saints, their equipment is even more technologically advanced in some areas than ours. But look how tragically they died. Are you sure you want to fight to the death against 20,000 beast hordes here?" When the paratroopers and I arrived at the nearby high ground to begin the ambush, we were terrified. Wouldn't it be better to easily win with the powerful firepower of warships and mechs? Ameo looked at the saint corpses covered with white sheets, and silently nodded, "Brother Zheng Kai, you make a lot of sense." 2 hours later, the paratroopers, special forces, and militiamen completed the battlefield cleanup and the collection of the bodies of those who could be saved, and transported all the salvaged bodies to the camp. When Saori, Athena, and Saya, wearing wing cloths, both Athena's god cloth and Saya's Sagittarius cloth have wings and can fly, landed in the core area of the camp erupted in jubilation. Accompanied by Shiryu, Saya, the acting pope in his gold cloth, and Zhong Lirui, clad in the golden Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor, shook hands in the camp. Yu Jia quietly recorded this historic moment. "Saya-senpai, we meet again. Thermopylae wasn't lost. It's a pity, the 69 warriors won't return. There's nothing I can do." "That's good. Really, thank you so much." Saya firmly grasped Zhong Lirui's hand. At Zhong Lirui's instruction, Zhao Pu directed the soldiers to neatly arrange the corpses of the saints and warriors who were about to undergo the resurrection ceremony. Meanwhile, the 3,000 zombie-like citizens that Shinjia and Murong Chanfeng had previously guided remained outside the camp, waiting for orders. "Sister Saori." Zhong Lirui approached Saori, "Athena, I rescued Ingra. She needs to rest for a day, and her hand will recover." Saori smiled kindly. "Arui, thank you. By the way, Saori, sister, Saya-senpai, today we also brought you 3,000 people." Saya glanced outside the camp, pondering. "Arui, what you were discussing with Saori earlier was that she not only resurrected these fallen saints and warriors, but also restored these zombies. But now?" Seeing the troubled expression on Saya's face, Zhong Lirui knew he was worried about the food supply. Zhong Lirui smiled calmly. "Saya-senpai, after today's battle, may I ask how many saints the sanctuary still has capable of fighting?" Saya's expression somber. "If we include those who can be resurrected, including myself, there are 4 gold saints, 16 silver saints, 32 bronze saints, and 100 steel saints. Some are stationed in sanctuary and didn't come this time." "Saya-senpai, do you think I, without armor and without divine artifacts, can participate in the steel saints competition?" Saya's eyes deepened. "Brother Rui, what do you mean?" Zhong Lirui said calmly, "Yu Jia, remove your armor." Then, Zhong Lirui, completely without armor, only wearing a tactical suit. "Gloves," he asked Saya. "Saya-senpai, what are the basic requirements for Saint Saya selection?" Saya looked at Zhong Lirui with an amused expression. "The most basic one is breaking through a rock with your bare hands." "Rui, you want to be selected as a saint? You're too old. Saints are selected from a young age." Zhong Lirui smiled, then looked around the camp and found a rock. "Is this it?" At this moment, Shiryu walked over with an amused expression. "Your Majesty, yes." Zhong Lirui faced the rock, spirited, and assumed the starting stance of Xingyi Bagwazing. Shiryu was stunned. Xingyi Bagwazing. Zhong Lirui didn't speak. His eyes narrowed, and his aura suddenly changed, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He moved lightly, his figure like lightning, instantly rushing to the rock. He unleashed a palm strike, seemingly gentle, yet containing overwhelming power. The stubborn rock, under Zhong Lirui's palm strike, shattered instantly with a boom, as if sliced by a knife, and fell diagonally to the side. Qin Xiaoyao, monitoring the scene, smiled. "Ha, Dad has passed on the true essence of Xingyi Bagwazang to Arui." "Oh! Oh! Oh!" The crowd around the camp erupted in cheers. His Majesty the Human Emperor, a genius beyond compare. I don't know if His Majesty the Human Emperor can meditate. But that attack just now, his stamina and explosive power, he's qualified. Long Feng, Indra, and Kiki were all stunned. Kiki's worry deepened. Could it be that the Dark Human Emperor is coveting the secret of the saint cloths? Wants to become a saint? Seiya suddenly laughed. Arui, if you pass the meditation test, you'd be a qualified bronze saint. Zhonglirui, however, said calmly, Seiya-senpai, just tell me, am I a qualified mass-produced iron saint without armor? Absolutely qualified. In fact, your level is already excellent for a mass-produced iron saint. Seiya-senpai, as long as you and Saurinichin restore those 3,000 zombified citizens. About 1,000 of them. If you send veteran soldiers to train them for 2 months, they'd be at roughly my level. With these 1,000 powerful troops, the sanctuary can go from simply defending itself to reclaiming cities, expanding its territory, capturing livestock, and restoring production. This is your first pot of gold to help the Greek kingdom rise again. Acting Pope Seiya's eyes widened, Commander Shiria held his breath, and the cloth repair master Kiki was utterly shocked. As the commander, Zilong couldn't contain himself and asked, Your Majesty, why is this so? Because even zombies that regain their sanity and become awakened ones have 300% more stamina than ordinary humans, 300% greater tolerance to hunger and fatigue, and 30% to 50% increased strength. Because they are not fully activated, the increase is smaller than that of normal new humans. Their healing speed after injury is increased by 200%, therefore they can slowly heal themselves after being injured, and their lifespan may increase by 300%, Zhonglirui explained in detail. Furthermore, awakened ones have a much higher food energy utilization rate than normal humans only. It only requires 30% of the food a normal human would need to sustain them. Zhonglirui raised his hand, explaining like a professor giving a presentation, oh right, this is still the case of people who have turned back from zombies. If, like Integra, they successfully transform while still alive, then the power increase will be even greater, reaching 100%. Brother Rui, you mean, these citizens who have turned back from zombies, after a few months of recuperation and training, even without wearing the iron cloth, just wielding weapons like swords and shields, will become as powerful as ancient heroes? Seiya asked, his voice trembling. Senior is indeed a wise man, Zhonglirui smiled. Most importantly, these people won't mutate again. They won't be afraid of fish biting them in the river, nor will they be injured by wild beasts in the mountains. Even if they are injured, they won't turn into zombies. Moreover, these people don't need to be trained from childhood, nor do they need to be selected from among thousands. That's wonderful. Zilong was extremely excited. You're right. If I were given 1,000 warriors with combat power equivalent to the Iron Saints, as long as the enemy isn't these two evil gods, I could not only defend Thermopylae, but I could also organize a hunting party to expand my food supply. When I was young, I trained in the wilderness of Mount Lu, and I caught wild boars back then. Chapter 565. Seiya sighed, Brother Rui, in Ling'an Prefecture, I only saw you restore the sanity of 40,000 citizens, but I never expected this. Kiki, however, objected, Your Majesty, you're exaggerating. I can sense that you're a telepathic superpower like me. I don't believe your claim that every awakened one possesses such a powerful ability. In truth, Kiki wasn't telling the whole truth. He believed that the Emperor possessed the energy of an evil god, granting him abilities comparable to a bronze saint. Zhonglirui shook his head at Kiki's stubbornness. However, he quickly composed himself and devised a plan. Teacher Kiki, you can sense whether someone has superpowers, right? Kiki politely nodded in confirmation. Then, Zhonglirui looked towards the camp and began calling roll. Amao. Situ Zian. Zhao Pu. Your subordinate is here. The three reported in unison. Upon seeing clearly what Amao and the other two were wearing, everyone was astonished. Inkra even covered his mouth. Because, everyone realized, Amao was wearing blade leg armor, he was a disabled person who had lost both legs. Looking at Amao's full set of weapons and equipment, everyone felt a deep respect. This equipment indicated he was a seasoned warrior. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? Do any of these three have superpowers? Zhonglirui asked calmly. No. Gui answered honestly after a slight assessment. These three were just ordinary people. Everyone, take off your armor and run a lap. Oh, and Amao, run as fast as you can. Yes, sir. The three replied. Amao was the most excited. Originally, he was quite frustrated that after traveling thousands of miles to this place, he could only clean up the battlefield and move corpses. Now, being able to show off his incredible speed, he was naturally overjoyed. The three quickly removed their bulletproof vests, with Xiao Pu removing slightly more, his Yinglong Wings Type 2 airborne mech. Then, at Zhong Leroy's command, they shot off like arrows. All three raced at speeds exceeding 60 miles per hour. Even more astonishingly, a Mao with his blade-like legs was in the lead. Everyone watched in stunned silence, especially Inkra. Gui's eyes widened as well. He had just confirmed that the three didn't possess superpowers, but this scene completely exceeded his comprehension. Zhong Leroy, seeing Kiki's shocked expression, smiled slightly and said, "Kiki-sensei, how do you feel now? Do you need to increase the reference sample size?" "No. This is truly a shocking fact." Zhong Leroy nodded to Saori, Athena, Saori Nichin, "I finished my demonstration." Saori, Athena, looked at the remaining 4 gold saints and said solemnly, "Then, I will begin now." Everyone bowed deeply to Saori, Athena, "We obey the divine will." That day, at the Thermopylae camp, Saori, using the power of a mimicking singer, sang to the fallen, but still salvable warriors, and to the bewildered zombies at the gate. The globe. Zhong Leroy's eyes immediately lost focus. This melody, this voice. In this? Are many of the stories in the Blue Star world true? Yes, Lil Rui, this is the beautiful yet cruel world. The high-level invisible Nyarlathotep gently embraced Zhong Leroy. "Thank you for helping my best friend clean up her home." "You're welcome, Nyarlathotep." While others were moved by the miracle created by Athena's mimicry of the singer's power, only Kiki was utterly shaken. At this moment, in Kiki's eyes, an incredibly terrifying scene unfolded. Behind the human emperor, there existed a dark energy attribute evil god, even more powerful than Athena. Moreover, at this moment, Kiki didn't have the courage to attack that phantom, because he knew that W was no longer available. Nyarlathotep had already noticed the sweating Kiki staring at her. She chuckled inwardly, pretending not to notice. As the divine melody faded, and the fallen warriors regained their breath, and the eyes of the ragged, tattered zombies cleared, tears welled in the eyes of all the surviving citizens of the sanctuary in the camp. On this day, a single word re-emerged in their hearts: hope. Although the Battle of Thermopylae ended with the tragic loss of 69 saints, a number exceeding even the casualties of the previous battle between Athena and Hades, the new healing power, the changes brought about by the power of the singer, finally brought a glimmer of hope to the once glorious Greek homeland and the sanctuary. Shiria quickly rallied, deploying his troops, dispatching resurrected bronze saints and mass-produced iron saints to lead the awakened citizens. As commander, he was overjoyed. Now he had troops under his command. Previously, with such a small force, defending Thermopylae and protecting the citizens of the sanctuary had been a strain. Now, if they could just hold out for a while, their total forces would rise from several hundred to over 1,000, a qualitative leap. After his wounds were bandaged, Long Feng began to take care of Integra meticulously. Faced with Long Feng's attentive care, Integra felt incredibly sweet. However, at times, Integra would think of Zhong Leroy's imposing figure, and she would unconsciously sigh softly. At this moment, she felt terrible. She knew perfectly well that her feelings for Long Feng were genuine, and that she was willing to live and die with him. Was she really that kind of terrible woman? Long Feng, with his keen observation, noticed Integra's unintentional distraction and sorrow. He unconsciously clenched his fists. After spending the night at the camp, the Allied forces returned to the sanctuary in Athens, Greece, the following morning. Before departing, Zhong Leroy left behind the wings of Yinglong II and the Dragon Spring Unit, Situzian's new human special forces, to guard Thermopylae. Meanwhile, the Bishi D flew towards Athens. "Ameo, leave the 107mm rocket launchers and ammunition you brought. Everyone, come with me. The militia will assist Marshal Zilong of the Sanctuary Army in training the Athenian militia and assist the relief force brought by General Long in distributing supplies," Zhong Leroy calmly ordered. "Ameo, huh? Chief Executive Zhong Leroy, this? What exactly did I come here for this time?" Zhong Leroy smiled mysteriously. "You rascal, let me ask you, do you want Seiya Senpai's limited edition autograph?" Lu Mingqi's eyes lit up. "I want it." "Ameo, whatever makes you happy, honey." Zhong Leroy chuckled. "What, you don't want it?" "Actually, I want Commander Shiryu's autograph even more." Ameo smiled. "My deceased father was from Mount Lu. Commander Shiryu's Mount Lu Rising Dragon Fist. A name that my dad used to shout when watching city-level and village football matches back in the day." A scene flashed through Zhong Leroy's mind. It was 2 years ago, in the old days of peace, during a football match between villages in the Lushan area. The villagers, their hearts pounding, cheered for their teams. A large circle of elders, aunts, and uncles from the surrounding villages, when their team scored, shouted in a hoarse voice, "Lushan Rising Dragon." He almost couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, don't worry, leave this to me." When the Allied forces arrived at the sanctuary in Athens, Long Zhanya's Taotai, along with the second rescue support team, was already waiting for them with the saints of the sanctuary. Upon seeing Saori, Athena, Long Zhanya solemnly bowed. "The incarnation of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, the esteemed Lady Keto Saori, I, General Long Zhanya of the Great Qian dynasty, salute you." Saori, Athena, nodded slightly and elegantly raised her hand in greeting. "General Long Zhanya, no need for such formalities. This rescue is all thanks to you." Then, Zhongli Rui, holding the Emperor's banner, looked at the travel-worn Long Zhanya and smiled. "Elder Long, how is the nuclear-powered Taotai operating?" Long Zhanya laughed heartily. "Chief, excellent. Now, this old fellow, like me, can still be used for another 20 years, ha ha ha." Seiya, Shiryu, Kiki, and Inabra clearly saw Long Zhanya's mechanical arm, and were deeply moved. Zilong nodded silently. An old steed in its stall may still aspire to gallop 1,000 miles. Elder Long, truly an indomitable veteran of the Great Qian. But when Queen Saren, leading Sakuma, dressed in magnificent robes, gracefully slithered before the crowd behind Elder Long, the saints were astonished. Some even instinctively covered their eyes. Ah! They. Medusa. Or perhaps Lamia. Could it be Echidna? Faced with the saint's whispers, Saren's expression darkened for a moment. Sakuma, holding the elder's scepter, stood nearby, very nervous. Zhonglirui was slightly surprised to see this. Why were Saren and Shikima here? However, he immediately stepped forward and introduced Saori, Athena, and Seiya. "Your Excellency Athena, and Pope Pegasus, this is the newly crowned Queen of the Golden Kingdom of East Asia, Queen Borjigin Sarenai. She is my student. The one next to her is her loyal minister, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Guardians, and the Grand Elder of the Senate, established after Saren's ascension to the throne. Please don't have any doubts about their appearance. They are both demigods, inheriting the bloodline of the famous benevolent dragon god of the desert, the earth dragon Xiao Huang." Upon hearing this, the saints fell silent. Many nodded. Yes, the great desert dragon god, Little Yellow, has been known for his benevolence and protection for centuries. So, the queen and the elders are descendants of that dragon. Yu Jia chuckled in the data world. He, the great desert dragon god, Little Yellow, has a good reputation for protecting humanity. And in Greece, people are very accepting of demigods. Master's method is both interesting and effective, Saren and Sakuma immediately gave Zhonglirui grateful looks. Saori stepped forward gracefully, embracing Saren, like a kind elder. "Welcome." Because of the sanctuary's current shortage of resources, no welcoming banquet was held. Under Seiya's arrangement, everyone ate a simple meal together in the sanctuary's reception hall. During the meal, Zhonglirui's expression upon seeing the food on the table was quite telling. On the dining table, half was canned food from the Keto Group's reserves, and the other half was supplies brought by Ryusakuno. The only remaining meat was wild boar meat obtained after the Battle of Thermopylae. Well, everything is difficult at the beginning. When we escaped from the hospital, it was much harder than for them now. Let's take it slow. Outside the sanctuary's shelter for wounded saints. Facing the arrival of their teacher, Kiki, the now adult, red-haired girl, Luoshi, hurriedly greeted him. Luoshi was 8 years old in the W era, now around 20 years old. "Teacher, you're all right." At that time, I sensed it. I thought you were going to. What? Luoshi, also of the Jamir tribe, hugged Kiki and wept uncontrollably. "I'm sorry to have worried you." "I'm fine." Guigui sighed, then answered with difficulty. "It was Emperor Zhonglirui of the Great Qian dynasty who saved me." "Huh?" "Emperor Zhonglirui, that Wei Wuesk, the one who favors widowed older sisters, enslaves queens, cheats on princesses, indulges in debauchery, and collects exotic beauties. That super womanizer and scumbag Zhonglirui," Luoshi said with disdain. Nearby, several people screamed in shock. "Luoshi, what did you say? His Majesty the Emperor, he's a super scumbag?" Guigui turned his head, and saw Long Feng and another mass-produced Iron Saint, carrying the still-resting Integra as they passed by. The screams were coming from Integra. Luoshi then added fuel to the fire, saying, "You guys probably don't use the internet much. Do you know that His Majesty the Human Emperor's previous title was the God Slayer, the fourth demon King Zhonglirui? Badalu. He was an aggressive tyrant. Back then, The desert was in crisis, and the virtuous and noble Queen Borjigin Saren, for the sake of her last people, willingly became his slave in exchange for the human emperor's military intervention. Yes, the human emperor saved the last spark of the desert. But poor Queen Saren was subjected to the human emperor's nightly revelry and became his plaything. What's even more despicable is that after a few months, he got tired of her and actually fell in love with Queen Saren's younger sister, Princess Kikij. He later issued a statement to deceive himself, saying that Queen Saren was very noble and that he had never touched her. But do you know what? I alone. Rumor has it that Princess Kikij is pregnant soon. So Queen Saren hasn't been touched? I don't believe it. During the welcoming ceremony today, I watched closely, and Queen Saren's eyes for His Majesty the Emperor were like something out of a romance novel, resentful and bitter. She's clearly a bitter woman. Integra exclaimed in fear, my God, that's so filthy. Long Feng also looked incredulous. Luoshi, are you mistaken? From what you're saying, isn't His Majesty the Emperor the reincarnation of King Zhou? Even the previously somber Gui Gui almost laughed. He was afraid of the dark energy possessing the Emperor and the evil god behind him that hadn't yet appeared, while these children and juniors were focused on gossiping about a scumbag? Chapter 566. Beneath the starry sky of the Holy Domain. Evening, Zhong Lirui was in his room on the warship. How is everyone? Zhong Lirui was on a video call with his family. Kikij's reaction has been a bit strong lately, Disinian replied. Everything else is fine. The 40,000 people in the city have all been settled. Everyone has started to resume production, and order is mostly back to normal. Louison smiled. By the way, Ray, how's it going in the Holy Domain? A complete disaster, Zhong Lirui shook his head. He then told his family what he had seen and heard, as well as the course of the battle. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoran, having stopped monitoring, simply switched into the video feed. Arui. Xiaoyao Xiaoran. What you said, the sanctuary is in such a sorry state, is quite unexpected. Qin Xiaoran pondered. According to the W story era, given the abilities of the saints at that time, they shouldn't have been this weak in the Battle of Thermopylae. Between 2012 and 2013, Kuga and Seiya Senpai defeated two powerful gods, and then forcefully persuaded Saturn to retreat. How could they be so much weaker now? Your thoughts are my thoughts too. Zhong Lirui looked thoughtful. I also want to know what happened in the past 10 years or so, why the saints are so much weaker than before. Maybe I should talk to Saori Nichin and Seiya Senpai later. Okay, let's go with your plan. By the way, how did Xiaoyu perform this time? Disinian smiled. She and Angie are amazing. The two of them helped me save a female gold saint, Zhong Lirui said proudly. They truly deserve to be our disciples, our daughters. Seeing Zhong Lirui's fatherly demeanor, the women smiled. By the way, Arui, Sister Saren is here as a volunteer this time, Kikij reminded her. Take care of her, okay? Don't worry, a teacher taking care of students I will. Chun Xiaoran felt a chill, only then remembering that Saren had managed to hitch a ride to Greece with Long Zhanye. Arui, Xiaoyao and I are logging off now. You're pregnant, get some rest. If your condition changes, go find Xinyan. I might be in Greece, and won't be back anytime soon. It will take time for Haster to track down Kaneda Shinobu. I absolutely won't let the tragedy from my nightmares happen. Zhong Lirui nodded. Arui, we believe in you. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Disinian added. Arui is right. Everyone logged off. Kikij, Xiaoran, and Xiaoyao all need rest. Everyone immediately logged off. Qin Xiaoyao asked curiously, Sister, why did you log off so quickly? It's over. We were careless. This time, Queen Saren raided our base. Arui went on this long expedition, and he didn't bring a single woman with him. Saren, Queen raided our base? Qin Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. Wasn't she genuinely trying to become a Rui's student? Like when Blade King? Look what this good student is reading. Qin Xiaoyao pulled up the surveillance footage, and saw a well-worn copy of The Return of the Condor Heroes next to the sofa, its cover worn and worn from repeated readings. We even helped with the security of their palace. The queen is going all out, chasing Arui for over 10,000 miles. I never seen a woman go to such lengths to raid a base like this before. Athens to 0 Anzhou 17,000 Li laugh, sister. Qin Xiaoyao, hearing her sister's gritted teeth, was speechless. Suddenly, she remembered something. Sister, wasn't this novel a gift that Kikij specially gave to Queen Saren before she went south? Qin Xiaoran was stunned, then suddenly realized, oh my god. Kikij truly deserves to be called a genius. She planted the seed so deep? She did this on purpose. She's starting a team battle like Sister Lu. Sister, we absolutely must unite. Chen Xiaoyao's sister, why unite? Didn't you say that having it was enough? Now you want to compete for this too? What about scientific research? I think we should focus on technology and raising our child. There's a long road ahead, and a scientist's child will be of greater help to Arui's career, just like the two of us. Qin Xiaoran looked at her sister in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, sister, your vision is admirable." Soon, in the corridor of the Bishi. "Your Majesty, keep going." Shakima encouraged Queen Saren. "Your Majesty has already traveled thousands of miles to chase your husband here. Don't back down now. If you can also possess bloodlines like Prince Kikij, the restoration of the royal court will be just around the corner." "Shakima, my loyal subject, thank you." Saren, wearing a cloak over a semi-transparent night-wearing robe, resolutely marched towards Zhongli Rui's room. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the corridor became eerie. The lights flickered. Saren ignored the change and continued walking. Behind her, 8 enormous tentacles, gleaming with sapphire light, attacked. Ugh! When Saren opened her eyes again, she was already locked in the same torture chamber where Madame Chung Yonghua had been tortured last time. Her hands were held in place by the tentacles. "Who?" He. A strange female laugh. "Oh. So it's the wronged souls of the kingdom's people, finally coming to find me?" Saren sighed softly. You're finally going to drag me to hell, aren't you? Fine, my life was meant to be yours anyway. I have only one wish. What I wrote, please don't erase it. What? The female voice asked, puzzled. Saren suddenly exerted force, slashing his snake tail open on a nearby metal frame, blood flowing freely. Ah! The female voice froze. Ignoring the deadly demon's surprise, Saren used her snake tail to write in blood on the ground, Zhongli Rui, I love you. Sinner Saren, final words. Alright, take my life, take it. I'm tired. Originally, I was going to confess tonight. I even unrealistically wanted to be Kikij's woman. But, please remember. The sin is mine. Don't touch my sister. Come on. Kill me, come on. My cheap granddaughter, why did you do this? Naya appeared with mixed feelings. With one tentacle, she cast a green healing ray, healing the wound on Saren's lower snake body and tail. Looking at Naya, dressed in red, Saren asked curiously, You are? The creator mother goddess? I'm your adoptive grandmother. The genes in you are from Xiao Huang. I'm Xiao Huang's mother. Strictly speaking, you and Kikij are both my adoptive granddaughters. Naya glanced again at the resolute blood-written letter on the ground. Saren, do you love Arui that much? You see everything, you know? If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. My soul was almost shattered, and he personally repaired it. All my second chances were given to me by him. Grandmother, I'm not lying to you. In this life, it's impossible, absolutely impossible, for me to fall in love with another man. I know that Kikij truly loves him deeply, and he cherishes Kikij now. I don't know if he loves me, but I know clearly now that I love him madly. Grandmother, give me a chance. Even just the chance to be rejected to his face. Let me give up. Sigh. I used to think you were weak-willed. Now I see you're just like your sister, crazy and strong-willed. Go on. The only thing I can do for you is to tell him I don't mind if he uses me as an excuse later. Saren was startled. Grandma, you too. From today onwards, call me Sister Naya. Or Grandma Naya, whatever you like. Go on. Naya stepped aside. Next time, don't hurt yourself like that again. Grandma Naya, thank you. Saren happily rushed out of the room. Finally, Saren arrived at Zhongli Rui's captain's lounge. To her surprise, a voice came from inside the room. Saren, come in. Yes. Saren entered the room. Looking at Saren dressed like this, Zhongli Rui sighed slightly. You caused such a commotion, how could your grandmother Yujia and I not know? Zhongli Rui shook his head slightly. When did you start having these thoughts? Ever since you repaired my soul. See chapter 434, Saren's Memory World Teacher? Brother-in-law? Supreme Chief Executive of the Allied Powers? Human Emperor? Or Master Arui? Saren said sadly, there are so many strange relationships between us. But all I know is that I fell in love with you the day you saved me out of kindness. Your kindness hasn't changed at all, just like the day you met Kikij. Ah? That day at the supermarket, and later I came with the special agents. I saw it all. Your kindness is so pure. Zhongli Rui sighed inwardly. So, Saren had been watching him and Kikij from the shadows. If Kikij's relationship with you began when you helped her get 3 cans of food, then my relationship with you began when you saved my life. My feelings are like the blood oath I just wrote. You see it? Whether you want me or not. Zhongli Rui, my master, my Badalu, I love you. 2 streams of tears flowed down the queen's face. Zhongli Rui stared blankly at Saren. This woman, his former and only publicly acknowledged slave, his student, this queen who carried the burden of sin and responsibility, was now confessing her love without reservation. He was deeply moved. After calming himself down slightly, he said seriously, Saren, thank you. However, your wish conflicts with your dreams and career. Your dream was to become a good king. Don't you want your people, your responsibilities, your dreams, and the glory of your family? Answer me? Think it over, look me in the eyes, and answer me seriously. Hearing that Zhongli Rui didn't immediately refuse, Saren's eyes lit up. Can I continue to call you Master Rui? Even if only for now. Yes. I thought it over. What I stand on isn't solid rock, but floating ice. I don't mind dying, but I can't bear to see the Golden Court, with its small population, erupt into rebellion and division again. Therefore, I don't intend to be king forever. Oh! My first choice is to preserve the kingdom. So, Master Rui, please take me and give me a child, boy or girl. I will spend 18 to 20 years raising him to be excellent, clean from the very beginning. What an excellent king! Then I abdicate. After that, I fake my death, and like Kikij, I come to live with you. Anyway, we still have over 200 years left, don't we? Both those with the dragon god bloodline, and the first generation of new humans have lifespans exceeding 240 years. You? Zhongli Rui gasped. What about the second path? The second path is for me to spend 4 years nurturing Sakuma to be sufficiently excellent. Then, with the Elder Council at its core, I will take over the entire kingdom. From then on, the kingdom will be renamed a republic. I, as the last king who abdicates and returns power to the people, will accompany you. Zero Anjo, backstage. Aisha, who took over the surveillance, the 2 pregnant women had gone to sleep, gasped, oh my god. Zhongli Rui's expression was incredibly conflicted. The determination Saren displayed before him made his heart tremble. Saren, thank you for your sincerity. But there's still one problem. I don't want to hide it from you. I am now not only your teacher, your former master, and the chief executive of your ally, but also. Grandma told me. She agreed, Saren said calmly. Her affairs, my sister's affairs, I don't care. Master Rui, as long as I'm with you, I don't care about anything else. Zhongli Rui sighed softly, then contacted Naya telepathically. Naya, what do you think? Lil Rui, do you want to see Saren die? Naya asked calmly. Huh? I just tested her. She loves you so much she can ignore the fear of death. But do you think this queen has loyal subjects behind her? The dragon guards haven't suffered much. Saren has been kind to them. But what about the 700 wolf guards? What if one day they find out that Saren was deceived by Turtu, that she caused the deaths of 20,000 of them, leaving only 700, and that 2.5 million people in the desert died because of her in the insect hive? Do you want to see how horribly Saren dies then? I guarantee that the wolf guard's female lord, Aruna, will be the first to kill Saren. When that happens, even if you drive your Xianyuan to save her, it will be too late. A scene flashed before Zhongli Rui's eyes. He had traveled thousands of miles to rescue her, but he was still too late. Saren lay in a pool of blood, and the surrounding rebellious people dared not approach him. He held Saren in his arms, tears streaming down his face, and howled to the heavens, filled with regret. Ujia's real-time monitoring, Master's mental pollution level 18%, type fear. Xiao Rui, what do you think? Naya, what you said makes sense. But there's another problem. If I were to? What about Kikij? She's pregnant, how am I supposed to tell her? You underestimate my genius Kikij. Let me tell you something else. The novel Saren reads every day, The Return of the Condor Heroes, was deliberately given to Saren by Kikij before she came to the south. This? Zhongli Rui was shocked. Saren's current state was orchestrated by Kikij? Isn't this betraying her sister? Kikij is saving her sister. And should she wait to be discovered, only to be killed in a rebellion one day? Or should she voluntarily retire after successfully rebuilding the kingdom? Which is better? Let me tell you, if Kikij's plan succeeds, her family will still retain a good, ridiculous reputation. The 2 sisters, because of their infatuation with the emperor, will return power to the people? Then, with historians and novelists praising them and covering it up, no one will bother to investigate that mess from back then. You see, That's the excellent Kikij. I know how grand her vision is. Her IQ is also 146, very good. Kikij's IQ is 146, Zhonglirui's IQ is 149. Currently the highest on Blue Star is Bai Lingxin at 159. The highest in the history of this work is Albert Einstein at 166, Zhonglirui. Question mark. Naya sighed softly. Xiao Rui, I know that your feelings for Saren are mostly familial, with little romantic love. But even if it's about saving the child and maintaining stability in the neighboring country, you wouldn't want to be holding Saren's corpse and weeping and wailing one day, would you? I understand. Zhonglirui silently ended the telepathic communication. He looked up at the queen before him. At this moment, the expectant light in Saren's eyes had dimmed somewhat. In the darkness, Saren watched with surprise as Zhonglirui raised his hand to his face. He gently wiped away his tears, then hugged himself. Saren trembled with emotion. Zhonglirui comforted Saren while holding him, sighing softly. Saren, come with me. However, our path won't be easy. We can't make our relationship public for quite some time. I do. Saren used all her strength to push Zhonglirui onto the bed, kissing him passionately. Master, I do. No matter how long, I'm willing to wait. What? Thank you. I love you. What? Saren shed tears of happiness, weeping freely on Zhonglirui's chest. Why are you still calling me master? Call me Arui. I like calling you master. Master Arui, please punish me. What? Saren, my dear, from this day forward, my sword will be wielded for the people, and also for you. I will cherish you. I will pity you. I will raise you. From this day forward, you are mine. Saren answered with immense joy, then her snake body coiled around him. A snake's coiling power is 2 to 4 tons? Zhonglirui smiled bitterly. He couldn't escape now. Never mind, Naya was right. He couldn't bear to watch Saren die. Yu Jia smiled and activated Do Not Disturb mode. Lingyan Prefecture backstage. Aisha looked up and sighed softly. Saren, this true royalty, has had such a miserable life. She was killed by her uncle and resurrected like this, and now she's saved her people but constantly risks being killed for rebellion. I, the nominal queen mother, am much better off than her, this center queen who could die at any moment. Sayarui, this time, I won't scold you. Live well. This absurd world. Late at night, the two of them, their emotions temporarily receding. Zhonglirui stroked Saren's hair. Saren, I chose B for your proposal just now. 18 years is too long. I don't want you to stay in danger for so long. Saren was startled, then exclaimed excitedly, Master, thank you so much for caring about my safety. After you advocate, come to Lingyan Prefecture too. Zhonglirui affectionately stroked her head. I protect you and Kikij. Okay. Chapter 567. A winter morning in the Aegean Sea. Master, wake up. Your succubus, Miss Little Fish, is here to wake you. She arrived in your room in 120 seconds. Hurry and change the queen's clothes. Yu Jia urged. Zhonglirui suddenly woke up, only then remembering that Saren beside him was now 100% unarmored. Moreover, that armor is unreliable. It's supposed to be a semi-transparent battle robe for the final showdown at night, and a cloak. Is there anything in the room she can wear? Only your white shirt. Her lower body is a snake, so it's not a big problem. Saren, wake up! Master, I still want more. Saren was clearly still half asleep, sweetly lingering in bed. Damn it! Zhonglirui activated his speed boost, moving at 3 times the human speed, roughly dressing Saren in the shirt and cloak, then placing her beside the table. He himself frantically put on his armor-fitting jumpsuit, then donned the armor, and in Saren's bewildered expression, instantly had Yu Jia pull up data charts of the supplies Long Zhanya had brought, population data of the Holy Land, and city maps, etc. In the blink of an eye, Zhongliyu happily opened the door. Dad, the sun's high in the sky. Get up. Hey! Queen Saren, what brings you here? Are you having a meeting? Wearing golden armor, Zhonglirui said seriously to Saren. Ah? Where was I? This time, we brought about 200 tons of supplies. The Taotai didn't transport many weapons or troops this time, mainly food and basic necessities. Based on minimum consumption, this should increase the Athenian people's minimum survival food reserves by about 6 months. However, living off these reserves is not a long-term solution. Saren, who hadn't even had time to wash up, was already working at lightning speed, based on the experience of our royal people in establishing a camp at Qilong Lake, we should first prioritize developing industries that can quickly obtain food, such as livestock breeding and fishing. Once survival is secured, we can gradually expand into agriculture. Furthermore, given that this location is within Athens city limits, while carrying out the above work, we can gradually reclaim key functional buildings in the city, such as wind power stations, machinery repair shops, ammunition production facilities, and hardware processing plants. This will create a positive synergistic effect. Zhongli Yunyu looked on in astonishment. Dad, you worked too hard. Meeting with Queen Saren so early in the morning? Zhongli Rui and Saren exchanged a glance and smiled slyly. After seeing Xiao Yu off, Queen Saren looked at Zhongli Rui with amusement. Master Rui, do you have a particular fondness for non-human girls? Saren, why do you say that? Master, haven't you noticed that you, the fourth Demon King, are almost becoming real? Most of the girls around you now aren't normal people, are they? Zhongli Rui was startled, then made a face as if his leg bone had broken. It seemed Saren's words hit the nail on the head. Saren and Kikij were demigod snake girls. Yu Jia was an AI female soul, or perhaps a technologically advanced female ghost. Naya was a female evil god from the Cthulhu pantheon, who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. His adopted daughter, Zhongli Yunyu, was a low-budget version of a succubus. And then, there's that nauseating ally, the biomother whale Ningjiang. Only Di Sinyan and the others are normal. Wait, they're not normal either. Strictly speaking, I, Di Sinyan, Lu Yisan, and the Chen sisters can be considered the first generation of new humans, or you could say, perfect zombies. The whole group isn't human. I was tricked into wearing this title of fourth demon king by Ning Yin, and now, it's real. Yu Jia secretly chuckled in the data world. Master, you learned from Liang, the grand commander of the new Life Phone Kingdom. He was a hoodlum who wore his deceased lover's police badge and pretended to be the Doomsday Sheriff, eventually becoming the real savior of the new Life Phone Kingdom. You've been tricked by Ning Yin for so long that you become a genuine demon king, ha ha ha. But why do you think I'm a female ghost? Okay, searching for Lu Zhenzi's appearance. Loading complete. Zhongli Rui stammered awkwardly, Well, taking advantage of the absence of others, Saren stealthily kissed Zhongli Rui's cheek, smiling. I know, my sister told me, Master, your love is immense. Thank you. Zhongli Rui sighed softly, and returned the kiss on Saren's forehead. Saren sweetly embraced him in response. Backstage in Ling'an Prefecture. Aisha picked up her cup of floral tea, smiling, a kiss on the forehead. Mainly out of protective instincts. Hee Arui, you mighty and mighty Batu. Do you want to protect the poor little queen whose country has been destroyed? I got the theme for the next chapter of the novel. She opened a social media platform and, under the pseudonym Dr. Weirdos, continued updating. At this moment, a starred fan, Aries' beloved apprentice Shi-chan, sent a private message. Shi-chan, Dr. Strange, what terrible thing did the unruly human emperor do today, becoming a public enemy of women? Dr. Strange, why do you always think the human emperor is a public enemy of women? Shi-chan, according to the historical records in the public live streams, and the chapters you updated, Dr. Strange, isn't he the worst kind of scumbag? Dr. Strange, you child, haven't you considered that these girls genuinely love him and willingly follow him? Shi-chan, impossible, absolutely impossible. Besides, are all the men in the world dead? Why would they do this? Dr. Strange, coincidentally, the male-to-female ratio on the entire planet is now distorted to 1 minute and 3.5 seconds. Men haven't all died, but there are far fewer women. Shi-chan, what? You're lying. Dr. Strange, I'm a professional scientist. These are all real data. In the worst-hit country, Sapporo, the ratio is 1 to 5, almost a land of women. For a long time to come, girls really might not be able to find husbands. Shijiang, ? Dr. Strange, child, this world is so broken. You might insist that there's only one truth. That's true. But as you mature and experience more, you realize that the one truth has many facets. You might disagree with other things. But take my experience as an example. If it weren't for what you consider King Zhou, who rescued me from hell with his army, I would have died from exhaustion, even if I hadn't been eaten by the monsters. I was unconsciously being used as a breeding ground for bat people for almost a year. If I weren't so utterly wicked, I even considered whether to be with him. Heh. Never mind. Shijiang, you guys have really been brainwashed by him. Dr. Strange, whether you've been brainwashed or not, you can verify it yourself. You're in Greece now, right? His Majesty the Emperor and his army are there as reinforcements. Go verify it yourself. Shijiang didn't reply. Inside the Ares palace, Luoshi, with a complex expression, put down her phone. Luoshi, what are you thinking about? Is the Silver Star Sand ready? Kiki urged. Ah? It's ready. Sigh, there aren't enough electronic components right now. Many mass-produced iron St. cloths can't be repaired. Kiki looked at the numerous battered and severely damaged mass-produced iron St. cloths on the side of the Ares temple, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. For an hour, Kiki and Luoshi were repairing the cloths. During a break, Luoshi couldn't help but ask Kiki, Master, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Emperor Zhonglirui, what kind of person do you think he is? Chapter 568. Kiki was startled, momentarily losing his composure. He grabbed Luoshi, saying, Disciple, don't approach the human emperor. He's dangerous. Luoshi was taken aback. Master, I heard that the human emperor Zhonglirui only has the strength of half a beginner-level bronze saint, right? What's so scary about him? Disciple, the human emperor Zhonglirui, like his holiness the Pope, is a god-slayer. Moreover, I am no match for him. Impossible. Luoshi was stunned. Master, you are so powerful. How could you not be his match? Kiki sighed slightly, touched Luoshi's brow, and shared a portion of the footage of his previous drawn stalemate with Zhonglirui using his cosmos. Ah? Master, your starlight extinction was completely blocked. This, even the Pope might not be able to. Say his fighting style excels in attack, not defense. He wins countless battles through offense and the plot-driven invincibility cheat, lol. Behind Emperor Zhonglirui, there is the phantom of an unknown, powerful evil god. Moreover, this evil god is even more powerful than Athena. I sense that this evil god seems to possess the aura of a mortal enemy of our Jameer clan. Ah! Then, wasn't Athena deceived by the emperor? He brought an army capable of slaying gods, and such a powerful super artifact. What exactly is he trying to do in our sanctuary? Luoshi covered her mouth in horror. Kiki shook his head. I don't know what Athena is thinking either. With her power and wisdom, what I know, she must also know. So, I always been confused as to why Athena, knowing all this, remains indifferent. Luoshi, Master, what do we do? Luoshi, stay away from Emperor Zhonglirui. Remember? Yes. Luoshi, heavy-hearted, left the Ares palace to find materials for the St. cloths. The truth isn't always the same. Is Emperor Zhonglirui dangerous? The words of the strange doctor and his master only fueled the curiosity of this Jameer St. Cloth repairman. Just then, Long Feng appeared outside the Ares palace. Huh? Long Feng? What brings you here? Luoshi asked curiously. I come to deliver a St. Cloth for repair. The dragon shield was slightly damaged during the battle with the behemoth. Also, His Holiness the Pope, Seiya, along with Father, Shiryu, sought out Kiki-sensei to discuss a grand plan with His Majesty the Emperor, Zhonglirui. I come to deliver a message. They discussed a grand plan with His Majesty the Emperor? Yes, it seems the saints are going to expand. So, they're talking about creating some kind of iron saints? Iron saints? Luoshi was stunned. Who suggested this? My master, and I don't even have enough materials right now. Where would we get the materials to make extra mass-produced iron St. cloths? Long Feng spread his hands. His Majesty the Human Emperor and Queen Saren of the Golden Court? The Human Emperor. It's the Human Emperor again. That damn scoundrel, the public enemy of both men and women, is even giving me a problem. Sister Luoshi, you're a bit unfair to His Majesty the Human Emperor this time. Long Feng looked embarrassed. His Majesty the Human Emperor has prepared what can be considered mythical-level equipment for those Iron Saints. Of course, it can't compare to bronze cloths. But I think it's enough for those newly recruited Iron Saints. You think mythical equipment is so easy to get? Luoshi charged at Long Feng like an angry wild boar. Do you know how difficult it was for my master and me to repair your Saint cloths? Huh? You're just talking without understanding the pain. It's been 2 years, and my master and I are repairing your Saint cloths again. He was on the front lines during this great battle, and almost died. How can you say such heartless things? Long Feng tilted his head, and waited for Luoshi to finish his outburst before weakly saying, but this time, I think the Human Emperor is right. This equipment is actually quite reliable. You mean, what did that scumbag emperor use to make Saint cloths for the new recruits? During the Battle of Thermopylae, didn't His Majesty the Emperor lead his army to kill 10 behemoths? When cleaning up the battlefield, there were still 7 corpses left, each as big as a small mountain. His Majesty the Emperor's idea is that we skin the behemoths and make mythical grade leather armor for the Iron Saints. Huh? Mythical beast, behemoth hide? To make mythical leather armor? Luoshi was stunned. Long Feng nodded, smiling in agreement. Luoshi, you weren't at Thermopylae, so you don't know how powerful that behemoth is. According to the joint analysis of His Holiness the Pope, His Majesty the Human Emperor, Father, and Tina, this behemoth may have been an enemy of dragons in history and has enormous resistance to energy attacks. Even His Majesty the Human Emperor's mecha main cannon laser cannon couldn't instantly kill this behemoth. I think this method will work. Today, the Human Emperor's troops and the Saint Seiya's soldiers on rotation all happily went to skin it. Luoshi's voice suddenly weakened. Such precious materials, making leather armor for the new recruits. That's a bit extravagant. Long Feng jokingly said, we're so poor right now, we don't even have enough cows to eat, let alone cowhide. That's even more extravagant. Besides, with them, the pressure on us Saint Seiya will be much less. As for making and repairing this, you and Master Gui Gui don't need to bother. We brought in the leather goods merchants and shoemakers from the protected citizens, as well as the technicians from the slaughterhouse. Don't worry, they can handle it. His Majesty the Human Emperor said that for the revival of the ancient Greek kingdom, for the sanctuary, everyone should take action, not just rely on the protection of our existing sanctuary power. The phrase everyone should take action stirred a ripple in Luoshi's heart. Luoshi whispered, I want to get a behemoth leather armor too. Hey, weren't you just complaining? I'm a candidate Saint Cloth repairman. I'm going to supervise the quality. Luoshi turned his head, nostrils flaring, looking arrogant. You, Long Feng smiled gently. So, after Long Feng relayed the message to Gui Gui and retrieved the repaired dragon bronze cloth, Gui Gui nodded, and the three headed to the papal palace. On the way, Luoshi nudged Long Feng with her elbow, gossiping, Hey, you're calling Integra's sister Tina now? So affectionately? Long Feng chuckled and scratched the back of his head. You better keep a close eye on her. Aren't you afraid she'd be seduced by that scumbag emperor while you're gone? Luoshi teased. Upon hearing this, Long Feng's expression changed drastically, becoming extremely nervous. He said to Gugui and Luoshi, Teacher Gugui, Luoshi, I realized I have something to attend to, I have to head back. The next moment, he sped away. Luoshi was both amused and exasperated. Panicked already? Gugui approached Luoshi and gently flicked her forehead. Ouch, it hurts. Master, what are you doing? You, just bullying honest Long Feng like this. Gui was both annoyed and amused. These kids. The nearly 50-year-old Gui sighed slightly. Rationally, he agreed with the Human Emperor's proposal today. It did indeed seem like a very constructive solution proposed by a technically astute ruler. But what, then, lay the unfathomable darkness behind the Human Emperor? He frowned and continued on his way. Chapter 569. Sanctuary, Papal Palace, Front Hall. After Kiki and Inkra, the last two gold saints, arrived, the joint meeting of the Great Qian Sanctuary, Golden Court officially began. Neither Athena nor Nyarlathotep appeared at this meeting. The two goddess best friends stayed in the Papal Palace, back hall, drinking tea and chatting. Papal Palace, back hall. Sister, is this all right? Saori, Athena, dressed in a pure hemipure robe and cloak, elegantly sipped the green tea provided by the Great Qian. Don't worry, your little pope and my little emperor are both capable. Let the men handle the business. Isn't it nice for us to sit here elegantly as goddesses, sipping tea? Nyarlathotep, dressed in a fiery red Gothic noblewoman's gown, put down her teacup and smiled equally elegantly. Don't spoil them too much. Let them handle the specific tasks. That way, men will grow and become reliable. Old lady, your little Rui is still young, but Seiya and Shiryu are both over 50, and Kiki is almost 50. Hey, should I ask my little Rui to bite them all too? That way, at least they still have 80 to 100 years left to live, right? Better than that Misapitha technique you passed on to Doko in your previous life. Minos is much more reliable. You wouldn't want your Seiya meditating under a waterfall every day, would you? I think about it. We also need to respect their opinions. Of course. You know that's how Xiao Rui does it. He always consults before converting normal people into new humans. Of course, saving zombies is an exception. Saori, Athena, smiled. His principal wife, Disinyan, has truly raised him into an upright man. He's upright, but not rigid. Compared to him, your Seiya has only recently started to see the light. By the way, how's that matter going? Have you decided on a candidate? Do I even need to consider that? Aren't the young couple the most suitable? Saori blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Nyarlathotep. Oh, you mean that kid who's always spying outside the front hall, worried every night that my Arue might harm his beautiful, mature, Minotaur fiancé? And Sai, that alchemist from the Mu continent under your command, he's always worried I might harm you. Oh my, the way they worry every day, it's hilarious, ha ha. Saori smiled awkwardly but elegantly. Sister, even after thousands of years, you still enjoy watching the various aspects of life so much? Nyarlathotep chuckled. Whether you're human or a god, the most important thing is to be happy. Saori nodded elegantly. I agree, that's great wisdom. Papal Palace, Front Hall. Zhong Leroy's great Xia Dragon Sparrow battle armor projected this morning's charts into the air. Of course, some troop data had now been added, including information like behemoth hide resources. Based on my discussions with Queen Saren this morning regarding the experience of the Golden Quartz revival, the sanctuary should first establish a suitable production zone in Athens, under the joint action of the Allied forces. Once the production zone is established, I suggest the sanctuary proceed in 2 steps. Saya said, Your Majesty, your suggestion to recruit some of the zombie-like citizens restored at Thermopylae as Iron Saints under the name of Athena's call. I just discussed this with Shiryu, and it's feasible. Sending people to the Thermopylae battlefield to skin the behemoths, and make mythical leather armor for them, is also no problem. This is your first step, right? So what's the second step? Zhong Leroy glanced at Saren, then said seriously, Once the production zone is stable, and the new military force is ready, then it's a matter of daily life. Next, I suggest you prioritize developing industries that can quickly obtain food, such as animal husbandry and fishing. These can be done by mobilizing those zombie-like citizens who have it enlisted. Saren smiled elegantly. Zhong Leroy's strategy at this moment was practically a rehash of what he had said in a moment of panic that morning. Let the people fish and raise livestock. Won't they become zombies if they get injured? Ingra asked. Don't worry, the awakened citizens won't be reinfected and become zombies, Zhong Leroy replied with a smile. Because we knew humans can also be called perfect zombies. Indra, we are already zombies. How could we become zombies again? Zhong Leroy answered in a half-joking tone, giving Ingra an amused look. Ingra immediately recalled the embarrassing embrace, and the robot iron restraint from that day, and her face turned slightly red. Long Feng, peeking from the doorway, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He clenched his fists in fury. Luoshi, also peeking, shook his head. Zhong Leroy continued explaining his revitalization strategy. On this basis, after ensuring survival, we will gradually expand agriculture. Furthermore, given our location within Athens, while carrying out the above work, we can gradually reclaim key functional buildings in the city, such as wind power stations, machine repair shops, ammunition production facilities, and hardware processing plants. When conditions permit, we can then restore facilities like hospitals and schools. Following this step-by-step, steady approach, we will gradually transform this refugee camp-like sanctuary and Athens back into a modern, civilized city. Upon hearing this, Saya's heart surged with hope and pride. He asked Zhongli Rui, Brother Rui, is this how your Lingen prefecture was restored? Zhongli Rui nodded, Senior Saya, yes. I spent 2 years rebuilding it from a first community of 24 people into a city of 50,000. I believe that with your 1,000 plus saints now, your restoration speed is definitely faster than mine. Shiria laughed heartily, ha ha ha, well said. Well said. At this moment, Ingra was also awestruck and captivated by the hopeful and promising vision Zhongli Rui had described. Her beautiful green eyes shone brightly. The composed Kiki, after listening to Zhongli Rui's grand strategy for restoration, nodded with emotion. At this moment, he was truly impressed by Zhongli Rui's genuine talent. However, he felt a deep sense of regret. If only the human emperor hadn't been corrupted by that dark power. He could have become a true beacon of light, like Pope Saya. He sighed, using his true sight again to look at Zhongli Rui. The human emperor still possessed a clear presence of dark power. But why was this power so much weaker now? Where did this power go? Just as he was thinking this, a scene of utter horror appeared in Kiki's vision. That incredibly powerful aura of the evil god had already reached Athena's side. He sensed that Athena wasn't wearing her god cloth. His pupils instantly lost focus. This was a brilliant conspiracy. The human emperor, Zhongli Rui, had successfully drawn away himself and all the gold saints with his perfect explanation of the Greek homeland revitalization plan, while the incredibly powerful evil god had seized the opportunity to directly reach the unsuspecting Athena. The evil god succeeded. Athena is about to be kidnapped again, laughs, Athena, Saori Kito, is a professional kidnapper in history. Kiki suddenly retreated, casually ripping off his cloak to reveal the Ares gold cloth. His body shone with a dazzling golden cosmos. The undying evil emperor. Zhongli Rui. Unknown evil god. Release our goddess Athena. Zhongli Rui. Question mark. Me? The undying evil emperor. What the hell is this? Father! Concentrate. This old mountain man from the Pamir Plateau has gone mad. Tana warned from within the emperor's banner. At the same time, the emperor's banner automatically unfolded its third form. Master. Be careful in battle. According to film and television materials, Kiki-sensei is skilled in prolonged battles. Yu Jia also warned from within the armor. Zhongli Rui, trying to remain calm, said to Kiki, Kiki-sensei, is there some misunderstanding between us? Seiya, at this moment, raised his hand and said, Kiki, stop. How can you treat our most steadfast and noble ally like this? What kind of behavior is this? I issue this order by the Pope's decree. You, stop. Seeing Seiya's order, Shiryu and Inkra dared not make a move. Kiki, however, feigned madness, saying, Seiya, you claim to love Athena. Do you know you're doing something you regret for the rest of your life? Do you know? My Jamir clan's special sensory abilities allow me to sense that evil god is in the back hall. You're stopping me now, threatening the powerful evil god who is approaching Saturn, which will be detrimental to Athena. Seiya, if you still act like a pope, come with me to save Athena, instead of stopping me here. Seiya, looking at Kiki's current state, a state he himself had countless times assumed in a do-or-die battle, shaked his head with a wry smile. Kiki, you truly are Athena's loyal subject. That's good. However, the great goddess behind you is Saori's friend, and also Queen Saren's nominal grandmother. She is the noble. A cloud of black mist burst forth, 8 powerful tentacles gleaming with sapphire light, carrying energy resembling a dark cosmos fluctuation, and grabbed Kiki, who was wearing the Ares gold cloth. Aya! Kiki screamed in midair. Who goes there? Shiryu and Inkra immediately ignited their cosmos, preparing to fight. My sister's little pope, what grandmother? You're making me sound old. Nyarlathotep, wielding the chaos scythe, and dressed in a red dress, angrily retorted to Seiya. Seiya, embarrassed, said, Great goddess, I'm sorry. Ah, that's more like it. Nyarlathotep nodded slightly in satisfaction, then looked at Kiki, who was entangled and unable to break free in the air. Oh, isn't this the descendant of the alchemist faction of the wizard clan, who fled from the Mu continent to the Jamir Plateau? It seems you weren't satisfied with just bullying my cheap aunt back then, and now you want to provoke me? Kiki stared at Nyarlathotep, his mind reeling, and managed to speak with difficulty. So you are a member of the same clan as the great old ones, the dragon god of the end times, Meipo no Reijin, the thousand-faced outer god, Nyarlathotep. Hee, you finally recognize me. Nyarlathotep deliberately added fuel to the fire, increasing the intensity of her mimetic dark cosmo, causing the air currents to surge. Evil outer god. What are you trying to do? Kiki roared resolutely. At this moment, Athena emerged from the back hall, holding the scepter of victory. Sister, I'm sorry, my communication with my subordinate was poor, and you witnessed this embarrassment. Little sister. Naya's tone instantly shifted to a pleading and aggrieved one. Look at your stubborn little brother's subordinate. He ruined our good mood for the goddess tea party. Saori, Athena, smiled wryly. I'm so sorry, sister. I make him apologize to you. Seiya and Zhongli Rui wore wry smiles. Shiryu and Inkra looked puzzled. Kiki, however, hadn't recovered from the shock, looking like his CPU was about to overheat. Meanwhile, Ryo and Luoshi, who were peeking through the doorway, were terrified. Luoshi trembled, a super-powerful evil god comparable to Saturn. What did I see? Ryo also trembled. Koga, did you see that? We're in big trouble again. Chapter 570. Kiki, thank you for your loyalty. But it's alright, Nyarlathotep is my best friend. I known her for over 2,500 years, even before the first battle of Thermopylae. This time, she and her first apostle, Lil Rui, came at my invitation to help save the sanctuary from its crisis. Saori, Athena, said gently to Kiki, don't be hostile anymore. Nyarlathotep doesn't want to hurt you at all right now. If she got serious, I wouldn't stand a chance. Just now she really was. Have some tea with me. Kiki, huh? Nearly 50-year-old Kiki felt his brain was about to explode. So the clown was him. At that moment, Nyarlathotep looked at Kiki with disdain. Little alchemist descendant, Have you been concerned about the so-called dark attribute chaotic energy on me and my little Rui Rui? Yes, great God. You stubborn fool. I'm asking you, what attribute is Koga's cosmos, Kiki suddenly remembered that Koga was actually the child of darkness, and his cosmos was fundamentally dark in nature. He possessed a light attribute cosmos because of Athena's influence. So the clown was himself again. But great God, why? Little brother, weren't you so brave just now? Now you don't even dare to ask? Are you trying to ask me? How can an evil god like me do the work of saving the world? Naya said disdainfully, who says I can't save the world? Let me tell you, my lover, the great new era human emperor Zhongli Rui loves the Blue Star world. He wants to rebuild civilization from the apocalypse. So I'm following him, doing my best to save the world. I'm willing, I'm happy. Do you have a problem with that? Indra covered her mouth. Emperor Zhongli Rui, he's Nyarlathotep, one of the 3 pillars of Cthulhu. His lover? My God, this man, even a female demon can. Luo Shi and Long Feng's jaws nearly dropped. Saya and Saori smiled kindly like doting ants. Saren, who knew the truth, simply smiled elegantly. Shirya lowered his guard, a mysterious smile curving his lips. So, the new great Qian emperor has such powerful allies now, huh? I didn't expect that. Zhongli Rui smiled awkwardly but elegantly. Nyarlathotep, it's alright, give me some face and release Kiki-sensei. He misunderstood. Okay. Little Rui Rui. Nyarlathotep said in an exaggeratedly sweet voice. Then, deliberately, he loosened his tentacle, and Kiki fell flat to the ground, covered in dirt. A tentacle shone with a healing green light, and the scratches on Kiki's face quickly healed. Thank you for your forgiveness, great God, Kiki said helplessly, as if all his strength had been drained. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless. What ridiculous thing had he done? Nyarlathotep and the human emperor had saved him, saved his comrades, saved the sanctuary, yet he had almost caused Athena and their strongest ally to turn against each other because of the nature of their energy? Had he ruined the reputation of Ares for 3 generations? Overwhelmed with shame, Kiki knelt before Athena. Athena, I am guilty. I almost ruined everything. I humbly request to resign from my position as Gold Saint of Ares and leave the Ares Palace. Everyone gasped. Kiki removed his armor and saint cloth and solemnly apologized to Nyarlathotep and Zhongli Rui. Great God Nyarlathotep and human emperor Zhongli Rui, please forgive my ignorance and foolishness. Nyarlathotep's mind raced, and he telepathically communicated with Athena. Athena paused, then smiled and nodded. Kiki, obey my command. Yes, sir. From today onwards, you, Indra, and Longfeng will be part of my sanctuary's forces supporting Emperor Zhongli Rui. You will temporarily operate alongside Zhongli Rui's fleet to resolve the disaster caused by the sea goddess of Rhea Kingdom, which has spread across the entire Blue Star, and to stop the forces behind the Creation God Project. Also, you will remain the Gold Saint of Ares. The matter of repairing your cloth will be temporarily entrusted to Luo Shi. Yes. Zhongli Rui was overjoyed. Saori Nichin. Thank you. Rui, no need to thank me. This is not only for you, but for the entire world. After the meeting, Kiki privately approached Zhongli Rui, intending to kneel and apologize again. Zhongli Rui couldn't bear to see the nearly 50-year-old Kiki, though he still looked very young, around 30, kneel before him and quickly stopped him. Your Majesty the Human Emperor. Your Excellency. I am not the Emperor. I have already said so. Your Majesty the Human Emperor, I was foolish and ignorant, not only judging you with my own petty mind, but also almost causing a fatal mistake. I sincerely apologize to you. It's all right. Teacher Gui Gui. I think I figured it out. You never really considered how Nyarlathotep, an evil goddess, could be best friends with Athena, a righteous goddess. Indeed, I'm also very puzzled by this. Zhongli Rui smiled faintly. That's because Nyarlathotep, whom I protect, has one of her titles. Just like Saori Nichin, she is also a goddess of knowledge. Knowledge is power. Moreover, knowledge is knowledge. It has never been divided into good and evil. How could I forget that? No wonder they're best friends. I'm so ignorant. Sigh, Mr. Gugui, don't say that about yourself. You're wise, but everyone has their own area of expertise. It's normal not to know things that aren't your focus. I do know that my Nyarlathotep and Saori's past incarnation knew each other thousands of years ago. Then, Zhongli Rui raised his hand and pointed south. Over in the Mediterranean, in ancient Egypt, Nyarlathotep was the Black Pharaoh there for a long time. Back then, Saori's past incarnation was guarding this sanctuary. They protected everything. Back then, we didn't even know where we were. Nyarlathotep was one of the former incarnations of the Black Pharaoh. Ancient Egypt coexisted with ancient Greece for a long time. Ancient Egypt existed for a long time after the rise of ancient Rome, which replaced Greece as the center of civilization. Kiki, at this moment, said with a wry smile, "It makes sense, very reasonable. It's just that two powerful goddesses of knowledge separated by the Mediterranean Sea became best friends. It's perfectly reasonable, alas. I was shallow." At this moment, Kiki's inner conflict was resolved, and she began to peacefully discuss technical issues with Zhong Lirui. "Teacher Kiki, no worries. Today, Sister Saori sent you, arguably the strongest ordinary human gold saint, to help me. I'm overjoyed. With you here, I have more confidence when the fleet soldiers face the potential threat from the abused Cthulhu artifacts," Zhong Lirui said with emotion. Kiki's expression turned profound. "Your Majesty, why do you need me? Your mecha, in terms of attack, survivability, and defense far surpasses mine, clad in the gold cloth. At Thermopylae, I witnessed your heroic figure. You single-handedly withstood a hail of arrows from a horde of tens of thousands of beasts. If it weren't for your steadfastness, all those saints would have perished. Your Majesty flatters me, but I still couldn't withstand the Quetzalcoatl's extinction ray attack. Your mecha is far more powerful than our saint cloths." Faced with the changes of the new era, the old sanctuary's methods of warfare seem indeed no longer suitable. "Master Kiki, don't say that. Different weapons have different uses and applications. You're a techie, and so am I. Let's speak in a way we can understand. Saint cloths, as mass-produced divine weapons, were developed by the Olympus 3.0 divine civilization, by Hermes, the god of fire, and your ancestors in response to war, a level 3.0 system. A wearable energy weapon that amplifies the microscopic energy of the human body. Is that it? My mecha is essentially the same as your saint cloth. Both are weapons developed to adapt to the changing nature of warfare." Kiki looked shocked. "Yes, the saint cloth is actually a superhuman wearable energy amplification weapon. This isn't magic, it's not metaphysics, it's technology. My weapon excels at fighting giant evil gods and large beasts, and it has specialized defenses against energy weapons." "But," Zhong Lirui looked at Kiki seriously, "Kiki-sensei, I know. And you know what mortals fear most about the Cthulhu god." Kiki suddenly realized, it's the attacks at the level of consciousness and mental power. Ordinary people, upon seeing the Cthulhu god, wouldn't even have the thought of fighting, they'd be driven insane by fear. My forces are strong now. But I'm lonely. Zhong Lirui spread his hands. In my forces, I'm the only powerful human telepath. I worry that if the Creation God Project's people also master this divine power, and weaponize it during the battle with Windwalker Itakwa, then my forces will be weak lambs in the face of such a threat. I need powerful telepaths like you and strong gold saints skilled in defense on the warship to protect them. Only then can I charge forward with peace of mind, right? I see. You truly are a commander who loves his soldiers like his own children." At this moment, Guigui truly understood the purpose of this arrangement, nodding and smiling in agreement. "Your Majesty, rest assured, leave the battle against the evil god's mental attacks on the warship to me." Zhong Lirui shook hands with Guigui with satisfaction. Then, Guigui called out from behind a nearby broken marble pillar, "You little brats, come out. Is it fun playing hide-and-seek in front of the human emperor and me?" At this moment, Long Feng, Ingra, and Luoshi emerged awkwardly from the shadows. "Luoshi, you grown-up. Your master is going to follow His Majesty the human emperor to fight the evil god and save the world. The work of repairing the saint cloths will be temporarily entrusted to you." "Yes, Master. Take care." Zhong Lirui comforted her. "Little Luoshi, don't worry. I'm not having your master charge into battle against a 40-meter tall, 200 km/h evil god that shoots annihilating beams from its eyes. I'm having him protect everyone's minds on my nearly 200-meter long floating warship. You don't need to worry too much." She thought to herself, "You're taking my master to risk his life against such a terrifying evil god, and you're comforting me not to worry? Your Majesty, your way of comforting people seems a bit too peculiar." Chapter 571. That afternoon, aboard the Bishi De. "You're really something," Bai Lingqin said to Zhong Lirui with a smile. "You even invited the legendary heroes of the previous generation of Saint Seiya. But that's really good." Among the powerful Saint Seiya of the previous generation, Kiki-sensei was not only an A-rank telepath, but also the most skilled in group defense. Zhong Lirui's expression was somewhat embarrassed. This process was actually a bit of a fluke, but the result was indeed excellent. Also, there's a minor hidden danger you should deal with. Huh? Zhong Lirui was taken aback. What kind of hidden danger? Bai Lingxin shook her head. You handled it too carelessly last time. Your handsome young junior is practically bursting with green-haired energy lately. What the hell? See for yourself. Bai Lingxin shook her head, and images of secretly observing and jealous and resentful expressions, captured by Long Feng from various angles recently, appeared in the air. At this moment, Bai Lingxin and Zhong Lirui were pulled into the accelerated whirl by Nyarlathotep. They looked closely, and saw Yu Jia was there too. Nyarlathotep, what's wrong? Zhong Lirui asked. It's about what Xiao Bai just reminded me of. Your handling of this was terrible. That day, didn't I deliberately refer to Long Feng as a relative of Integra? How could he possibly misunderstand? Huh? Naya said with a mocking expression. For an ordinary person, doing this wouldn't be a problem. But don't you think about your image in the eyes of the world? A descendant of Wei Wu, a widow lover, a womanizer, a femme fatale, a queen enslaving femme fatale, the sister of a cheating slave queen. And this is before the world knows about you, Xiao Lu, Xiao Bai's 2 daughters, and our affair. Think about what you did at the meeting. You deliberately brought up the treatment, causing Integra's heart to be in turmoil. Look at the mess you made. Little fairy, record and play. Yu Jia tacitly opened the recording replay. Zhong Lirui. Question mark. My reputation is so exaggerated, how come I didn't know? I go and deal with it properly. You made the mistake, deal with it yourself. Nyarlathotep shook her head. Oh right, my friend asked me to discuss something. It's about her and Seiya's child. Zhong Lirui looked troubled. Nyarlathotep, don't tell me that Saori wants me to be the father of her child. You be the father of Saori's child? You actually dare to have such thoughts about Athena? Nyarlathotep flew into a rage, suddenly stepped forward, wrapped Zhong Lirui with her tentacles, and revealed the Chaos Death Scythe. This terrified Yu Jia and Bai Lingxin. I don't care about anyone else. Athena, you're not allowed to have such thoughts about her. Otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands. No. I will make you regret it, experience a pain worse than death. Nyarlathotep, why would I have such feelings for Athena? Zhong Lirui, his consciousness writhing in agony from the strangulation, struggled to speak. I never said I liked her. No. Your initial feelings for me began with fear and submission. But your feelings for her began with worship and admiration. At the very beginning of your consciousness's emotional flow, things were completely unfair between us. I already lost once in this matter. I don't want the person I love to be taken away by her again. Why do you think I'm so good to her? Because the person I once loved was tragically taken away by her forever. Although, it wasn't Athena herself who initiated it. Nyarlathotep roared. Nyarlathotep, calm down. Me calm? How can I be calm? I'm calm enough. The one I once loved, that kind demigod from the Olympus 3.0 mythological civilization. He doesn't love me, he loves Athena. He reincarnates endlessly, forever in the form of Pegasus, guarding my sister's side. In our past lives, his incarnation and my sister's incarnation died in the underworld. In this life, I granted their wish. I even used science to fulfill their wish. To give them a child. I want them to be happy and fulfilled. Don't try to steal my lover anymore. I did all this to use happiness to eliminate all such possibilities. Naya continued to roar. I tried everything. I don't care how many mortal women you have. I don't even care, if you like, I turn them all into demigods, and we can stay together forever. But why? So you finally had this thought too? You're going to betray me too? You're going to fall hopelessly in love with Athena too? Why? Ha! The accelerated world began to tremble. Nyarlathotep screamed, blood and tears appearing in her eyes for the first time. I hate tragedy. Because I am a tragedy myself. Why? Why are you betraying me too? Zhong Lirui's pupils dilated violently. In shock, he finally remembered the information from the movie footage. In fact, the consciousnesses of all the Pegasus Saints were demigods, who had been reincarnated using a technological secret method by the Olympian civilization. And this demigod's consciousness was the son of Kairos, the god of time in the Olympian civilization. So Nyarlathotep had loved him. In other words, Nyarlathotep had loved the soul currently residing in Seiya's body. Naya, because she could never have what she wanted, became an eternal tragedy. So, her obsessive desire for happy endings, creating one after another, was it all to fill the eternal void in her heart? Is this mentality any different from that of her adopted granddaughter, Kikij, who initially allowed herself and Luciolia to be together, only to later deceive herself by wanting to become her son's godmother? Bai Lingxin, terrified, sat down on the ground. My god, the most terrifying Yandra on the entire planet has acted up. Naya smiled eerily, holding a scythe. I can't stop this trend. Rather than waiting for you to betray me in the future, I destroy you myself. Don't worry, I will personally protect the world you love. Go in peace. My beloved. Xiao Rui. Yu Jia desperately mobilized all her computing power, trying to stop Naya again. Just as Nyar was about to knock her away, Zhonglirui roared, Nyar. My love. Look at me! Stop hurting yourself. Yu Jia. Stop. Nyar, Yu Jia, and Bai Lingxin, who had fallen to the ground, all stopped at the same time. I read The Return of the Condor Heroes, Saint Seiya, and Titanic. I admire and yearn for that kind of unwavering love, but that doesn't mean I fall in love with the heroines in those books. Nyar, look at me! You are my god, and I am yours. I do admire your best friend Athena, but I sincerely love you. I may not be a faithful person, but I am still a man of true feelings. Nyar, I will end your tragedy. I will protect your dreams. Nyar, the girl before me is kind. I will not betray you. The stars are my witness. Nyarlathotep's scythe vanished. High-level data body repair technique. I'm sorry. Xiao Rui, I'm so sorry. Nyarlathotep released Zhongli Rui's consciousness, only then realizing that traces of data were dissipating. I heal you right now. I'm sorry, okay, MMM. Zhongli Rui, just released, forcefully kissed Nyarlathotep, then let go. If you're worried, read it yourself. My current feelings, my decisions, and everything true. Nyarlathotep carefully read Zhongli Rui's true thoughts and smiled happily. At this moment, the kind you before me, Nyarlathotep, remember this, you deserve happiness. Together, we will create a new world. Yes. Bai Lingxin and Yu Jia exchanged glances, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Naya said apologetically to Bai Lingxin and Yu Jia, I'm sorry everyone, I almost lost my temper again. Bai Lingxin smiled, Goddess, you must have faith in Xiao Rui. He's a reliable man. Yu Jia calculated for a moment and revealed the data. Goddess, Master is dissatisfied and resistant to the idea of becoming a father to Miss Saori and Seiya's child. However, he can't win against you, so he had no choice but to make sarcastic remarks like that just now. Zhongli Rui was shocked. Yu Jia, what nonsense are you talking about? Bai Lingxin, however, secretly showed a hint of admiration for Yu Jia in that instant. After hearing this, Naya wasn't angry at all. Instead, she chuckled teasingly. So you're just unhappy? I thought you were thrilled. Hearing Naya's words, Zhonglirui seemed to understand Yu Jia's meaning, and said even more awkwardly, Oh, you think I'd be happy to raise your ex's and your best friend's child? Look at Long Feng, he was furious just because he thought his wife had feelings for me. Naya quickly adopted a fawning tone. Don't be angry, I didn't ask you to raise the child. Let me tell you, Xiao Rui, I successfully convinced my sister to let Ryuhu and Ingra, those two dim-witted loyal subordinates of hers, raise her and Seiya's child. And when the child grows up, we use the story of Doko raising Shiryu as a plot device to encourage Ryuhu to happily raise the child and make him his apprentice. What do you think? After a long silence, Zhongli Rui weakly said, They say best friends are enemies. I believe it. This is a magnificent revenge. Naya, with a smug expression, said, Oh, look at me, how great. She stole my ex, and I already arranged the future school district for their child. A family of renowned teachers, huh? Aren't I amazing, my dear little Rui Rui? Zhongli Rui was both amused and exasperated. You're too incredible. Hee, then it's settled. Go find that handsome young man, with the green hair who's about to explode and explain things clearly, and also convey the arrangements and instructions of our two goddesses. Okay, help me. This isn't harming anyone, it's good for everyone, right? Zhongli Rui thought to himself, I don't believe you for a second. You mischievous and cunning thousand-faced god. Fine, I'm your apostle, I do it. Anyway, I think Long Feng and that green-haired girl from the Life Feng Kingdom, Integra's hair is green, haha, will actually be very honored. Everyone satisfied, that's good. Chapter 572. Important note, this is a parallel world. Both gods and saints are generally much weaker than in the original story. Bronze saints are basically only at the level of street fighting, while a few gold saints possess the combat power of tactical level superheroes. That evening, in the sanctuary, inside the Ares temple, Long Feng looked troubled. Luo Shi, wearing the behemoth leather armor, stepped forward and patted Long Feng on the shoulder. Hey Long Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Luo Shi why are you stammering? Someone asked me out. Huh? Luo Shi was taken aback. Are you going? Long Feng looked troubled. Yes, I have to. But I'm really not sure. How am I going to face him? How am I going to tell him? Luo Shi's expression instantly turned to disdain. Ha, you said the human emperor was a womanizer before. Look at yourself. You already have Sister Integra, and in this state, you still dare to accept someone else's invitation? You men, you're so fickle. Womanizers. Scumbags. Doesn't your conscience hurt? No. Long Feng cried out. What? Luo Shi retorted rapidly. Didn't you say you had a date with your sweetheart, and you had no choice but to go? Tell me, who invited you? Confess. Long Feng was even more troubled, his head drooping. His Majesty the Human Emperor. It was him. He invited me tonight, to the sanctuary. What? The Human Emperor. Ah? What does he want you to do? Is he trying to show you up or confront you? This man is terrifying. He wouldn't be a collector, wanting to unlock another female gold Saint achievement, would he? You know what? I saw it at the meeting today. He exchanged glances with Queen Saren and Sister Ingra. He's a terrifying man who can even seduce a female evil god. Stop talking. Long Feng clutched his head in anguish. Luo Shi, please stop. You're making me want to die. Now that W is gone, I can't beat him. I heard that not only your master's ultimate move, but even the Pope's atomic lightning speed fist was blocked by his Emperor's banner. And you haven't seen it. How invincible the Emperor is on the battlefield. I don't want to lose Tina. Long Feng felt increasingly aggrieved and sat down on the steps, on the verge of tears. Alright. Here's what we do. Tonight, I'm going to record his face. If he dares to force you to separate from Sister Indra, I post the video online and ruin his reputation. Long Feng looked up at Luo Shi with pleading eyes. Luo Shi, thank you. TCH, look at you like that. Be more energetic tonight. Okay. Inside the Ares Palace, the cloaked Gui Gui shook his head and walked out. Night, outside the Libra Palace. With a heart full of trepidation, Long Feng arrived at the agreed location to wait. Shortly afterward, the golden Zhong Lirui, riding on blue plasma jets, landed steadily in front of Long Feng. Actually, on the way here, Zhong Lirui had already noticed 3 people spying on him from the shadows. Luo Shi at 12 o'clock, 20 meters away, seemingly holding a recording phone, Ingra at 2 o'clock, 22 meters away, and Gui Gui at 10 o'clock, 30 meters away. Master, are they ambushing you? Yu Jia asked. This doesn't look like an ambush at all. None of the 3 are wearing saint cloths. I think it's just too many gossipy onlookers. Need the cloaked robot guards for protection? Don't worry, no need. After landing, Zhong Lirui looked calmly at Long Feng, who wasn't wearing his saint cloth at the moment. Yo, little brother Long Feng. Respected. The Supreme Chief Executive of the new Great Qian Dynasty, the new eras. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Rui. Long Feng was a little surprised by Zhong Lirui's easygoing manner. However, in this situation, he really couldn't bring himself to call him brother. There's no need to be so formal, little brother Long Feng. Zhong Lirui smiled kindly. At this moment, Luo Shi, while taking photos with a 150x zoom, thought to himself, Long Feng, this is a rhetorical trap. Don't yell, or you be even less impressive and fall into his trap. Finally, Long Feng said seriously, Your Excellency Chief Executive Zheng Lirui, you jest. I wouldn't dare. Hey, why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. Okay, then, Bronze Saint Long Feng, now, I ask you to relax, don't be so tense, okay? Don't look like you're having a spasm, little brother from Lushan. Yes. Chief Executive Zheng Li. What brings you here today? Yes, 3 very important things. And the last one isn't just about you. Long Feng's heart clenched, and Luo Shi, who was secretly taking photos from a distance, also perked up his ears. Alright, let me start with the first thing. Brother Long Feng, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Do you think I have designs on your fiancé, or any improper thoughts? Zhong Lirui said calmly. Long Feng stiffened, his eyes darting around, but he still forced a smile and said, I didn't think that. Zhong Lirui chuckled and waved his hand. Alright, it's written all over your face. Long Feng, Your Majesty, the Honorable Human Emperor, may I ask what you mean? Long Feng asked bravely after a moment of silence. No beating around the bush. This is the sacred domain of the Honorable Athena, and the great god Nyarlathotep, whom I protect, is also here. The new human emperor, Zhong Lirui. Batu, have no interest in your fiancée, Indra. Zhong Lirui cut to the chase. Huh? Long Feng was stunned. I know, things were urgent at the time, and I might have handled some things rather hastily, causing misunderstandings. But that wasn't my intention. First of all, when I rescued your fiancé that day, did you think I just happened to arrive? Long Feng hesitated before asking, Your Majesty, wasn't that right? Oh, it was Sister Saori. She contacted me to quickly rescue your fearless fiancé. She's really ruthless to herself. She even came with Wang's severed arm. If I hadn't come, your wife would have been blasted to smithereens by teacher Gui Gui. Long Feng and Luoshi, who was hiding, both showed embarrassed expressions. Inkra's face immediately fell. And Gui Gui, further away, was also somewhat embarrassed. Look, Sister Saori, how much she cares for you all, Zhong Lirui said seriously. I see this. Long Feng scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He knew that Saori, as the incarnation of Athena, had indeed always been very protective of her subordinates. Secondly, you seem to mind some of the movements I made during treatment, right? Zhong Lirui looked directly into Long Feng's eyes. This time, Long Feng still didn't answer, but waited for Zhong Lirui's next words. To me, a patient is a patient. A few months ago, to save someone, I even bit a man. It's just a treatment method. Long Feng was shocked. The human emperor, he can even bite a man? Luoshi behind him got goosebumps, and almost dropped his phone. It seems you weren't paying attention when I explained the knowledge of new humans to you the other day, Zhong Lirui said seriously. Do you know why I only need to inject an ordinary person once, but Integra needs 2 extra times? I don't know, I'd like to hear more. Zhong Lirui sighed slightly. I guess she couldn't bear to leave you. Even at the last moment, she was still using her cosmos to try to force the new human nanobots out. This actually hindered the operation of the new human nanobots. So, I could only increase the dosage when her consciousness was almost out of control, and then use the power of the singer to organize the new human nanobots. That's how I saved her. By the way, that's how I became a new human. Ah! Tina, she... Long Feng was shocked again. Integra, watching from afar, was startled. Then, after a moment's recollection, she realized that what Zhong Lirui said was indeed true. She shook her head slightly with a wry smile. Long Feng, still shaken, asked this. Your Majesty, the truth about the zombie virus, is this really it? Alas, actually, the zombie virus wasn't originally a zombie virus. Zhong Lirui gazed at the brilliant starry sky. He patiently recounted how the Changsheng group developed new human nanorobots, initially intending to benefit all living beings, but these were stolen and misused by a branch of the Creation God Project, leading to Chen Jinkuan's rampage and the near destruction of the entire planet. Your Majesty, you judged the first demon king, and then I judged him according to the law, executed him, he's dead. A moment of silence fell between them. Zhong Lirui turned calmly to Long Feng. You little brother, still won't call me big brother? What merit do I have? Get it over with. Little brother Long Feng. Big brother Zhongli. That do. Seeing that the relationship between the two had finally loosened somewhat, Zhong Li's thoughts shifted, and he asked with a smile, Little brother Long Feng, let me ask you, have you thought about when you marry Integra? Marry. Long Feng was startled. 22 meters away, the sound of gravel being kicked came. Zhong Lirui looked in that direction and coughed, Integra, come out. Your hand has only recently healed. Do you want to have it reattached while you're squatting like this? Integra emerged reluctantly from behind a dilapidated marble pillar. Luoshi continued to lie low. Looking at the adorable Saint Seiya couple before him, Zhong Lirui smiled and said, Have you thought it through? Should we hold the wedding here, or after the war, when you two come to my country as ambassadors, for a Chinese-style ceremony? Long Feng blushed crimson, while Ingra turned into a steam princess. Seeing this, Zhong Lirui laughed. Wherever you want to hold it, it's fine. However, before the wedding, I solemnly asked Long Feng something. Long Feng, if you want to be with Ingra, you also have to transform into a new human. This transformation is permanent and irreversible. Are you willing? Answer me seriously. Brother Zhongli? Really, have you forgotten the new human life guide? Do I need to review it for you several times? Zhong Lirui scolded, like an angry teacher. Brother Rui, I'm sorry. I'm willing. Long Feng humbly admitted his mistake first, then readily agreed. Zhongli smiled, then took out the human emperor banner and snapped his fingers. Yu Jia appeared as a magnificent 3D holographic projection in her mechanical, ornate angel form. Yu Jia, are you sure you can handle this? Master, I'm sure. I can output the same effect on a small scale, at 95% of my mimicry level. Transforming just Long Feng is no problem. Under the moonlight of the Holy Land, Zhongli Rui walked towards Long Feng, brushing aside the waterfall of hair cascading down his neck. Integra gasped in surprise. Long Feng, seeing that Zhongli Rui was really going to perform the first embrace on him, actually blushed. Luo Shi's face twitched. Hey, Long Feng, he's a grown man. Why are you blushing? Don't go astray in transforming into the human emperor, after Yu Jia's successful transformation. Long Feng clenched his fist, then released it. Zhongli Rui smiled. Long Feng, run to the rooftop barehanded, then come back. Go. Integra, your injuries have just healed, you're not allowed to go. Long Feng shot off like an arrow. In no time, he actually reached the rooftop of the Libra Palace. Zilong sensed Long Feng's actions and shook his head. That brat. About 30 meters away, Gui carefully sensed the singer's power, then seemed thoughtful. He then slightly rose and turned away. A benevolent ruler, selfless. He nodded slightly, heading towards the Ares Palace, and mentally contacted Luo Shi. Disciple, come back early after you had your fun. Luo Shi, who was secretly taking pictures, almost dropped his phone again. Zhongli Rui also noticed Gui's departure and shook his head slightly. He's gone already? But it's good, the fewer people who know about some things later the better. After Long Feng returned excitedly, Zhongli Rui asked gently, Long Feng, how are you feeling? Brother Rui, I feel full of power. The great god Nyarlathotep told me to remind you and Ingra that when you use your cosmos, you should try to get used to the feeling of having new human nanobots inside your bodies. It's okay, try a few times, and you get used to it, Zhongli Rui relayed, recalling Nyarlathotep's earlier instructions. Thank you, brother / your majesty the human emperor, Long Feng and Ingra said excitedly. Seeing that the two no longer seemed to have any reservations about him, Zhongli Rui immediately asked Long Feng, Brother Long Feng, the second thing I asked you about today is to ask you about some things. Long Feng replied, Brother Rui, please ask. I tell you everything I know. What about Guanyan and the others? And you, even Ingra, the Gold Saint, all of you saints, I feel like you're nowhere near as strong as you were 12 years ago? Based on your abilities 12 years ago, you shouldn't have fared so badly in the Battle of Thermopylae. What happened? Upon hearing this, Long Feng was first startled, then looked at Ingra with a complicated expression. Ingra pondered for a moment, then sighed softly, Very well, His Majesty the Human Emperor is our great benefactor, and a powerful ally whom our sanctuary now trusts. Fomer, tell His Majesty the Human Emperor. Long Feng nodded, sighing softly, Brother Arui, we saints can no longer use W. Ah? Zhongli Rui exclaimed in surprise. 12 years ago, according to the information I know, didn't you use the W Cosmo? To persuade Saturn to retreat? Yes, and then, 5 years ago he came again. Long Feng's expression was dejected. We lost miserably. Zhongli Rui's expression became very serious. Can you tell me in detail? Chapter 573. Didn't you experience the essence of W energy during your battles with the Chronos warriors and Saturn? How come you can't use it anymore after only 7 years? Zhongli Rui asked curiously. Long Feng lowered his head. Because, during our second crushing defeat against Saturn, we realized that W isn't our own power at all. W is the microcosm of the planet Blue Star beneath our feet, or, in Saturn's words, its planetary active energy, what the Eastern Great Qian calls the Qi of heaven and earth. Planetary active energy? Zhongli Rui was stunned, then his eyes widened. Holy crap, in this world, Gaia theory is true? Yes, that's right. Since there's more than one living planet in the Cthulhu world, it's perfectly reasonable for Blue Star to be alive. Long Feng and Ingra looked at Zhongli Rui in confusion. Brother Rui, what are you talking about? Yu Jia, show me the diagram, Zhongli Rui said calmly. Alright, master. Yu Jia understood, and pulled up images related to Gaia theory and Garros. What is this terrifying planet? Long Feng and Ingra were terrified by the striped markings on Garros, and the Eye of Destruction on the planet. This great god is called the God of Judgment, the great god of Naya, the executor of the law, and the protector of our Blue Star world. Its power is immense, It can wipe out an invading fleet sent by a high-dimensional civilization in one strike. Zhong Lirui looked thoughtful. I understand. If Blue Star is truly alive, then last time, when Guangya concentrated all the people and gods of Blue Star, and barely managed to enter Saturn in one strike, did that mean he used up Blue Star's fortune? Health energy? Or perhaps, Blue Star's cosmic energy? Long Feng nodded silently. Brother Arui, what you said is so profound. However, your tone and argument sound a lot like Saturn's. He mocked us back then, saying we were spendthrifts who squandered Blue Star's wealth, and also said things like, do you really think the money you got from bank loans is yours? Once the investment is withdrawn, you're nothing? Finally, he said disdainfully, keep it for yourselves. Zhong Lirui, So Saturn completely abandoned Blue Star and left because he didn't want it anymore? Long Feng, I have one more question for you. Brother Rui, go ahead and ask. Your 7th and 8th senses cosmos can be strengthened through your own training, right? Oh, Brother Rui, if you really passed the meditation hurdle, you already be a qualified bronze saint. Absolutely correct. I finally understand. So right now you can only use your self-cultivated cosmos. You can't use the powerful W cosmos anymore. That's why you've been reduced to your original form. So weak? Zhong Lirui looked directly at the Saint Seiya couple before him, asking pointedly. Long Feng and Integra nodded with difficulty. Ling Anzhou, backstage. Qin Shaoran. I never expected that today we would verify another magnificent scientific hypothesis, the Gaia theory. Qin Xiaoyao. No, not really. We just didn't expect it. Arui is absolutely right. Since Geharus is alive, why can't Earth be alive too, since they're both planetary planets? Qin Shaoran thoughtfully. If that's the case, then Mercury and the Moon are dead, Mars is half dead, Venus is overheated, Earth was overtaxed by Guangya and became a sickly ghost, and the asteroid belt is just a bunch of planetary corpses. Aija praised, the possibility is very high. I agree with that view. Hey, now Arui is my true companion. He's already a scientist with major breakthroughs. Qin Shaoran proudly said, it's a pity he's gone now, otherwise Arui's discovery could win the Nobel Prize. Aija, that's easy, let's make a trophy, and I present it to him when we get back? I'm the Queen Mother, you know? I admire this kind of scientifically minded, technocratic leader. The Storm Kingdom Queen Mother award starts with me. In the asteroid belt, Chihiro smiled faintly to himself. These interesting Earthlings, their civilization is only 0.96, Nyarlathotep helped push it a bit, yet their insights have already reached this level. Interesting. Outside Libra Palace, about 20 meters away, Luoshi hesitated for a long time before deleting the video. This content absolutely cannot be leaked. Sai, that scumbag emperor, he's quite a expert in techniques. Today he helped Long Feng and Integra get together, even playing matchmaker for them. What the hell is this? A tiger eating salad. Has he changed his ways? I never seen anything like this before, it's terrifying. Zhong Lirui continued to ask Long Feng, I understand the root cause of your Saint Seiya's severely declining combat power. So, Long Feng, where are your companions? Long Feng's face showed regret again. Eden went to travel around Blue Star to relax. His whereabouts are unknown. Sangma and Yuna got married, but later, after our strength returned to its original state, Sangma, who insisted on fighting even with a broken hand, was injured in the operation and has been in a coma ever since. Yuna retired and is now working as a medical worker, while also taking care of Sangma. Rongno returned to the kingdom of Ria. His whereabouts are unknown. As for Guanya, Brother Arui, you have a good relationship with Athena, you should ask her yourself. She is considered Guanya's adoptive mother. As Guanya's friend, I can't bear to talk about his affairs. I understand. You have your reasons, and I won't force you. I asked Sister Sari myself later. Long Feng nodded, Brother Rui, thank you for your understanding. Zhong Lirui smiled faintly, then, one last thing. Then, Zhong Lirui turned to where Luoshi was hiding. Luoshi, come out. Luoshi's skin crawled. She hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. However, she stubbornly refused to come out. Zhong Lirui pressed on, Athena, Nyarlathotep. This matter was personally entrusted to me by the two great gods, and entrusted to Long Feng and Indra. This is not something you can interfere with. I give you two choices. First, you come out yourself and obediently return to the Ares palace. Second, I catch you, take you back, and use some methods to make you forget this secret. You choose. I count to 10. If you're still hiding and eavesdropping, I execute option 2. 10, 9. Eek. Don't catch me. I was wrong. I'm leaving right now. Luoshi, like a frightened rodent, scurried towards the Ares palace. Zhong Lirui, Long Feng, Inkra, Seeing that no one was finally eavesdropping anymore, Zhong Lirui said seriously to Long Feng and Inkra, "What follows is very important. You two listen carefully." Long Feng swallowed hard, while Inkra listened intently. Zhong Lirui didn't speak, but instead activated his F-rank telepathic ability to inform the two of the matter regarding the divine child entrusted to Saori and Seiya. Long Feng was shocked. "What? Athena's?" His next words were startled by the red glow in Zhong Lirui's eyes, as he prepared to unleash his A-level telepathic abilities. Zhong Lirui operated according to Nyarlathotep's instructions. The red eyes were purely for intimidation. This is actually a weakness for telepaths, as his son Zhong Lixia's activation is completely silent. "Unspeakable, have you forgotten?" Zhong Lirui pointed authoritatively at Long Feng. Long Feng hesitated. "Why me and Integra?" Zhong Lirui patted Long Feng's shoulder. "Little brother Long Feng, you are the bronze saint of the dragon constellation, right?" "Brother Rui, yes. Including you, the first 3 generations, those who wore the dragon cloth, are towering heroes. Little brother Long Feng, when I was still doing nothing, you saved the world together more than 10 years ago. In my heart, my friends, you are the true heroes. The 2 wise goddesses know this, so the 2 of you are the most suitable arrangement. Long Feng, please guide her well, just like your master. I also believe that you can do it." After hearing these words, Long Feng felt a warm and powerful force flowing slowly in his heart. He remembered the photo his father displayed at home, his master, Tonghu, in his youth, with his tall and resolute figure. He also remembered his father, who was still as strong as a mountain, guarding the sanctuary. This is the ultimate trust that Athena and Nyarlathotep, 2 great goddesses, have placed in their family. This is the ultimate divine favor. This is supreme glory. Long Feng turned to Integra and saw that Integra's eyes, looking at him now, were overflowing with pride, joy, and emotion. The young Saint Seiya couple solemnly knelt on one knee. "We swear by the will of the gods, with our lives, that we will not fail our mission." Looking at their faces filled with holiness, glory, and ecstatic joy, Zhong Lirui sighed inwardly. These 2 kids really were what Nyarlathotep called foolish loyal subjects, becoming parents before even getting married, and so happy. "Well, Nyarlathotep, you win." Nyarlathotep, sensing all this, smiled mysteriously. "Thank you, my dearest Rui Rui." Athena, seeing Nyarlathotep smile, asked, "Big sister, what's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Nyarlathotep looked at Saori, Athena, who was currently kept in the dark by the higher-ups, and smiled elegantly. "Nothing, I sensed it. Rui Rui has taken care of everything. After the peace, Ryuhu and Ingra will take care of your and Seiya's child in Rui Rui's most prosperous territory. The grand plan is complete." Saori looked at Nyarlathotep with emotion. "Sister, thank you for making up for my regrets." Saying this, Saori stepped forward and hugged Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep thought to herself, "I will use true happiness and a truly perfect ending to build the strongest wall and cage in the world, locking him and you together, so he won't come to torment me anymore. I've been heartbroken for thousands of years. I hope Rui Rui won't betray me again." Suppressing her inner turmoil, Nyarlathotep hugged Athena back. Chapter 574. You guys go back. Integra, remember to be careful. If there are any problems, go to Gu Anchi's medical team on the Bishi Di, Zhong Lirui instructed. "Yes, Brother Rui, thank you." Long Feng and Integra nodded with smiles. Watching the young Saint Seiya couple leave, Zhong Lirui's armor, spewing blue plasma flames, took off and flew towards the papal palace. "Fomer, I thought it over. When we go to Dakian as ambassadors, let's have a Dakian-style wedding. I want to ride in a sedan chair, not be spat on and covered in flowers." Here, Integra's being spat on and covered in flowers refers to a ridiculous Greek wedding custom. Originally, guests would spit on you as a blessing. Later, the custom changed to throwing flowers, but Integra still felt like being sent to the execution ground and having vegetables thrown at you. So, the older Integra chose the Dakian style, which is essentially Chinese sedan chair. Long Feng blushed. Nah, this is too fast." Ingra's eyes sparkled with lively joy. "Fast? This is a marriage arranged by the emperor of the great Qian dynasty himself. Tonight, I see just how fast you are. Ah? But your hand is only just healed. Hey, it's been 2 days already. I discovered that while our regenerative abilities aren't as exaggerated as Wolf Uncle's, it's been 2 days, no problem. I haven't been in a relationship for 35 years. Tonight, you're not getting away. Now that W is gone, you can't beat me, accept your fate. Humph. Eek. The handsome young man, Long Feng, exclaimed helplessly in terror. Below the sanctuary, in the training grounds, the Black Iron Saints encampment. Hey Chunli? Did you arrive safely in Zero and Prefecture? Zilong asked via satellite phone. Honey, we arrived safely. Zero and Prefecture is a good place, safe, food and even medical care are guaranteed, and everyone is in good spirits. But many of the citizens and neighbors look a bit strange. Most of the citizens, although they can speak properly, why do they all have stitches and scars on their faces? Chunli said with some worry. Don't worry. Those are citizens who turned back from zombies. They won't be aggressive anymore, Zilong reassured her. Oh, by the way, honey, our son is getting married. Do you still recognize your wife? Zilong beamed with joy after saying this. Really? That's great. Zhonglirui quickly arrived at the Papal Palace. Inside the Papal Palace, Saya, Saori, Athena, and Nyarlathotep were all there. Saori Nichan, Are you sure you want to know about my adopted son, who lost everything? Saori looked at Zhonglirui, her face filled with sadness. Shock flashed across Zhonglirui's face, but he nodded silently afterward. Saori stepped forward, raised her hand, and gently touched Zhonglirui's brow. A memory immediately appeared before Zhonglirui's eyes. An unknown battlefield. Koga. Crack up. Ryufeng activated his last bit of cosmos, maximizing the defensive capabilities of the dragon shield. Why did this happen? At this moment, Koga, his eyes glazed over, murmured despairingly behind Ryufeng. Nearby Soma, Yuna, Rondo, and Eden had all fallen. Their saint cloths were shattered, their bodies riddled with wounds. Soma had even lost an arm. And Saturn, standing before him, shook his head in disappointment. Weak, too weak. You lot are now even weaker than a level 2 Paraset. 7 years have passed, and I originally wanted to test your mettle as adults. But look at you now? You disappointed me greatly. Where was the you from 7 years ago? Godslayer, Koga. Saturn pressed forward relentlessly. Lifong, pull yourself together. Gather your W power. I'm done for. Dragon Peak roared. Saturn unleashed True Eternal Dance, shattering Dragon Peak's dragon shield and sending him flying. He stood before Lightfang, leaning on his sword. I said last time that if humanity lost W, I would come back to take over Earth again. But look at you now. Is there any value left for me to take? Look how weak and useless you are. Koga stared blankly up at the ground. Why doesn't W respond to our resolve? Why? Saturn, using the detectors on his ultimate cloth and analyzing the hyper-accelerated world, quickly concluded, you used it all up. Last time you gathered all of Earth's W, shattering my strongest cloth, and the True Eternal Dance composed of 5 holy swords. Earth's W, back then, was used up by you, you spendthrift. So that's it, Earth had no value then. No wonder you're so weak, you're all so weak. I am, a spendthrift? Koga wavered even more. Yes, Earth's W is so limited. You used it all up that time, and afterwards, your comrades, the entire sanctuary, all regressed in combat power to more than a few decades ago. You think you're a hero? You're an ignorant fool. Saturn sneered sharply. No. Impossible. Guangya cried hysterically. Saturn looked at the seemingly deranged Guangya, a mocking smile playing on his lips, and continued, What? Can't accept this reality? You think your feat was some great sacrifice? No, you only pushed Blue Star into an even deeper abyss. The power of W is fundamentally the planetary life energy of Blue Star. Your Saint Cloth is a mass-produced artifact capable of mobilizing this energy. Originally, the numerous wars fought by the divine realm on this beautiful planet had already weakened it in various ways. Ragnarok, the 3 generations of Olympian gods' war, the great tribulation of godhood, the war between heaven and hell, and your foster mother and her uncle's several battles between the holy realm and the underworld. You acted recklessly time and time again. I originally intended to completely purge you, for the sake of a clean and pure Blue Star world. The foster mother and her uncle refer to Koga's foster mother, Saori, who is the incarnation of Athena. Hades is Athena's uncle, or rather, her great-uncle, haha. Koga slumped. You mean we're pests? Pretty much. And you're the biggest spendthrift of all the pests. You're like a naive businessman who takes out loans to do business, really thinking that money obtained through bank loans is yours? Once the loans are withdrawn, you're nothing. I'm a spendthrift, I'm a pest. I killed everyone, I killed Arya, I haven't done anything. Koga slumped to one knee. Look at you, you're awful. Ugh. Saturn, I beg you, please spare us all. In despair, Koga knelt on his other knee, then lowered his head. He cowed out heavily, drawing blood. Long Feng and the other 5 bronze saints barely managed to raise their hands. Guangya, no. Saturn coldly watched Guangya kneeling and begging for mercy, his face expressionless. What are you doing? Ugh, please have mercy, I know where you are, please spare everyone, take my life. Saturn looked into the void, feeling only emptiness. He turned, sheathed the super holy sword True Eternal Dance, and said contemptuously, keep this worthless place for yourselves. I don't want to see such a disgusting person like you anymore, never again. He vanished. Only Guangya remained, letting out a heart-wrenching howl like a wild beast. When Zhonglirui recovered, he found that his eyes were actually a little red. Sorry, Athena sighed. After that, he left. The last time I received news of him, he was in the Black Forest region of Bavaria. The surface there was once the Witch's Forest, and underground was the former site of the Dwarf Kingdom. But now, it's the starting point for this invasion of the Holy Land's beast tide. Bavarian? I see. Zhonglirui sighed softly. I also understand why Lanfeng didn't want to tell me. Lanfeng is such a gentle boy. Sorry, Athena smiled gently at Zhonglirui. Arui, if you say that, then you're a gentle person too. Facing Saori's elegant smile, Zhonglirui smiled and scratched his cheek. Then, he saw the black flames gradually burning in Nyarlathotep's eyes. Alarm bells rang in Zhonglirui's heart. However, looking at Saya beside him, this senior he had once admired, for some reason, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, a feeling of unease. With this feeling, Zhonglirui said meaningfully, Saya-senpai, we must cherish and protect the goddess we love and who loves us. Don't be like Koga, regretting it only after losing her, right? Nyarlathotep's jealousy was instantly interrupted by Zhonglirui's sudden remarks targeting Saya, and she was also slightly surprised. Saya found Zhonglirui's tone somewhat strange. However, what he said was entirely correct. So he nodded, indeed. Little Rui, don't worry, I will protect Saori with my life. Zhonglirui nodded, although I am weak, I will also protect Nyarlathotep with my life, protect her dreams, protect her happiness. Let's fight together for the goddess we love. At this moment, Zhonglirui deliberately emphasized dreams and happiness. Having said that, Zhonglirui meaningfully extended his fist. Saya, after hearing this, was somewhat puzzled by Zhonglirui's sudden refusal. And in his heart, there seemed to be an indescribable, bittersweet feeling. With this feeling, he bumped fists with Zhonglirui with a somewhat complicated expression. After leaving the papal palace, Nyarlathotep called out to Zhonglirui. Rui, what were you doing just now? Nyarlathotep was forcibly kissed by Zhonglirui. Zhonglirui's eyes reddened, and he activated his A-level telepathy. You Jia accelerate world? Yes, master. You're really strong. This is the first time you proactively pulled Nyarlathotep in. What exactly do you want? Nyarlathotep asked, puzzled. She knew that Zhonglirui was communicating with her this way because he didn't want Saya and Athena to know. I used to idolize Saya. Now, looking at him makes me a little angry, Zhonglirui said coldly. His soul has saddened you for thousands of years. Nyarlathotep was taken aback. You're venting your anger for me? But he doesn't know about what happened thousands of years ago. Does that mean things from the past life can be ignored? Isn't Chen Jingquan atoning for his sins from his previous life? Zhonglirui said coldly. Or are you still heartbroken for him? Rui, are you jealous of me? Nyarlathotep asked with a complicated expression. I read your memories. You seem to have only ever been jealous of Disanyan. When you were with Lu Xiaoya, you weren't actually jealous of her, which is why she was heartbroken. Now you're jealous of me? Am I that important to you? What do you think? Zhonglirui looked directly at Nyarlathotep. Look into my eyes, Nyarlathotep said. You successfully made me jealous. Look into my eyes, my goddess. You're worried I fall for Athena, but I'm worried you rekindle your old flame with Saya's soul. Ari, thank you for caring so much about me. But I really lack confidence. Nyarlathotep said sadly, you know, many human men yearning for, and even worship of, pure women originated from my sisters. Even the knightly culture of protecting noble women traces its roots back to her. This magic is too powerful. Almost no upright hero can resist the longing and yearning for her. She's practically the template for the white moonlight in every hero's heart. Back then, he was. It's no use being unwilling. So, that's why you went to such lengths to write a happy ending for them, erecting fences and cages to prevent me from crossing paths with her. Afraid I also be attracted to her as a role model, which is why you went crazy before. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. I was just saying it, I love you. I won't kill you, and most I just seal that memory of yours, and then I leave you. Naya, be confident, be spirited. You have a unique, captivating beauty from the abyss. Tonight, stay with me. Huh? Naya was extremely surprised that Zhong Lirui had taken the initiative to ask her to stay with him for the first time. Weren't you afraid I'd leave you? Zhong Lirui emphasized, then let's dispel your worries in the way you like. Come on, tonight. You? Naya looked at Zhong Lirui, who had taken the initiative, with a slightly exasperated expression. She finally regained some of her composure, a hint of emotion flickering in her eyes. Fine, you asked for this. You're not sleeping tonight. Inside the papal palace? Saya, recently. What did you clash with Rui about? Saori asked. I heard a hint of displeasure in his words just now. This is the first time I sensed this emotion in Rui. I didn't myself. But Luoshi's alternate account, along with several popular accounts, has been spreading bad things about Rui everywhere. As for the specifics, I only know a little bit, because I've been too busy and stressed lately, I haven't kept up. Saori was greatly surprised. What's Luoshi up to? And how did you know? I also have alternate social media accounts. Saya spread his hands. Besides, I think it might be Kiki's overreaction that offended Rui. How could he call the Eastern Emperor, the undying evil emperor, who saved his life? What? Saori was speechless. You guys. Is this how you treat your powerful allies? Saya was embarrassed. I also think it's inappropriate. How about this? I use the Great Qian method, give him a gift. I ask Kiki to make him something of gold cloth material quality, something that can amplify his abilities? That way, it can be used later when fighting Cthulhu's divine body? That's a good idea. Saya then contacted Kiki. Yes, Pope, I understand. Inside the Ares palace, Kiki looked at Luoshi, who stood to the side as if he had made a grave mistake, and shook his head slightly. Never mind, I'm also involved in this. My disciple, come with me. That night, the lights in the workshops and production rooms of the Ares palace stayed on all night. Chapter 575. Early morning, in the captain's lounge of the Bishi D ship. Zhong Lirui's slightly darkened eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. He felt completely drained. At that moment, Nyarlathotep, in her succubus queen form, was holding him with a look of doting happiness. I am with you, Nyarlathotep said gently, looking at Zhong Lirui. You worked hard. Get 8 hours of sleep. Nyarlathotep, it's already dawn, I still have to work. I don't have time to sleep. Trust me, close your eyes. Nyarlathotep, in her succubus queen form, began to hum as she held Zhong Lirui. The witch's song, wandering in the dark forest. The ethereal and distant melody seemed to carry a mysterious power, as if from the abyss and chaos, slowly permeating every inch of Zhong Lirui's skin, every cell. Zhong Lirui's tense nerves gradually relaxed under the soothing influence of the song. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, yet his body uncontrollably drifted into a deep sleep. Naya looked at the sleeping Zhong Lirui, her eyes filled with heartache and pity. She gently stroked Zhong Lirui's face, feeling his even breathing. In the lounge, only the soft singing echoed, sunlight streaming through the window and bathing the two of them, creating a warm, mysterious, and slightly eerie scene. Yujia, accelerate the world mode. Let Xiaoshui's consciousness sleep inside for 8 hours, with 15 minutes passing in the outside world. I use the healing light to make it achieve the effect of 8 hours of sleep, Naya said softly to Yujia with utmost tenderness. Okay, Sister Naya. You're amazing. Your mimicry of the singer's power has a fitting accuracy even higher than Miss Saori's, reaching 98.5%. Although she's still a bit inferior to Disinyan, she's taller than my Athena sister. Naya smiled, switching back to her red-clad queen form. Her tentacles began to glow, releasing bright green healing beams to heal Zhong Lirui's entire body. 15 minutes later, after 8 hours of simulated deep sleep, a refreshed Zhong Lirui awoke. How are you feeling? Naya asked with a gentle laugh. Much better. Naya, thank you. Zhong Lirui's words of gratitude were gently interrupted by Naya's delicate hand. Let me say thank you. A rare expression of shyness and emotion, like that of a pure young girl, appeared on Naya's face, but what pleased Zhong Lirui most was that the constant air of defensiveness that had been lurking in her expression had faded considerably. Arui, today is the happiest and most comfortable day I had in thousands of years. Thank you, my love. You begun to successfully change me. In thousands of years, you are the first high-ranking hero to choose me, the goddess of chaos in the abyss. Although, at the beginning, you weren't so willing. That's alright, Naya, Zhonglirui said gently. Oh, by the way, regarding planetary energy, is the situation on Blue Star irreversible? Of course. Not to mention this kind of advanced life force, many other indicators are also irreversible. For example, the blood on Blue Star is still active. The magma, one day, will become as desolate as the moon and Mercury. Mars is now mostly dead. Sister Diandra, on Deimos, watches alone as the world she once protected becomes a world of death. And alas, why were animals so enormous in the history of Earth? Behemoths, dragons, dinosaurs, even dragonflies hundreds of millions of years ago, were as big as modern sand scorpions. But now dragonflies are only the size of a finger? Because Earth's atmosphere once had a terrifying 30% oxygen content. Now, it's only 21%. And that's irreversible. At this point, Zhonglirui became interested. Why are so many other species growing larger in this post-apocalyptic zombie-infested world? Ah, that's because the high-performance neo-human nanobots designed by Xiao Bai's family, once bound to human genes, greatly increase the body's efficiency in utilizing matter and energy. Now you only need to eat 30% of the food you used to, right? Similarly, the body's oxygen requirement has actually decreased. The animals aren't perfectly compatible with the neo-human nanobots, hence the gigantification. Zhonglirui nodded. Now, he understood why animals like wild boars, jackals, birds, crocodiles, elephants, pandas, and even giant bloodthirsty bats were all growing to gigantic sizes. Backstage, Qin Xiaoran, Qin Xiaoyao, and Aisha all wore fervent expressions. Kunwu! Record this entire conversation. Has the data been recorded? Verify everything Sister Naya and Arui said. It's been recorded. I see. Zhonglirui asked. So, in fact, a planet will eventually fall into silence and die? Therefore, life on a planet must desperately develop its civilization before it dies, and then adapt to find a new home. Hee hee, otherwise how could my Cthulhu world have evolved to a level 4.0 civilization? Naya chuckled helplessly. The root of civilization becoming stronger is survival. Zhonglirui. He secretly thought to himself. You level 4.0 civilizations are still just trying to survive. What are we, a level 0.95 civilization, struggling in the apocalypse? Are we just trying to save our own lives? Backstage. Qin Xiaoran. Qin Xiaoyao. Aisha. A storm raged in the minds of the three female scientists. The driving force behind the survival and development of civilization was actually to become strong enough to leave before the decline of their home planet, to continue surviving in the universe? With this thought in mind, Zhonglirui said calmly, Nyarlathotep, in the end, can we only abandon Blue Star? You don't want to give up, to take Blue Star with you? Nyarlathotep asked with a smile. I've seen theories like that. A grand, romantic idea. But alas, it's incredibly uneconomical. Nyarlathotep looked up at the sky. Instead of taking their homes with them, humans would be better off building super-city starships and leaving like us. The materials used to build planetary engines and burn rocks are comparable to the cost of constructing the Dyson Sphere network on J0523. Tell me, just for moving, the cost is enough to build a house. Is it really necessary? As she spoke, Nyarlathotep's tentacles swept across the sky, revealing a comparison image of planets. A comparison image of Earth, Blue Star, and J0523, the smallest known star currently observed, 40 light-years away, and 4.7 times the diameter of Earth. Zhonglirui stared at the comparative data and realized it was true. Building a minimum-level, usable halo system on the outer layer of J0523 was far cheaper and easier than constructing planetary engines, and consuming 5% of the planet's mass as escape fuel. Backstage, the Qin sisters, Kunwu. Yujia, record all the data. Yujia, my two pregnant sisters, please calm down. Aisha, you two pregnant women, calm down. Don't get too excited and upset your babies. Naya moved closer to Zhonglirui, her tentacles circling his chest. Darling, from an economic point of view, you might as well build your home planet mothership later in the asteroid belt near Mars using materials from there. That's more practical. This isn't a matter of sentiment, it's a matter of cost, you know? After all, Earth only has 550,000 people right now. I understand. We talk about this after world peace is achieved, Zhong Lirui smiled slightly. Alright, let's talk about the macroscopic stuff later. Let's talk about the microscopic stuff. Naya, knowing that Kiki and the others were making equipment for Zhong Lirui, smiled mysteriously. Actually, Lil Rui, the nanobots in your body have a similar function to the cloths used by Saori and the other loyal saints, energy amplification. For example, you're naturally prone to brain activity and easily connect with others' thoughts, so the nanobots amplify this ability. Now you become a powerful telepath. Among the cloth materials, Gamanian, a material from the Olympian Age of Gods, not only has self-repairing capabilities, but also memory storage, energy gathering, and directional radiation functions. So each cloth is a living entity? Zhong Lirui asked, puzzled. Is that a fair understanding? Yes. Your Emperor's banner, the core Dragon Soul amulet, I also made using a similar principle. Of course, the material I used was the core of a dead star. Its strength and stability are far superior to easily broken materials like Gamanian. Zhong Lirui's eyes widened in surprise. What was that again? The material of the Dragon Soul amulet, the core component of the human Emperor banner, was the same material as Thor's most powerful construction sledgehammer on Earth. The core of a dead star? That didn't make sense. No, that explains why he was absorbing energy and discharging electricity last time, his brief conflict with Seiya at the airport. That makes sense now. Is this the crushing power of a level 4.0 civilization product over a level 3.0 civilization product? Congratulations, you guessed right, haha. Nyarlathotep laughed cheerfully. Zhong Lirui pondered. So, the human Emperor banner is also alive. Then, his chief daughter-in-law, Valkyrie Tana, the first Dragon King's consort, is still alive inside the human Emperor banner. I learned so many interesting things today, Zhong Lirui smiled. Thank you, Nyarlathotep. No thank you, you're really starting to heal me. Nyarlathotep brought her head close to Zhong Lirui's chest. She closed her eyes happily, feeling the sweetness of the young lover who had given her his heart, immersed in the moment. The thoughts of the goddess of 1,000 faces slowly drifted back. A past life of Seiya's soul. After Zeus, the old man who played with electricity, reconciled with his imprisoned father Cronus and the Titans, most of the Olympian gods boarded the starship Ether and headed to Sagittarius A*, while Athena and a few other gods remained. In this life, Athena died, beheaded. This time, she lost the Battle of Sanctuary to her uncle Hades. In this life, the one she loved, Pegasus, also failed this time. Wah. Naya wailed without tears. She was a silicon-based life form, incapable of tears. She held his corpse from this life. She knew his soul had been taken back by the Gaia Ring, a remnant of a 3.0 god-level civilization, standing atop Mount Olympus. In the next life, he would still wear this armor, guarding her best friend's side. In every life. They, the gods left behind by Olympus, including him, the demigod's consciousness, all used that system to reincarnate with their subconscious. She had considered destroying that system. However, her kind heart prevented her from doing so. It would kill Athena. She understood it wasn't Athena's fault. At the beginning of the infinite cycle, Athena hadn't even known his love for her, as a demigod. Her best friend was innocent. He was there willingly. Naya's first love, before it even began, suffered a crushing defeat. A defeat that would last for millennia. Countless times, Naya had witnessed her best friend's victories and defeats, but more often than not, she saw him, Pegasus, die for Athena in countless tragic ways, regardless of victory or defeat. Ea! I curse you! Pegasus Cloth. That year, in the dark forests of Bavaria, in the madness of a broken heart, Naya cast the most vicious curse upon the Pegasus Cloth. You will gain unparalleled hidden power, but the more you love your goddess, the more tragic your fate will be. The Pegasus Cloth of the God-Slayer, from that moment on, became the most venomously cursed cloth of the thousand-faced god, the strongest god-slaying sword, and also a bloodthirsty demonic blade that betrays its master. Thus, in each cycle, his death was even more gruesome. Her best friend, each time, suffered even more at the end. In the shadows, she regretted it, but the mistake had been made, and she was powerless to change it. Deep within a giant cave in the Bavarian Black Forest, she recorded this heartbreaking diary entry. Then, she went to the desert. There, she used biotechnology to raise 3 children. Oh no! Naya suddenly woke up. What's wrong? Zhong Lirui asked, puzzled. Arui, listen to me. I remember now, back then, I made a huge mistake. Chapter 576. Zhong Lirui asked. Naya bit her lip. I'm not ready to tell you yet. It's alright, we have plenty of time, Zhong Lirui comforted her. Thank you, Naya replied hesitantly, her mind preoccupied. Naya was worried. What if she told Zhong Lirui? Would he look down on her? He was a very kind person. Would he despise her for her past crazy and vicious actions? In the underground kingdom of Bavaria, deep within the ruins of the dwarf kingdom, the savage like Guangya exhaled a breath of stale air. These monster legions are finally gone. What is this facility? A high-tech facility resonated with the Pegasus Saint cloth on his chest, which had degenerated into a gem pendant. This is? At the same time, in Hudson Bay, in the underground city, Kishida Shinobu's body was injured in multiple places. The Yellow King Hastur, and Little Green, stood before her. Speak. Where did you put my son's divine body? Guess. Confess. Otherwise, you taste something more painful than death. Don't think your consciousness can escape today, Hastur said coldly. Arrogant Cthulhu outer god. I know you won't give my consciousness a chance to escape. Your son's divine body is a treasure, and it has taught me many things. Do you think you're a hunter? You're about to die, and you still won't confess. What do you mean? I've been preparing for this for far too long to avenge my parents. Your son's body is truly a treasure, haha. I discovered you have the technology to track me, haven't you? You're only bragging about this now? Isn't it a bit late? Little Green muttered. Ignorant god, arrogant outer god. Today, this place is not only your son's graveyard, but also yours. Die! Hastur suddenly became alert. His detection devices detected a massive energy reaction in the underground city. Not good. Go wait in hell, Hastur. Tell Nyarlathotep I go find her. Ha ha ha. Little Green, let's get out of here. A short while later, a huge crater appeared on the ice field, followed by an energy sphere 800 meters in diameter that devoured everything inside. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the spot behind the sphere. The satellite was watching the scene. 5 minutes later, a yellow meteor struck the ice field 5 kilometers away. Dad, hold on. Hold on. Little Green cried, supporting the wounded king in yellow. Little Green, go find Auntie. Hastur fainted. All right. The wind Kirin, Little Green, carrying Hastur, soared into the sky. They headed towards Greece. So, I still be resurrected in the dwarf kingdom. Even if they're up to something, at least I won't reveal Iceland. In the satellite, Shinobu Kurenai's consciousness thought this. Ha ha ha. From the deepest part of the dwarf kingdom, Koga laughed shrilly. The Pegasus cloth, imbued with the most vicious curse of the thousand-faced god. Mother? Mother? Why did you make me wear it? I love you so much, yet you make me wear such a cloth. The more I love you, the more tragic my fate becomes. You just wanted to force me away, so you could be with Seiya, right? You succeeded, it ruined me, it killed my sister. Arya. Just because I am the child of darkness, you schemed against me like this? Mother. Goddess of light, Athena. Ah. Koga knelt in the crypt, weeping uncontrollably, his hands frantically clawing at the ground, as if to alleviate his inner pain and rage. The once shining Pegasus gem pendant now appeared to him, as the most malevolent entity, radiating a chilling aura. Why me? Why must I suffer all this? Koga roared hoarsely, his voice echoing through the empty crypt, filled with endless despair. His body trembled with extreme grief and rage, his eyes filled with madness and resentment. A black cosmos ignited around him. Within him, the last vestige of the power of Absu, the god of darkness, which had been suppressed by his light attribute cosmos, was awakening. Humph. So you finally abandoned your false light and embraced true darkness? My child. Embrace darkness, curse? For darkness, justice and hope are stumbling blocks, despair, revenge, and curses are nourishment. We are finally one, ha ha ha. Absu laughed wildly deep within Koga's body. He. Yes, I am the child of darkness. Despair, revenge, and curses are my nourishment. Mother? You wait. I'm coming for you. Kuga's eyes were filled with savagery as he narrowed them. Huh? What? Deep within, in another facility, a sound arose. Bavaria, the underground ruins of the dwarf kingdom, long since vanished from history, the former royal palace. The resurrection facility. Kishida, completely naked and feeling dizzy, stumbled out of the resurrection incubation chamber. Before him stood a 25-year-old youth with waist-length, unkempt, dark red hair, and a scraggly beard, staring at him with blood-red eyes. She sensed something, her expression turning to utter terror. Pegasus, Saint Seiya? Godslayer Koga? How could you be here? Koga stared at Kusanada Shinobu. In his mind, Absu's whispered words echoed. This little goddess, the weak goddess of the Rhea kingdom, the unlucky one who missed the escaped ship, the sea goddess Kusanada Shinobu, do with her as you please, child of darkness. Don't order me around. Koga roared. Whatever you want, Absu said indifferently. Because, the angrier Koga became, the stronger his dark energy, amplified by his negative emotions, grew. Shinobu Kushina took a step back, then retrieved a small section of the hilt of a broken sword from nearby equipment. She assumed a defensive stance towards Koga. I never expected this. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, an accomplice of Nyarlathotep. She actually arranged for her trump card to kill me here. Good, brilliant, brilliant indeed. I will not surrender. I will not beg for mercy, come on. Until death do us part. She channeled her energy, and the broken-hilted Tatsuka blade condensed into a sword aura of energy. Athena, an accomplice of Nyarlathotep? Koga asked, a look of confusion on his face. Pegasus Koga, have you lost your memory? Your goddess. Wasn't she allied with Nyarlathotep, one of the strongest demons in Cthulhu? And she almost killed me at Thermopylae. Stop pretending. Koga asked, bewildered, what happened recently? Haven't you figured it out yet? This lowly, weak goddess probably has a grudge against Nyarlathotep. And your so-called foster mother of light is an ally of Nyarlathotep, who recently utterly thrashed this little girl at Thermopylae, almost killing her. Absu sneered, Athena, this world-renowned goddess of wisdom and war, seems to have limited wisdom after all. Does she know how he, her so-called ally, plotted against her strongest goddess sword? Shinobu Kubanashi moved swiftly. Die! Koga instinctively donned the dark form of his Pegasus bronze cloth, his powerful cosmos, comparable to a gold saint, blazing fiercely. The moment the sword light collided with the darkness, time seemed to freeze. No! Shinobu Kubanashi's breath caught in his throat from the sheer oppression of the darkness, his sword energy shattering inch by inch. Weak, unworthy to live. Absu's consciousness whispered. Don't order me around. Koga roared, Pegasus meteor fist. Aya! Shinobu Kubanashi's scream shattered the laboratory's deathly silence, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The scattered energy meteor fist shattered the equipment, sparks flying and small explosions echoing everywhere. Shinobu Kubanashi's consciousness gradually blurred. How much time had passed? Shinobu Kubanashi struggled to open his eyes, finding himself draped in spare clothes from Koga's backpack. Nearby, Koga seemed to be talking to himself. I told you, it's none of your business. How can you still believe in that scheming foster mother's teachings? Protecting innocent women, safeguarding the weak? What do you know? Doesn't she have a grudge against Athena and Nyarlathotep? Aren't I going to take revenge? Do you think I'd go alone? She's a goddess, after all. The enemy of my enemy might come in handy. Oh, I admire that. Fine, but this weak goddess seems to be a goddess of craftsmanship, not a goddess of war. You decide what to do. Shut up, Koga said angrily, then strode towards Kusanada Shinobu. He still held the broken hilt of the Tatsuka blade in his hand. This is the Tatsuka blade? Koga said coldly. You are the daughter of Susanoo, the sea god, and Kusanada Heim of the divine realm of Rya, the sea goddess Kusanada Shinobu? Humph, what exactly do you want? Stop pretending. Kusanada Shinobu forced a cold laugh despite her injuries. Weak goddess. Don't test my patience. Koga roared. Shinobu Kujira trembled with fear, yet stubbornly raised her head. You think I'm afraid of you? Even if you're the child of darkness, don't expect to get anything from me. Koga stepped forward and pinned Shinobu against the wall, saying each word slowly and deliberately, I'm furious right now. I'm a god slayer. The god I killed 12 years ago was far more powerful than you. With this broken divine weapon left by your father, you think you can fight me? You better cooperate obediently, or I won't hesitate to kill another god. Shinobu's mind went blank. This crazed, evil, and powerful man before her was not only a god slayer, but he was also telling her, you're furious, cooperate obediently, or I won't hesitate to kill another god. She turned to look at the surrounding equipment, sensing it was completely destroyed. If she were to die again, she could only be resurrected at the location of the Itakuria god's body in Iceland. This would likely expose her to Hastur or Naya's surveillance very quickly. The Iceland base was the final and ultimate base of the Creation God project. She gritted her teeth, removed her clothes, and closed her eyes. You win, God Slayer, Pegasus Koga. Come on, let's finish this quickly. Koga, huh? Groundhog emoji. Koga had always admired Saori, but after Aria's sacrifice, coupled with the shock of Saturn's reappearance a few years ago, he hadn't been in a relationship, let alone engaged in this kind of nude attack. LOL. Absu laughed out loud in Koga's mind. Goddess. To hide his blushing embarrassment, Koga feigned anger and said fiercely, "What I want is information from the past year. Not your body. I still need to settle scores with Athena." "What do you mean by this, trying to drain my energy?" Shinobu Kitadu. She was both ashamed and annoyed, thinking to herself, "Is this Godslayer a little dim-witted? Her forbearance is seen by this guy as a trick to drain my energy? And is her charm really that bad? Her looks aren't even as good as information? Is this guy Miyamoto Musashi?" Chapter 577. Meanwhile, just as Zhong Lirue was about to get out of bed, Yu Jia reported, "Master, satellite monitoring has revealed a major situation. 20 minutes ago, a nuclear explosion occurred on an island in the Arctic archipelago in Hudson Bay. After the explosion, detection revealed the remains of a base." Zhong Lirue's pupils constricted. "What?" Just then, a yellow meteor streaked across the sky, rapidly approaching the Holy Domain and the Bishi-de. The yellow light arrived in an instant, landing on the deck in front of the bridge of the Bishi-de. Zhong Lirue stared intently. It was a gigantic Wind Qilin. On his back lay the badly wounded King of Yellow, Haster. His yellow robes were tattered and torn. Feng Qilin shouted towards the bridge, "Aunt Nyarlathotep! Uncle Zhongli, come quick! Help!" The girl's anxious voice echoed across the battlefield. Zhong Lirue, shock! Nyarlathotep, shock! Chenpan, Bailingxin, shock! Sarin, Shikima, shock! All the high-ranking officers on the warship, shock! The Papal Palace. Saori, Athena, shock! Seiya, shock! All the gold saints, including Kiki and Shiryu, shock! When Nyarlathotep saw Haster's mangled body, she cried out in anguish, "Brother!" As Zhong Lirue directed the troops to try and get Haster into the warship's infirmary for emergency treatment, Nyarlathotep said bitterly, "We are silicon-based life forms. The medical bays on your warship are ineffective against us. Then, what do we do? Haster's damage exceeds 25%. We Cthulhu silicon-based gods are not easily injured. Injuries below 5% can heal on their own. However, injuries between 5% and 25% require returning to the repair bay of the Chaos Deep Space UFO starship to recover. If injuries exceeding 25% are considered fatal, requiring the extraction of the consciousness and placement in the Nicholas system for rebirth. But the Nicholas system is no longer available. So many of the remaining Cthulhu gods, fearing fatal injuries that couldn't be repaired, left Earth? Yes, Nyarlathotep said sadly. The repair equipment on the Chaos Deep Space ship has its limits. Shinobu Kurenai probably obtained this information from the Ataqua god's body, so it targeted Haster. No, this was originally a revenge trap set for me. What? Suddenly, Haster's weak voice entered Zhong Lirue's mind through telepathy. "Brother-in-law, help me find some Gamanian. About 1/5 of a bronze piece, and it will save me. Here, the Jameer tribe alchemists can fix it a little. I will find Kiki." "Okay," Zhong Lirue replied firmly, and then immediately told Nyarlathotep what Haster had told him. Nyarlathotep suddenly realized, "That's right. Gamanian. It is indeed part of our bodies. One of the components. Although it's called Kiki Repair, a bit like a coppersmith repairing a sports car in the spring and autumn period. But it's better than nothing. Not much. Just enough to make a bronze St. Claus shield, or some of the breastplates worth of Gamma 9, can keep my brother's injuries below 25%. That way, he can be sent back to the Chaos Deep Space starship for 3 days of repairs and recover. I go ask my sisters right now." Zhong Lirue nodded. "I go too." Zhong Lirue then instructed the officers to enter a state of wartime alert and prepare to seek help from the sanctuary. Sarin stepped forward and said to Zhong Lirue, "Master Rue, please take care of my grandmother and save my great-grandfather." Zhong Lirue nodded. "Don't worry, they are powerful Cthulhu-based silicon lifeforms. They won't die so easily." Soon, after contacting Athena and Seiya, Zhong Lirue, piloting the Xianyuan and escorted by the Wind Kirin, used the mecha's hand to transport the heavily injured Haster to the Ares Palace. After the Wind Qilin landed at the Ares Palace, it transformed into a green-haired girl with twin ponytails. Zhong Lirue's pupils constricted upon seeing it. "Isn't this some kind of futuristic design? Uncle, What instructions do you have? Zhong Lirui immediately snapped out of his reverie and asked seriously. His Highness the King in Yellow is so badly injured, Little Green, how are you? I'm only 6% injured. I'm fine, I can handle it. As long as Dad comes back to life, I take him back to the Chaos Deep Space UFO starship, and everyone will be saved. Then how about this, your aunt and I, and their sister Saori, discussing with her master craftsman how to save your father. You must be vigilant, guarding the outside of the Ares Palace. Use your abilities to mobilize the Chaos Deep Space's probes, keeping an eye on the possible appearance of the Atakua God's body and Kushinaida Shinobu, preventing them from attacking the Holy Land. Can you do it? Little Green's eyes lit up. Uncle, your plan is brilliant. You truly are the wise, epic-making sage Dad said we were talking about. Okay, let's do it that way. With that, Little Green transformed back into a gigantic, roughly 3-meter-tall Qilin, squatting in front of the Ares Palace gate. Zhong Lirui suddenly felt his mind go blank. This was like the traditional culture of the Great Qian dynasty, where 2 stone lions were placed at the entrance of a building to ward off evil spirits, and now, this divine beast was alive. And one was missing. Leaving behind the house guarding Little Green, Zhong Lirui entered the Ares Palace. In the workshops of the Ares Palace, Zhong Lirui, Nyarlathotep, Saori, Athena, Seiya, Kiki, Shiryu, Ingara, Ryuhu, Luoshi, Chenpan, Bai Lingxin, and Ning En gathered together. Athena frowned. I never expected that the sea goddess could do this, even severely injuring Hastur, one of the most powerful gods in the powerful 4.0 Cthulhu world, the Wind King. Nyarlathotep shook her head slightly. She discovered too many secrets of our race from Ithaca. This trap was specifically designed for her. Brother, he was injured in my place. Sister, don't worry. Athena turned to Kiki. Kiki, prepare to use gammon to save Prince Hastur. Kiki looked troubled, reporting to Athena, the last bit of gammon was used up last night. Everyone was shocked. How could this be? Kiki sighed. These past few days, I've been repairing the cloths, and the materials have been used up quickly. Last night, to make new equipment for His Majesty the Emperor. The golden olive leaf headband, the last bit of orientalite and gammonium was used up, leaving only silver stardust. Everyone was shocked. Ah! Nyarlathotep stammered, no. If this continues, my brother's body will collapse within 24 hours. Athena asked Kiki, then, is there any other way? Kiki sighed, the fastest way is to dismantle part of the cloth and sacrifice it directly to the Yellow King. But that? His voice trailed off. Athena understood why Kiki was silent. Because, even a bronze cloth, though a mass-produced divine artifact, is still a divine artifact. She remembered the rules of the sanctuary. Even the weapons on the Libra gold cloth cannot be used casually by a saint in battle. Now, not to mention, sacrificing part of her saint cloth to save Hastur. Saori took a deep breath, closed her eyes, slowly opened them, and set the tone. Sell everything we own, save him! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. How much do we need? Saori then asked Naya. According to my brother's information, it requires about the amount of gammonium needed to make one shield. Zhong Lirui looked at Kiki. Kiki-sensei, saving lives is the priority. I'm very grateful for making me new equipment, but now, you should dismantle the thing to save His Highness the Yellow King. Kiki's eyes flashed with admiration. Everyone nodded in approval of Zhong Lirui's statement. Your Majesty the Human Emperor is truly righteous. However, it's a pity that the golden olive leaf headband I made for you doesn't use enough gammonium. It's completely insufficient to save His Highness. Not enough. Zhong Lirui shook his head dejectedly. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that the materials needed to make a headband couldn't compare to those needed to make a shield. At that moment, Long Feng suddenly remembered something and volunteered, everyone. You all mentioned needing the amount of gammonium needed for a bronze Saint Cloth shield. Well then, take my dragon shield. Kiki looked at Long Feng. Long Feng, we're out of W now. Your dragon shield is one of the top defensive Saint Cloths among the 88 Constellation Saint Cloths, not the strongest. It's one of your trump cards. Are you willing to part with it? Long Feng smiled. An ally of a great god is more important to the overall situation than me, a saint. Besides, the materials are only currently scarce, we have more later. Then, I have to trouble my teacher to make a new dragon shield for me. Kiki nodded, moved, while Luoshi smiled. Everyone present showed their appreciation for Long Feng's kindness and selflessness. Saori, seeing this, was even more satisfied. After a brief whispered discussion with Seiya, he solemnly ordered, Long Feng, you've done well. But don't worry, Even if you temporarily lose the dragon shield, it's alright. In the name of Athena, I order that you are permitted to use the Libra Shield number 2 from the Libra Armory. It will be returned once materials are available to forge a new dragon shield. L'Enfant was immediately overjoyed. Zhongli Rui smiled. According to film and television materials, the Libra Shield from the Libra Gold Cloth Armory is actually the pinnacle of cloth shields among the sanctuary cloths. Following this, Gui acted swiftly, using the Olympian forging secrets to disassemble the dragon shield of the dragon cloth, and fuse the resulting Gamanian into the Yellow King's damaged body. Nyarlathotep used her monitoring equipment to monitor Hastur's physical condition. Damage reduced to 24.83%, body collapse has stopped, and slow self-repair has begun. Then, Nyarlathotep made a gesture as if to kneel before Saori, Athena. Saori quickly stopped Naya. Good sister, you don't need to do that. We're best friends. Yes, we're best friends. Watching this heartwarming scene, Zhongli Rui and Seiya, who was wearing the Sagittarius gold cloth, exchanged a smile. Chapter 578. Seeing that the Yellow King's condition had temporarily stabilized, Seiya left Nyarlathotep and Saori alone, and led Zhongli Rui, Kiki, and the rest of the group to a side hall. In the side hall, Kiki, pulling Luoxi along, bowed and apologized to Zhongli Rui. Your Majesty, the human Emperor Zhongli, please forgive my ignorance and the rudeness of my unworthy disciple, Kiki said sincerely, and with remorse. Great God Nyarlathotep and you, for the common fate of all Blue Star, traveled thousands of miles to aid our holy land and save our lives. You are not only our most steadfast allies, but also our greatest benefactors. However, due to my shallowness and ignorance, I offended you and great God Nyarlathotep. I failed your compassion and goodwill. And this unworthy disciple even did something to damage His Majesty the human Emperor's reputation. We are sorry. Your Majesty, the Emperor. Zhongli Rui's expression turned strange. Luoxi? How did she ruin my reputation? Luoxi stammered, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, she misspoke in her nervousness. I shouldn't have spread defamatory information about you online without verification, just like everyone else. I was wrong. Really, I was wrong. Huh? What did you say about me online? I dare not say it now. I don't blame you, tell me. Zhongli Rui said gently. Luoxi lowered her head, touching her index fingers together, and said weakly, I slandered your Majesty, claiming you have the legacy of Cao Cao, a fondness for widowed wives, a fondness for mature women, enslaving, training, and playing with the queen, having an affair with a princess, and liking to collect beauties of various races to enrich your harem. I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered your Majesty, claiming you are the reincarnation of King Zhou. Zhongli Rui narrowed his eyes, his eyebrows twitching, revealing a terrifying smile. Oh, so that's what people say about me being this powerful. Everyone could see that although Zhongli Rui wasn't a Saint Seiya, they had a strange feeling that a raging dark energy was churning and rising behind him. Seeing this, Luoxi finally realized the enormity of his mistake and shrank back in fear. Eek! Chen Pan secretly used a new human telepathic communication with Bai Lingxin. This red-haired little girl is a true master of courting death. This level of humiliation and slander, even in ancient times. Any emperor in any dynasty would have started a war to the death long ago. Bai Lingxin shook her head. That's right. These kids online. Although some of it is true, this is still too much. Gui was shocked and immediately telepathically conveyed to Seiya, Your Holiness, your subordinate has failed in his duty as a disciple. I originally thought Luoxi was just being mischievous and talking nonsense, but I didn't expect her to cause such a grave mistake. Your subordinate is guilty. Thinking of this, Gui disregarded whether Zhongli Rui was talking about the emperor or not, and directly forced Luoxi to kneel down. Seiya's lips twitched. He understood it too. Why had even his fan, Rui, expressed dissatisfaction with him last night? He had heard a little about the bad reputation of Zhongli Rui online, but it wasn't until Luoxi said it herself that he realized how out of control this little girl had become. Just as Zhongli Rui was about to explode, Di Xinyan suddenly sent him a private message. Rui, don't blame them. They don't understand the real you, nor do they know what we've truly been through to cling to each other and find warmth in our brokenness. You are you, and the world doesn't understand your hardships. Don't worry about it, okay? Zhongli Rui, puzzled, quietly replied, Xinyan, why are you on the leader's supervision channel today? I took shower to visit Xiaoran and Xiaoyao today. Oh, I see. Aisha also privately messaged, Rui, I'm sorry, this Luoxi is my pen pal. She probably compared the artistic interpretation in my novel to the real you. I'm so sorry. Reflecting on everyone's words, Zhong Lirui fell into deep thought. What Luo Shi said, well, most of it was true. Now, he was too lazy to argue anymore, because it really was pointless. Whatever his initial intentions, many things, once done, are done. Now, arguing and clarifying that I'm not that kind of person seems pointless. He is indeed a hero, a playboy scumbag, and one of the top powers in the world's secular regimes. Lost in thought, he remained silent for a long time before looking up at the void and sighing, human hearts are like tides, easily stirred and difficult to calm. The world misunderstands me, unaware that I too am caught in the torrent, powerless to resist. Those rumors, merely one side of the story, have been amplified 1,000-fold, carrying misunderstandings and prejudices, transforming into towering waves. But in this world, the truth always lies hidden behind the noise. Well, in this world, young people like Luo Shi still have the energy to post this, and that online, proving that civilization still has hope. Senior Seiya. We haven't worked in vain, have we? Seiya looked at Zhong Lirui, who now seemed as serene and enlightened as a high monk, and felt a surge of emotion. Rui, your magnanimity is admirable. Zhong Lirui, however, understood somewhat now. That day, he had deliberately provoked Seiya out of spite for Nyarlathotep. Seiya, however, thought it was Kiki's misunderstanding and Luo Shi's antics that had angered him. Perhaps Nyarlathotep was right. Seiya truly knew nothing in his life, only following his heart to continue loving and protecting Athena. His actions, then, were meaningless. He sighed softly, finally uttering, "It's all right, it's nothing." Gui Gui then pulled the trembling Luo Shi along, as if granted a pardon. "Thank you for your magnanimity, your majesty. I hereby present you with a golden olive leaf floral wreath, made of the same material as the golden cloth, commissioned by Athena and the Pope for your majesty." Then, Luo Shi respectfully presented the golden olive leaf floral wreath, his hands trembling but his eyes resolute. "Great Emperor, please accept this apology and respect. This is your glory, your power, your laurel wreath." Ling Anzhou, backstage, today, by chance, Di Xinyan, who was visiting Qin Shiran's house with Zhong Lixiao, witnessed this historic moment on the screen alongside Aisha, Qin Xiaoran, and Qin Xiaoyao. "Mommy, Daddy, is he an Olympic champion?" Zhong Lixiao asked innocently. Di Xinyan smiled. "Son, Dad is much better than the Olympic champion." Aisha, on the other hand, lamented, "Damn it, I have to change this. We're wearing the same thing. And hers is a gold Saint cloth level artifact. Mine is just ordinary gold and silver jewelry. I just stick to making a medal." Qin Xiaoran and Qin Xiaoyao smiled gently like doting ants. Zhong Lirui looked at the gleaming golden crown before him, his heart filled with emotion. This was his gold Saint cloth. No, his golden crown. This is too precious. The Holy Land is still in dire straits. You don't even have the materials to repair your Saint cloths, yet you prepared this for me. Your Majesty, this is not only a gift, but also a divine weapon for war, Gui Gui said solemnly. The golden olive leaf laurel crown has a similar energy amplification effect to the golden Saint cloth. Moreover, this crown's effect is even more specifically targeted at amplifying the abilities of powerful telepaths like us than my Ares golden Saint cloth. This is also for the sake of the brutal war to come. Upon hearing this, everyone around agreed. Your Majesty, for the sake of victory, accept it. Zhong Lirui gazed at the gleaming crown, his fingertips trembling slightly, before finally slowly lifting it. Since it is a weapon of war, it is not mere decoration. The moment he put on the crown, a warm and powerful current spread from his head to his limbs. And the golden crown automatically fitted his head. Master, the golden crown has automatically fitted your head. It won't affect your use of the armor, Yu Jia reported after analyzing the situation. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment. Can I take it off? The thought had barely formed when the golden laurel wreath loosened. Seeing that the golden laurel wreath could be controlled with a thought, just like the Emperor's banner, Zhong Lirui clicked his tongue in amazement. Indeed, divine artifacts are different. Teacher Gui Gui, Luo Shi, thank you. I accept this divine artifact for battle. Please take care of me on the battlefield from now on. Everyone smiled with relief. Your Majesty the Emperor. Teacher Gui Gui, this is the last correction. Your Majesty the Emperor. I apologize. Your Majesty the Emperor, please try it. With the golden olive leaf laurel wreath's blessing, Zhong Lirui activated his F-rank telepathy and asked Naya with concern, Naya, how is Prince Hastur? Brother's condition has stabilized. Nyarlathotep said, somewhat puzzled. Huh? How come your telekinesis is so powerful today? You don't even need my signal enhancement to connect with me anymore? Huh? Zhonglirui asked, puzzled. My connection with you requires your signal enhancement? That's right. Although you have the new type nanobots amplifying your innate telepathic abilities, they're still quite weak. Actually, this isn't surprising. Xiao Bai and the First Demon King also have these signal amplifiers, allowing perfect first-generation new types to achieve stable telepathic communication, similar to F-level telepathy. But who am I? I'm one of the most powerful outer gods of Cthulhu. Your telekinesis is still far inferior to mine. Before, I was the one actively cooperating with you. I see. Zhonglirui was impressed. The amplification ability of the Golden Laurel was truly remarkable. Also, his own telepathy and telekinesis still needed refinement and improvement. With this artifact's blessing, your telepathy and mental strength have barely reached Kiki's level, but you're still a bit weaker than my sisters and me. At least this level is enough to withstand the mental attacks of a typical Cthulhu god, Nyarlathotep continued. I suggest you spend some time meditating every day, combining it with the knowledge I taught you, to enhance your telepathic abilities. I understand. As Zhonglirui regained his composure, he overheard a young man's voice. Yuna, give up on me, it's not worth it. I'm trapped inside this body, leave me be yourself. You sacrificed enough for me. Trapped inside this body? Yuna? That name sounds familiar, but who is she? Zhonglirui couldn't recall for a moment. He didn't delve into it further. That afternoon, Hastur's condition finally stabilized, and he was able to speak again. He called for Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep immediately summoned Zhonglirui, Saori, Athena, and Saya. Thank you everyone. Sigh, I'm sorry to have troubled you all. Hastur looked apologetic. Chapter 579. In Bavaria. Wait for me. Shinobu Kusanada shouted impatiently. Useless goddess, your dawdling only slows down my revenge. Koga retorted angrily. TCH, your revenge speed? If you hadn't destroyed the device I left behind in the Dwarf Kingdom, I could have gone to Iceland, piloted a 40-meter tall giant, and wiped out the sanctuary much faster than you dragging me along to secretly seek revenge. Follow me or not, it's up to you, Koga said bluntly. Don't forget, I've been protecting you all this way. You're so fierce, you never have a girlfriend, Shinobu Kusanada said angrily. In Koga's mind, Absu was speechless. This kid, whether it was 12 years ago or now, is he still subconsciously so fond of girls? This is probably something his adoptive mother taught him, right? Warrior style, chivalry, gentlemanly manners, these kinds of trivial things only ruin things. Shinobu Kusanada looked at Koga, who was only concerned with his own journey, speechless. She now desperately wanted to find the massive technological contraption of the Olympian civilization hidden atop Mount Olympus. The Gaia Ring. If she could completely destroy it, Athena, Nyarlathotep's strongest ally, would be unable to reincarnate. Then, if she killed the current vessel of Athena's soul, transforming into Saori Kido, she would be utterly dead. Although Koga, this violent and stubborn man, had been so rude to her, she admired his decisiveness, ruthlessness, and clear goals. However, she also felt a strange, inexplicable emotion towards the unshaven, savage-looking man before her. This legendary god-slayer, upon seeing his own body, remained unmoved. Later, on their journey to the Gaia Ring, he was verbally abusive and utterly disrespectful. When they were attacked by giant wild animals, he always stood in front of them, fighting valiantly. His Tatsuka blade, fragment, was barely used. This crazed demigod, single-mindedly seeking revenge on his foster mother and her best friend. What kind of man is he really? However, that's not the point. The point is, setting aside his colossal divine body, in human form, he is incredibly strong. He is a sword of vengeance, a temporarily usable ally. Koga and Arya are not human, they were created from a meteorite. Strictly speaking, they are humanoid silicon-based demigods. Shinobu Kushina suppressed the turmoil within him, deactivated his mirage skill, a skill to conceal one's aura. Itakua's divine body was concealed in this way, and then activated his internal chip to contact satellites and reconnoiter the situation in Greece and the sanctuary region. That warship is currently anchored in the sanctuary. What? A 1,000-strong army is training. Thermopylae, is it defended by heavily armed mech units? Damn it, is the Great Qian army not leaving for the time being? Just as Shinobu Kurenai was feeling displeased, her internal AI system issued a warning. She had been detected by a Cthulhu technology ship. Meanwhile, in the sanctuary, in front of the Ares Palace, Midori received a message from the Chaos Deep Space UFO starship. Shinobu Kurenai's signal had been detected within Bavaria. Midori immediately tried to track it, but found the signal quickly disappeared. She quickly transformed back into a humanoid girl with light green twin ponytails, ran all the way to Nyarlathotep, Saori, Athena, Zhongli, and Saya, and reported the situation. The Black Forest? Nyarlathotep exclaimed in surprise. That's where I used to live. Oh no! I also kept a logbook in the deepest part. Zhongli pondered. Last time, Shinobu Kishinada's monster army seemed to have set off from Bavaria. Nyarlathotep immediately donned her crimson armor, preparing to move out. Zhongli immediately grabbed her. Nyarlathotep, don't be impulsive. Now, you are the most powerful god on earth, standing on the side of order. You mustn't act recklessly again. But, Nyarlathotep wanted to argue. Little Nyarlathotep. Hastur's telepathic message came through. Listen to my advice, don't act rashly. I'm in this state for now, and your best friend Athena is only slightly stronger than a few gold saints. If you get ambushed and injured like I did, the entire Blue Star world is finished. Your brother-in-law is right. This time, you and Athena should send a secondary force to scout out the situation, while you and Athena should stay in the sanctuary. Because there are gold saints here, and your brother-in-law's fleet and army. I understand. Nyarlathotep humbly stopped speaking. Zhongli breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Nyarlathotep had listened to his advice. He then said to Saya and Athena, Saya-senpai, Saori-nichin, let's do this. First, use satellites and the Chaos Deep Space UFO starship to intensively scan the original Dwarf Kingdom's underground city to see if it's real. If there's a large army lying in ambush inside, I just use the Bishidi's large thermobaric bomb to suffocate them with one shot. He snapped his fingers, and Yujia thoughtfully provided a video. During the war between the Rakshasa Kingdom and the Gypsy Kingdom, the huge mushroom cloud produced when the father of all bombs was used to bombard the underground base. This is roughly the power that Athena marvels at, right? Zhongli smiled confidently. This work is set in a parallel world, based on the effect of the destruction of the twin solitaries garden in the movie. Athena's exclamation is actually similar in power to a large thermobaric bomb. Nyarlathotep, that's a good idea. Nyarlathotep nodded. Saori, Athena ? Saya rubbed his nose. Our sanctuary needs 3 gold saints to break the law. But Arui only needs a missile from a warship. Okay. Zhongli continued. If the detection finds no large-scale ambush force, then we will send an elite high-speed assault team in to investigate. We don't need many, a 6-man squad will suffice. Saya's expression turned to doubt. Arui, aren't you underestimating the enemy? Zhongli said seriously. Where am I underestimating the enemy? I will send Shinpan. Well, I won't hide it from you, the first Demon King Qinshin. Kuan, take down Nidhogg's Minghong 2 mech fighters, and the Mirage machine will stand guard outside. Then, I use 4 mass-produced Peregrine EX fighters to transport the second Demon King, Ning-In, and the 3 Gold Saints. After arriving at the target area, the 5 of us will go down into the dungeon together. Saya's expression turned subtle. Arui, are you trying to replicate what Athena and our small force did when we attacked the underworld? Commendable courage. But it seems our forces are still too small, aren't they? Zhongli smiled confidently. Senior Saya, my plan is a tactical level strike plan. Tactical level? Saya's expression was profound. First, during our flight to our destination, we won't be wearing saint cloths, but rather black-clad mechanical guards in plasma-type armor. When we descend into the dungeon, you wear your saint cloths. These armors can accompany us and are also a powerful fighting force. So, it's actually 5 people and 4 empty accompanying mechs. Second, both Xianyuan and Minghong 2 above have the capability to launch tactical nuclear strikes. If we encounter problems in the dungeon, we can simply become invisible and escape quickly, and then I dismantle this massive dungeon. Third, why did I bring 3 Gold Saints? Because Gold Saints are not only invincible in close quarters combat, but they can also unleash shadow combat techniques on the spot. Of course, Saori-nichin, I'd like to ask you for permission to deal with any potential evil gods. Is that alright? Silence fell over the entire arena. After a long silence, Saori, Athena, nodded gracefully. I, Athena, hereby amend the rules. Shadow combat techniques may be used against evil gods and large monsters that threaten the world. However, this is limited to evil gods and large monsters. The user's soul will no longer be punished. All other situations remain the same. In particular, it is strictly forbidden to use this technique on innocent civilians. Violators will still have their souls shattered and never be reincarnated. Zhongli bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you very much. Xiao Lu was stunned, secretly contacting Haster. Dad. Uncle-in-law he. Haster smiled. He's really amazing. Sigh, he's so strong, yet he's more cautious than me. With him around, your aunt won't suffer. Good, very good. Saori secretly thought to Nyarlathotep, his sister Nyarlathotep, just based on little brother Rui's arrangements, he's worthy of being a historical general. In terms of tactical planning, even Saya, and even Shiryu, are inferior to him. Nyarlathotep proudly replied, Hey, would the man I set my sights on be bad? After finally understanding, Saya nodded convincingly, I understand. So, of the 4 gold saints from Sanctuary, we choose one to stay, and the other 3 to accompany the human emperor on his expedition. My choice is, me, Kiki, and Integra. Shiryu stay. Furthermore, from this day forward, Shiryu is promoted to Pope candidate. Zhonglirui thought for a moment and said, Seiya-senpai, I suggest you stay. The human emperor and the Pope, one of them must remain, right? Seiya waved his hand. Brother Rui, actually, I recommended Shiryu for Pope. His troop deployment and training are far superior to mine. Compared to true commanders, like you and Shiryu, I'm far inferior. Let Shiryu stay. Saori, Athena, smiled elegantly. Seiya, you have excellent self-awareness. That's good. After the plan was finalized, the Changsheng Group's orbital satellites and the Chaos Deep Space UFO starship scanned the former Dwarf Kingdom's underground city with full force. Deepest within the Dwarf Kingdom, remnants of a newly constructed advanced civilization have been discovered. However, no trace of any monster legions was found, nor any fluctuations of evil god energy. Zhonglirui and Seiya exchanged a glance. It seems we need to go there. Zhonglirui nodded, his eyes hardening. Option B. Watching Zhonglirui and Seiya prepare to depart, Naya's heart sank. They were a human emperor and a pope. One was the man redeeming her, the other the male demigod soul she had secretly loved for thousands of years. Will they find that in the dungeon there? Chapter 580. Zhonglirui, piloting the Xianyuan mech and accompanied by 6 other mechs, arrived at the massive entrance to the ancient underground kingdom of the dwarves in the Black Forest. Seiya, Kiki, Integra, and Ning-In, after disarming themselves from their black mechanical bodyguard armor, donned their respective armor. Looking at the scene, his own high-tech armor, the golden armor of Seiya, the other 2, and Ning-In's flesh and blood technology Leviathan scale armor, Zhonglirui sensed an unprecedented mix of various technological styles, his own high-tech electronic mechanical style, the energy-amplifying artifact style of the golden armor, and Ning-In's flesh and blood technology style. Zhonglirui stared at Ning-In, noticing that the previously red muscle armor sections of her flesh and blood technology armor had now turned into gray leather. So he stepped forward and asked, Ning-chan, you evolved again? Ning-In smiled, it's nothing special. I just absorbed some of the behemoth's tissue and energy. Now my flesh and blood technology armor has both the behemoth's resistance and its attack methods. She smiled, and a behemoth's claw appeared on one of her giant fists. Then, she slammed it down on a nearby 31-meter-tall mature dawn redwood tree. Crack! The 31-meter-tall mature dawn redwood tree instantly snapped in 2 under Ning-In's powerful blow, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. Everyone who saw this was startled. Seiya nodded slightly. In terms of strength alone, he's at the level of a power-type silver saint. Kiki nodded. He has behemoth-like resistance, regenerative composite scales, immense strength, and super regeneration. Indeed, many bronze saints might not be a match for the second demon lord, Nin 3. Integra was still somewhat incredulous. She, really, the Ontario branch of the Insane Creation God Project, created using the genes of a whale? How to put it? She's eerie, but she possesses a particularly captivating, almost sinister beauty. Kiki glanced at Integra, leaned closer, and whispered, Integra, do you want to befriend this Ninjin 3? Kiki-sensei? Ah, yes. This Ninjin 3 is androgynous, Kiki casually reminded her. Integra, ? Such a dangerous sister. I rather not. Guided by the intelligent map obtained by the dungeon-conquering veteran Zhonglirui and Yu Jia through scanning, the strongest human superhero team on Earth, clad in armor representing 3 technological schools, entered the former underground kingdom of the dwarves. To date, Zhonglirui has conquered Changsheng Group's Cradle of Homeland No. 1 dungeon, the Creation God Project Dragon Soul Land dungeon, and now the Dwarf Kingdom Ruins dungeon. Actually, Zhonglirui Perfect Zombie and Ning-In Biochemical Mother are strictly not considered human. Under the light of Zhonglirui's golden great Xia dragon sparrow armor plasma type, a magnificent underground kingdom unfolds before the team members. Towering stone pillars support a massive dome, carved with ancient dwarf totems and legends, shimmering with a faint glow, adding a touch of mystery and solemnity to this deep underground space. The stone slabs on the ground, though weathered and partially damaged, still faintly reveal the exquisite craftsmanship of the dwarf artisans of yesteryear. Along the way, all the scenery silently tells the story of this underground kingdom's past glory and decline. The air was filled with a damp and ancient scent, mixed with a faint metallic and earthy aroma, making one unconsciously slow down their pace, as if afraid to disturb this long-dormant land. Although Yujia's detectors hadn't detected any highly dangerous targets, the 5 members of Blue Star's strongest human superhero team cautiously advanced. Along the way, they occasionally saw dead sand scorpions. However, unlike during the Battle of Thermopylae, the 5 hadn't encountered any other types of high-threat targets. At most, they had only killed some monsters that looked like mutated natural animals. Soon, guided by Yujia's detection of advanced civilization artifacts, the 5 arrived at the deepest part. Inside the old dwarven palace. When the ruins of a high-level civilization's equipment appeared before everyone. Master, after testing, this is a device from a high-level civilization, used for transmitting consciousness and resurrecting bodies. The device suffered a severe energy attack and is completely destroyed. Zhonglirui pondered, could it be that Kusanada Shinobu, after resurrecting here, destroyed this device? Yujia, that's a possibility. However, there are relatively fresh footprints and other signs of battle on the ground. It's more likely that this facility was discovered by another powerful individual, who then fought Kusanada Shinobu. During the battle, the resurrection device was affected by the aftershocks and completely destroyed. It looks like it. If it were a self-destruct device, the damage wouldn't look like this. Zhonglirui thought, then turned up the lights, trying to find more clues at the scene. Seiya looked at the damaged equipment thoughtfully. Suddenly, he approached the equipment and saw a fist-shaped hole. How could this be? Rui! Seiya-senpai, what happened? This device was broken by the Pegasus Meteor Fist. What? Zhonglirui, Ning-In, Kiki, and Indra were all shocked. Seiya said solemnly, Pegasus Meteor Fist. I used this move for half my life. I can't be mistaken. Ning-In looked thoughtful. Currently, on Blue Star, only 3 people know this move, His Holiness the Pope, the missing Silver Saint of Eagle, Ms. Marin, and the missing current Pegasus Saint, Koga. Seiya looked at Ning-In in surprise. Second Demon King Ning-In, how do you know so much? Hearing the Pope Seiya, who was far more powerful than her, call her Second Demon King, Ning-In immediately regretted her loose tongue. Seeing this, Zhonglirui quickly smoothed things over, saying, on Blue Star, there's very little that Ningchan doesn't know. She used to be a super brain, connected to supercomputers and the internet. So, she knows almost everything that's public. Everyone immediately showed expressions of understanding, while Ning-In gave Zhonglirui a grateful look. Seiya, however, paid no attention to these matters, his expression thoughtful. This meteor fist wasn't left behind by my master, Marin. How do you know? Zhonglirui asked. The one my master used wasn't this powerful. Seiya pushed aside a piece of damaged equipment, revealing a large hole deep in the rock wall. Even without W, Koga's normal state is still much stronger than an average Silver Saint. Zhonglirui nodded. Indeed, according to the data, Koga was much stronger than Marin, even before his W awakening. It seems we're too late, Kiki said calmly after a moment's thought. It's likely that Koga was here and accidentally discovered that after severely injuring Haster, he used the resurrection device here to revive Kusanada Shinobu, and then the two fought. Seiya tried to contact Koga telepathically. Strange, Koga is still alive, but he refuses to answer me, Seiya said dejectedly. Zhonglirui pondered briefly but remained silent. From what he knew, Koga had actually been jealous of Seiya and Saori's close relationship. Furthermore, with Koga now almost penniless, his personality was likely to become withdrawn and eccentric. The kind-hearted Inkra breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it's good that Koga is alive. At this moment, Saori, Athena, who was monitoring the scene with her divine power, first breathed a sigh of relief, but then looked worried. Koga, it's good that he's alright. But why doesn't he go home? Nyarlathotep looked at Saori, Athena, and thought to herself, my sister, it's true you raised him like a son, but 13 years ago, he started having thoughts of not treating you like a mother. Koga did respect Seiya, and at one point even considered him a father. But ever since that day, he not only lost Arya, but also, After awakening that part of his consciousness, the way he looked at Saya had long since changed. You probably know this too, you just haven't dared to admit it. Just like you and Saya haven't even dared to face your own feelings. Alas, what a tragedy. Just as Nyarlathotep was thinking this, after checking the area and finding nothing of value, the group began to move in another direction. Nyarlathotep snapped back to reality and continued sensing. The thousand-faced god's beautiful eyes widened. That was what she left behind. No. Ari, Pegasus, don't look, please don't look. Nyarlathotep whispered to himself. In desperation, Nyarlathotep contacted Zhongli Rui telepathically. Ari, I beg you for something. Hey Nyarlathotep? What's the matter? It's so urgent. Grab the Emperor's banner and attack with the Emperor's thunder. Destroy that device. Nyarlathotep urged. Why? Zhongli Rui asked doubtfully. You just scanned it just now. It's a memory storage device, and it seems to be the same as the one in your Earth Dragon library. Rui, didn't you swear you love me? Nyarlathotep cried out. If you love me, don't ask so many questions. Destroy that device. Please. Quickly. Zhongli Rui was somewhat confused, but after sensing Nyarlathotep's almost pleading tone for the first time, he softened. As he took out the Emperor's banner, preparing to destroy the device, Saya had already approached it. Unexpectedly, the log device, just like in the Earth Dragon library, was activated. Nyarlathotep collapsed to her knees. No! Her current lover, Zhongli Rui, and Pegasus, the son of Kairos whom she once loved, were about to witness the very thing she least wanted them to see. And she, Athena, the innocent victim caught in the crossfire, would also witness it. Ari! Please don't look! Don't leave me! No! Saori, noticing Nyarlathotep's strange state, stepped forward with concern. Nyarlathotep, what's wrong? Athena, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to Pegasus. I'm so sorry. What are you saying? Wait, Pegasus is Saya's past life name. You, what are you? Saori, Athena, as expression turned to shock. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. What? Nyarlathotep knelt down, wailing. She had no tears. Nyarlathotep's final wails had slowed Zhongli Rui's movements. The diary Nyarlathotep left here began to play before Zhongli Rui and Saya. Stop watching! Stop watching! Please! But the sealed history, the concealed truth, had already been revealed to everyone. How Nyarlathotep had been infatuated with Pegasus, the demigod who was Athena's guardian, for thousands of years, repeatedly driven mad by unrequited love. In her madness, she cast a divine curse on the Pegasus cloth, resulting in generations of Pegasus saints dying even more tragically, Athena suffering even more, and herself falling into an even deeper torment. Onlookers. Kikij is here today too, because she heard she could see Arui backstage, and she came along because she missed him. Sister Nyarlathotep, what's wrong?